side in the ninth, and the ninth inning. Maybe the most exciting ninth inning of the year. The Giants trail going to the ninth. They score 6 times, and this is a nice win.
Definitely a nice win after getting swept in the Bay Bridge series by the Oakland A's. The Giants score season-high 6 runs in the ninth inning. And they outlast the Angels 8-3 to get a much-needed win. The Angels lost 7 straight. That's a bad baseball team. And I don't know what to take away from that baseball game yesterday, other than Patrick Bailey, solid again, 2 for 3, 3 RBIs. Looking ahead, battling just to try to get through 6 innings. Couldn't get through 6, but you know what? A valiant effort for him. Giants win. That's what I got there, Sask. As I say, good morning, everybody, out there getting off their graveyard shift. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Giants win. I should be excited, right?
No, it was a really nice. Actually, it's one of the better wins of the season. If you think about like the way that that entire thing went down, Jock getting robbed in the 8th inning on a home run, only to come back and Patrick Bailey hit that little single, and it ends up turning into much more because of a defensive gaffe, and then Lamont Wade again multiple times in the last 3 days, and off the end of the bat, little blooper base hit. They made the most of their opportunities late. I was thinking about this, B. I get so sad and frustrated about like the fact that Patrick Willis and Frank Gore, as we talk about these guys getting in the Hall of Fame, they didn't win the big one. But at least they had all of these like playoff moments. And I know it was only 3 years, so it's not like it was like 10 years of playoff moments.
And I was thinking about that, too, when Patrick Willis finally got to the playoffs and the Niners had that run, he may not have been the best linebacker on his own football team.
Well, 2013, I believe that NaVorro Bowman was. 2012, he was outstanding.
NaVorro Bowman played excellent linebacker. Some of the best linebacker I've seen in a Niner uniform.
But my bigger takeaway is like I was so sad that we come out of that era and we didn't win a championship. And I look at the Niners now and I'm like, coming out of this era without a championship would be heartbreaking. Is it worse to knock on the door as much as the Niners have and not win, or to do what the Angels have done, where you haven't even sniffed the playoffs with Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout combined?
I mean,
that's kind of nuts.
That's sad.
Who's their third best player? Who's the third? I know you want to say Rendon.
No, it's not Rendon.
I don't think so either.
Brendan Drury's been their third best player, and he got hurt with a shoulder injury.
How sad is that?
Drury's been their third best player at times. Estevez has had a really good season for the Angels.
Yes.
Saving games, but the gap between Trout and Ohtani, and then from Trout to third best player, is Grand Canyon-esque. I mean, it's not a good baseball team. That was not a clean game yesterday.
We crushed the Nets, right? Like, and rightfully, because people don't like Kyrie, and I get it. So they're going to go out, and KD. So they're going to go out of their way to crush those guys. Right. We all like Trout and Shohei. But Artie Moreno, I mean, you want to talk about, into the last 20 years or so, squandered opportunities. Everybody makes fun of Snyder with that all-star team he tried to put together, or the Eagles with their quote-unquote all-star team. To not make the playoffs once.
Well, is that on Artie Moreno, or is that on bad baseball decisions by the GMs?
They go hand in hand.
Because they sign guys left to right. C.J. Wilson deal, Josh Hamilton deal, Albert Pujols deal. The list goes on and on
Wilson,
and on.
You're right. You're 100% right.
They've signed so many bad contracts. Rendon has been awful for them.
I mean, I knew
awful.
He had a great year the year they won it all, but it was who was going to give him $300 million?
He was a good national. He was a good national, not $300 million worth.
$150 million. That sounds like I'm destroying him. He's a $150 million player, not a $270 million player.
And he can't stay on the field.
Exactly.
He can't stay on the field. So bad trades, bad signings. And look, Moreno's spit money. That's not the problem with the Angels. Spending money's not the problem. Reckless spending.
Yes.
Kind of like the Giants with some of these contracts that they have coming up here. So you look at that Angels roster, and I'm looking, it wasn't a clean baseball game by no means. It was a long baseball game. Felt like there was a lot of timeouts, a lot of changes. It felt like a long baseball game.
It was probably Matos' worst defensive game in center field.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of misplayed multiple balls and the whole bad throws, which you're a young guy.
Probably needs a day off.
Yeah. And then A.J. Pollock in right field. Dog, did the sniper get him?
What was worse, his play at right field or the fact that he was batting third?
Can I have a serious?
He was batting third.
Can I have a serious question? Like,
why was he in the 3-hole in the lineup? Why?
I'm not an Elliot Ramos truther. I don't think that he's some special talent, but this is a great example. I don't understand why we are obsessed with the journeyman. Remember that guy that they claimed at the beginning of the year?
This year?
Yeah, remember like right before the
Matt
Yankee
Beatty.
series?
Matt Beatty. That's
Matt
right.
Beatty.
And he traded for him the opening day, which made you guys go crazy.
Like, everybody
wasn't
wants
the
to
fact
tell
that-
me what Farhan is and Farhan isn't. He is obsessed with the journeyman dudes to me that are just shot. And he just he has to get those guys at bats and on the roster. And so this is where I look at it differently. I say to myself, look, I don't think Luis Gonzalez is any good. He's just coming back from a 60-day IL. He stinks, whatever. But Ramos, for example, he's been in your system forever. He came up last year. Give the kid a look. He cannot be worse
than A.J. Pollock.
Come on.
A.J. Pollock batted third yesterday. And I saw that lineup card and I said, you know, I'm not even going to get outraged over the lineups anymore.
Outraged, but what are we doing?
But A.J. Pollock was batting 178 going into that game. He's now batting 165. You batted him third.
That really pisses you off, huh?
I want to know the solution to it. Why? Matchups? Because of matchups?
When was the last time A.J. Pollock was good?
3 years ago with the Dodgers. And look,
As a fourth outfielder.
As a fourth outfielder, and I give him this. Maybe coming back to the National League, he could find something in that bat. Okay. He went to the American League and got lost with the White Sox and Mariners.
Okay.
I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
And say that he was a decent National League player.
Okay.
But he should not be batting third on a team that is leading the wild card race. Third.
I mean, it's just there's a lot of little things that kind of drive me nuts on this team.
That drives me nuts.
Well, like Jock. Okay, runners on first and third. There's one out.
Oh.
And Jock looks on a strike three.
Oh, yeah. It didn't even try.
No.
It was
the
bad.
situation, thank God he didn't come back to bite him, but like, you got to be swinging there. You're our power hitter. You got to try to put a fly ball out there to drive a run home. What are you doing?
Well, we got on Brendan Belt for so many years for walking away from the plate with his shoulder slump. He walked away from that strike three like he
smiling.
didn't even give a damn. He just walked back to the dugout like, I got my money's worth.
What
It
was
is what
that
it
at
is. I thought it was just me. I was just,
So
I thought it was just me. I swear to God, I watched him walk out the box. I was like, thanks. Jesus Christ, you imagine paying somebody to go watch that at bat?
It was horrible.
He should have gave everybody money back for that at bat.
But the irony
even
is,
Angel fans.
It was a great win for the Giants.
It was.
It was, and I don't want to like sound like but it to me it was bigger because it was more about the Angels. There was a play, Shohei Ohtani. It's just a single up the middle, okay, off the end of the bat. He drives it past the second baseman, and he does not slow down one iota and takes second base on a bad like Matos kind of lollygagged to go after it, and then came up with a really bad throw, and Shohei just slides in a second, and I say to myself, do you know how few guys, like Corbin Carroll does that, and we all lose our mind. Corbin Carroll's like 5'10".
Right.
Okay, and he is a speedster. Shohei's like 6'4".
Yeah.
6'5", and he is booking. He's got 40 jacks. He's the best pitcher in the game, best hitter in the game, combined. And he's booking out of the box. And I'm thinking, the Angels are squandering one of the all-time talents.
All-time talent.
We crushed the Minnesota Timberwolves during the Kevin Garnett.
Right.
And Kevin Garnett was awesome.
Right.
Like,
and they tried a couple times to build some teams around him and just didn't work out.
Kevin Garnett he's a Hall of Famer. No one's questioning that. Shohei is better at what he does than what Kevin Garnett, and that I'm not even trying to be like some hyperbolic statement here.
Right now, he is better at what he does than Kevin Garnett.
Could you imagine having Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout, and this is your everyday product?
It's like having Barry Bonds and Jeff Kitt, and the Giants maximize those two guys.
They went to the playoffs.
They 97 to 03 was probably the best stretch outside of the World Series years for the Giants in San Francisco history.
Agreed.
In their history in San Francisco, that stretch from 97 when they won the NL West to 03 when they had, or 02 when they led wire to wire. Yep, wire to wire, first place, and then they lost to the Marlins. That was some of the best baseball we've ever seen in San Francisco. And you built it around Kitt and Bonds.
Yep.
You built a good staff. You built good complementary hitters. You had speed around them. You had a great bullpen. The Angels have none of that.
It's great.
None of that.
Isn't it crazy?
I mean, Drury comes back from missing a month, and he's already batting behind Ohtani. Mike Moustakas has been.
Mike Moustakas was good like 8 years ago.
Yeah, C.J. Crone. Come on, man. Grichuk, Renfroe. Look at all these guys. Rejected top prospects in other systems, and they like the Angels are just patchworking a lineup around Ohtani.
It's unreal.
And it still may look better than the Giants lineup.
Yeah, because he's so good. I mean, he's so incredible.
But you know what? We crushed Wilbur yesterday. Wilmer with another solid day.
Wilmer is a solid player.
Wilmer Flores has been solid. J.D. Davis hit a bomb.
He needed that.
Absolute bomb.
He was batting 176 post All-Star break, so he absolutely needed that.
That was a bomb.
It was.
So, look, there's a lot of good in that baseball game. Logan Webb battling, staying in that baseball game.
Agreed.
Not bad there. The bullpen cleaning it up, although Tyler Rogers blew it again. But Trevor comes in, cleans it up, and then you got Camilo Duvall striking out the side. So, yeah, it wasn't the cleanest win, but right now you can't be. We can't be. We can't be beggars, right?
No.
You got to just take a win. Take a win, enjoy the win, and move on.
Well, I just thought it was a great moment for the young guys. You know, like having Patrick Bailey deliver in that moment, that was awesome. That was really cool. I can't get it out of my head, like what the Angels are doing with Shohei. And maybe I've, just kind of watched from afar and I haven't seen the way that they lose games. Like seeing them lose that game that way, they take the lead late. They've got an opportunity to shut the door, and then they don't just blow the game. They just implode.
They imploded. I mean, it was like, wow, you're not going to get it out here? You're not going to get out the inning? You're going to leave Estevez out there on the mound? All these little bloops. Even Matthias got a little bloop there in the ninth inning. I mean, the Giants score season high 6 runs. 6 runs. So, the Giants win. They're 11 games over 500. They get a big win last night. They can win this series.
They should.
This series is winnable. They might even sweep them.
Are you, because I know there's like the Shohei watch. Are you like thinking about what's going on later on this week with Bruce Bochy?
I am intrigued with Bochy coming back to town, bringing his Texas Rangers. And they're hot. And they're already in the Bay Area. They're playing the A's right now. They beat the A's last night. They're having a very special season.
They really are.
They made a lot of big moves at the deadline to ensure that, hey, we're going to have enough starting pitching in the playoffs. So you bring in Scherzer, you bring in Jordan Montgomery. You've got a nice staff there with Haney, Evaldi. They've tried to shore up the bullpen. Aroldis Chapman is there now. They've got a lineup. Corey Seager's having a monster season. Marcus Simeon's having a monster season. Garcia is having a hell of a season. You see their catcher?
Yeah.
It was Jonah Heim. Mm-hmm. This guy's a stud. Nobody's even talking about him.
Well, did you see before they went to commercial for one of the, or maybe it was right when they came back from commercial for when the commercial breaks on NBC? Did you see what they're promoting on Saturday night?
No.
I'm looking at it right here because I had to pull it up to make sure I had the correct stuff. Saturday against the Texas Rangers, August 12th, 90s night with the OG SF Giants logo. They're going to wear 1990s fashion. That's what they're telling everybody. You're going to hear 1990s music, and it's a 1993 team celebration. I think they're wearing the all-white jerseys that we like.
Cool. That's cool.
I'm really excited to see that. I've heard no fanfare over it.
Yeah, I guess we'll.
That doesn't do anything for you?
No. Not today.
The 93 team?
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I'll feel it. Maybe we get Darren Lewis on later in the week. D. Lou, if you're out there, send me a text, man. I lost your number.
The 93 team's one of those seminal teams for me that like forged my fandom.
It's my favorite team. It's my favorite team, but when I look at this lineup and I'm looking at this team, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how the hell can you get to the playoffs? I get it. And Bochy's in town. Bochy kind of dwarfs everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Bochy's basically showed the door by this regime. And look, I get it. It was time to move on. Mm-hmm. I thought Bochy was starting to lose his fastball. He needed some time off.
Well, Dave Roberts had outmaneuvered him. If you were watching closely, 17, 18, 19, Dave Roberts had really, it felt like Bochy was behind the times.
Right. And so Bochy's going to be here with this Texas team. And I'm thinking, boy, that may be a World Series team over there.
It's kind of crazy.
I'm eager to see what they bring to the table at Oracle Park.
And their number one free agent hasn't barely pitched at all.
Well, he didn't pitch.
He's done.
Pitched like 8 games.
Right.
Jacob deGrom.
It kind of goes to show you can miss big, but they've hit these other guys in free agency, Simeon and Seager, who you're talking about. And they have developed.
They've developed. Josh Young and Heim are good.
Baller.
This kid Garcia was in a home run derby.
I was going to say Garcia is a monster.
Right.
I mean, him and a Rosarena in terms of like firecrackers.
Right.
If I was, my designation of what a fire, the dude is chiseled.
He's chiseled out of his mind. He looks jacked. So look, the all whites. Maybe I'll warm up to it. I'll warm up to the '93 team. I'm thinking, what's taking so long?
What would it
to honor that team?
Well, because they've had a lot of teams that like the 02 team. I don't even know if has it been honored?
No, but '93 is 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Think about that. 30 years ago.
Look, I'll name the team right now. So you got
I know
Lewis
the team.
Who
cares about
Robbie
naming
Thompson,
the team? Why 30
Royce
years?
Clayton.
Why wait 30 years?
I don't know. I just want to see the jerseys. Like, I really like those jerseys.
I mean,
I've been wanting to see them. I see a lot of people buying them.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
The jerseys are cool.
I love that curvy SF. I don't know why.
I love it. I'm a sucker for the creams. The
No,
creams
I get
to
that.
me, again, I don't know why they put the names on the back of the jersey. That really bothers me. It's starting to bother me
well,
again.
because you got to know who AJ
Right.
Pollock is
Yeah,
when we acquire him.
I mean, come on, man. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I love your point about Ohtani's hustle play, man, because you know what? It just points out and shows out to all those lazy bums that are in the pros right now that can't even hit 2 1/4 that they need to get some more working and hustle like that. Because you should be happy. You shouldn't just be happy that you're there. You know what I mean? You should be loving every second of your life. There should be not one problem in your life if you're a pro athlete, ever. You know what I'm saying? Dude, they're all so blessed, and they sit there and they give it the half hustle and all this and that. Man, work harder. Be better. You know what I'm saying? Start winning. Let's go. We need to win the division, Giants. I don't even know what they're trying to do because I heard a little thing on the radio. Let's go, Giants. Hang in there. That was like their little radio thing. Hang in there? What are y'all talking about, man? Like, hang in. It was the college rah-rah? These cats are pros, man. Have some pride and you put some extra work in. Get in the dark and do something, man. You know, go into the bowels of the stadium and get in the batting cage and stay in there till 3 a.m. You know what I mean? Get like 4 hours sleep, roll out of bed, and get on the field. I mean, that's what we used to do in college, anyways. But I'm just saying, man, the Giants, if they really put their minds to it, they can do it. But I don't know because they really didn't bust the moves. And, you know, Farhan, he didn't really make the moves that the fans wanted. And I don't know how many years we gonna deal with this. And it's just like, you know, to my point. Like, man, if this, you know, look at what the Niners, they're putting in work. They're trying to work. They staying at the top because they're putting in work in the offseason. Their players are workers.
Well, Nick, does Scott Alexander do anything for you? Because he's 6-1, and he's going to be starting the opener today, and then he's going up against the trade deadline acquisition of Lucas Giolito. Now, doesn't that get you all excited for Giants baseball?
I'm not lost, man. I'm so mad at my Giants right now. Every time I try to get away from them, I get sucked back in, and then I start rooting for them.
Me too.
And then they have some weird loss to the A's, and then they come back and beat the Angels. There's no rhyme or reason with the team. I mean, Farhan's made like 275 moves this season. I don't know what he's doing.
Hey, Nick, real quick.
Jerseys so we can just change the names on the back.
Nick, real quick. How'd you feel when you saw AJ Pollock in the lineup batting third?
Can I get that back? Jeff, can you get that back? Can we get my boy working the board and that back? Somebody, please tell me what's going on with some of these players.
Nick in Berkeley, thanks for the call.
Well, and that's where I would love to hear, like, Sam, I know you're in those scrums. What specifically did you see, or did your gut tell you AJ Pollock needs to bat third tonight?
We really want to give AJ a shot to really kind of get the bat going, and we believe by putting him in the third spot, that'll get the bat going and really make him a valuable part of this lineup.
But we can't move Bartels up in the lineup.
Infinite number of outcomes.
But we bat Luciano third one game it is, send him back up to Sacramento. For AJ Pollock.
Well, there was more moves, but yeah. That was part
good
of it.
win, Giants. 8-3 over the Angels. 11 games over 500. I'm not even. Only us can find some negativity out of an 8-3 win when they score 6 runs in the 9th inning. I'm just not impressed.
Shohei's worth $100 million a year.
I'm just not impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed with him.
Oh my God.
Not impressed with anybody else. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, our new partners here. And also the segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We always have fun on the Morning Roast. And we'll let you know why coming up. Brought to you by AC Transit.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right
Giants take the lead. And now you can hear Giants fans.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What a play by Grichuk. What was he doing?
Situational awareness. Runners on first and second, and you're in the corner of the outfield. You cannot let a ball go by you.
That was just bad.
You're even if you give up the 1 run from second, which is totally fine, you can't fall and let that ball get by you because now you're guaranteeing the runner from first to score.
Yeah, that was awful. But Patrick Bailey comes through with a clutch hit. Giants win 8-3 in the ninth inning. They get off the schneid there after losing 2 straight to the Oakland A's and win that first game of the series. Now they'll take on Lucas Giolito, who a lot of Giants fans wanted. Giolito's done nothing with the Angels so far. He's gotten rocked in 2 straight starts. I expect the Giants to have their way again. We'll see about that. Bats did wake up in the ninth inning. Scott Alexander, the opener. So you get a lot of bullpen arms here. The bullpen had, let's face it, man, this Giants bullpen is leaking oil. They are getting used and used and used. The Rogers brothers, man, they're going to need a raise. They're playing every night. Well, they're like everyday players.
I love how, like, back in the day, I think it was the Baltimore Orioles were very famous for their 4-man rotation, 4 20-game winners, blah, 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 blah. And then remember, like, then it became 5-man rotations, and then it gets to the 6-man rotation. That's what Colorado tried to do, remember?
Yep.
However many years ago. It's like the 13-man rotation for the Giants.
It is.
Right? Like, anyone could start on any given day. Outside of, like, the Rogers brothers and Camillo, I feel like everybody started.
Well, I'm looking at these appearances or just innings pitched. And you look at this pin, dude. I mean, hey, Ryan Walker's got damn near 40 innings now.
How many appearances
Duvall's
for him?
got 52. Beck has 56 innings pitched. Rogers has pitched 56.2. That's Tyler Rogers. Where's Trevor Taylor? Taylor's only had 39 innings. Wow,
really?
I feel like he's pitched more.
Yeah, I thought he would have pitched more.
Yeah, Alex Wood, 63. Jacob Judas, 60.
Wait, Alex Wood has how many innings?
63 innings pitched.
That's funny.
That is kind of funny. Logan Webb leading away with 154. Next up, Alex Cobb with 117. These Scafani, 99 innings pitched. And then you get to Sean Manaea with 73. Ross with 67. Alex Wood was 63, but a lot of appearances here. Whatever. Giants won. Giants won 8-3. Be positive, folks. Be positive. Giants won. 6 runs in the ninth inning.
Yeah, can we have a realistic?
I'm so uninspired by this team.
Well, can we have a realistic conversation? Like, you and me are lifelong Giants fans, and we're having a tough time even selling our audience on trying to, like, engage on Giants talk. You really think, like, honest to God, take a step back, Giants fans. You really think Shohei was in the dugout? Like, that's the team I need to go play for.
Yeah, that's the worst.
No, I mean, like, honestly. Yeah. Like, he's sitting here, he's like, I do this every day. I go to the MLB website, right? Every day. I go to the little app. I start scrolling through stats. I see who's at the top of all these things. And it's like, the Padres are having a bad year. And then you look up, it's like, man, they got a bunch of guys with 20 home runs. They got a bunch of guys with 70-plus RBIs. Right? And then, like, those are the kind of lineups guys want to play in as hitters and pitch in when they have run support. And then you look at the Giants, and they don't have one guy in the top 100 of hits, batting average, doubles, triples, or home runs.
Damn.
But they have 3 in the top 4 strikeouts. And you're telling me one of the greatest free agent prizes in the history of sports is sitting in the dugout, and he's going, yeah, that's the team I need to play on. I mean, come on. Like, I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe this offseason. I did it last year. I did it last year with Correa. I did it even way more with Aaron Judge. I'm not doing it on Shohei. Now, if he comes, I will eat crow. I will eat a huge turducken of crow. I promise you.
Are Giants fans even going to go down that road again?
I'm not.
In terms of, like, oh, man, we got a chance for Shohei. Oh, we're going to go after Shohei. We're in the mix for Shohei Ohtani. Are Giants fans going to even go down that road again? Because we did it with, like you said, we did it with Aaron Judge, and I was like, wait a minute. Aaron Judge is going to lead the Yankees to come here? Like, Aaron Judge is going to look at this lineup and say, oh, yeah, I'm coming back home.
Yeah, well,
this is good enough.
We were desperate.
We were desperate. But now I'm looking at the team. So Casey Schmidt's gone. He's back in Sacramento. Matos is stuck in the 8th hole, the 9th hole. For crying out loud, A.J. Pollock's batting third. Luciano, we got a cup of coffee. He's back in Sacramento.
I like what I've seen, but we're really far away from predicting anything on him.
No, we are, but I want to see these kids up.
Yes.
I even, part of me was like, you know what? Keep Casey Schmidt up here. Now, his plate approach is awful, so he need to go back down.
He needs to be reworked.
He was bad.
Offensively.
It got bad.
Yeah, I think he on top of being flawed to begin with, I think he got in his own dome, and then he couldn't get out of the way. I mean, he was swinging at everything.
So I look at this team, and I'm looking at the way they're getting used. You had more platooning yesterday. Jock Peterson coming in midway through the game. You're platooning Austin Slater. You're platooning all these guys, and it's tough to just fall in love with them. It's tough to even fall in love on a game-by-game basis without, oh, boy, damn, Lamont Wade Jr., he's pitch hitting now for Austin Slater. Blake Sable now is pitch running and playing left field. It's just every single day. I don't know what the lineup's going to be. And they find a way to scratch out a win. Good for them. And you know what, Shasky? This is the way they're going to have to win this season. And I'll embrace it. Well, they're going to have to run with the opener. They're going to have to use the bullpen every single day like a travel ball squad.
Yes.
And you're going to have to platoon because these guys aren't everyday players.
I'm glad you're bringing this up. So, yesterday, we dropped a new episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys this morning, me and Sam Lubman, and we were talking about just what are the pillars of success, right, for the Giants this year. And I know a lot of Giants fans, you don't punt on a season. And I trust me, I get it. In pro sports, it's easy for an idiot radio host to go punt on the season and get Caleb Williams. It's a lot harder selling that to a bunch of guys that are giving their heart and soul to try to prove that they're major leaguers or that they're professional basketball players or NFL players. People's lives are on the line. So I'm not going to say that. But the reality is this, as a Giants fan, if they make the playoffs, gravy, great, right. Awesome. I want to see them roll with Matos and Bailey like they've been doing. And let those guys kind of just figure it out over the last couple of months here. We've got August, we've got September. And if they get a little taste of September baseball and there's a pennant race, oh my God, awesome. They'll be better for it. And if they can prove that they can sustain during a pennant race, I'm not saying these guys are going to be Buster Posey. Let's pump the brakes on Buster Posey with Patrick Bailey. He's great defensively. Buster Posey was a middle-of-the-order hitter who was around 300 his entire career. Let's come on. Hit for power at the position, drove in runs. He's just an elevated bat to what Bailey is. But defensively, Bailey's awesome. Can these guys just prove that they belong at a young age? And those are a couple of pillars that I can work with. And then, if you get near the playoffs and maybe you play in a wild card game, man, that'd be awesome experience for those youngsters. To me, it's all about the youngsters. And then can Luciano work his way back up to the majors? And then for the final month or so, can Brandon Crawford go out with his head held high? That's what I want to see.
Well, I want to see Harrison. I want to see Wisenhunt. I want to see these guys.
You want to see the youngsters?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a little worried about the pitching.
No, I want to see them all.
I'm talking about the young guys.
Yeah, I want to see them all. What kind of stuff do you got? Give me something to glob onto in the offseason. Give you something to look forward to in 2024.
I just worry about those young arms because, to me, Wisenhunt's probably different than Harrison.
Right.
I've been looking at all the game logs on Harrison, and they're we're trying to, we don't want his pitch count to rise. Well, he also hasn't been stretched long into games. He doesn't go into the sixth in the minors.
It's likely we don't even see him this season.
Well, even if you do see him,
even for an inning or two
innings?
That's not good enough for me.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm thinking this guy, with the way everybody... There was at one point, a lot of people told me they wouldn't trade him straight up for Shohei Ohtani in a rental year. And I'm thinking to myself, is he that good? Is he legit? Well, we still haven't even seen him.
Yeah.
And he hasn't even been stretched out. So that's a little disappointing. But I do want to see these young guys get some at-bats. And again, they get a good win yesterday. Let's see what they do today before they face Shohei on Wednesday. 888-957-9570 if you got any thoughts on that. We got some Pandora's Box. We got some Klay Thompson on Paul George's podcast. And, of course, Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday about the 49ers. We'll get back into Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. They're going to leave today for Las Vegas. This afternoon, they'll get there. They'll have Wednesday off. And then they'll have a scrimmage Thursday and Friday, which is really strange. Now that you think about it, week one, usually you don't get scrimmages. The first preseason game before that, you usually don't get the scrimmages. You get them in the second phase of preseason, like that second week. Kind of interesting that the Niners and Raiders are scrimmaging so damn early.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Well, there's something about Jimmy G that I want to get into. I think there's going to be a lot this year. There's a lot to be made, and this will be the first step of a long journey of how I think we'll retroactively file the Jimmy Garoppolo-Kyle Shanahan relationship.
Are you sure we're going to do that?
Only God knows.
Only God knows.
That's right, Tupac.
Only God knows. That's what's coming up in the game spot, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Folks, you know about the soda diet. I just had my bowl of cereal this morning. Excellent source.
morning roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
Not.
Clay said a lot on the Paul George podcast. Really good podcast, fun sit down. Paul George has some nice conversations, man. I'm not mad at Podcast P.
Do you think it's because he's a great interviewer, or because people are comfortable with him, because there's like a level of respect from the person that he's interviewing? Why do you think that is?
He's getting better at interviewing, but he's just chill, and they tell dope stories.
It's very comfortable.
He's not trying to tell the basketball fan, hey, I'm smarter than you because I play in the NBA.
Yeah, I agree with
He's basically telling you, hey, this is what goes on. This is kind of how we have fun here. It's not demeaning in any way. And
there's no gotcha?
There's no gotcha. Yeah, it's a little bit of laughs. It's like Jeff Teague. I know you guys were laughing at Jeff Teague, but Jeff Teague is on a podcast telling great stories, and it's actually cool from a guy who, look, Jeff Teague got paid a lot of money in the NBA. A lot of money. Maybe he was overpaid. But to hear a perspective from a guy who was a fringe starter in the NBA, started a lot of games, started at that Atlanta Hawks team that won 60 games and played on Minnesota. He was part of the Minnesota team where Jimmy Butler came to practice and punked everybody. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Teague tells a great story about that day.
With the Rolex on?
Yeah. Said he had the team gear on and he had Timberwolves crossed out or something like that. It was really, I don't know, Jimmy Butler was all one, but Jeff Teague's funny. Paul George is funny, so it's a little different, man. These podcasts could work. Player podcasts could work, but you can't tell everybody how smart you are or how much you know the game and how much others don't know the game. But I thought Klay Thompson and Paul George, they go back on the AAU team together, run and pump. They played together on the AAU team, so that was cool. It was cool to see them get together and talk.
Yeah, and it just felt like Klay Thompson was very candid and comfortable, and he showed a level of I would say introspect and reflection that I found quite refreshing from a professional athlete, let alone somebody like Klay Thompson, who's been, I wouldn't say guarded, but I think that we've kind of misfiled him over the years. I think he's more thoughtful, and I think he cares a lot what people think, and I think that I didn't have him that way 5 years ago.
Nah, nobody.
And maybe
did.
He's evolved as a human.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. Evolved, matured, kind of figuring out who he was as a person and as a dude in this league. So he was talking about regretting some of the trash talk. We'll get to Klay Thompson a little bit later. Also got Niners the top 100. Check that out. Top 100 players?
Yeah, I actually saw they posted it on the NFL YouTube page, the whole breakdown of each player. You can kind of click on each little player's bio. Very cool. I always find those things very, very interesting. You know, like last year versus this year and how quickly things can change. Jalen Hurts wasn't even on the list last year.
Wasn't on the list.
That's crazy.
Now he's number 3.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah. Number 3 overall. Now the Niners they got 4 dudes in the top 20.
That's insane.
4 dudes in the top 20. George Kittle at 19. Fred Warner at 15. Trent Williams at 14. Nick Bosa at number 4. And I believe that has to be the highest rated Niner ever on the top 100.
I don't know. I thought Willis was somewhere in the top 10 one year.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
But Drake Greenlaw, 79. Hufanga, 78. Deebo Samuel, 61.
Can I stop you right there? I think Greenlaw's a better player than Hufanga.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, I'm not knocking, but
61 Deebo and Christian McCaffrey at 35.
I think Deebo's too high too, based off last year.
Right, last year.
Based off last year.
That's 35 for Christian McCaffrey. But Nick Bosa, number 4 overall.
Do you think he's the 4th best player in the league?
I don't know, but the players vote on this stuff.
Because I think most reasonable fans would say, like, as great as Nick Bosa is, there's probably 5 or 6 quarterbacks that you're just automatically taking ahead of him.
So the 3 ahead of Bosa was Mahomes 1.
Okay.
Justin Jefferson 2.
I'm not mad at that either.
And Jalen Hurts 3.
Justin Jefferson's so sick. Watching that QB doc.
This is a players list.
The amount of catches that he makes that are, it would be the best highlight of any individual player. He does it weekly. He's
saving Kirk Cousins' ass from erratic throws.
There was one he caught. He's falling down on 4th down. Yep. Kirk just throws it up into triple coverage. He one arms it, brings it in. He's so sick.
You know, what's interesting is
JJ's so sick.
the players vote on this stuff. The players are basically telling you how they feel about the game. So we can feel that Debo's too high, but it shows that the players on the field, it's like, oh, we respect Debo.
The year prior,
we respect George Kittle.
The year prior was so impactful for Debo Samuel. I understand having that respect level.
I mean, the respect level for Christian McCaffrey, 35. The respect level for George Kittle to be in the top 20. And do we think he had a top 20 season? Probably not.
I think McCaffrey's a better player than Kittle.
But the players are saying, oh, Kittle's a dude.
Yeah.
Kittle's a problem.
There's a respect level.
So 8 dudes in the top 100, 4 in the top 20 for the 49ers.
Purdy not in there, huh?
Purdy not in there yet. Jimmy G made it after his first little cup of coffee, 2017 when he won the 5 games.
I thought you meant he made it this year. I was like, what?
No. Jimmy's not on there. I don't think Jimmy's on there.
All right, cool. Let's do Pandora's Box because I have a Jimmy conversation I do want to have briefly as we get ready for these practices with the Raiders. I'm really excited for this week. Let's do Pandora's Box, Joe. You ready? Let's do it.
Boy, a lot of people down on Bosa.
What do you mean?
I'm looking at Dennis. I'm glad the Niners are making Bosa sweat. He's good, but his disappearing act in the playoffs shows he hasn't earned all the money he's trying to get. Bosa was really good in the playoffs in 2019 and 2021. He's got 8 sacks in 9 playoff games.
I'm saying.
Let's not.
I think last year, obviously, it didn't end well. But we're acting like his other stuff didn't happen. We'll get to that in a second. All right, Bonte. In honor of watching the Angels yesterday and the sadness that I got watching the Angels waste away Shohei Ohtani, and I know Mike Trout's not technically, it wasn't in the lineup yesterday, he's not really healthy, but wasting basically what is 2 of the greatest players of the last 25, 30 years. I got a general sadness. So these are all themed toward how I view being an Angels fan, or being Artie Moreno, or just anything associated with the Angels.
Shout out to my guy Justin Hathaway at NBC Sports Bay
Is
Area.
Is he an Angels fan?
Yeah, that's my manager. I remember 2 years ago, we were talking in the offseason. He goes, oh, my Angels. We got so many guys coming up the pipeline finally to help out Trout and Ohtani.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Yeah, I need to text him and be like, boy, your team.
Well, tell him, Justin, these songs are directed at you, okay?
All right.
Let's start with the first one. Tell me you know this song. This is a classic. 1967 album, Make It Happen.
This is Diana Ross and the Supremes?
No, it is not.
Aretha Franklin?
Why don't you slow down a little?
Aretha Franklin?
Heck yeah.
No, it is not. It was part written by Hank Cosby and Stevie Wonder. And there's another guy who's the main singer.
Is it Patti LaBelle?
Okay, it's a man.
It's a man? Is this Smokey?
Yes, it is.
Smokey Robinson.
Only took you 7 guesses.
Oh, yeah. Smokey.
Tears of a Clown.
Tears of a Clown.
Smokey Robinson.
Yeah.
And
Smokey.
The Miracles.
Yeah. Smokey better manager than... Smokey was great. I'm not going to do that.
Smokey got hits, dude.
Smokey got hits.
Come on.
Smokey got hits.
Tears of a Clown?
Yeah, light skin. Yeah, no, Smokey's great. Smokey's great.
All right, so are we giving him does he
Smokey
get that?
Robinson, I got that one. Come on. I knew that was
you
Smokey.
threw out 15 names.
That's all right. We'll let him.
I check to see Shasky's face sometimes.
I'll back down.
He turned so red.
I'll back down. All right. Second song.
I don't have to chat up, by the way. Chat's off.
That's fine. You do you. This is a little more current. This is 2000s.
It's got to be like a Sublime type of dude.
You're very close because they're from the similar
down in
genres.
SoCal.
Do you know the name of the song?
They're from California. We'll just say that.
Yes.
So it's not Sublime.
No. This album was released in September.
Smash Mouth.
No. 2004. It's a rock band.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know this one. Who's this? I would never bought this.
You don't know Green Day? American
Green
Idiot?
Day? Yeah, Green Day. What? The only green I know is Money and the other stuff. Still, Green Day.
Can you name one
I was
member
having
of
a day
Green Day?
filled with Green yesterday, but Green Day?
Can you name one member of Green Day?
I don't know Green Day. Come on, man. Green Day?
This is a great album. American Idiot is a classic. I love it.
Is it a classic?
It is a classic.
Can it be a classic if you don't know it?
Well, just because you don't know it doesn't mean that it's not very impactful.
All right. Well, how did Green Day impact people? I want to know, how were they impactful?
Green Day?
Yeah, Green Day.
I mean, they've probably got, maybe one of the greatest graduation songs of all time.
Which is?
What is it, Till September Ends or whatever it is? Like, that's a classic.
But
that's different. Wake Me Up Till September Ends is a little different. That one's actually about his dad passing away.
I know, but
you're thinking of Good Riddance.
Good Riddance,
yes.
Excuse me. Good Riddance.
So how's Green Day impactful, though? Like, what did they
When
impact
I Come
on
Around,
your life?
Well, this album, American Idiot album, was very influential, early 2000s, very political, Storm, all this sort of stuff. The political commentary aspect of the whole album is very influential.
On politics?
Yeah, just in general. Okay. Their view on America.
Got it.
And like in the I would say in the 90s, after Nirvana, they literally popped onto the scene and were huge on MTV. I mean, absolutely huge. Basket Case? Yeah. You don't know anything about Green Day?
No, I don't.
Brain Stew?
No.
That makes me sad.
No.
All right, well, you're 0 for. That's okay. You're 0 for 1. You got the 1. 1 for 1, excuse me. Let's go to the next one. Pandora's Box. Themed with When I Think of the Angels.
Is this Kitty G? Sade? Who's this?
Spadoni, this is all you. I'm going to allow you to play with him.
Josh Reddick had this for a long time as his walk-up song when he was in Oakland Athletic.
Pay attention to Josh Reddick's walk-up song. I don't know the song.
You never heard the song?
I feel like this is Sade.
This is a solo artist. He used to be part of the duo Wham. He used to be a part of that. English. He's since passed.
I don't know Wham. Never heard of Wham in my life.
You have.
No. The only Wham I've heard about is Wham Blocks.
Wake Me Up Before you've seen Zoolander?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
When they're doing the gasoline fight, it's the song that's playing in the background. Wake Me Up Before You Go.
I've never watched the entirety of Zoolander.
Oh,
really?
Oh, no.
I thought it was Ben Stiller, right?
Oh, it's classic.
Yeah.
Owen Wilson.
I wouldn't say it's a classic.
Yeah,
no, I would. I would say it's a classic.
Okay, no, I get that.
A lot of one-liners.
I fall asleep on it.
I don't know about falling asleep on it.
Yeah,
what was it, Blue Steel?
Who is this? Wham?
Blue Steel.
Who is this?
George Michael.
George Michael?
Yes.
You even know who that is?
George Michael's Sports Machine? Seriously.
Sunday night
you
on
know
the
what
late
I'm talking
night,
about.
George
Michael's
Do you guys even know what he's talking about? That guy used to touch the monitor.
Yeah,
remember
that's the only George Michael I know.
Oh my God, P, I love you.
Wham Block? Wham Block?
All right, give me one more.
George Michael again. It's Sports Machine. The George Michael Sports Machine was legit.
Pick one of the next. Just pick
George
one.
Michael I know.
Dog, you are
George Michael.
Oh God.
See George Michael who matters. Oh, this is I know this song. You're
feeling this one.
I know this song. This is they're from California.
Yeah, he's got the tattoo on his chest or on his his rib cage abdomen area. They performed in the Super Bowl, correct?
Yeah. Did they really?
Yeah.
What year?
They're actually a part of the intro for this particular segment.
He got in hot water in the Super Bowl because he had his shirt off.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Springsteen. It's
Total, it's opposite end of the spectrum.
This was like late 2000s, right? Late 2000s Super Bowl. It's like, is this Led Zeppelin or something?
Dog.
Who is this?
It's funny because this is actually in the intro of the whole open.
This is Maroon 5.
Maroon 5.
Oh, it's Maroon 5. Oh my God.
What's his name? Levine?
Adam Levine. Who got in hot water a few months ago because he was all up in girls' DMs and he got caught cheating.
Maroon 5, Green Day. Those are groups that have never been played in the Batmobile and will never ever be played in the Batmobile.
Green Day has been a part of multiple Madden soundtracks.
They have, and I have not paid attention to them. That's probably the song that you want to skip. Like, all right, let's hurry up and get to the hip hop. Let's hurry up and get to the hip hop. Maroon 5? Really? That's Maroon 5? It's actually not a bad song from
It's
them.
not bad. It's not bad.
It's not a bad song from
It's
them.
not that bad. But to say that they're Led Zeppelin,
Can I ask somebody?
That's like you saying, honest to God, that's like you saying Marvin Bernard. You mean Willie Mays? Like we're talking about two ends of the spectrum.
Listen. I'll put the chat up in a sec because I'm sure they're ripping me. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC West San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Honest to God, I like to feel my music. I like to feel it. How the hell can you drive around feeling Maroon 5? Or feeling that?
I feel like that song was a banger, personally. You were getting into it.
First off, that's like a wedding song. That's a
wedding.
You wouldn't dance to that?
That's a dancing song right there.
It would never be played at my wedding. My wedding would never have that song played.
Okay, time out.
Now, honestly, how do you feel a song like that?
The wedding is
You were
not
literally
just
dancing. Let's go back on YouTube. No.
Perpetrating dance.
Catch him in 4K, Sam Lubman, posted on Twitter.
So here's the thing. Let's talk about this. When you go to a wedding, I just went to my niece's wedding, or my cousin's wedding, excuse me. It's not about just playing the songs that you like. You want to get grandma out on the dance floor. You want to get your aunts and your uncles, and you want to get everybody out on the dance. So, yes, you can play some hits.
I don't know if that song's getting my grandma on the floor.
What?
I don't know if that song's getting my grandma on the floor.
No, that might not. But I'm just saying, in general, like I like playing timeless hits, right? Yes, some current. You mix in some current with some of the oldies. Like you can't just go one genre at a wedding. Yeah, you just can't.
You can't. So you play a little R&B, play some reggae if you want. Great.
Are you a dancer at a wedding? Do you dance at weddings?
Absolutely.
Or do you stand on the sidelines and refuse to jump?
No, I'm not a sideline. So we were.
Are you a sausage guy?
See, listen, we were having this conversation last week. Texting or calling.
Why do you got to get me?
Texting or calling.
Okay.
Whether you're a text guy or a call guy. When you're courting a woman, do you call or do you text her?
Well, I think that's also generational because back in the day it was different than current.
But we had a lot of youngsters call last week saying, "Yeah, I'm calling."
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that surprises
I'm calling.
me.
Yeah.
That really
we had more people texting than call though, so
What's
really
that?
I won. We had more people text.
But the texters are the guys who stand on the wall at dance parties. They don't know how to talk. They have no social skills. To be able to dance or get a girl on the dance floor, you got to do something crafty. Got to be a little creative sometimes. Got to, you can't just grab a hand and be like, "Hey, come dance with me." Doesn't work. That's borderline harassment.
Well, back in the day when you're in the club and it was crazy and everyone's drinking, it's dark, you just walk up and see like 5 girls dancing and you just kind of get in there. You know what I mean? You just start and just seeing how far your dancing can go and who you can dance with, I guess. I don't even want to go down this road. But
I'm looking at Vic on YouTube. Looking at Vic on YouTube. Maroon 5 is ball music.
It was in a forgettable Super Bowl, by the way. It was 2019 Rams.
I'm not going to
Patriots.
do this. But JMC_1982 said, bottom line, Bonte didn't know any white music. I'm not classifying that as white music, but I don't know that genre of music. I'm not calling it white music. I'm not doing that. That's JMC_1982, and he's Latin. I'm not doing that.
What's your favorite non-rap artist? Like, what's the album that you play that's not rap? Because I've got a couple in the back of my head that I play.
It's Rihanna and Beyonce.
What's that?
Rihanna and Beyonce.
Okay,
and Rihanna's got a few
the R&B category.
R&B
go-to for you.
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay,
that's it for me.
That's fair.
Green Day was influential.
You don't play any old school, like you don't do Al Green.
I do
for example?
Temptations, Al Green every now and then, depending on how I'm feeling.
Okay,
but I've been playing a lot of new stuff. I'm trying to stay with the kids. Trying to stay with the times.
Gotcha.
Or you play some Jay-Z. You play some... See, the problem with this job is you got to get going. Everybody uses different music to get going. Mm-hmm. How you get going on your day. Sometimes it might be some Little John. You need some screaming. You need some Ice Cube sometimes. You need some...
Oh, so you search out specific music.
Oh, I need certain music to get me going for the day.
See, I have a catalog and I click shuffle and then I just kind of go through. And so whatever's on there. So it could be Paul Simon and then I could go straight to Huey Lewis and then boom to Al Green. Now I'm going back to Bob Marley. Boom, Young Jeezy. Just like that. I
don't know if I'm doing that.
I mean, that's to each their own.
To each their own. To each their own. But Maroon 5... How many albums
each their own, except that band.
I mean, gosh. San Jose Jazz fan. Hey, Bonte, have you tried saying, "Do you like jazz?" Jazz is relaxing. When you're writing an article, when I used to write articles, I throw some jazz on. Boom.
Who's your favorite jazz artist?
I don't know.
And you can't just give me a Kenny G?
Nah, not Kenny G, because I'm not going to say Kenny G is my favorite. Just throw it on. Just say, hey, Alexa, play jazz. And then boom. That's what you do.
See, I would say that my parents set me up really well, and I do want to get back into the Jimmy Garoppolo, 49ers, Raiders angle, because I've got something on that. But like my dad's a deadhead. My mom grew up on Motown, so I feel like I kind of got the hybridization of multiple genres, and so it was kind of baked into me. And then obviously, I know we've canceled this individual, but like Michael Jackson Thriller, I mean, that was a seminal, literal, actual vinyl album that we would play in the living room every Saturday. Like that, we would play that nonstop. So I have lots and lots of different kinds of musical tastes. My dad liked, Creedence Clearwater and Led Zeppelin and Skynyrd and obviously The Dead. And my mom was into all the Motown stuff.
See, for me, music was background noise. It was background noise for whatever I was watching, which was probably sports related, or whatever I was reading, which was probably sports related. It was background music. Sometimes you're like, oh, that's a good song. I wonder what they're jamming to. You hear the beat or whatnot, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, now I need to know. One album that you can only play the rest of your life, what is it for you? And I'll allow you to do it like an Essentials album, which I know are available. It's just like the greatest hits of someone.
No. I would go Jay-Z Blueprint 1.
That's a good one. It's a really good
Jay-Z
one.
Blueprint 1.
Make a song cry?
That or Biggie's Art of War. Or no, what was the double album?
Ready to Die.
Ready to Die,
Yeah.
excuse me. Ready to Die. That double CD was hard.
Ready to Die was the first one. I believe Life After Death was the double album. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Life After Death.
It's Bonin' Biggie.
Yeah.
Which I might say is his greatest verse of all time.
I've never heard someone so pigeonholed in the music category besides my dad. I'm 43. Hey, it's why I'm a sports broadcaster, not a 106 KMEL host. Like, I can't do what Kitty and D-Lo are doing right now in Sacramento. I know sports, though. That's what they pay me for. They don't pay me to know Maroon 5 songs. Who the hell is bumping Maroon 5 in their car?
Well, it just makes you more of a Renaissance man,
No, it does. It doesn't matter.
You got to know a little bit about
everything. Somebody's going to judge me because I don't know Maroon 5.
Who said we're judging?
Screw you. Screw you, Spadoni.
What did I say?
Texter.
What did I say?
He's a texter anyway.
Well, and also like,
well, yeah, because I'm with the times.
Maroon 5.
Future is now.
Hey, I've never heard that but Maroon 5.
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. Newsflash: when Baby Chez is a little older and she's no longer considered Baby Chez and she's just Chez, and her other 10-year-old friends are driving around the car, you will not be bumping Blueprint 1 by Jay-Z.
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. We're not doing that now. We're bumping Princess Power. Oh, we got to go. We got to go. What's coming up in a game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT.
Diana Ross? Heck yeah. Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can find out how to get one line of unlimited mobile free for a year.
What's this one?
It's my guy Jose Santana.
Is it?
Yeah. Tension.
This got a beat.
He's got a song with his uncle Jose, the great Santana. They shot this video in the Mission District.
No way.
Yeah.
No
Gotta
way.
give him out there some love, man.
Send it to me.
Shout out to Jose out there, man.
Turn it up. Woo.
Of course, you see him at Niner tailgates all the time. He's doing his thing at Niner tailgates. The Santanas, pretty big.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jose Santana. Shout out to Jose Santana. We'll see him at Niner tailgates. I'm not sure if he's going to Pittsburgh though. When the Niners take on the Pittsburgh Steelers in week number 1.
So Jose and Carlos did a song together. That's cool.
Yeah, Carlos
Very
Santana.
cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It is pretty
We
cool.
got to play that. Keep that in the log. Let's use that as a bumper. I like that
no
one.
doubt. Somebody said here, I want to read this text because it's so true, Shasky.
What's that?
So true about me right now. Who said it? Poncho Q. Monte at that edge where he don't give a bleep. It doesn't waste time on stuff that doesn't interest him. It's kind of true. I am becoming that old head. I like what I like.
That's fine. I didn't know who that artist was at Chase Center last night that Steph Curry jumped on stage
who
with.
was that artist?
I don't know.
What kind of genre is that?
I don't need.
Was it Paramore? Jade was at the concert last night.
What is
Paramore? Is a early 2000s, still a band together, obviously. Like punk rock. Lead singer's Haley Williams, very famous. Yeah. So
Haley, as in a guy or girl or what man?
Female, Haley Williams.
Oh, okay.
That's her name. Lead singer. Yeah, Paramore. Popular band, late 2000s. Okay. She started getting over. She was like 16 or 17 when she first got popular.
Really?
With the band. Now she's on like 30s now. So yeah. Paramore.
Would they be like Blink 182-ish?
Yeah, sure. Maybe more emo. Maybe more Fall Out Boy.
Okay.
Kristen, why you getting on me? I didn't say Paramore. I didn't say anything about it.
Are people getting so offended by music? This is so weird.
Coming at me.
You can like whatever you want. What Steph Curry can like it?
Jesus Christ.
It's so weird.
I didn't say, come on, Monte's Paramore. I didn't even say nothing about the concert yet. Jesus Christ. Gosh. It's because I like Jay-Z and Biggie. I love E40. That's love everybody. I love the Loonies and Be Legit.
Do you love Jimmy G?
I have got love for Jimmy G.
So
I have love for Jimmy G.
Can we acknowledge something?
You guys need to calm down on a Tuesday. Jesus Christ.
Well, it feels like to me there are like lines drawn in the sand on a lot of fans, not all of them, but a lot of fans when it comes to the 49ers the last couple of years. There's like the Jimmy Justice League on one side, and then there's like the Kyle Shanahan Avengers on the other, right? And it felt like very rarely was somebody like, yeah, Jimmy's pretty good and Kyle's pretty good, and they complement each other really well, and they're a great combination. And normally it was like, Jimmy's not doing enough in Kyle's offense. Kyle's scheming up everything, and it's Jimmy that's holding us back. And then there was a whole nother segment of fans like, no, Jimmy needs to be able to freelance more, and it's Kyle who's been too restrictive, and I don't know. It feels like to me there were two camps, like the Kyle is a genius, and then like Jimmy is underrated winner guy, and we don't give him enough love, and very rarely did they intersect. I do feel like not just this week, this will be the first step of the longer journey. I feel like a lot of Niner fans are going to be watching from afar, as well as what's going on with themselves. I'm not trying to diminish that, but they're going to be watching from afar, and they're gonna make sweeping condemnation and proclamations about the Jimmy G 49er experience based off what he does with the Raiders, and I don't know if that's fair.
Nothing's fair. The way we ripped Jimmy G wasn't fair. We ripped him up there helping the Niners win a playoff game against Minnesota, its first ever postseason game. So, fair? Yeah, we've never been fair when it comes to Jimmy G.
Okay.
And I've been guilty of that. But honest to God, I'm over Jimmy.
Are you?
Like, yes, I will pay attention to the first couple weeks, but I'm not going to put any stock in. I'm done. Damn near my entire radio career, I've had to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo.
So you're telling me if the next couple of days, one way or the other, Jimmy lights it up, Jimmy plays like, you know what, people aren't going to be intrigued. Niner fans aren't going to be.
Absolutely, Niner fans will be intrigued. I'm telling you that.
But you're done.
I'm telling you that. I'm fading away.
I wonder how many people are like you. They just don't care.
No, there's a lot of people who do care because they want to see how this plays out.
You think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do. I think they do.
You want to see
I kind of want to see how it plays out.
And people are rooting against Jimmy Garoppolo. I hope Jimmy Garoppolo has all the success in the world. I really do. Well, but I don't have a problem with Jimmy, but there's a lot of people who are saying, hey, man, Jimmy with Josh McDaniels, Jimmy said this about Shanahan. Quarterbacks don't have input on his offense. Quarterbacks don't have a lot of leeway in Shanahan's offense. We do it McDaniels' offense. It's good to have that dialogue in this offense with the Raiders. A lot of that is being thrown at, and the rift between Shanahan and Jimmy G over the last couple of years was so obvious.
It felt
with
like
the way they talked at the podium.
Yeah.
One end, Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy G's like, yeah, we would love to have a good quarterback like this back. And Jimmy G's like, see it, Niner fans, it's been real. Well,
I'm glad you brought up the relationship between the two of them because at no point did you ever hear Kyle Shanahan, and maybe there was a quote, I don't remember it. Kyle Shanahan this week said that Brock Purdy is the real deal.
Yeah, I know. He's never talked that glowingly of a quarterback here.
What's the most loving thing he said about Jimmy G?
Yeah, I don't know.
Even after he got the big deal, he didn't pray. Like, are we just misremembering it?
No, he really didn't. He talked about Kirk Cousins during the Super Bowl week.
He said that Jimmy was handsome. I mean, there's that.
But don't you feel like
you gonna mention that publicly?
Because like what I do think happens, like for example, right now Brandon Belt is doing whatever in Toronto, and there are when he does well, you hear from a certain segment of Giants fans that are like, "See, Brandon Belt, he was always this good," and when he's not doing well, other fans are like, "See, this is who Brandon Belt is." When the reality is like, he was good for us. He was good for us, not great, but he was really good for us.
I wonder 888-957-9570. How many people are going to keep track of Jimmy Garoppolo this season with the Raiders? We got a couple texts here. Xfinity Mobile text line 408. I agree with you, Bonte. I'm done with Jimmy. 510. I'm with you, Bonte. Now, if you're thinking about Jimmy G, focus on Purdy, Lance, and Darnold. That's Teeks from Hayward. I've turned the page. We got enough going on with Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy. We got enough going on with the 49ers. I don't have the brain capacity to keep up with Jimmy Garoppolo and how many interceptions he's throwing in Raiders practice. I don't care. We've gone through the Jimmy, like last year seeing him. He gets hurt against Miami. You see him on the sideline in Philadelphia. He's smiling left and right. He's got the J's on. I'm over Jimmy.
Well, I do think there's one element of like who's gotten better away from Shanahan. Like that's a question that we ask.
It is a question.
And so like I'm kind of interested to see if like Jimmy and Josh can have a little bit of success. Like I not that it's going to be some condemnation on his time in a Niner uniform, but I do believe that I'll be able to be like, all right, well, Jimmy is a good football player. Like, it wasn't just the situation that the Niners had. Or, you know what? Maybe the Niners situation was really good, and it did prop up Jimmy. And look, the Raiders situation isn't close to the Niners, and I don't know how many quarterbacks would succeed in that situation, but Jimmy's not, and who knows? I think that there are a segment of fans that are going to watch, and especially if the Niners struggle at quarterback in general this year, no matter who it is, and if Jimmy has a little bit of success, I think there will be some people like, why'd we get rid of Jimmy?
Well, no, I think it'd be... I don't know if it'd be that. I do think some people say, okay, why did we get rid of Jimmy? But I think most people will look at Kyle Shanahan saying, you don't know what you want at quarterback.
That's actually probably a better
And
point.
now we're going through 7 years. We've gone through 7 years, and Shanahan, you've botched the quarterback situation. Because a lot of fans feel like that right now with Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't know what he wants. You know? He talked about that Buffalo game, and, Josh Allen, these guys are the future of the league. So he goes out and get Trey Lance, and now Trey Lance is with the twos. Not even getting a sniff with the ones. And now we know Brock Purdy's not even playing in the preseason game. Like, that's another thing. Brock Purdy? He getting up to skip preseason games? Is that what's going on here?
Well, it's yesterday, I'm watching all these guys go to the podium. Willie Snead, and we're asking defensive players, and Sterling, who we had on the show, 49er Access on Twitter. Sterling's asking and posting clips of people talking about Brock Purdy. And look, Brock Purdy was awesome last year, and he might end up being an awesome player. But we're so quick to put people in the Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers category. It's like, guys, can he put together a full season? Mm-hmm. I'm not even a Purdy hater by any means. I am super excited. I'm optimistic. But I did this with Kaepernick. I listened to Chris Mortensen and Ron Jaworski say he had first ballot Hall of Famer talent and could be the greatest player at the position ever after a year and a half of playing quarterback. All right. Not just, 8 games. So yeah, I love what I'm seeing from Brock Purdy in 8 games. He's coming back from a big injury. Let's see him stay healthy for a whole year. Let's see him make the playoffs this year. Like you referenced the top 100.
Right.
Jalen Hurts. I think the majority of Niner fans would say, man, Jalen Hurts had a great year last year. I want to see him do it again.
Right. We all do. And he's going to, and they're saying it nationally.
And Hurts had, I would say, higher highs in the playoffs than Purdy because he played in the big game in the Super Bowl and he looked outstanding. Like he looked unbelievable in that Super Bowl. So I feel like we're really setting up Brock Purdy to not meet expectations. And
what are
understand
the expectations with Brock Purdy?
I mean, you just referenced they got like 8 guys in the top 100.
Yeah, but what are the expectations for Brock Purdy?
Win the Super Bowl, and
is that the expectation for Brock?
It feels like it because this is a win now team.
You can't have the window
that's
closed.
So unfair. It just feels so I know.
Juszczyk brought up that the window's going to be open for a while because of the structure they have in place. But Brock Purdy what's their real expectations? A Super Bowl for Brock Purdy? Is that where we're at? He has to win a Super Bowl?
Is it stats?
I'm wondering. I'm asking you.
I don't think it's stats.
Is it stats?
I think it's wins. Wins and Super Bowls. Right?
Yeah.
Because if I said to you, hey, he threw for 35 and 5, but they went 9 and 7 or 9 and 8 now, wouldn't you be like,
That's disappointing.
Right?
It's disappointing.
I think it's all about winning.
Well, he's also not expected to play this Sunday against the Raiders.
I think he should play a little in the preseason. Not a lot, but like, I don't know, man. Right now.
I doubt Brock plays. Fully decided it yet. I mean, usually when we go scrimmage against guys, I rarely play our starters. That's usually my plan going to it because a little more into the practices and the games. I've changed my mind a couple times too based off how those practices go. So usually that's our plan, but we'll see how those practices go.
Does Brock need to play in the preseason?
Brock need to play at all in the preseason.
I mean, I think it's always good to play. I mean, you don't think he has to. I don't think a lot of guys don't have to, but it usually helps.
So it usually helps, but he's not going to?
I don't know. Well, he's not going to play Sunday. We don't know if he's going to play the other 2 games. He won't play on Sunday.
Look, if the same thing happened with Trey Lance last year, wouldn't we want to see a little bit of him?
Well, Trey Lance played the first game last year.
No, but I'm saying, let's say Trey played 8 games and they went 8-0. Wouldn't you want to see a little?
Yeah.
I mean, Mahomes plays in the preseason.
But my whole thing, Trey Lance was named the starter all offseason. He came into camp as a starter. And he played in that week 1 preseason game against the Green Bay Packers and threw a touchdown pass to Danny Gray.
Wouldn't you at least acknowledge that Trey had not shown enough in game footage compared to Purdy?
He hadn't.
Nowhere near enough.
No, 8 games compared to 2. I get it.
But considering that he's trying to get his timing back and he's trying to get his rhythm, and we've talked so much about rust over the first 2 weeks of his return. Look, I mean, are 8 snaps really going to change or make a break? Probably not, but I think there is a little something to get popped in the chest and feel good. Like, hey, you haven't really gotten hit yet.
Yeah, I mean, he'll play in the intra-squad scrimmage. He'll play in the scrimmage, and we'll see what's what.
Are you really excited for that scrimmage?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a lot of work. He'll see work against the starters. He'll see work against the starters against the Raiders' defense. He'll be able to run around. The only thing that won't happen is he will not get hit in practice, and you want to preserve the quarterback, and you don't want them taking hits in preseason games or scrimmages, so he won't do that. So he's, I'm sure we'll see Brock Purdy week 2 in the preseason. I don't think Shanahan's going to sit him the entire preseason. I don't think Brock Purdy's made it that far yet. I mean, you bench him even Mahomes plays in the preseason. For crying out loud.
I mean, yeah.
He gets reps.
Yeah.
So you need game reps, and I think he will get some game reps in week 2 in the preseason. Let's go to David in Brentwood.
Yeah.
Wants to talk about Jimmy on the Raiders. Jimmy. David, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, whatever Jimmy G does with the Raiders, as a big-time Jimmy G fan, I can tell you, okay, I'm over it. He's no longer with the team. Whatever he does, it really doesn't affect me, or it makes no difference to me as a fan. But I think a lot of fans are going to be watching what he does in order to validate whether they were against Jimmy G or pro Jimmy G. Okay, if he does great, they're going to be saying, "See, it was Kyle all along, the one that kept him restricted as to what he could do." If he stinks, they're going to say, "See, it was true. Jimmy G really did stink." I think there was never trust between Jimmy G and Kyle, and I have a feeling that Kyle didn't even want him in here. I think it was the brass that pushed for Jimmy G because whatever we had wasn't working. It was bad quarterback play. Right now with Purdy and Trey Lance, look, we saw the first 5 games of Jimmy G, and that's what got him a $120 million contract. We saw the first 7 games of Brock Purdy. That's a big difference for me as a fan. I saw in Brock Purdy something that I wanted all along to see on any of the previous quarterbacks. That's counting Colin Kaepernick and Jimmy G. That desire to win, that you know what, not in my watch. And if we're going to lose, we're going to go down fighting. That's what I saw with Jeff Garcia. That was the last quarterback that we had that I saw that from. So Brock Purdy might be small. He doesn't have the same athletic abilities as Trey Lance, but he has that. That's something that not everybody does have. That's something that you saw in Joe Montana. That's something that you saw on Tom Brady. I'm not comparing him to them because there's a big difference. But what I'm saying is that Brock Purdy has that it
factor,
and everybody can see it.
That it factor, baby. That it factor with Brock
We
Purdy.
got the king.
Woo! David and Brentwood, baby.
It feels like when it comes to the preseason, Sean McVay set the tone for a lot of coaches by not playing anyone.
Right. It worked for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure it works for every team, though. And especially in the offense like Shanahan's.
Why do you say that?
Because Shanahan's offense is so predicated on precise route running, timing, rhythm. And I think you need to develop that in the preseason. You need to start to build on that in the preseason and get a couple reps and get some live bullets. I don't think in the Shanahan off, and I know McVay's is a little similar to Shanahan in terms of the run game, but McVay runs a lot of 3 wide sets. Shanahan will run the double tight ends. He'll run the I formation. The Rams half the time don't even have a fullback on the roster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Shanahan's offense, knowing that it's dictated on precision and timing and all that rhythm, they need to see a couple reps in the preseason games. And I think Purdy will in week number 2. I don't think it's anything to freak out about, he's not playing week 1 against the Raiders. That's fine. He'll see run in the scrimmages, which I think you'll get more work in those scrimmages Thursday and Friday in Las Vegas. I think they hit the field at 8:40 in the morning out there in Henderson, Nevada. And then he'll take Sunday off, and that's fine, which means we'll see a lot of Trey and a lot of Darnold, and that excites me. Who's really ahead in that competition for the backup job? Trey Lance or Sam Darnold? Now, Shanahan had some jokes yesterday. He was telling some jokes with some reporters about Sam Darnold. Check this out.
He had a near interception today, but Sam Darnold hasn't thrown any so far in camp. Is that something that you were curious about?
You sure? Huh? Well, 2 days ago. You guys positive? You guys are pretty good at charting these stats, but there was a tip, and I'll bet you guys are we allowed to bet on that? Hey, well, I'll take it. No picks. I don't know. I thought there was a tip that a guy dove for and got, but I'll check again.
So, joking about Darnold's picks. How big of a game is this for Darnold and Trey Lance? Forget Purdy not playing. How big of a game is this for Trey and Darnold? Not only the scrimmages, but it feels like they better ball out on Sunday.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up those. Yeah, they absolutely. And I think a lot of fans.
This is a legacy game.
It might be a legacy game for Trey Lance. Week 1 preseason against the Raiders might be a legacy game for Trey Lance and Sam Darnold.
I'm more worried about Brock Purdy. He's our QB1, and so I keep coming back to him. But I agree with you. I do think that for a lot of fans most fans haven't been to practice. Most fans haven't seen anything. They're following from afar, and they have no idea, and they want to see what it looks like. And their only glimpse into that are these preseason games. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Right? So I'm very interested to it. But can we just get back to Purdy for a second? The way these, the expectations. Can I give you these?
I don't know what the expectations are for Purdy. I've heard nobody really talk about him.
Well, everybody keeps saying, this is who he is. This is who he is on a sample of basically 5 regular season games. And I know he's played a couple of the playoff games. I'm going to read you player X. I'm going to read you player X of a recent player. In his second season at 23 years old, 11-4, the team went. He had a 62% completion percentage with 3,800 yards, threw for 28 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. They went really far. He was a Pro Bowler. The next year, he was 24 years old, went 13-3, had a 65% completion percentage, threw for 4,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He went to the Pro Bowl.
Is that Justin Herbert?
No.
Who's that?
And he fell off after that. His name's Jared Goff.
Well, Jared Goff. Okay.
His name's Jared Goff. I'm just curious. How do Niner fans view someone like Jared Goff, who had a great surrounding cast when McVay initially came in? I know he started off really rocky his first year, but when he came into the equation, Todd Gurley was a superstar.
He's a dude.
A superstar. And those are great numbers. But I think if I said to most Niner fans, hey, Jared Goff, they wouldn't have said, oh, Montana, oh, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. And the way that we're talking about Purdy, I'm not saying that he's not a really good player. I'm saying, guys, let's pump the brakes. The truly great players, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, that people keep referencing him to. I'm hearing people say Joe Montana. 15 years of excellence. Jared Goff put together 2 incredible years. Niner fans would die to have a quarterback throw for 3,800 yards, 28 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and 63% completion, and the team go 11-4. They would die for him to follow that up with 32 touchdowns and 12 interceptions, 65% completion, and then fall off the mat. That's what Jared Goff just did in your division.
Jared Goff also did it last year. He threw for damn near 4,500. And 29 touchdowns and 7 picks in Detroit. And everybody laughed at him when he got traded to Detroit. Everybody laughed. They said, oh, he was the reason why the Rams didn't win the Super Bowl. He got all the blame. But I don't know what the expectations are with Brock Purdy. I don't. I would love to hear what the expectations are. My expectations are don't turn the ball over, make this offense hum. But I still don't. There's a part of me that says, have we seen the full book on Brock Purdy? Well, what's next? Will he be the first quarterback to improve under Kyle Shanahan in an actual game?
In the Kyle Shanahan era, he's been here 6 full seasons. He's used 3 quarterbacks every one of those years but one. 3 starting quarterbacks every one of those years but one. So I guess my first checklist for Brock Purdy, you're talking about like what are the expectations? Can you play 17 games?
Well, there's a lot of...
What?
This Brock thing is weird.
What do you mean?
I'm seeing just stuff all over the place. You bring up expectations. I really don't know what I don't know if I've heard anybody talk about the expectations for Brock Purdy. And I'm eager to know as a fan, what should the expectations be for Brock Purdy? I don't know. Win games? Like what would all right, let's move it forward. If Trey Lance started 17 games, what would the expectations be for him in year number 3?
Well, last year, I think a lot of people were like, you got to win the Super Bowl, right?
There was a lot of people who had him as a dark horse MVP of the league.
I kept saying, can we make the playoffs? So that's why I'm looking at Purdy. I'm like, play 17 games, make the playoffs.
But is that good enough?
No, because they have a team with, like 8 guys in the top 100.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
For me, it might be good enough. I don't think it's good enough for ownership. I don't think it's good enough for Kyle. And I'm sure as hell don't think it's good enough for a majority of the fans.
So with this team, and because you were just talking about Patrick Willis and you're talking about Frank Gore and how they didn't get a ring. So for you, Shasky, I'll ask you this. For you, the expectations are just getting to the playoffs and you're happy?
Well, no, then we'll see what happens from there. But, like, he's 24, 23 years old. We're talking about a guy who hasn't played
4 years of college. That's talking point. You play 4 years of college.
Okay.
A lot of games.
Okay.
That's what people say.
No, I know. You're right. People do say that. But my counter would be like, and I don't think it's some crazy, like, I just want to see 17 games of it. Right? Like, I want to see what it looks like for 17 games before we anoint anyone. Like, forget Jimmy G, because everyone keeps going back, we did this with Jimmy. We did this with Kaepernick. We did this with Alex Smith. Alex Smith went like 7-9 his second year. And people were like, we've got a franchise quarterback.
To me, I don't care who's playing quarterback this season.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't give a damn anymore about the quarterback spot under Kyle Shanahan, because it feels like Kyle Shanahan is going to play musical chairs with that position throughout his tenure with the 49ers. Because I really don't think Shanahan knows truly what he wants at the quarterback spot. Maybe he wants a robot, but maybe he does. I don't know what Shanahan wants. I'm done trying to figure it out. But you know what? If this season falls anything short than a Super Bowl, then it's a disappointment. Let's just say that.
But see, like,
that's fair. That's fair.
Crazy to say about a 23-year-old quarterback who hasn't
it
played a full
doesn't matter.
season.
It doesn't matter. You got people comparing them to freaking Joe Montana.
But that's I agree.
He outdueled Brady last year.
That's lunacy.
Whether Mahomes has been young, Jalen Hurts is young, but these young quarterbacks are making things happen. Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen.
Right.
These young quarterbacks are making things happen.
What did Burrow go to the Super Bowl in his second full season?
Yeah, they're making things happen, so I don't care about the age. Joe Montana was in his third year in the league when he won his first Super Bowl. Tom Brady was in his second year when he won a Super Bowl. Ben Roethlisberger was in his rookie season when he made the NFC Championship.
We're talking about all-time players.
People think Brock could be all-time.
And that's where I would say we got to pump the brakes a little. That's all I'm saying. And for me, I sound like a Purdy hater. I'm not. I'm trying to be realistic.
Okay.
It's hard to win in the NFL.
So you want to pump the brakes on Purdy, but I ain't pumping the brakes on the 49ers.
Okay.
The expectations for the 49ers.
That's fair.
Is a Super Bowl. That's what we're talking about here. Anything short of that because of what they've said to start training camp. Eric Armstead, Kyle Shanahan, Fred Warner, George Kittle, they've all said it. The mission is to go back to the Super Bowl and win it. That is the mission in 2023. And they feel like they got a guy right now in Brock Purdy who is relevant and can lead them. The players believe that. So I don't want to hear anything about 23-year-old, 24-year-old, because we've got a history of quarterbacks being. Dan Marino in his second year with the Miami Dolphins broke the NFL record with most passing yards and most touchdowns. He never went back. But my point is, if you're a young quarterback, it does not matter. You may have your best chance to go to the Super Bowl as a young player.
Like Russell Wilson's best years or best opportunities were the early years.
When did he win the Super Bowl? The second year?
Yeah.
So age to me does not matter. It's what you're doing on the field.
I know,
what Purdy did on the field last year.
To say that the only level of success for the Niners is the Super Bowl, which is totally fair when you list like all the players, and that's why I go back. I'm like, but that's so unfair for Purdy.
It is unfair, but you know what?
It's his reality.
He played, and he wants these expectations.
No,
and the
I know
players
he
have
does.
put them on him. They've called him.
But I'm setting myself up for being just depressed again at the end of the year.
Well, that's you got that mindset. Listen. They put themselves in a position.
Team can win.
Yeah, only one team can win. But how many times do you want to fall short?
Well, I know.
How many times do you want to fall short?
I know.
How many times? How many times do you want to fall short in the NFC Championship game and say, you know what, that was a damn good year? We've been saying that for years.
I mean, how many times did everyone talks about Steve Young losing in the playoffs? Montana lost in the playoffs in the second round. Well, technically the first round back then because they didn't have the wild card the way they do now. He lost a bunch of times and no one brings that up.
Right. So, I mean, Purdy, let's figure out if he could be a guy. Let's figure out if he could be that guy. But back to Trey and Darnold for a second. Could you imagine if Trey struggles Sunday against the Raiders? What the dialogue will be on Monday? Like, I think that's what you need to wrap your banner. We know Purdy's starting.
Okay.
Purdy's starting. He's a week one starter in Pittsburgh. Purdy's a leader in the clubhouse. He's running with the ones. We know he's starting.
Yeah.
That's a done deal.
Yeah, but to me, that's
closed.
the number one story for this team. But keep going.
It's the number one story. He's starting.
Yes.
Because
he's
the backdrop right now.
What?
The backdrop right now, if that's story number one, a close second, and I may even call it 1B.
Pass rush?
To Purdy's
Nick
1A.
Bosa?
No. It's what is going to happen to Trey Lance. If Trey Lance struggles on Sunday against the Raiders, and he starts that game, and he struggles, did we get to week 2 of the preseason and Trey's the third quarterback on the roster? Then we're talking about Trey Lance never being a 49er again.
But I don't think
we're talking about Trey Lance. I think that's a huge development. If Trey Lance does not play well on Sunday, and the Niners have to make a decision on Trey Lance and he doesn't make his roster, that to me supersedes Brock Purdy being a starter. It's like you just drafted a quarterback number 3 overall in 2021, and he's not even on the roster in year 3. In year 3.
But if
that
Purdy's
to me
good,
is huge.
If Purdy's good, it feels like you can negate it.
If he's good.
Right? So that's why I keep going back. Like, the whole Trey thing, to me, goes back to Purdy. If Purdy's balling and playing the way that he does, anything that happens with Trey Lance is going to be overlooked. Like Reuben Foster, if I say the name Reuben Foster, most people are like...
We got Fred Warner.
You don't even think twice.
No, you don't think twice about it.
Solomon Thomas.
But
Do you think twice about Solomon Thomas? No, because you have Nick Bosa.
But you know what? Can we all admit? This is the quarterback.
No, I know. It'll be remembered.
You miss on quarterback.
It'll be remembered.
You miss on quarterback. We'll remember this forever.
But if Purdy ends up being the guy, I think it negates a lot of the criticism. But if Purdy falls short, going back to then I think, and Trey Lance doesn't do well, now we're talking about a huge storm. A huge storm. I just keep saying, and I hear you, B, I know, but we're talking about the backup. And so right now, whether it's Darnold or Trey Lance, to me is kind of whatever. We'll see. And believe me, I will be watching and I'll be all over it. And I'm not
talking
pretending.
about a backup who was drafted number 3 overall after the Niners gave up essentially 3 picks for Trey Lance. They swapped first-round picks that year with the Dolphins. Then it gave up another first-round pick and a couple twos. That's huge compensation.
It is.
When you look at the players they could have drafted.
The most compensation they've given up in any trade in the history of the team.
Exactly. So to say that's not a big deal or won't be a big deal, Purdy has to prove that he's the guy in order for that to not be a big deal. And that goes on the resume of Lynch and Shanahan.
Oh, no doubt.
It does.
No doubt.
If Purdy doesn't pan out and Trey Lance is not on his roster to start the season, that goes on the resume of Lynch and Shanahan. And that may be a pick they may not be able to overcome because of the quarterback spot. Because it's the one position we're still talking about here in San Francisco saying, who's the guy? Who's not the guy? Who is the guy?
Let's say Purdy has a mediocre year this year, right? Trey doesn't play at all. Doesn't matter if he's the 2 or the 3. Just put that aside.
Play.
Let's just say he doesn't play at all, and Purdy does play, but he's mediocre. Isn't that as big of an indictment as Trey's the number 3 and he didn't play? To me, they've already chosen Purdy. Now it's all about Purdy.
Yeah, it should.
The Trey Lance thing's an afterthought, and if they can salvage anything back in return, whether he's playing for them, whether they get a pick for him or whatever, that's kind of the secondary story too. Well, now you've chosen Brock Purdy, so that's why I keep going back to Brock Purdy. I'm like, dude, you're setting this guy up for crazy expectations.
It goes with Brock Purdy.
What?
It's all part of the storyline.
Yeah, it's all intertwined.
It's all part of the storyline. Brock Purdy doesn't pan out, and Trey Lance is not playing, and they're saying, "Boy, we're kicking the tires on Sam Darnold."
I know.
Think about that. As Niner fans.
And do you let him make a decision next year on a quarterback in the offseason?
You may not have a choice.
After that?
You may not have a choice. But here's the deal. This team is so stacked that there's many fans that believe Sam Darnold could lead this team deep into the playoffs. That's how stacked they are. We believe a quarterback who's been below average, because that's what he's been. I don't give a damn who he's played with. I don't care what organization, coaching, assets, whatever.
Yeah,
Let's keep it real. Why can't we keep it real when it comes to Sam Darnold? Let's keep it real. Sam Darnold has been below average in his NFL career.
Yes.
And we're expecting him, if he does start 17 games, to say, you know what, it's okay because we got Shanahan. You could plug and play any quarterback
because you have,
and you're going to win games, which makes the trade for Trey Lance even more asinine to me because you're saying basically now that we could put in any quarterback in the system and it can win 11 games. You traded 3 picks for Trey Lance because you thought you had to get a dude. So things just don't make sense when it comes to the quarterback position in San Francisco, and that's a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating.
Well, they've pivoted. Wouldn't you agree? Immediate pivot.
Have they?
I mean, Purdy's getting number 1 reps for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting number 1 reps for a reason. The thing about
it's
real
really
deal,
I'm with you, Tyler. It is depressing, really talking about the quarterback stuff in San Francisco. It gets depressing.
Well, I feel like we've set all these kids up to fail. I mean, you have 3 guys under the age of 25, all competing for little passes here in camp that we think mean everything and they mean nothing. You know what I mean?
We're the only fan base who believes that you don't need a top flight quarterback to win the Super Bowl.
Because you have 8 players in the top 100.
Right. And which is asinine because you need a quarterback. So it keeps being proven over and over again, with the exception of the Ravens in 2000 and the Buccaneers in 2002.
2015.
And the 2015 Denver Broncos. Yeah. Outside of that, you need elite quarterbacks.
And the 2019 Niners who should have won. I'm teasing there. That was a joke.
You should have won. It's just, I mean, we've convinced ourselves that Sam Darnold could lead this team to maybe what he said, his bold proclamation was Sam Darnold leading the Niners to the Super Bowl. And you don't think Niner fans ate that up? We will eat up anything. But again, it's like Spadoni and the Raiders.
Why does that make you so angry? Well, I'm curious.
No, hold on. It's just like Raider fans when they talk about great quarterback play, right? Spadoni's all over Kirk Cousins, thinks he's a great quarterback. We have been conditioned. Even the broadcaster of the 49ers, play-by-play, I'll say this right now, Greg Papa, he was around so many terrible Raider quarterbacks that we now see a quarterback in Santa Clara, and he's above average, or if he's a little better than average, we say, oh, my God, we got a quarterback. Think about how laughable it is now that I was all in on Jimmy Garoppolo. I was all in on that guy.
Everyone was.
Because we've been conditioned to root for mediocre quarterbacks for so long in this region, whether it's the Niners or the Raiders. We've had damn near 20 years of incompetence at the quarterback position. And quite frankly, I'm freaking tired of it, Shasky. I'm tired of it. I want my Mahomes. I want my Burrow. We're up here talking about 3 quarterbacks. I want my freaking Trevor Lawrence. And we had a chance to get him not once, but twice. And we still don't have a damn quarterback out here. That's what's frustrating. I got to rely on Brock Purdy, who's the last pick of the draft, who's coming off a torn UCL, and he's got to go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and take on the Steelers in week 1, and TJ Watt is breathing down his neck. I'm supposed to think he's going to survive 17 games? Brock Purdy? I'm tired of mediocre quarterbacks. I'm tired of it. That's why I don't want to talk about Jimmy G no more. I'm tired of it. Can I get Aaron Rodgers for once?
No.
Dang it, we passed up Tom Brady. Because we thought Jimmy G was marginally worse than Tom Brady. My coaching staff did that.
Timeout. I didn't. I wanted Brady.
Shithead said
when the GOAT of
Brady's
all time,
marginally better than Jimmy Garoppolo, so we're going to pass him up.
Yeah, he's wrong.
I'm tired of it. 20 years of incompetent quarterback play. We had a couple flashes of bed with Kaepernick. We had a couple flashes here and there. That's it. But damn it, I'm watching the quarterback doc, and everybody was like, "Oh, Kirk Cousins warmed up America's hearts." Forget that. Did you see Mahomes? Did you see Patrick Mahomes? That's what I want. And we're sitting here talking about Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy. Damn it. What did I do to the football gods? This is depressing. It's more depressing than Giants baseball.
Is it?
Yes. We pass up on great quarterbacks for the last two. Raider fans and Niner fans are in lockstep. We don't know what great quarterback play is anymore. We don't know. No, we know it when other people come to our stadiums. We know when Patrick Mahomes goes to Levi Stadium. We know what great quarterback play is.
So I just want to make sure that I'm trying to follow along. Is the only way that Brock Purdy could prove that he's great is by winning the Super Bowl?
He's got to win a Super Bowl.
So all the stats mean nothing.
I mean, he's got to be great with stats. He's going to throw 4,000 yards. He's going to throw for 4,500.
I mean,
30-plus touchdowns.
Those 2 years of Jared Goff would be the best 49er quarterback season since Jeff Garcia.
Right.
Either one of them. And people think Jared Goff stinks.
I just want my guy. And if Brock Purdy's the guy, then damn it, I'm going to wrap my arms around him. But I just want a guy. I just want my guy. I'm tired of talking about this. Every single year I've been at this damn station, we talked about the quarterbacks in San Francisco. And then the guy who's coaching the damn team doesn't even know what he wants. Got Jimmy G throwing 4 times with 1:49 left in Super Bowl 54, and then decides to bring him back, knowing that he can't make a throw when it matters. So part of it is on Shanahan. And all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy for admitting it. Damn. That's my guy. That's all I want. Can I get a Mahomes for once? It's been 30 years since Steve Young retired, right? 26 years. I think we sacrifice enough in football heaven.
Well, you have Steve Young because apparently the Niners staff thinks that Sam Darnold could be Steve Young.
Oh, my God.
Then maybe he would end up on the injury report.
All right, Josh Young, we won't see him this weekend. Fractured left thumb. He will undergo surgery to stabilize a fracture in his left thumb, and he's expected to be out for the next 6 weeks. A huge blow for the Texas Rangers as they try to hold on to the AL West lead over the Houston Astros. He broke his thumb in a win over the Miami Marlins when he knocked down a Jorge Soler line drive. Poor break for Josh Young, who was in the race for AL Rookie of the Year. Third baseman is having a monster season, 20-plus home runs. What does that feel like? We don't know around here. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Let's cheer up a little bit. Talk to Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. Nobody's mad! Soda! That's right. The number one nationwide weight loss program is 100% over the phone. and it's been life-changing. The compliments just keep coming and coming and coming, and I feel good. And look, man, I've lost over 35 pounds, folks. 35 pounds. It's a lot of weight. It's a lot of weight, and I didn't think I could do it, and it's all by just eating good and being disciplined. Now, look, it's not a workout program. It's no counting calories, no pills, no appetite suppressants. It's all about learning healthy graveyard shift. Getting off the graveyard shift. All the truck drivers, plumbers, janitors, teachers, cops, highway patrol officers, bus drivers, train operators, you name it. Shout out to Bart, because we may be catching that bad boy in about a month and a half when we move to new studios. That's right, Shasky and Bonte may be on the Bart train, baby. 5:15 in the morning. Let's go. Good morning, everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? YouTube brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union and Twitch as well. Shout out to you guys out there representing Xfinity Mobile text line. Spadoni, Ludman, and of course you, Joe Shasky. The third, I am on one. I just, this season needs to start. It needs to start. I need games.
Like I just feel like the way we talk about the Niner organization is unique to them because we don't talk about any other situation in sports that way. Like you have to have a franchise quarterback like that is established.
Yep.
Every year Burrow doesn't win it as a lost year. Every year Mahomes doesn't win it as a lost year. There's only a couple of guys. Like, do people think that every year Herbert doesn't win it?
Not yet.
No, not yet. Right, but every year Aaron Rodgers doesn't win it is
it's
unsuccessful.
A lost year.
Right? So to say that, like, Purdy has to win the Super Bowl or else it's like, yeah, because of the roster being so good, not because of him and it. That's unfair to me, like, on him. But that is part of being the quarterback of the Niners.
It's being the quarterback of the Niners. It's the expectations. It's the roster around him. It's the head coach. It's the way he played last season. He looked like a guy capable of taking his team to the Super Bowl. So we'll table this conversation for after we get off the phone with Dave Fleming, who's down in Orange County watching the Angels, the Giants, and he gets to see Shohei, the pitcher, tomorrow evening, but he got to see Shohei, the batter, as the Giants, man. Rough series over the weekend in Oakland, Flem. As we say, good morning to you, but they bounced back in a major way. 6 runs in the 9th inning last night, a season high. And boy, did they need that win. Another clutch hit by Patrick Bailey. He's playing some good baseball. And a tough outing for Logan Webb. He pitched with guts yesterday to get through it. It's the dog days of August. You know, things are going to get tight. Things are getting tight here, but the Giants with a much-needed win last night in Anaheim. We all needed it, Flem. We needed it for ourselves.
Yeah, we did. Mostly just because you lose both those games. You lose one game in Oakland, it's like, okay, it happens in baseball. I mean, the A's, as bad as they have been, they've won 32 games or whatever it is. Like 32 times somebody's walked out of a game against them going, man, we should have won that game. So it happens. That's what happens in this sport. When you lose both, and especially when you lose the game on Sunday the way they did, just so unlike how they've been playing, sloppy, bad defense, bullpen wasn't perfect. Their starter, who's an all-star, wasn't himself. So it just left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And there has been it's been a pattern of a lack of offense for a long time now. The Giants' offense just hasn't been great, and it's been propped up. They've stayed not only in the playoff race, but in a playoff position by being so clean in almost every other way. And it's just inevitable. Like, that's not going to continue forever and ever. You can be a really good defensive team, a really good pitching team. It's hard to be perfect. And so that's where the offense is going to have to do what they did last night. And they weren't perfect yesterday. A couple missed plays in the outfield. Make up for it. Score a few runs. And that's exactly what they did. So it felt good for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, J.D. Davis, like, kind of busting out because he had been kind of struggling since the All-Star break. But to me, over the weekend, I noticed, Lamont Wade waking up. That was huge. And then just Thairo Strada being back in general. He's such a catalyst for this team. He had that nice bunt the other day. And just on the dog days of summer when the team isn't really, like, hitting right now, somebody like Thairo is just a jolt of energy. They really missed him.
Me too. I agree. And I think that is, sometimes it's like a cliche or even a cop-out when you don't make a big move at the deadline. Well, we got one of our guys back. That's going to be like a trade. That's what it's felt like with Thairo. It really actually has. It's felt like they made a big addition to this roster. The bunt was, to me, the bunt was one of the great plays of the year. Totally. And as soon as he executed it in that spot, I thought there's no way they're losing this game. That's another reason why Sunday felt so bad. It was just such that's a cool, when you do something like that, pull that off. And to me, it's like that. Those games are hard to lose when something that good happens. It was one of my favorite plays of the year. I thought his base running on Saturday, he had one of the best base running plays in a long time. And then last night, it wasn't a big game, but he contributed in a couple different ways. He can play shortstop. He played a nice shortstop last night. I think you're going to see that basically every time the Giants face a lefty. I think you'll see Tyro playing over there at shortstop. You're right. They missed him big time. The lineup looks deeper. When he's hitting second, your seventh and eighth place hitters, all of a sudden that's Bailey and Matos as opposed to those guys having to move up toward the top of the order. It just makes everything better.
Well, you feel like these bats are starting to come around again. You score 6 runs against the A's. You get the 8 last night. It feels like maybe the page is starting to be turned here. Now they're getting some reinforcements back. We'll see Luciano back at some point. Casey Smith goes back down to Sacramento, the AAA. But it feels like maybe this offense is it could get healthy here over these next couple games against the Angels, and then hopefully get the rolling once the schedule tightens up.
It definitely feels like, Joe just said Wade. I mean, that's true. Wade's swing has looked way better over the last week. Had a big series against Arizona. They don't win that series without him swinging the bat like that. Last night was, to me, I agree on J.D. Davis. Like, that looked like, okay, that's the guy we watched for most of the year. All good at bats, every single one of them, all the way through. Maybe you toss out the last one after they put the game away. But J.D. looked like himself. Jock's shown some signs. They still need more from Jock, and they still need more from Conforto. But I think, if you go one by one, you say, okay, 2 or 3 of these guys look like they're ready to start hitting again. And if you get those 2 big lefty bats, then against right-handers, the lineup just looks much more formidable, much more. And I think it will happen. Those guys are too good to – it's been weeks and weeks without much of anything from so many of those Giants veterans. They're too good for that.
Yeah. Matos has been so good defensively in center. He misplayed the one in Oakland off the wall. He had made the play the day before. He misplayed that one. And then last night, a couple of little gaffes. But it's not so much about Matos because I thought he's been really good defensively, just for the most part. But he kind of lollygags after a ball. And Shohei Ohtani does exactly what Corbin Carroll does, where he's running 150 miles per hour out of the batter's box and takes second base. And I'm saying, I don't think people understand how unique that play was. That was just a routine single to center field, and he just took second like it was nothing. Flem, I'm blown away how good he's unreal. There's not even a question there. I was just blown away watching him.
He's unreal. He's and that was a great play to use as an example. Like, this is the guy who right now is the best hitter and best power hitter on the planet, and he can do that. Like, it's just amazing how captivating he is to watch because of the just extraordinary talent. I mean, it stands out so dramatically how talented this guy is. He obviously cares. He's obviously worked hard. He's, coming in, I looked it up. Giants, we just haven't seen him very much. It's like we've been cheated from the Shohei experience because we just have not head to head been able to see much of him. And coming into last night's game, in his career against the Giants, 3 hits in 26 at bats, all singles. Wow. Like, that's what we've seen in person. And one start, he did pitch well against them, but they've only seen him pitch head to head one time. So last night almost felt like a new experience, weirdly, for a guy who's become the most famous baseball player on the planet, who's had, as one person here yesterday said, and I think this is, to me, it's a good way to put it and an interesting perspective. The 3 greatest, most amazing Major League individual seasons in history are Shohei Ohtani 2021, Shohei Ohtani 2022, and Shohei Ohtani 2023. Now, you could probably argue a little, but the premise is still, I think I agree with the premise. The guy is unprecedentedly great, and his swing looks different to me now. I mean, it's amazing. Just one game of seeing him in person, he looks much more honed and dangerous than those first few times we saw him. I'm just blown away by the guy.
So what do you think, Flem? $100 million a year for Ohtani? Is that the starting
I would do
point?
it. I would do it.
Yeah.
I would, whatever it took, I would do it.
I'm with you.
It's easy for me. It's easy for me to say I'm sitting here. It's not my money. But it's not just the great player that you're getting. It's the idea that every single night, if you have him, is must watch.
Yep.
It's like this guy is just an incredible athlete at his peak, and it's going to be fun to watch him, not just this year, but for many, many years. And I just think there's incredible value in that. Now, look, you can get you can get into the weeds on the technicalities of how do you build a team and taxes and payroll and all that stuff. Whatever it is, I think he's going to be worth it. I do. He is. You're not going to, at the end of your time having Ohtani on your team, I would guarantee, with everything that I believe, that you're not going to look back on it and say, man, we regretted that. That was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that. I cannot envision a scenario where you would say that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I'll pay him anything that he wants here, but you go from watching Shohei to seeing Bruce Bochy back in the Bay Area over the weekend. The Texas Rangers, who have been rolling in the AL West, they suffered a tough injury over the weekend with Josh Young, one of the fine young third basemen in the American League. He was in line for the Rookie of the Year. We'll see if he can get back for the playoffs. But, man, what's the first thing you're going to say to Bochy when you see him back at the yard?
You look terrible in that Rangers uniform.
The baby blue?
The baby blue.
It's like my dad's wedding suit from 1978.
Right. Not the look that your dad or anybody is trying to recreate.
Yep.
I can't wait to see him and say hi. I tried to get him to hang on the off day because we have this off day when we get back from Anaheim, and understandably so. He's got family. He's got so much scheduled. So we've got a rain check going on that. But I can't wait to see him and give him a big hug and talk to him. I mean, look, he'll be all business, and I'm sure for him it's going to be a weekend where he's going to be, because Boch doesn't like it when people just heap praise on him. It's going to be a weekend where everybody's going to be heaping praise on him, but he's obviously doing a great job in Texas. He's really helped get that thing turned around. Now, they're a talented team, but it is not a coincidence that he showed up there and all of a sudden that talent started to come to the forefront. He's just a super talented people person, manager. To me, he's everything you want in a guy in charge of your operation. And like we joke about this forever Giant thing.
Mm-hmm.
You see somebody who played 10 minutes in a Giants uniform, he's a forever Giant. Bruce Bochy is truly a forever Giant. And all those years he spent in San Diego, but the Giants are where his talent, his abilities were allowed to really shine through, and I can't wait to see him.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not going to get into this with you because I got 4 players I want to rat-a-tat-tat, the youngsters that I care about. But Saturday is 90s Day, so we're going to celebrate that 93 team, get to wear those cool jerseys. You talk about Forever Giants. I'm Forever Giants in those white, curvy Giants jerseys. I'm excited to see that. But I want to ask about the youngsters, and that's why we love those older teams. And
not Darren Lewis?
No, not going to ask about Darren
Bonds?
Lewis. Royce Clayton at short.
Corey Bonds, yeah.
No. But I want to rat-a-tat-tat these youngsters. Casey Schmidt gets dropped down to AAA. It felt like it was appropriate.
It did. He needs to get back on track, and it happens with young players. I think everybody believes in his ability, but he was underwater here, and it wasn't getting better. Like the quality of the bats was getting a little better in terms of taking the right pitches and swinging at the right pitches, but ultimately it's a production league. And so I think, look, he needs a reset. He's going to get it down there. Does that mean his future with the Giants is over? Anything but. They still believe in his ability. It didn't help that he was bouncing around defensively. That's just what this team required right now. I still believe in Casey, and so I can't wait to see him get back down there and just start to feel like himself again.
Luciano was better defensively at short, and it was only a couple plays than I thought he'd be. I really like him. Is he going to get another look coming back up here?
He is. I think it could be sooner rather than later. I think as soon as he gets some reps at second, I think there's a pretty good chance that Luciano's going to come back up to the big league team. They need offense. They need impact offense. I think they believe, it's not going to be easy for him. It's still an adjustment time. He's 21 years old, has hardly played above A ball, same as so many of these other young guys. But I think they still believe he can be an impact guy. And I agree with you on the shortstop thing. Like, it was eye-opening enough to me to where you could believe that, going ahead in the future, like that could be
exactly
your shortstop. He's got he's got work to do on his body to just make sure he's such a big, strong kid naturally. You got to make sure you maintain some agility if you're going to play there, which I think he can do. I was impressed by it.
Yeah, I was too. And then the two youngsters that are playing right now, I know the batting averages have dipped a little. Just the way they conduct their at-bats is very similar. Matos and Bailey. Bailey's defense has been outstanding. I think Matos' defense has been really good. I like both guys. I know you want to make the playoffs, but if these two young guys can sustain and get a little taste of September baseball, I think it's win-win this year.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I think Matos is in danger when Yastrzemski gets healthy of losing some playing time because, it's just harsh right now. Like, every game feels so big. You got to get every little advantage you can get. That doesn't mean Matos isn't going to play and come into games later for some upgraded defense. He is. But I do think that, he's showing the signs of a young player. Last night was a good example of it. The grind of a major league season almost always gets these young guys. And it's not just the physical grind. Their bodies are capable of it, but it's the mental pressure of performing every day with so much on the line. At some point, you just get fatigued and you start to make little mistakes that you didn't make. The at-bat quality maybe dips a little bit. And so sometimes having some more time to just sit and watch can be a good thing. Like just to kind of hit that refresh button. And so I think the Giants will look for ways to do that with him. He's still going to be a big part of their future. He's a good defensive player. He's going to be a good hitter. Up the middle, premium defensive talent is so valuable in this game. And if you have a good young defensive center fielder, you're way ahead of the curve. Bailey, since you mentioned him, I had somebody to me say yesterday or a couple days ago, Patrick Bailey has been the best defensive player in Big League Baseball, number one.
Wow.
And at the most important position, he's been the number one defensive player. Now, there are other good ones, but I think I agree. This guy's defense can be a carrying talent for the entire Giants franchise. It can be. The way he handles a pitching staff, the way he throws, the way he controls a running game is elite, like top of the game elite. And it's really exciting to watch. He's just a really gifted, special defensive player.
Another guy who's been special for the Baltimore Orioles is Adley Rutschman, but we're not going to talk about the Orioles and what they've done in that AL list. It's a broadcast partner of yours, Kevin Brown. And no, we're not talking about the former Florida Marlins pitcher who once threw a no-hitter. We're talking about Kevin Brown, who calls Oriole games. However, he's been pulled off the broadcast since July 26th for really not saying anything egregious. He just mentioned that the Orioles have struggled at Tropicana Field and they struggled against the Rays, and yet he's been yanked off the broadcast. Now, this is not the first time the Orioles owner, Peter Angelos, has done something like that. Heck, it's why we have John Miller in the Bay Area, because Peter wasn't too fond of what he was saying about the Orioles back in the day, which really wasn't anything egregious. So what's your thoughts on this whole situation here as Kevin Brown has been suspended by the Baltimore Orioles for really not saying anything wrong?
Yeah, it was. It's so silly. Kevin, I feel bad for Kevin because number one, Kevin, the Giants fans probably don't know much about him. He is pretty new, but he's very good, very talented, super enthusiastic, has been like a perfect fit with a young ascending Orioles team because he's just so kind of bubbly and giddy with how the Orioles have been playing. He's really good at what he does, and the fans really like him. He's just a very good young broadcaster. So I feel for Kevin because nobody wants this to happen, and nobody in our business wants to be the center of attention. I guess Harry Carey did, sort of, but most of us want to be a part of it, but not the story. That's just not why we do it. And so I'm sure it's really uncomfortable for Kevin, and is going to be whenever he does get to come back. It's just that's no good. I just don't wish that on anybody, even if they do something that you might say kind of warranted something like this. It's just an awkward thing. The second part about it is it's so self-defeating for the Orioles. Like, the Orioles are they're the coolest story in the sport right now. And now what are people talking about? Like, how petty and sensitive, and it's also just not the way. If you want talented people working for you, this is definitely not the way to make that happen. It makes me very, very appreciative of what we have with the Giants. We've got a franchise, an ownership group, a front office that lets us be us and lets us tell the story of the team in our own personal way, and never would do something like this to us. And it makes me feel very, very grateful.
All right, Flem. That's a good way to end this conversation this week. You get Shohei tomorrow on the mound, but Scott Alexander opening the game for the Giants today against Luis Giolito, who struggled in his first 2 starts with the Angels after being traded from the White Sox. And, of course, you get to see Shohei tomorrow. But the Giants trying to win their second in a row and get these bats rolling here. Flem, we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, it's an important couple days for the Jets. You got to get some confidence offensively. You got the Rangers and the Rays, 2 of the very best, and then the Braves and the Phillies. I mean, you got really elite offensive teams coming up where you're going to have to, even if you pitch the way you can pitch, you're going to have to score some runs. So the 1-0 against the Diamondbacks, the 3-2 against the Red Sox, that's not going to work over the next 2.5 weeks. You're going to have to score some runs. So I feel like it's a really important couple days to just build that momentum.
And next week, we'll talk about the Pac-12 and what's going on with that. We're running out of time today. We can talk about that all day. Yeah, it's pretty sad what's going on here on the West Coast. Flem, take care, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Now, that's the one you'll have to get me to hold my tongue, because I could unload on some people on that one. That's an embarrassing situation. But we'll talk next week.
We'll unload on that Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
ACC Flem.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
talk
man,
to you,
get out of
buddy.
here, Flem. Enjoy Disneyland. Giants and Angels game 2 of that series tonight. What do you think about that announcement thing before we hit the break and get to Matt Barrows?
Well, there's a lot that I'd like to talk about a little later. I think it's really difficult because there's people like my dad who they just want straight Homer broadcasts. My dad lives for the Homer broadcasts. He loves them, loves the Homer broadcasts. I don't care one way or the other. Like, I kind of understand what I'm watching. Like, they're not necessarily team employees. They're team affiliated. Like, that's the way I view it. And so you're going to get like a Giants slant when you're watching a Giants broadcast. You're going to get, more of a leaning, optimistic Warrior point of view when you're watching the Warriors. Like, that's what I'm signing up for.
We'll play the sound a little bit later because Kevin Brown really said nothing wrong. He didn't say anything.
No, he stated facts.
We'll do that a little later.
I do
we'll
think
talk to
certain
Matt Barrows.
teams are sensitive.
Matt Barrows did a really cool feature. He followed Fred Warner for a practice at training camp. So he remember last year in the locker room at a halftime, he got to sit in on the halftime to see what an NFL halftime is all about. So we'll talk to Matt Barrows about Fred Warner, that experience, what's happening in Las Vegas when they travel out there, and of course, the quarterback position with the 49ers. Matt Barrows from The Athletic coming right up on the Morning Roast, and that'll be sponsored by 7-Eleven.
Don't you ever call me a homer!
Small cherry Slurpee drinks are only $1 at 7.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Reading about this Peter Angelos guy, owner of the Baltimore Orioles. He's been a lawyer there, graduated. He's Mr. Baltimore, University of Baltimore School of Law, has law offices in Baltimore. Guy's some type of voter, man. He was voted in 2009 as the worst owner in Major League Baseball. 2009. Apparently, he once denied Ripken Jr. a job with the Orioles. Ripken offered to come work for the franchise's supporting role to help the O's young talent develop. And Peter Angelos was like, yeah, nah, stay away. He denied it, of course. And now Ripken Jr. said, yeah, our relationship is very good now. So
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
We'll play this down to Kevin Brown and what he said to get him suspended. It's very interesting. Wonder how fans care about that. Spinoza, you care? Not really. You kind of looking around, man.
Well, no, I care, because there's been broadcasters in recent years that get fired for on-air comments for legitimate reasons. I mean, Brenneman, obviously. Kuiper here locally, Glenn Kuiper. So there's, legit reasons. So when I first saw this thing, I was like, listen, I kept watching it back and forth. Is that it? Is that really just stating facts? Because you hear it and you watch it. They just put a graphic up of them struggling against the Rays. They're not saying anything, incredulous or anything bad. They're just stating the facts that the Rays have owned them. That's it. And then he gets fired for that. It's just the whole thing just doesn't make sense to me.
And Flynn said it, Shasky. They're having a great year. You do something like this guy's excited. About to play the Blue Jays, about to play the Yankees. You suspend the guy. Shady.
They've got three of the top most exciting players in baseball. I mean, they're having a hell of a year, and they are. They're they're even more, they're like the Sacramento Kings, if you will, of Major League Baseball, where they're just a lot of fun. I think a lot of people want to hop on board.
Yeah, no, they are fun. They got a lot of young talent as well. They're fun like the 49ers. We know the 49ers are stacked 8 players in the top 100 voted on by the players, including Nick Bosa, number 4 overall. So let's get to Matt Barrows, who's been down to Santa Clara, and I want to get into his piece about Fred Warner. That was really cool. Matt, good morning, man. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. So in the last year alone, you've been able to sit in on an NFL locker room at halftime to see what goes on at halftime, which you discovered not much goes on at halftime. Basically, a couple things here and there, a couple talks, but it's so fast. And then you got to cover Fred Warner at a practice and follow him around. So that must have been a cool experience for you, Matt.
Yeah, and the two are related because the halftime one really kind of revealed to me. I always thought you knew Fred Warner was always the guy at the center of the huddle. He was always hyping guys up on the field. I thought it was more for show, or as much for show as for anything. But in that halftime, Fred Warner, continued that throughout that whole session. He was really the kind of the voice, the engine in there to crank everybody up, make sure that they weren't sort of resting on their laurels after getting up on the Buccaneers. It was that game, Brock Purdy's first start, that I did that. So I decided, okay, if I'm going to follow around one guy all day, the best guy to follow around is the Energizer Bunny, Fred Warner, and I did, and I got really lucky in that it was that Friday practice last week, which ended up being a lot longer than anyone, including the players, expected. It's probably is going to end up being the longest practice of the year. So there was a lot to see and a lot to report, and that's what we have in the Athletic today.
What was the big takeaway following around Fred at that practice?
Well, it's the same takeaway as the locker room thing, is that he never shuts off, but he never concedes anything, which is what you would expect from a linebacker. But he's always pushing back against the offense, obviously. But even after I suggested that, maybe Christian McCaffrey got you guys a few times in that practice, it was all yeah, but we thudded him here and it looked like he scored it through, but we really had him down. There was very little concession from him that the offense indeed may have gotten the better of the defense in parts of that practice.
All right, do we go right to the quarterback? Is that what we have to do now? Aren't we obligated?
I thought you were going to go Bosa.
Well, I mean, I think most people. Okay, well, I'll go Bosa. I know, Matt. Everybody, I'm not worried. I am worried. I am worried. Something's going on here. Like, you took this guy number 2 overall. You knew you wanted to get married to him. He's been an all-pro since day one. Are we really haggling over a mil here or a mil there? I know that they don't need him actually physically at practice. I understand all that. But, like, what's the holdup?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you on this. I mean, these contracts are done based on what the previously high contract is at the position, or in Bosa's case, on defense. And it's Aaron Donald's contract. So, I mean, I realize that one guy plays defensive tackle and one guy plays defensive end, and I don't know whether that's where the holdup is. But the bottom line is that Bosa's contract should be slightly higher than Aaron Donald's. And I don't care how you phrase it or how you parse it out when it's finally done, but that seems like it's pretty easy to come to for both sides. So I don't know which side is being more kind of prickly in all this. It's usually the agent, but it seems like it should be pretty logical about where this number ought to be at the end of the day. And I think once they get done with these joint practices with the Raiders, I think Nick Bosa will want to be there. I'm sure he wants to be here now.
Right.
But they're all the kind of rough stuff, the types of practices where he could get hurt, those will mostly be in the rearview mirror at that point. He's not going to play in the preseason. The practices aren't going to be as grueling as they've been. So now would be the logical time to get that done.
Well, John Lynch, when he opened up training camp, of course, you were there, Matt, where he mentioned that this could be complicated. I was wondering what would be complicated. The years, the option years, the guarantees. What exactly is complicated? I guess it's just the dollar amounts, or they're waiting on Chris Jones in Kansas City to get paid.
That could be it. I mean, he won't go into why it's complicated. Right. It's been very vague, and that's fine. I mean, nobody wants to read about the nuances of a contract negotiation every day. It would be nice to figure out what exactly the holdup is. I mean, I tend to think that it's because there's a difference in position, really, between Aaron Donald and Nick Bosa, and that may be part of it. That they don't want to get just above Aaron Donald's contract because the next guy who signs will be just above Bosa. And it won't be fair because Bosa's better than that guy. I don't know what it is, but it's more money than any of us will ever see, so I get a bit exasperated talking about it because it just seems like dollar signs at this point and how you phrase it and things like that. So I think maybe in a week or so, people, the good vibes over this contract holdout will be gone, and I think people will be a little bit more hot under the collar and ready for it to be over.
All right, suspend reality for just a second with me. Most shocking moves in recent memory from the Niners, like signing Sherman was shocking. Trading for CMC was shocking. Trading up to go get, the number 3 overall pick, which eventually became Trey Lance, very shocking. Trading for Jimmy Garoppolo, shocking. DeForest Buckner trade, shocking. Trading Nick Bosa right now, just hypothetically, that'd be one of the most shocking moves this organization has ever done, right?
Yeah, I think that would top them all. Do you know something? Are you putting?
No, I'm just saying. Like,
am I going to see my name attached to a rumor? That
No, you're not.
No, I like to do this exercise. I like to do this exercise. What could he command? I'm not saying I'm doing it. I'm just curious. Like, how valuable is someone like? You think it's 3 first-rounders? Do you think it's 2 first-rounders and a couple? I know this is like we're guesstimating here, but like, you would get a whole back for someone like him.
You would. Absolutely, you would. The issue with the 49ers would be those first-rounders ostensibly would be late first-rounders, which in most drafts are probably second-rounders. So, the value, I think, would be diluted a little bit. But, yeah, I think that they could get 3 first-rounders for him. I mean, just now entering the prime of his career, 0 kind of off-the-field concerns, especially with conditioning and stuff like that, has gotten better every year he's been in the league, save, the 1 year that he was out with the ACL. So, I mean, that's why he's not going to get traded. That's why the 49ers are going to pay him as the highest paid non-quarterback in all of the land, because they, everything is a crapshoot in this league. But Bosa, you feel confident about because he's been so steady, and not just steady, but steadily ascending. He manages to somehow carve a little bit off of his fat content every year, and he gets a little bit quicker because of that. So that's what gives them the confidence to really kind of give him this big contract, and they've known forever that this contract was coming. That's why I don't think it's really on their side why it's being held up.
Yeah, we got to wait on Bosa here. We'll see what happens next week after the Niners come back from Las Vegas after tangling with the Las Vegas Raiders. And, of course, Matt Barrows here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. 10 minutes, and we haven't brought up the quarterback, so we'll do it now. Brock Purdy, not going to play week one. Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure it's refreshing for Matt, too. He's not going to play week one preseason. We all kind of assumed that one. But will Brock Purdy play at all of the preseason? I got to guess that he's going to see a few series here over the next couple weeks of the preseason.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's become that since we've dropped down from 4 to 3 preseason games, it's that second game that's the most regular season like. So maybe he gets a series or two in that one, and then that's it. Certainly not going to play in the third. Right. But the flip side of that is that these games will give Trey Lance and Sam Darnold more reps because they're sort of getting short shrift in the rep department because they've got 4 quarterbacks going right now. So they'll begin to make up some of those missing reps there, and it ought to give fans a better chance to look at these guys. It's close between you asked me who's winning that number 2 quarterback competition. I'll give you a different name from practice to practice because one day one guy will look good and the other guy will struggle. And I think in recent ones, early in camp, I thought Sam Darnold got out of the gate really well, looked better than all 4 of the quarterbacks. But he's come back down to earth a little bit, and I think with every practice, Trey Lance, while not perfect, looks a little bit more steady, which is what you were expecting or you were hoping if you were the 49ers you were getting from Trey Lance. So the longer camp has gone on, I think the more Trey Lance has started to stand out.
Are you more excited to see the 3 quarterbacks for the Niners go up against the Raiders or Jimmy go up against the Niners? Just from a pure fun standpoint.
Fun standpoint, yeah, Jimmy versus the Niners. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Jimmy versus peak Niners because Nick Bosa is not going to be there. They've had some injury issues along the defensive line. It's not the same line that was kicking you-know-what when camp started. They're a little dinged up now. Jimmy's had some just terrible outings in training camp. The famous 4-interception day, might have even been a 5-interception day a few years ago. I think that's possible against a 49ers team like this. But like I said, it's not going to be the 49ers' best offering, I don't think, because obviously their best pass rusher isn't there, and I think that unit, and it all stems from their defensive line backward, is a little bit nicked up heading into these practices.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm eager to see if Jimmy G shakes Kyle Shanahan's hand.
Oh.
And gives him a hug. Say, hey, Coach, how you doing? How you doing? Jimmy's been saying some things out there in Las Vegas,
it's been the most
man.
anticipated handshake hug since Jed and Jim.
Oh, no, not that anticipated, right, Matt? Come on. Do we hope Jimmy G the best? He was good to us out here in the Bay Area.
He was, and he was a good person, too. So I do think that handshake occurs. I don't think it'll be a lingering, warm handshake. But I don't think that there's any real animus between the two. It didn't end on perfect terms. Jimmy G, his last day here, beeline to the parking lot, and then he was gone. I mean, there wasn't a lot of long heartfelt goodbyes on his final day with the 49ers.
So Vegas, are you a big Vegas guy, Matt?
I am not. I'm probably the opposite of the Vegas guy. I'm looking for what kind of hikes can I do, and then I look at the high temperature, and I'm like, I'm not doing any hikes, am I? So I got to figure out something to do in Vegas.
Yeah, baby, bet on black. You could do that at the roulette table, baby. Throw $25 up there. Maybe the Athletic covers your expenses there. But it is too hot out there.
Maybe you can play Trent Williams in golf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's totally into golf. I want to see him swing the sticks.
Yeah, that would be a great call. That would be a great story. 18 holes with Trent Williams. That would be I'd learn a lot, I think.
Yeah, you would.
Matt, continue the great work, man. We've seen good stuff on the Fred Warner stuff. Really enjoyed that piece. Follow our Fred Warner at Trading Camp last Friday.
Well, thank you for having me on, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Absolutely. Matt Barrows here on the morning. You're also on 95.7 The Game. From the Athletic, of course, been covering the Niners for a long, long time.
So now you got me thinking. I didn't even think about like the embrace, or maybe there is none, between Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan.
It's going to be wild.
Will it be in front of everyone?
Yeah. Who's going to seek out who? Is Shanahan going to beeline to Jimmy G?
Well, in those
Jimmy
settings,
G going to beeline to Shanahan, or will they just happen to accidentally run into each other? Oh, hey, man, how you doing?
Are you the confrontational type, or are you the anti-confrontational type?
Anti-confrontational.
So if let's just say, hypothetically, you're in a situation where you're in a place with someone, what would be the appropriate, like an old business partner, a relationship? How would you?
Whatever. You can throw anything.
Okay,
out there.
old relationship.
Yeah.
And you're with your new relationship.
Oh, well,
do you just leave? Do you ignore? Or do you do like
kind of ignore
the head nod acknowledgement from afar?
And
do you just get it over with?
In that situation with an old fling, you kind of just stay the hell away. If it's an old fling of mine, I'm with Anna. I'm staying away.
So okay, I'm
just kind of just staying.
You're at a watering hole.
If it's a buddy of mine and we, got into a fight, or if we said some things about each other and we happen to see each other 2 years from now, we'll just kind of look at each other. Hey, man, how's it going? Good, good, cool.
You'll dab, whatever. Yeah, okay.
But if it's a lady, I'm not going there. Are you kidding?
Are you going to go full shoulder to the person?
The lady, just nothing. No, we're not going near that. That's a sticky situation.
Yeah, I might just go up and make it even more uncomfortable. Hand out, like, hey, what's up?
Ex-girlfriend, you go walk up?
No, old bit, like walk up, hand out, even though my anxiety would probably be killing me. It would. I would get way more anxious than I want to admit.
It would. You just kind of just know it. Pick the time, and then boom, you strike. You got to get out the way early. The earlier, the better. Earlier, the better.
You think so?
Yeah.
The longer it lingers, the more you're thinking about it.
Yep.
Does anyone really have a choice?
No, nobody has a choice.
Yeah, no. If it's an ex-girl, I just try to.
So do we get a back? Is it a hug and a bring in with a back clap? Is that what we're getting from Kyle and Jimmy? Where one of them brings the other in?
It's just a handshake. It's a handshake. It's just, hey man, how's it going?
I think it's one of these, and then like bring it in,
hey man,
and then like a little.
I think it may be quicker than that. It's, hey man, you good? All right, man. Good work, man. Good luck this year. Little corny joke and somebody fake laughs.
What if it's
it may be Shanahan with the fake laugh? Yeah, bro.
Is it the one where you like kind of like hey, what's up? From like afar?
You could do that one too.
Like where you see them and you're like, hey, I see you, but I'm not walking over there.
You could do the point like Chris Paul to Steve Kerr. We're like, ha 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 ha. And then as soon as you turn your back, you have a straight face.
I might do the what's your deal.
What's your deal?
Yeah.
No, you're not going to do that. Don't be that douche. What's your deal, bro? What's your deal?
I would never do that. I would never do that.
What you think about Matt Barrow saying Trey is standing out?
Sure. I mean,
sure.
I don't, but I just don't.
Sure.
It's hard for me to make. It's hard for me to make like strong opinions about things I'm not viewing myself. You know,
you don't trust Matt Barrows?
No, it's not that
he's not the only one saying Trey's standing out.
Everybody's saying that he's improved, but just because he's improved doesn't mean that he's surpassed what Brock Purdy's done. And so there's like levels to it, and I think this is a big step forward for him. Just not his standing on the team. I'm just saying his standing as an NFL player. This is a big step forward to take a lot of growth and to take the initiative into your own hand, get Jeff Christensen to work on your delivery, to work on, getting rid of the ball quicker. Just from the videos that I see from people, it does look like he's really fixed the mechanics. It feels like the ball comes out quicker on target, but it's very difficult for me to then take the next step forward and be like, well, everybody's saying he's playing better, hence, therefore, he's X percentage better than he was last year, and he deserves a bigger shot. I kind of got to watch it for myself, and then I'll be able to make my own opinions.
All right.
I find it really hard to sift through everything that you see and pick apart, like, what are they working on today? Maybe they are telling guys, hey, work on checkdowns. So everybody should be checking down. And he's not hitting his checkdowns. And now I'm like, well, okay, should I grade that a little higher because he's missed a couple of checkdowns, but then he hit a 25-yarder? Well, they're not emphasizing that today. I don't know what their emphasis is in practice.
I'm seeing a couple things here, YouTube, because you kind of sound like some of the YouTubers. Nishi Martin and who else is out there? Rick Beltran. It's practice, guys. It's practice. Like Nishi says, Trey's worse than Bonte. What's that 10? Trey must not be ready to play the NFL because I'm terrible. But a lot of people just say it's just practice.
We in here talking about practice.
What else do we have to gauge on? Is it just games? Because if we gauge the preseason games, then you know what people are going to say? Well, it's just preseason. Nobody's scheming. So then what do we have to go off of?
The games, the 8 games that Brock played.
So
that's it.
Nothing matters with Trey until he plays a regular season game. Should we even bring up Trey Lance anymore? Are we at that point where we don't?
No, because he's going to play this weekend, and I think if he plays really well, I think his standing within the team kind of starts to come up a little. I think his confidence in himself goes up a little. Maybe his value around the league goes up a little, although I still wouldn't move him. I think it does matter. And then if he struggles, is it the end of the world? No, but it's certainly not good.
Well, because Danker says that he's right. After watching the Bill Walsh, reading the Bill Walsh book, a couple of them, Bill Walsh is all about practice.
Well, everyone's
practice
different.
mattered. It mattered. You think practice matters for Bill Belichick?
Well,
it matters.
Okay, but then why is Shanahan saying that practice doesn't matter at all for Nick Bosa?
Maybe he's aloof. Maybe he's just jerking our chain. I don't know. Bill Walsh thought practice is very important.
No,
Bill Belichick thinks practice is very important.
I love
Andy Reid believes practice is very important.
I love practice. Isn't practice to me? It's preparing for games. Like that's what I view practice as. But not everyone takes that same approach. Like the head coach himself stood at a podium and told me training camp does not matter for this player, Nick Bosa. Now that might be exclusive to just Nick Bosa. Maybe that doesn't apply to everyone. So I don't know what he's doing a song and dance at the podium to justify what he believes in one day and what he doesn't believe in the other day, and I can't keep count.
You got to evaluate in practice. You got to prep in practice.
That I agree with.
Practice makes you perfect.
That I agree with.
Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have good practices, and then game day he didn't have good games for the most part. He did have.
Well, Garcia was a notoriously bad practice player. Alex Smith notoriously was a good practice player in the sense that he was never throwing interceptions, but then that translated to game day in a guy who was risk averse and wouldn't rip the ball down the field.
So people say Trey stinks, practice doesn't matter. I disagree with that.
I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think the practice absolutely matters to a degree. I think the games and the preseason matter to a degree. But I think the most important factor right now as we evaluate all 3 quarterbacks are the games that Brock played last year in the regular season and in the playoffs. Right now, that's the number one thing everyone's hanging their hat on, and that's why that guy's QB1.
Kyle Shanahan yesterday he got asked about Bosa. Bosa. Here's what he had to say about that.
You've gone to John or Parag or anybody to just kind of get an idea where things are with Bosa?
No, definitely not.
How do you manage to just stay out of that?
Easily. Just stay out of it. And there's not much to ask. Nick?
Stressful at all for you?
No, not at all. Because I don't know if Bosa's ever done a training camp, and he's done pretty good. I mean, it's a little different when you're a D lineman. I mean, just how, everybody wants people here, and you want to do that stuff, but it doesn't affect the team as much from a DN standpoint. I have as much confidence in Nick as any player I've ever been around in terms of how he prepares and everything, and I know they're going to get it right, both sides, and I'm excited for when I do see him.
What'd you make of that? Did that help...
I just think
that help your anxiety dissipate.
No,
about Bosa.
I am worried about the Bosa thing.
I know you're worried about it.
Like we're not even getting like a rumble. We don't even have an idea of the framework.
No, isn't that a good thing? They're not negotiating in public. That's good. Isn't that good stuff?
I mean,
is that what you want from your organization? No leaks?
This is what I would like. I would feel a lot better if Bosa was physically at the facility doing one of those hold-ins. And I know this is different, but that I would feel a lot better in that. Like Debo last year did a hold-in. He showed up. He wasn't getting paid. It was a little more public, obviously, and it played out in who he was following on social media. But he was there, right? He was there. And so not seeing Bosa there, like I am a little worried. Like, bro, out of sight, out of mind. Like, is he just going to just hop on a plane and come back? Where is he? Is he in Santa Clara? Is he ready to go? Is he in Florida? What's he doing?
Number 4 overall player on the Players 100 list, top 100, Nick Bosa. Matt Barrows brought it up as well. I'll wait till next week to be remotely concerned about Bosa. Right now, I'm not concerned at all. Shanahan said it, though. Has he ever had a trading cap?
Last year. Last year. Literally last year.
That's your head coach, though.
I know, but I was there last year, and he was dominating in practice.
Before. I was there all 3 of these years except for last year. His first 2 years, he partakes in trading camp.
Well, no, he had a high ankle sprain.
I know what Shanahan is meaning. He goes, look, doesn't really play in the preseason. We have him on the pitch count.
Well, yeah, he is different.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
No,
he's different.
I'm with you on that, but I just want him there.
All right, well, he's not.
He's the 4th best player in the NFL as voted on by the players.
It doesn't matter that you think it matters if Fred Warner if he's there or not.
Did that hurt your soul a little that he was picked 4th overall?
Why would it hurt my soul?
Because you know I love him so much.
Why do I care? What are you talking about?
I feel like you've been hard on Bosa.
I'm hard on Shanahan. I'm hard on Bosa. We hold great players to great standards. You guys just give them compliments and flowers. You can't critique these guys. It's like they got Teflon on.
No.
You guys have the audacity to talk about LeBron and Steph, and if we could critique other great players, we could critique Bosa and Shanahan. I'm hard on these guys.
Oh.
Why not? He got no sacks in the playoffs. He got 1 quarterback hit in 3 playoff games.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't his best. It wasn't his best. But he had been better in the prior playoff runs.
Why would I care? Why would it go through my head that, oh my God, Bosa's number 4. Shaskin's going to be jumping for joy? Who cares?
Well, I do feel validation.
Validation about what? He was a number 2 overall pick.
I know. He's just been a great player. He's just been a great player since day one. It's been one of their best draft picks of all time.
Everybody thought he was going to be the number 1 pick if Kyler didn't come out.
I mean,
he's supposed to be this good.
What would have happened? What would have happened if they took?
Why would I care? Why do you say things like that? I don't get it.
Well, because I love Bosa. I know you like Quinn Williams.
Everybody loves Bosa. I like Bosa. Quinn Williams has been great too.
Well, Bosa's been better. Where was Quinn Williams on this list?
I don't know, but Quinn Williams just got a new bag.
Yeah, he did.
New bag, all pro.
And he's there, right?
He's been there. He got that contract, and also Quinn Williams has been really good. They had him as a bust through his rookie year.
Who are you taking for this year?
Well, Parsons?
No. Micah Parsons.
I might take Micah. I might take Micah.
Why?
Micah could play all over the place. Micah's legit. Micah's nasty. He's unblockable, man. I seen Bosa get blocked in 2 straight playoff games. What's his name? Smith in Dallas?
Tyron Smith. And Lane Johnson.
We didn't hear Nick Bosa's name in the Dallas game.
No, at all.
I don't think the announcers called his name.
He fell more in that game or got pushed down more in that game than I'd seen in any game ever.
Lane Johnson with no groin.
Yeah, he took him to town. I didn't think Bosa was 100% healthy. I thought he was playing through something. But that might be an excuse by me. It's just what I thought I was seeing. Micah is so good.
The image of Micah Parsons tossing Mike McGlinchey with one hand is just ingrained in my memory.
I'm leaning Bosa, but one more great year from Micah, and we might have a conversation. Bosa literally changed the face of their defense forever.
Bosa didn't show up to signings at Santa Clara Convention Center. Nobody hates. Why do you make it seem like I hate Bosa or something? I don't get that.
No, I just think that we've been very critical on Bosa. He's been one of the great draft picks.
We've given him his flowers. We've given him his flowers. He's going to make $30 million a year at least. At least. He's going to get his money. But now the bar changes. You get your money. Now we need more DPOYs. We need more sacks in the playoffs. We need you to beat double teams. That's what it is.
So let's say he gets $35 million a year, just hypothetically. The only way that he could justify the contract is a Super Bowl? Or
No. Bosa deserves the money. Bosa's a generational talent. I'm a hater See, this is what you do.
What did I do?
You do this, and that just pisses me off sometimes.
What did I do?
You label me as a hater, and then you get the 510 coming in here, sending the mobile text line. Bosa, you're such a hater just because I don't kiss these guys' ass 24/7. Jesus Christ. Can't everything ain't flowers and sunshine, Capri Suns and fruit snacks. Hey, you get a fruit snack because you played. Bosa didn't do nothing in the playoffs. It's okay to say it. It's okay.
Well, look, as the author of, many critical takes on the Warriors season, I know what it's like to be labeled a hater, and I don't think you're a hater. I do think that at times Bosa, when he doesn't produce, we jump all over him. Not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the fan base.
I disagree with that too.
Really?
With the fan, yeah, I don't think.
If he doesn't get a sack again, like for example, the Super Bowl when they lost to Mahomes, he didn't get a sack even though he was in the backfield the entire time.
We really thought he was good.
What?
He didn't get crushed for that.
There were a lot of people like Bosa didn't do nothing. I'm like, dude, that game he was really good.
No, people thought Bosa should have been the MVP.
I thought so too.
He was that dominant in the Super Bowl.
You got to win the game, but yeah.
You got to win the game, but he was that dominant. He was amazing. Amazing. What the hell is going on in the chat? Talking about other stations? Okay, great.
You going to mention that publicly?
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Do not forget, we are partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park, September 11th. That's right, 9/11. It's the 8th annual Pet Nelly Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities will be out there golfing, and we want your company to join us. We do. There will be there's going to be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest.
Oh, good luck with that.
An auction with some great memorabilia.
What hole are they doing that on? I'm curious.
I don't know. And a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Who's playing in that?
I don't know. I want in. No, you don't do that. That's a PGA Tour site. That's not tour, but PGA Championship site. We don't need to do that. That's for them. That's designed for just Augusta.
All
It's
right.
literally just any golf segment now.
I know.
Go to sfautismsociety.org for more details.
Sounds like a great event.
That's sfautismsociety.org. Great golf, great calls. We got to get out there. 9/11 Harding Park. I'm with that.
Yeah. Is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
That's the 11th. That's a Monday. It's a day after the Steelers-Niners game. Week 1.
Sounds like a great time to be out there.
Like an amazing time.
So I'm looking here. Chris Jones, 10th overall in the NFL top 100. Micah, 9. Josh Allen, 8.
Yeah.
Tyreek, 7. Joe Burrow, 6. Kelsey at 5. That's wow. Bosa at 4. Hurts at 3. Jefferson at 2. Mahomes at 1.
Yeah.
So it's basically Bosa, Parsons, Jones. Defensively, in that order.
Nope.
Very, very interesting. And Chris Jones also wants to get paid big time. Mm-hmm. Although I believe this is his 3rd contract.
Yeah, Chris Jones. Chris Jones came in 2nd or 3rd in the Defensive Player of the Year votes
this year.
Last season.
Yeah,
he was that good. And so you think about Aaron Donald when he got that $87 million guaranteed. Chris Jones may get 90. Bosa's probably going to want 90. What if Bosa wants $100 million guaranteed?
Woo. That's quarterback money. Okay, that's where I might say that's a little too much. $100 million? $100 million? The richest richest contract in Niner history, based on like what that person earned, is Jimmy G. He earned the most money in 49er history. Bosa, if signing a $100 million guaranteed contract plus whatever the incentives and things, that would make him on par with Jimmy G's contract. That's kind of crazy now that I think about it. $100 million?
It's a lot of money. What
did Debo get last year? Because Bosa's been better than Debo. What did Debo?
I'm looking at, you brought up Micah Parsons.
He's good, dude.
The Niners? So Micah Parsons went, 11 overall or 12?
Yeah, he was 11th or 12th.
Overall.
We would have been the Trey pick, essentially.
Damn. Parsons to Bosa?
$60 million guaranteed, 58 for
Bosa,
Debo.
For Debo? Oh, Bosa's getting 90 at least.
Right?
At least. Is that the sticking point? Is money all the issues here? Is money the only issue with Bosa? What is the whole
$90 for a defense?
What's so complicated about
$90
it?
million. Wow. So what you're dreaming of, if they had never made the trade for Trey Lance, they could have Micah Parsons and...
Well, I do. This edge rusher, the opposite of Bosa...
is a huge
opposite
deal.
edge of Bosa is huge to me. Like, nobody's talking about that enough. Drake Jackson really ready to go get the quarterback?
He sounds like he's tapered off, and it sounded like he got hurt at practice the other day, and I don't know what the severity was.
Taco Charlton?
He's been in the league for a long time. What's he got, like 8 sacks?
Yeah. Cleveland Farrell?
Another guy. He's been in the league for a couple of years. What's he got,
5
like
years.
9 or 10 sacks?
Number 4 overall pick with the Raiders.
What was he with the Raiders? Just a wrong position? What was the deal there?
The expectations are so high because he was drafted so high. He was like a first-round talent, but like late first-round talent coming out of Clemson, and you could have had guys like Josh Allen, the linebacker, at that point. That's
Kentucky.
the guy you should. So the expectations, then you saw Max Crosby, third-round pick, just come out onto the scene. You thought, oh, this guy's so good. Maybe we have 2 guys, and just constantly comparing him to Crosby just wasn't doing it for him. He had a solid year last year, but again, he was a rotational guy.
Yeah. So he'll be good in the rotation here, but that opposite edge rusher of Bosa, the spotlight's on them to produce, to contain,
if Trey Lance
to come up
gets
with plays.
cut, or is the number 3 over? We are going to do. You're right. Now, the more I think about it,
This is a monumental miss if Trey doesn't work out.
well, and especially if Micah Parsons ends up going to the Hall of
We're
Fame.
in denial because we want to ignore it because, again, we want everything.
I think
We
you're
want
right.
everything to be sunshine and roses.
I think you're right.
We want everything to be fruit snacks and Capri Suns around here.
Yeah.
Let's trade up 3 picks to go get Trey Lance.
Well, and like
we don't even know who the hell he is yet.
And you look at the Dolphins, and they've made the most of all those
Yes,
moves.
they
Now,
have.
they've had to dump a lot more money into it. Like, it's not the only
They've made
assets.
moves.
They made a lot of moves. They turned it into Chubb. They turned it into Tyreek. Now, there were other things that they had to add to those things. Like, they did make a lot out of that.
So let's talk about it. It's uncomfortable, and I know we don't like to talk about negativity.
Right. You're right.
But if Trey doesn't work out, and now it's a lot more pressure on Brock to be the guy.
God, I don't want to admit that. They I mean, it's easy to say it now. Like, you could have had Parsons. No, you literally could have had him.
Adam in the city. What's happening? Adam.
I hate admitting that.
How we doing, guys?
What's up, Adam? Good,
I was
man.
doing a lot better until we started going down
No, this is fun.
This
is fun.
It makes me sad.
This is what sports is all about.
Yeah, I'm gonna ease your tensions here a little bit with the whole Bosa thing. Whenever it's come to the front office and giving these guys the money, we can look at Warner, we can look at Debo, we can look at Kittle. They always end up getting the deal done. Like, I understand it's a little unnerving that he's not at camp and all this stuff, but Bosa is a human gladiator. That dude is in shape. Like Shanahan said, he's a defensive lineman. He's like, all he has to worry about is tackling the quarterback, and we know he's going to come into camp in shape. And also, just with those 3 deals that we've done in the past, we're going to sign Bosa. I'm not worried about it. You just got to have a little bit of patience. And kind of like what Bonte says, the world ain't all sunshine and rainbows, but like Rocky said, it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Just ease those tensions, all right?
There it is. No anxiety for Bosa. We'll get the Rick and Redwood City
Yeah,
on
okay.
that side. We got a break here. We got
90
more coming
million.
up on that. Rick believes Bosa should get a particular number. I want to hear from Rick in Redwood City, 888-957-9570. I bet you there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with Rick, but I get what he's talking about. I get what he's going to say on the other side. Here on the Morning Roast, and that'd be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to...
only God knows.
Woohoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Last segment of the show. The show has flown by here on a Tuesday. Thanks to Dave Fleming. Thanks to Matt Barrows for joining us. Check out those interviews on the Odyssey app or at 957thegame.com. You can check out those interviews there. Flem talking about the Giants, of course, and Matt Barrows all over the 49ers, including spending a day with Fred Warner, the quarterback situation where Trey Lance is starting to stand out in the backup quarterback room. How about that? You wouldn't know it from all the reports. By the way, listen, if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Shasky and Lubman bring you all you need to know about this Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. So what is appropriate for Nick Bosa? What's too much for Nick Bosa? Anybody worried about Nick Bosa not being in camp so far? Number 4 on the NFL top 100 players list. Hasn't been in camp yet. He's holding out. Rick in Redwood City. He believes Bosa should get this number here. Rick, I'm eager to hear your number that Bosa should receive with this next deal.
Hey, boys. How's it going, man?
Good.
Yeah, Bosa should get at least $100 million.
Really?
Absolutely. I mean, and like Mahomes should get like a 10-year deal. We need to lock that guy down for life. I mean, he's that good. I mean, next to Mahomes, that's who I want for a league-wide fantasy team is Bosa. I mean, he's the best defensive player there is. I mean, he proved it with every metric last year: defensive player of the year, leading in sacks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why and then with his work ethic, that's why nobody's worried about him coming in late, because he's going to come in fantastic shape, and how dedicated he is, and how he's on the cutting edge of every training, technology there is. I mean, absolutely. And I think that's why it's taken so long, is because they're going to do a long-term, like Mahomes, 10-year deal, and that's why it's taken so long. And he's worth every penny and more. Absolutely.
$100 million. Bosa should get. That's
yes,
Rick in Redwood City.
And then whatever per year. Because then think about it. If they give him that big guaranteed chunk now, and then he gets like whatever cap-friendly yearly amount in 5 years, and when he's only making $40 million, and every other top pass rusher is making $60, you look like a genius. Absolutely, it's a no-brainer.
All right, Rick, $100 million guaranteed. Bosa, appropriate? You okay with that?
It's a lot of money. I mean, look, there's very little argument outside of trying to critique the player. You want to say he faded in last year's playoffs? Yeah, we all agree. He did, but he carried them at times throughout the regular season. He had a dominant regular season. The guy basically averages a sack a game. He plays in a game, he's getting a sack. Yep. That's pretty much what he's averaged throughout his career. $100 million is close to like quarterback money. It is. I mean, like, what did Lamar Jackson sign for in terms of like guarantees?
I'm just looking at pass rushers here. TJ Watt, $80 million guaranteed. Joey Bosa, $102 million total guarantees.
Joey did?
Joey.
I think he's better than Joey.
Myles Garrett, $100 million guaranteed. Khalil Mack, $90. Max Crosby, $53. So, I mean,
Max Crosby, boy, he got a deal. I mean, like, as in the Raiders got a deal compared to what I think his production is.
Let's see here, 2023 total guaranteed.
Because I know Myles Garrett was averaging about $27 million a year as a DN. That was like the AAV heading into this year. TJ Watt was like 25 plus. Aaron Donald, I think, was at 29, 30.
Right.
I mean, wow. The more you think about it, maybe he is getting $100 million.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo, how much did he get guaranteed? Was it 70 plus?
He ended up making like 120.
Right. So we got a signing.
You know, him and Don Yee.
$74 million guaranteed for Jimmy Garoppolo.
And that was 5 years ago?
Yeah. I would be okay with giving Bosa that money. Although, you know what? Uncle Looney believes Max Crosby is better than Joey or Nick Bosa. Crosby does play every snap. I give him that. He plays every snap.
Chris Kocurek was talking about this yesterday. I believe it was yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. He was saying like they need to be able to rotate their defensive line more because last year they rotated, but they were all gassed in January when they started playing all the playoff games because you only get the one bye. Right. You added the extra week, and then you get these Thursday games, and so they also lost a day last year in the playoffs. Remember, they played on a Saturday, and then they got an extra day of rest after that. But by that point, they were already gassed. So he was talking about how they need to rotate their guys even more, and I found that interesting because there are times where I'm watching the Niners and I go, Bosa's on the sideline too long.
Yeah, he's on the sideline to start possessions.
Right?
To start possessions. I don't like that.
I don't either.
I want him setting the tone to start a possession, not starting a possession on the bench. That's the way they do things, man. But I'm not feeling that. Let's go to Bay Rob in the city. Bay Rob, long time no talk, man. What's happening, Bay Rob?
What's up with you guys, man? Football is back. I'm pumped up. Getting ready for that game one. I'm going to hit Pittsburgh. But besides all that, man, we got to cough it up, man. We got to cough it up. Banter and Butcher Boy. We just coughed it up to Hargrave. Gave him $84 million.
Right.
Man, let's get this dude his money and quit playing with this dude. He our cornerstone. We know what time it is with him. We know what he going to bring. We ain't even got nothing to talk about, man. Cough it up. Whatever he wants, cough it up. That's all I got to say. Cough it up, and let's get ready to roll for this season. I'm ready to go. Game one. I'll be in the building for Pittsburgh.
You going to Pittsburgh, Bay Rob?
So let's get ready.
Bay Rob, who you going out there? You going out there with Fontana, Rick Buckner? Who you going out there with?
Yeah, them my dudes, man.
So you're running with Fontana, Buck,
from the city.
Robin?
We all from the city.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Fontana, all them dudes. Yeah. Butcher Boy, me and Butcher Boy know, folks.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know Butcher Boy. He St. Mary's. We all in that same circle, man.
Thank you.
That whole Excelsior,
Thank you.
Vernon Heights area, all that.
Thank you.
Well, we know Butcher used to go in the house when the lights came on. You stayed outside, Bay Rob. We know you.
God. Rob, you're good people. You're good people. I'm with him on this.
Lights went on Shasky's
I'm with him on this. You get. I know it's a lot of money, and I know that there's risk. There's risk with all these contracts, right? You gotta give it to him, man. He's 25.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get what he wants. At the end of the day, he's gonna get what he wants. He's that important to the defense.
I mean, you're looking at a guy that conceivably could be the all-time 49er sack leader.
Yeah, he's number 4 on the top 100 list voted on by the players. He's going to see his money.
That is
$100 million guarantee may be the baseline.
So when you drafted him number 2 overall, has he exceeded the expectations?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Not even close, right?
Yeah, he's been great.
Has he been their best draft pick?
Ever?
Oh, is it Kittle or him? I think it's him. Given where he, expectations.
Ever? Or just with this team?
No. I'm talking about this regime. My bad. This regime.
I mean, Kittle has an argument. Fred Warner has an argument. Hell, even Deebo Samuel has an argument. He was a second-round pick.
I don't think Debo's lesser than even Kittle and Warner, but I think he does have an argument. But
Warner and Kittle have arguments. I mean, Warner's been in the lineup every single game.
Yes.
He's not missed time.
I think we underrate his importance to the team.
Yeah, no, I'd probably put Warner above Bosa, and people are going to think I'm hating.
Why would you? Why is that? Why do you think
Warner has been in that lineup day in and day out, hasn't quit, embodied what a 49ers all about at the linebacker spot, plays all 3 downs, pass coverage, run blitzing, you name it. Fred Warner has been there. 3 different coordinators now. Mm-hmm. Obviously learned a lot under DeMeco Ryans, going sideline to sideline. Mm-hmm. Think about the opposite linebacker who's played opposite of him. Guys have been hurt. Greenlaw's been hurt. Mm-hmm. Quan Alexander have been hurt. Al-Shire been hurt. And Elijah Lee.
Remember that name?
Yeah, I do. Warner's in there every single snap, every single game. So I would put him above Bosa, especially in terms of value. 3rd-round pick, 70th overall. Bosa was supposed to be good. When you drive somebody number 2 overall, you're expecting them to possess Hall of Fame talent. Well, Bosa has Hall of Fame talent, and he's played like a Hall of Famer through the first 4 years of his career. There's no doubt. But I would put Warner just above Bosa in terms of this regime being the best draft pick.
Man, I think Warner has a really good argument, and I get the whole value thing. If we were just looking back at how the league values, who do you think the league is going to value Bosa more, right? Because of pass rushing?
No doubt.
But if, let's say a guy was missing, if you lose 5 weeks of Warner, is that more impactful to the defense than 5 weeks of Bosa?
Maybe you miss Fred Warner. Who's color?
Well, I know. I think there's an argument.
I think you take Warner off the field, your defense suffers dramatically.
We have never seen what it looks like.
You don't want to see what it looks like, right?
No. Even though they've done a good job finding linebackers. Man,
and this is why I would have Warner as the best pick, because we didn't know who the Niners were going to draft third, 70th overall. Mm-hmm. You had Reuben Foster. We all thought Reuben Foster was the heir apparent. We thought he was going to wear the green dot helmet and be the captain of the defense for many, many years. Bosa was. I know I wanted Quentin Williams. A lot of people wanted Quentin Williams because we didn't know about Bosa's health.
I was open-minded to Kyler if they didn't take Kyler.
Exactly. But Bosa was basically the slam dunk. You got it. He's there, number 2 overall. You take Bosa.
Is it fair to say, well, they had Fred in 2018, and the defense could not get to the quarterback, and then when Bosa got there, it completely changed the entire thing? I think they work in tandem. I don't think it's either or. I think it's a little bit of both, but is there more of an argument for Bosa being that kind of, like, they changed and immediately became a top 10 defense when Bosa was here?
But you also got to throw Dre Greenlaw some love.
Yes.
You got to throw not Greenlaw, D Ford.
Yes.
You got to throw D Ford love, man. He helped on that defense. You didn't even have to blitz. You didn't have to blitz with that front four. So Bosa, he has argument. This is 707, Xfinity Mobile text line. Purdy may be the best pick of this regime.
I mean, maybe when it's all said and done. I mean, right now, Bosa's been, every team in the league would trip. I mean, we're doing a joking exercise and people are losing their minds because I'm just asking what would Bosa get you in a trade? Like, if hypothetically, I'm just going through value. Right. I think he'd get you the most back if you were just, all the Niners were available for a trade. Yeah. Every 49er, let's just say hypothetically. Yeah,
he'd probably get the most.
I think the league values Bosa the highest.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right?
And edge rushers come at a premium.
But if Purdy becomes that guy, then that equation changes.
Yep.
And he establishes himself. Then that equation probably changes.
Kittle does have an argument, though.
He does. He does. Kittle's been freaking amazing. Every time we think, have we seen the best of him? And then he goes on like a 4-game tear, and you're like, nah, he's pretty damn awesome.
Kittle, where was he drafted?
5th round.
235th overall. Wow.
And that year with Nick Mullins was unreal.
Yeah, it was unreal.
I mean, unreal.
George Kittle, 5,254 receiving yards. Only had 765 last year.
40 touchdowns?
He has 31 touchdowns.
Oh, 31.
31 touchdowns. 34 overall. 34 overall. Hasn't had a 1,000-yard season since 2019. Only played the 8 games in 2020. 2021 had a nice bounce-back season, 910 yards. 60 catches last year, but you got so many weapons. Kittle's legit. Kittle, no argument, though. A lot of people are going to go Bosa. Bosa would get what Raiders got for Khalil Mack. No, they would.
I think they get a little more. But yeah, we're splitting hairs there.
At that point, did Khalil Mack have any injuries?
I don't think he had
Bosa had the torn ACL.
I don't think he had any.
No major ones. And so that pick, I think I was just looking back here now. So they got 2 firsts for it, a 3rd-round pick, and then a 6th-round pick.
And they gave up a second?
A second to the Bears, which is dumb. That was a John Gruden special right there, Mike Mayock.
What's going on back there?
Diney's on the phone.
Got it. Real quick, because we could talk about Bosa. If he's worth $100 million, I got no problem with that. What are you going to say, no? You going to tell Bosa no? You want to risk that?
Could you imagine waking up one day, you go to your direct deposit, you just open up your app, and you're like, $100 million just got deposited in?
It would be nice.
It would be nice.
It would be nice.
Your boy would be off on an island somewhere for at least a couple of weeks.
That would be nice. First place I go is Vegas.
Why Vegas?
It's just,
turn that $100 million into $200 million.
No.
Really?
I wouldn't be
$100
betting.
million's not enough for you guys?
I wouldn't be betting.
What would you do in Vegas?
Having some fun. I'd be pulling an all-nighter for being a rich young man.
I'm not mad at that.
I would be. Private jet, hell, you name it. Let's go. $100 million. You imagine that? Oh my God.
No, I couldn't imagine it. No, I literally could not imagine that.
Could you imagine
make that happen this year? Okay.
Could you imagine being Kevin Brown? Kevin Brown, not the pitcher who once got $100 million from the New York Yankees.
I think almost threw a no-no on opening day against the Giants at Candlestick.
He did throw a no-hitter before. Matter of fact, I think he did throw a no-hitter against the Giants.
It was like a rain-delayed game.
Did he? I think his no-hitter came against the Giants.
97.
I didn't see
at
it.
Candlestick Park, right?
Yes. Like 95,
in the teal Marlin hats. But Kevin Brown has been calling Oriole games for a couple years now. And the Rays have owned Baltimore up until this season. And the Orioles are now in first place in the AL East. They're up 3 games on the Tampa Bay Rays, 4 in the loss column. We've got all this young talent. They're having a lot of fun. They just honored their 83 team with Eddie Murray and Cal Ripken Jr., the last team to win a World Series in Baltimore. And Kevin Brown at the opening of a telecast in a game, for a game against the Tampa Bay Rays, here's what Kevin Brown had to say that got him suspended.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale, June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
I don't understand. I have heard it so many times. What did he do wrong?
I have no idea.
I thought he got better when the jingle came on. That jingle for the broadcast got me going.
Can
man.
I ask you a question?
How can you not be an O's fan and love that jingle? You're like, all right, we're in the Trot, baby. Let's go.
When you have the earpiece in, you hear the jingle when you're doing TV?
Yeah, I hear the jingle.
You hear the jingle?
Yeah.
Okay.
That jingle, it gets you going.
Does it? Okay. Yeah. I didn't know.
Well, I don't know.
Is he reading off of a teleprompter?
No, that's just he's reading the graphic. And he's just basically reading it.
So he's looking
ad-libbing. Yeah, he's looking into a camera.
Okay.
No teleprompter. And he's got his now he preps for that.
Yeah,
this
for
is
sure,
where you have
for
show
sure.
meetings and you have Zoom meetings or whatnot before the telecast, and you know exactly what you're going to talk about at the top. What graphic, what stat. He's probably rehearsed it. He knows what he's going to say. So he's just looking into the camera and boom. That was so well delivered. He delivered that so well.
Well, so basically you're saying that the owner of the Baltimore Orioles took him off the broadcast. We don't know if he's fired. Is that?
We don't know if he's fired.
But they took him off the broadcast.
Took him off the television broadcast. He did radio for 3 games, I believe, during the Yankees series. And he hasn't been seen since July 26th.
So when you put up graphics like that, that is like a team decision, right? Like the producers.
We talk about all that. We know exactly what the stats are.
Yeah, he's not the one putting that up. So I don't understand why he's
but those are facts. You have to kind of break that down. You're playing a team, like, for example, the Warriors. They haven't beat Orlando in 5 straight years.
Yes.
In Orlando. We will probably run that graphic. Boy, Orlando been a house of horrors for the Golden State Warriors. They've lost 5 straight at the Amway Center.
San Antonio, they had that long streak.
Right.
They hadn't won in San Antonio. Remember that?
Fitz bring it up all the time.
Yes. Well, also, in the Steph Curry underrated doc, you are talking about his poor shooting night,
right?
And you're stating his fact.
Yeah.
Oh, was that what it was? I'm
month.
sorry.
Yeah.
So, because I guess you kind of did this hit home at all for you a little, or no?
I mean, he shouldn't have been suspended over it. It's just a normal day in the office.
Yeah.
It's just another day in the office. You're breaking down. And so, if I'm an Orioles fan and I heard that, you're like, yeah, we have struggled against the Rays. This sucks, man. Dang. It's the truth. People want the truth.
Well, when I watch the NBC, I probably watch more post and pregame show stuff on the Giants and the Warriors than most people, because I'm kind of addicted to it. Because I get a lot of great nuggets from you guys. You guys have great facts.
Yeah, no,
and you guys do really good research. And so, when I'm watching those things, I always feel like they're really well thought out, and I never feel like, oh, they're out to get the team. They're not. This is my view.
Do you think we want to piss off Stephen Curry?
No,
he's the breadwinner.
You want access, and you want to be able to present the team in a way. Because I always say this, everyone watches different. My dad wants. This is the way he views it. He goes, "I want homers."
So your dad, you don't think would have been a fan of that opening monologue from Kevin Brown?
No, because it wasn't that egregious. These are the facts. We've lost X amount of games to them.
They've owned us, but yet the tide is turning.
Exactly. Now, it's another thing if he's giving his own spin on it and going on and on and on. And
those are facts. Those are straight up facts. We sucked against the Rays. Now, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
But he's like, look, man, this has been a house of horrors. And he delivered it so well, so eloquently. And he's talking about, like, man, last time we won a series, my broadcast partner was pitching, which brought a little humor to that monologue into that graphic. Just to be like, boy, it's been a long time coming. Boy, it's just like the road stuff last year. We kept talking about how the Warriors couldn't win a road game.
Yeah.
Boy, the Warriors 11 road with, boy, the Warriors haven't had a losing road trip like this since yada, yada, yada. Joe Lacob could have, if Joe Lacob was like the Baltimore owner, Peter Angelos, about to get this Bonte, get him off the air. Get him off the air. We can't, no. Get him off the air. Can't have that. Like, no, that's part of the job. And you're not crushing them. You're just stating some opinions, some facts, I should say. Not even opinions. Those are the facts. And so to get suspended over that, gosh, that's weak. During this year, and Flim said it, you're having a great year.
Yeah.
You brought baseball back to Baltimore.
Well, everybody's a Baltimore
people tweeting
fan.
about the Orioles all day long.
Who doesn't like watching them?
They're a great team to watch. And you suspend this guy who's come up in your system broadcasting. It is exciting. He's got the Orioles polo on. He's smiling ear to ear. You can tell the guy, Kevin Brown, is jacked up about that game in Tampa Bay. And you suspend him. So, yeah, to your point, Shasky, what you're asking, we talk about these graphics, these stats, something we should bring up, and we know what line to push.
Yes, yes.
You know, we're not going to come on the postgame show. Hey, boy, welcome to ABC Postgame Live. Monteo, Chris Willen, Terrell Wright, Trout, man. Draymond sucked tonight. You know, we're not going to come out and say that.
Well, how many? You've told us on air multiple times days where we've traded away on this show Draymond Green, and then you're like, great Warrior win tonight. Here's Draymond Green. Dre, great game.
Traded him 15 times
during the day.
That morning.
Yes.
That morning. And you don't think they hear that stuff?
They're cognizant of what.
Oh, they're very aware of what's going on.
And here's what I would say. I'm not on television, but I'm cognizant of my tone. On certain things, not necessarily from like the team perspective, but like the audience perspective, you know. And I learned a lesson. You brought this up, Jimmy Garoppolo after beating Minnesota, and I remember I was like, he's not ready to win the big one, and I was kind of like Debbie Downer, raining on everybody's parade as everyone's celebrating coming out of Levi Stadium, and it was a good lesson to learn. Like, dude, don't ruin it for everyone. Like, read the room, bro. We just won a playoff game for the first time in like 10 years.
Yeah.
So. I do believe that, not that you have to like, I'm not saying you have to kowtow to the teams. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you got to kind of just read the room out a little. And I didn't think what he did was egregious. But again, I'm not a journalist, nor do I kind of understand the inner workings of TV.
We'll play it one more time, and we'll move on, and we'll go to Will and Moran. But one more time, Kevin Brown. This is why he was suspended from Orioles telecast.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale, June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
And here's Flimmer's reaction to why Kevin Brown was suspended.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's so silly. I mean, Kevin, I feel bad for Kevin because, number one, Kevin, the Giants fans probably don't know much about him. He is pretty new, but he's very good, very talented, super enthusiastic, has been like a perfect fit with a young ascending Orioles team because he's just so kind of bubbly and giddy with how the Orioles have been playing. He's really good at what he does, and the fans really like him. He's just a very good young broadcaster. So I feel for Kevin because nobody wants this to happen, and nobody in our business wants to be the center of attention. I mean, I guess Harry Carey did sort of, but most of us want to be a part of it, but not the story. That's just not why we do it. And So I'm sure it's really uncomfortable for Kevin, and is going to be whenever he does get to come back. It's just that's no good. I just don't wish that on anybody, even if they do something that you might say kind of warranted something like this. It's just an awkward thing. The second part about it is it's so self-defeating for the Orioles. Like, the Orioles are they're the coolest story in the sport right now. And now what are people talking about? Like, how petty and sensitive, and it's also just not the way. If you want talented people working for you, this is definitely not the way to make that happen. It makes me very, very appreciative of what we have with the Giants. We've got a franchise, an ownership group, a front office that lets us be us and lets us tell the story of the team in our own personal way, and never would do something like this to us. And it makes me feel very, very grateful.
So I'm looking at the graphic right now. It says tropical depression. Orioles hit Tropicana Field. Last 16 series, 0-15-1. 15 straight series losses before this season. The last series win this season, what they've done in 2020 to 2022, 3 wins in 21 games. Literally the graphic. And as a fan, I want to see that. I'm like, boy, we have stunk in Tampa Bay. We need a series win. Go ahead, Lubin.
Yeah, and I'm pulling up some more information on this. So the information that Brown gave was in the Orioles team notes that they print up and give to the media before every game. Oh no, but it gets better. So that tropical disaster graphic that you're talking about, that was made by MASN, which is the network that Masson that broadcasts the Orioles games. That's a team-owned network. So Brown had nothing to do with that graphic being made. He's just given the notes and said, hey, this is what you're going to say. So he was basically given points by the team, read off those points that were provided to him by the team.
Or by the network.
By the network, which is owned by the team. So by extension, he's saying notes provided by the team and got punished for it.
But the network probably had a show meeting. They probably had a prep day and earlier that day to discuss what they're going to talk about in that opening segment. And then the team notes, of course, hey, man, we saw this in the team notes. And Masson and whoever's directed, it would be David Teller or Jonathan Sackey directed at, or, Phil, who works with Phil Policino, who works with Fitz on the Warriors broadcast. Hey, these are the numbers. This is what we're doing. Phil then talks to Sackey. Hey, this is what we're doing. Sackey knows what they're doing. We know the numbers and all. So that was all prep. I mean, and the fact that the team owns the network is even worse.
Yeah. I have to insert a joke here. So, Lubman, did you hear what he just said? That's how you produce a show. He's ready to give me the death stare.
Well, I don't think you guys are in a place to do that.
Honestly, real quick on this. Real quick.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Lubman, I love you. I think we all, in this room, we all realize. I think the majority of people realize we're really lucky to have these jobs. Like, we are. Like, my dad just retired being a stationary engineer, and my uncle's a plumber. My brothers, those are real jobs. Like, and I'm not saying that this isn't have difficulties baked into it, but I think the majority of us that are lucky enough to have broadcasting jobs to some degree realize that we're in the toy department of life, right? We get that. I think most people do. Are there occasional people who don't understand how good they've got it? Absolutely. You can find them in every walk of life, every profession. But I do know in this room, we all realize, like, any sentence can be our last sentence, right?
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Not yet.
Well, in this era,
I'm kidding.
In this era, there have been a lot of I would say firings that were appropriate because people said something that you can't walk back, or that you can't say, or that you can't blurt that in and represent a corporation, a company, or a team that way. This wasn't any of those things. And so that's why it's so weird, because it didn't seem like it wasn't. Who's offended by this? Just the team thinks that you shouldn't be.
The owner's offended. The owner, Peter Angelos, is the same one who had a riff with John Miller. And it's the reason why John Miller never got his contract renewed with the Baltimore Orioles.
Well, there's one thing to critique the team, maybe, or rag on them unnecessarily. To say that you haven't beaten Tampa Bay, which are facts, in the last 16 tries, I don't understand what makes that fireable.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess is where I'm going.
We're trying to figure that out. That's the whole point of this exercise. What did he do wrong? Why is the owner so mad? So you think about this. John John Miller, he was calling Orioles games. We'll get to Willem Marin. Get on here, and I'll read this after Willem Marin. He's been on hold for a minute. We had him on there. Will, go ahead.
Hey, my bad, guys. But real quick, all I was saying is I think it's ridiculous because I remember watching a rare day game where Barry Bonds took a pinch hit, and it was against one of the rare pitchers that had his number, Mike Minor. And the first thing Kruko says is, this guy has ownage on him. And he's talking about, bar none, the best hitter in my generation, letting him, talking about how he owns him. And lo and behold, Barry Bonds, it was a 0-2 count even, which made it more sweet. It was like a loop-in swerve, and he hit a dinger into the ocean. And the fact that he let us know that Mike Minor owned him so much made that home run that much more majestic. Like, yeah, it was Barry Bonds. How majestic could it be? But on an 0-2 count, when a guy owns you and it hits it just makes the story. Like, headlines make stories. I don't know why you wouldn't want to know that information. Like, how boring would it have been? Like, oh, yeah, just another day. Baltimore's coming to play Tampa, Tropicana.
Right.
Enjoy. And then it just, shuts off. That would be boring. You want to know insight. You want to dive deep. So for me, I just feel it's messed up, especially, too, when he was force-fed the information that he was giving out. It's not like he came up with these notes and was like, oh, this is going to be so cool. They're going to love it. I'm going to come up with this information. It was given to him. So it's like they should own up to their mistake, not hurt the messenger. That's all I'm saying. So it's messed up.
No doubt. It is messed up. Good call, Will. And I wonder, too, has Baltimore played in Tampa prior to that series? Because I'm sure every series they've had in Tampa Bay after they lost, say, 7 straight series in Tampa Bay, it's been a topic of conversation whenever the Orioles play the Rays. Boy, we haven't won a series here since 2020. Boy, we haven't won a series here since 2020. I'm sure when the streak hit 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, the Baltimore Orioles radio network talked about it. Their radio shows talked about it. They talked about it on TV broadcast. So John Miller, when he was calling Orioles games, he called the World Series championship run. He called the last out in Game 5 there in '82. The cheering you hear is from Oriole fans. Everybody else is in muted silence. The pitch, line drive, Ripke catches it, and shortstop. Orioles, champions of the world. He eventually signed a contract directly with the Orioles. All right, directly with the Orioles through '96. But at the end of the season in '96, owner Peter Angelos was displeased with Miller's often candid commentary on the Orioles' play and declined to renew his contract, citing a desire for a broadcaster who would bleed more orange and black. And that's when Miller returned to the Bay Area with the Giants.
Was it Gary Plummer way back when who was a little too critical of the Niners?
At times.
I'm sure there were other factors that bring the... because I'm thinking about some of my favorite calls of all time. When Ted Robinson does the Alex Smith call, the play of his life, the final couple of minutes against New Orleans. Part of what makes that so great is he's alluding to, even though he doesn't come out and say it, he's alluding to all the struggles that Alex Smith has had.
Right.
Up until that point in a 49er uniform. I know the Vin Scully calls, we talk about the Dwight Clark stuff this week because it's 8-7 yesterday. In the final 5 minutes of that game, Vin Scully is laying out all of the prior history of the Niners losing in the 70s to the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
And he's talking about how downtown San Francisco has been emptied after these assassinations and the Jonestown's massacre. And we don't remember this now, but he's laying the groundwork for the viewer to understand what the people in the stands are going through. Now, I know it's different because that's a national broadcast, but laying out the facts in the backdrop, isn't that the beauty of the broadcast?
No doubt.
Isn't that the eloquence that we look for?
Yep. It is. It is. So I don't like extra homers. Like when you're over the top homer, I sometimes it's just like, all right, we get it. What?
Like Hawk Harrelson?
Yeah, that's too much.
I kind of love that. What's wrong with we? They're part of the team.
Hawk Harrison.
What are you talking about? Vince Scully's not a Dodger. Wait, time out.
No.
Vince Scully's not a Dodger?
Hawk Harrison was literally calling dudes by their first names. He couldn't even call a final out because he was so pissed off about a play. It'd be 45 seconds of silence. It was like, come on, Hawk, call the game.
I kind of like that.
You're not playing. You're in the booth, dude.
I mean, like when Fitz goes, Oracle rises as one.
That's fine.
They've cut it to single digits. I get goosebumps.
That's fine.
But
Hawk is another level, though.
Yeah, Yankees win.
Hawk is another level.
Well, of course there's levels to it.
I mean, Hornets announcers are over the top. They are. That's some pride.
I love a good homer.
I love this.
What's
one.
that?
415 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. You guys are the biggest homers.
Okay, so this is interesting. How can I be the biggest Jimmy G and Klay Thompson hater of all time, and yet still simultaneously be a homer.
Be a homer, bro.
I don't understand how those can like coexist.
I thought I was a hater. The way I talk about Shanahan and Bosa, I thought I was a hater, not a homer. So which one is it, 415? That's what you get, though. Everybody feels a certain way. If you don't say this about a team, you're a hater. You don't say. I remember I picked against the Warriors one day, and somebody, you're the TV guy on the Warriors. They should yank you off for picking against them. God damn, can we just make a prediction?
Well, here's the dirty little secret that everyone needs to know. Everyone in the media, we all benefit when the teams are good.
Yes.
Every single one of us. Every one of us.
Calvin Covey's got his podcast network because these teams are so good. He gets better guests than us because the teams are good. He benefits too. Everybody does. This station only talks A's to bash them, even when they were good. No, we just don't talk about the A's, Uncle Looney. Get your facts straight. Fast Five.
You know, I'm going to start off here with my final take of the day. I'm looking at a Bryson DeChambeau that looks so thin on ESPN right now. He shot a 58 over the weekend. I don't know if he's a video game type of stuff on the Live Tour. He bulked up and was unrecognizable. He thinned out and is unrecognizable. I don't even know who he is anymore. I love Bryson DeChambeau. I know you hate him. I think he's great for golf content.
You know who I love? Klay Thompson.
But I know, Andrew, Steph, Dre, CP, and I, and the rest of the guys, we're hungry. We're in our group chat right now. We're trying to set up some mini camps for the season, but we're all on the same page. Like, look, we got another ring in us. We at least expect that. We can do it if we just stay the course and not look too far ahead. Take it week by week and just enjoy the process, because that's all you can really do. Mm-hmm. If you focus on a championship, it doesn't really do you nothing. You got to enjoy everything about it, the training camp, the preseason. Mm-hmm. So last year, I definitely have a bad taste in my mouth still, but that's not the worst thing, because now I'm hungrier than ever, and I still want to, I want to get back to that mountaintop. Like, 4 is cool, but why not get as many as you can get?
Exactly.
At least attempt, and then I can walk away from this game saying I gave it everything I had. Exactly. That's all you can do.
Klay Thompson on Podcast P. That's my final thought. Get ready for number 5, Warrior fans. Spinoni, what you got? Love it.
Do not go Austin Reeves in a USA jersey. I knew it.
I mean, he looked good off the bench yesterday in Puerto Rico. Him and Bobby Portis coming off the bench. He was just looked like he belonged. That's all I got to say.
You turned into Sam Darnold there, because I think you thought you saw a ghost the second I opened my mouth before you.
Well, I was just like, wow, look at him. He just read my mind completely. Austin Reeves. I can't wait for basketball season. I might get an Austin Reeves USA jersey. That's how good he is.
Good for you. Good for you.
My final thought is glad they got the win last night, but Logan Webb. Logan Webb is 8-2 when he gets at least 3 runs to support. Giants, can we get my man some run support, please, going forward? Come on now. 3 runs, I don't think is asking for that much. It's 1 more than 2.
I love you so
much.
That
math brought to you by Sam Lubman. There you go.
And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Evan Giddings. Who's going to choke on that show today? I'll find out from 10 to 2.
Huh?
Ow! Ow! Ow!
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. What is going on? Bay Area and beyond. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings, and trying to think where I should start. Thinking about maybe dropping dime on Spadoni right off the bat. Stiffened me. Invited him over to the house yesterday. It would have been nice for him to say, yeah, I can't make it. Instead, he just doesn't make it.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Steiny, because speaking of getting left on red, I think I texted you like 3 times last night, and I still have the red receipts. So what Spadoni did to you, you then transferred over to me.
Oh, you must have missed my thumbs up emoji.
Oh, the impression, the response?
You know what? Yeah, well, it's only 2.
I thought it was because I pissed you off.
Giants are unbelievable. You're right. I didn't get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
6 runs in the 9th.
They were.
Listen.
There's a lot of things that are unbelievable in sports right now.
Tell me about it. Fans, let's try to do this. What do you want? What do you want from your announcers? What do you want from your flagship radio hosts? What do you owe the team that you have an affiliation with, if anything? Because what's happened in Baltimore is very interesting. And I know Bonte and Shasky talked a little bit about it, but Kevin Brown is the Baltimore Orioles play-by-play announcer. And
for now.
Yeah, actually, exactly. Late July, I think July 26th, they were playing the Tampa Bay Rays. And Tampa Bay has owned the Baltimore Orioles over the last several years. And that's just a fact. So Kevin Brown is the play-by-play announcer. This is what he got suspended for. Just listen to this, and then I want to get into the owners of Bay Area teams, what their philosophy is. I want to talk about what the fans want to hear, what announcers owe the fans. Just listen to this and tell me if your antenna went up at all.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale, June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
Gone. Gone for a little while. That got Kevin Brown suspended.
We haven't seen him since.
So he was basically talking about how the Baltimore Orioles, I think Mike Krukow calls it ownage. The Tampa Bay Rays have ownage on the Baltimore Orioles, but this year it looks like the tide is finally turning a little bit, and the Baltimore Orioles telecast wanted to emphasize that. Gone. I mean, you got to be kidding me, right? You've got to be kidding me that is considered something that makes the Orioles look bad? Is that what it is? John Angelos, the owner, his father, Peter Angelos, had owned the team. Both of them apparently very thick-skinned, thin-skinned. Check that. And he got suspended for that.
Yeah, he is not.
Your thoughts?
Well, number one, it's ridiculous. I mean, anyone that hears that clip is probably wondering if they're dropping in the middle of it why we're even playing it. Because there was nothing nefarious, there was nothing insidious, there was nothing defamatory about what he said. What he stated was facts. And then once you hear the reporting and the digging and the journalism behind this that is revealed an even more damning reflection of the Baltimore Orioles, it becomes, I think, hard to stomach for just about anyone because everyone loves their sports announcers. Well, maybe not all of them, but I imagine if you're a hometown team and you're listening to your guys on the air, as we do with the Warriors, with Bob Fitzgerald and Glenn Azabuki, or with the Giants, Cruton Kipe, or the 49ers have a national broadcast, but you get to hear the local broadcast for the preseason. Everyone wants to hear their announcing crew. And for the Baltimore Orioles to indefinitely suspend Kevin Brown over things that are true, and if you listen to the beginning of the setup, again, I think he's just trying to simply place an importance on the series because the Baltimore Orioles are playing fantastic baseball. They're first in the AL East, which is a very competitive, the most competitive division in baseball. And they have a chance to take a series for the first time in over 3 years from a team that has had ownage over them. That, to me, there's nothing wrong there, except for the fact that apparently the Orioles felt like there was a cheapness to the comments of Kevin Brown, at least from the reporting, of placing an emphasis on the downtimes in Baltimore, of losing 100 consecutive games, 3 straight seasons, and a cheapness also financially of a team that has not necessarily invested as much as they can in their own, which is also a fact. They're 29th in payroll in Major League Baseball. So, like, all of these things that he's discussing and, I guess, airing are commonly known by Baltimore Orioles fans, and anyone listening to that has any understanding of that team is not going to be mad at the broadcast, but the owner, whether it's John Angelos or his father, Peter, clearly did not like what was coming out of the mouth of Kevin Brown, and this isn't the first time it's happened. So I think what we're basically asking is just, like, what do you want?
Exactly. 888-957-9570. We're going to play that sound a few times just because, to me, it was so innocuous. I would have never thought in a million years that anybody would have taken umbrage with that. Here's the thing. We're the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors. We are the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors. And Joe Lacob has owned the team for 12 years maybe now. He's never said one thing to me about what I say on the air.
Really?
Never. I mean, he may say, yeah, I don't know about that. You say, I don't know if you, I can't even remember some of the stuff, but it might be like, yeah, I don't know if you hit that one quite on the head with the Curry and the Clay compare or something like that. But he has never told anybody at this station, as far as I know, what they can or can't say.
Yes, Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
You know, it's Curry / Lacob. I'll give Joe about 40% of that. About 40% of that. But this is the flagship station. So, do you want to hear negativity about your team? Do you want to hear honesty about your team? Should I even be working for the Golden State Warriors flagship station if I'm as critical as I am about the team? Had a nice conversation with Raymond Ritter over at the Warriors about this, and he was flabbergasted. He could not believe that the Orioles did this. And the reason he couldn't believe... He's
head of PR, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. He's director of communications for the Warriors. Raymond was like, first of all, that statistic is in the game notes. Game notes, for anybody who knows, are given to all the media, so you can say, hey, the Orioles, they've won 7 of 11, and they haven't beaten the Rays in 3 years, this, that, and the other thing, and then that's the public information that gets out to the fans. But I'm interested to know what you guys want from your play-by-play people. And I think what we're going to go more to here is our 3 teams. I'm going to leave the A's out of this one. The Giants, the 49ers, and the Warriors. Do they have... The Giants, as far as I know, have never talked about how they're getting negative coverage and it's driving them crazy. Neither with the Niners, neither with the Giants. Like, it's something that serious organizations, I don't think, pay attention to. I really don't. They're serious organizations know they're going to be praised and they're going to be criticized, and the chips fall where they may.
I think it speaks to the insecurity of the Baltimore Orioles, specifically their ownership, because, like you mentioned, and these are the details that are revealed in the aftermath that make it all the more damning that this guy, Kevin Brown, has not been on the air since July 23rd when he uttered those words. And he did the radio call, I think, the following 3 games, but that was because apparently another mandate that has come down from the Orioles ownership is the fact that they only want their broadcasters wearing team gear. So that means if you're wearing you could wear a 3-piece suit to a ball game.
Right.
And if it don't have a bird patch on it, you're in trouble. And that was apparently one of the reasons why the radio guy or gal was not on the air and Kevin Brown had to fill in before he was indefinitely suspended. So there appears to be a controlling kind of like big brother feeling from that ownership group that is not anywhere near what we have here in the Bay Area. And to your point about the Warriors, and just having listened to you guys, talking with our boss about some of the conversations that he has or doesn't have with them,
right?
Everything that is opined, every opinion or discussion, that's up to you. That's your opinion. They're not going to dictate what you have to say about something that you think and that you have taken time and consideration about. What I imagine that they have talked to you, along with probably other people at the station, are simply errors, factual errors.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about something that was incorrectly stated, that was misrepresenting, in this case, the Baltimore Orioles. We're talking about a fact that was put out by the game staff or the PR staff. And from my knowledge, from my digging, there has been no suspension of any member of the public relations staff in Baltimore. Also, a big part of that soliloquy off the top from Kevin Brown was that it was paired with a video package illustrating each and every statistic that he uttered. So, do you also indefinitely suspend the production crew? Does the head of the video department have to go? Where does it stop? And so my question is, why is it him specifically, the face of whatever you deem to be irreparable? Why is he the guy, and why the rest of the staff that has basically been in uniform about this one pretty harmless vocalization of a deficient baseball team, why aren't they included in this as well? And if you're the Golden State Warriors would never get to that point because they got not even thick skin. They just have skin.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, that, again, I could play that, and I'm going to play it a few more times, but I could play that 100 times, and I can't hear what somebody heard that made that look like the announcer for my team was ripping my team and was criticizing them unfairly. Now, I think there is a difference between that being a game broadcast, he's the play-by-play announcer, and then maybe, for example, Bob Fitzgerald and Kalena, they're employed by the Warriors. Kruk and Kipe, employed by the Giants. I'm not employed by the Warriors. I'm employed by 95.7 The Game. But we have a partnership. So that makes it a little different. But I guarantee you this, if Joe Lacob were the kind of owner that John Angelos is, and he were listening to stuff and was listening to hear something he wanted to hear, yeah, you know what? I may have to change my ways. But he doesn't care. He understands it comes with a job.
Well, and this is why I'm glad I could talk to you about this, because you have like an infinite more experience than me talking about things that are like difficult subjects that relate to our teams here in the Bay Area. I mean, I know that you're careful with your words, but you're also not going to pull punches. And I think that's why people, I imagine, come to this station, listen to 95.7 The Game in general, but of course Steiny and Guru from 10 to 2, because they know you guys are going to give it to them straight, whether they like it or not. And sometimes that doesn't mean that you're going to be there to kind of pat them on the back and say, oh, everything's well with the Warriors or everything's all good with the Giants or the 49ers. But I would like to think that's not what people are asking from, at least from this station. The announcer is a little bit different because you're expecting to hear, a kind of a soothing narrator and a documenter in game of your season. But I also imagine you want some sort of reflection of your own emotion.
Right.
Which, if you're losing 100 games 3 years in a row and you're getting tattooed at Tropicana, I don't want my broadcaster to talk about how everything is all green.
Right.
That's not the way it goes.
Right. So I had so when I started, I mean, I'll give you, because this is where I do think the game broadcast is a little different than, let's say, our show here, 10 to 2. So just for clarity, so when I was working for Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, and they started to do the Warriors games, and they added a pre and a post game show, and then they added a sideline reporter, me. So I was doing sidelines early in the Joe Lacob era, but I was also doing sidelines before he had bought the team. So back then, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area wanted to be like a news organization. So they hired me, Matt Mayoko, to cover the Niners, and Michael Urban to cover the Giants, and they wanted us to cover the team like a normal sports writer, beat writer, breaking news, not being afraid to dive into something that, if it's controversial, or don't be afraid to be critical, just be a journalist. So that happened for about a year or two, and the bottom line is the Warriors and the Giants are saying, well, why is our TV network covering our TV network? Why are they covering us like the San Jose Mercury News?
Mm-hmm.
And so Joe Lacob buys the team. I'm on the sidelines, and I'm doing the job that Comcast hired me to do as like a sideline reporter. And the year goes by, and Lacob says, how come we have this guy Steinmetz on the sidelines? Well, he was hired by Comcast Sportsnet. He's a sports writer. He's a beat writer. He covered the team. He's a newspaper guy, journalist.
Steinmetz.
Thank you.
Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
And he goes, well, I'd rather have somebody different on the sidelines who's,
who likes the team.
Less critical. Who's less critical? Because I didn't like the team. I was covering the team.
Yeah.
I was supposed to cover the team objectively. Anyway, so, Joe Lacob's like, I don't get why we have a guy like that on our game broadcast. So they made a switch.
But it sounds like something that not only you're at peace with, you kind of understood.
I did understand that.
Okay.
I totally understood that. But here I am now back on the flagship. And I guess in theory, he could say, why is he on the flagship? Why is he on our broadcast partner station when he's sometimes critical of the Warriors, even though Curry has made his career?
Well, those are facts. He's made a lot of people's careers. But I think that's also the distinction between the actual announcer, or you're part of the announcing crew. So you worked hand in hand with the play-by-play, the color, and all the TV stuff.
Right.
And then the non-in-game announcing, but the actual, kind of broadcast journalism that surrounds the team, that is asked to cover the team, that is asked to, essentially be the bridge between the fan and the team with a sense of honesty.
Right.
But again, I'm just curious what people not only want from the station, but when they watch a game, I guess I can understand, if Bob Fitzgerald was talking about how this player is declining and that player isn't as good as they used to be, that might get a little bit old.
Right.
But that's also something that's true. And that's all. Those are facts. And so you need a medium in order to explain that and to dig into it and to cover it because it deserves attention. So what we're talking about with the Orioles is none of that. And again, when we play the clip again, you can just listen to it. And it originally, when I listened to it, I wasn't sure what I was listening for.
Me neither.
Because, unfortunately, Glenn Kuiper with the A's earlier this year had uttered some pretty terrible things on the air. Broadcasters in the past have said some horrible things. Tom Brenneman is the first one that comes to mind in Cincinnati. And all of those are justifiable reasons for not only suspending someone indefinitely, but for them, they're losing their job, in my opinion. This was just perplexing. And so I just wonder, yes, people on the text line chiming in, surprised you haven't called them gutless yet, the ownership. But what is kind of when you tune into a game, what are you looking for? What are you hoping to hear? Because I think a lot of people, and myself included, you don't really think about it until you hear something that makes you say, I don't like that.
Right.
So what is that? I don't like that, because there was none of that from the opening monologue from Kevin Brown.
No. And there's a Cyrus on the Xfinity Mobile text line. And this was one of the things that was interesting to me. So this guy, Kevin Brown, got suspended for bringing up the fact that the Orioles have had very little success against the Rays, but they're starting to have some success against the Rays. And Raymond Ritter, when I talked to Raymond, the director of communications, president of communications for the Warriors, he said, well, don't you remember, and I'm playing off with Cyrus, don't you remember when we couldn't win in San Antonio? And I said, yeah. He's like, remember we lost 28 straight games in San Antonio. It was the longest losing streak in a city to a team in NBA history.
They broke it in the playoffs, right?
Correct. Then they went and beat them the following year. But what Raymond was saying is you actually put that out so it can be a positive stat at some point where you say, you know what? We hadn't beaten San Antonio in 14 years. From 97 to 2011, but we beat them 2 out of 3 now in San Antonio. That's what PR does. That's their job. They're not saying we stink because we couldn't beat San Antonio. Now we stink less because we find no, we couldn't beat San Antonio in San Antonio. Now we beat them.
And that applies to also, everything in the Bay, and I'm curious what people think at 888-957-9570 is each and every team, and whether it's an announcer, whether it's a radio show, whether it's you're watching your favorite content creator on YouTube, everyone is trying to give you a reason to listen to them, to give you a reason to stick around, to be entertained, to be educated, to be informed. They're trying to give you all of that on a platter. And over the course of a broadcast, there's so much work that goes into not only the opening and the pregame, the monologue, but also what we're going to hit on throughout what's going to be the story of this game, in addition to, of course, the game itself. So if you're just trying to place an impetus on the importance and the significance, in this case, of a July 23rd regular season baseball game, well, then, yeah, you're probably going to provide some historical context to it, just like you did with the Warriors in San Antonio right now.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you want out of your play-by-play announcer? What do you want out of your TV analyst?
What do you want out of Steiny?
Should you have a guy like me on a flagship of the Golden State Warriors? This is Matt Steinmetz, Oakland, California, in the hizzle. I will say this, though. Thank God for Joe Lacob. Good thing John Angelos doesn't own the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. If you want homers, hey, we'll give you homers. I'll give you homers. Give you some. I like where the Warriors are. You hear Klay Thompson? I think we got action this year. Dude, Chris Paul's going to put the ball right in that pocket. Right in that pocket. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Now there's a guy that doesn't have thick, thin skin. There's a guy that can measure his own game, then measure the words that are said about him, and he realizes, you know what? Steinmetz has me down. Mm-hmm.
You talking about Steph or somebody else?
No, Steph.
Oh, okay.
Steph. Yeah, Steph.
Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that. Hey, great cause I want to tell you about. 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park on September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic children and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities are going to be out there golfing, and we would love for your company to join us. There's going to be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some golf balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to sfautism.org for more details. That's sfautism.org, and you want to stay out of the rough at Harding. Whew. The best, for you guys that have been around the Bay for a while, there's a guy, R.I.P., who's considered one of the greatest play-by-play men of all time, and that's Bill King. I don't think Bill King could be an announcer today. Do you think Bill King could be a team play-by-play announcer right now? Bill King was the king no pun intended, of objectivity. That's what he made his name for and on.
And he did it with every single team in the Bay Area. I mean, he did it with the Oakland Raiders, the Oakland Athletics, and the Golden State Warriors. I think he's probably the only person that I can recall that's ever called games at the same time for all three major teams of a market. And he pulled no punches. From everything that I've read, everything that I've heard, he passed away in 2005, so I was relatively young when I used to listen to him, but I don't know, honestly. I would like to think that someone like that could be the voice and, in many ways, the face of a professional sports organization, but I think a lot of people don't like that anymore. Like, they don't like people that come down the road of the athletes that they have grown to love.
Right. Right. And I do think there is a big difference between a play-by-play guy and a guy like Charles Barkley, for example. Like, I do think Charles Barkley is objective. I don't think he's a hater. I know some Warrior fans think he is, but I just don't think he's got an allegiance to anybody. And that's one of the reasons I like Barkley. It's because he doesn't have an allegiance to anybody. And sometimes what he says, you agree with. Sometimes what he says, you don't agree with. But, like, I would never want to trade in the Charles Barkleys for kind of vanilla cookie cutter, go team go guys. Just no interest in that.
And I do think there's also like a difference between the vanilla guy, but also the homer. Like some people like homers. I mean, Bill King, for example, was a bit of a homer. Like, he did always call it in favor of the home team or his team because he was close with them. I imagine that any play-by-play broadcaster has built, or if they're good ones, has built relationships with members of the front office, people with the team, players on the team, because that's how you add not only a genuine kind of layer to the call, but that also means you get information that no one else can get. I mean, it's the reason why people go to beat writers or come here to this station when they want to listen to something about the Warriors, because they are coming and listening to this station for things that they do not know. And they're hoping that you guys can broaden their mind. And that occasionally is going to include things that you don't want to hear.
Right.
I would like to think that the majority of people enjoy that, but sometimes, I guess kind of the question is, like, when does it become too much? When can you go over the top? In the case of Kevin Brown and the Orioles, I think we're all in agreement he didn't go over the top. That was just sensitivity by the ownership group. But in general, I do think there is a line sometimes that people will cross. Sometimes it's for effect. Sometimes it's because they actually believe it. But that can be too much for an audience.
Yeah. And it's from the YouTube chat. Chris A. Barkley may not have an allegiance, but he has an agenda. I think everybody's got an agenda. Whether it's a strong agenda, whether it's a weak agenda, everybody's got kind of an agenda.
And everyone's also got an ego.
No doubt.
No matter how big. I mean, or small. But everyone's got one.
Exactly. Let's get to Filmo Mike. Hey, Filmo, can you hold on one sec? Because I want to play the Kevin Brown one more time while you're on the air so that people know what we're talking about, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is Kevin Brown. This got the Baltimore Orioles play-by-play man suspended.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale, June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
Why don't you take an early vacation there, Kevin?
You go.
Don't you dare talk about how we can't get by the Tampa Bay Rays. What's up, Filmo? What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man? What do you want to add to this conversation, my man?
Oh man, you guys are good people to talk about it because, like you said, you was on. Remember, Steiny, I would call in and be like, "Man, he used to be hella mad. Like, man, they just suck." So, like, I kind of get. I didn't mind it because you was just keeping it real. It was kind of entertaining when you used to be on there doing it. And then Evan, you got the other perspective as well. But one thing I just wanted to say was that Fitz, early on when the Warriors was weak for 25, 20 years, he would always bring up that Spurs fact.
Right.
And then when we finally did it, it was almost like a monumental moment.
Right.
Like, it was all type of weird stuff happening at the Alamo Dome, they used to call it. Water springs, all that weird stuff. Latrell Sprewell would go for 50 points and we'll still lose type of things. So it's just interesting. And then I just wanted to say this last one. You know, I work at another station.
Sure.
My boss don't want me saying if I don't like a song, he don't want me to say that I don't like the song. He don't want my opinion to be blasted out there about a particular artist or a song. I might say, man, this song is really whack. I don't really like the song. I think it's cool to say that. He's like, nah, don't do that. I know it's kind of different, but it's very interesting to see the similarities and the similarities and the differences between the two.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Philmo, Mike. Like, I'm reading this, just this little, this autism. Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. By the way, Mike and I back on good terms.
Oh, I'm glad.
I love San Francisco,
fixture.
Mike. You know it.
He's the man.
Okay, so they're having an autism event at Harding Park. I mean, I could theoretically go, Harding Park. I tell you what, you don't want to play Harding Park. Not unless you're a pro. You don't want to hit in the rough. That course is too hard. It's too expensive. Like, that's...
Hey, it's Tiger.
Thank you. There's like that.
But you would never say that.
Well, I just said the rough stuff at Harding. I mean, it's a tough course. It's a tough course. But like something like that, I understand. I understand.
But the other part of it, too, so, and I appreciate Ernie Chavez bringing it up. Like the Bay Area Panthers, the IFL football team we have. They just won the championship over the weekend, right? Good for them. Yay. If I did not mention the fact that they had won one game in their inaugural season, I wouldn't be creating the entire picture. Like, I wouldn't be placing the importance on what just happened in the storybook kind of finish or ending to their season. It would be like if I mentioned the fact that they have one win before this season in their franchise's existence, and the ownership suspending me indefinitely for mentioning the fact that they went 1-15. Like, that's a fact. And it's also the reason why this season was incredible to cover.
Exactly. 415, bringing up a name I'd kind of forgotten about, but a legend, Hank Greenwald. Hank Greenwald might struggle in Baltimore. Hank Greenwald, the former San Francisco Giants play-by-play guy,
Wasn't he was like the captain of the blowout? Like any game that was over with, you would want to tune into because he was able to make a 12-1 ball game just sound like an incredible broadcasting experience.
To me, Hank Greenwald was our Vin Scully. I know Vin's a god, but Hank Greenwald was great. He was great. I thought and to me, if you're like, hey, Steiny, was Greenwald a homer? No. He just announced the games. Isn't that what you want?
Well, someone on the text line brought up Vin Scully as like the model of objectivity, and this is kind of something that you also have too, is you have an established track record of covering a specific team.
It's true.
So anything that is said or uttered from your mouth about the Warriors in your case, or for Vin Scully, the Dodgers, I think people are more inclined to give you guys the benefit of the doubt. Of course, much more Vin Scully, but they're inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt because you have seen everything, or everything there is to see. You have seen the majority of situations. You've seen turmoil. You've seen, championships. You've seen the low and the high. And so anything that you comment on comes from a place of grounding.
I think there's something to that. Like, I've kind of been grandfathered in.
Yeah.
I do think there is something to that. Which then we can focus on like a guy like you, a younger guy who's just coming up in the business. And like, I was lucky because I didn't work for a team to start my career. I worked for a newspaper. And then I covered a team that was terrible. I mean, they just were. They were terrible. There's no way around it. It was a long time ago. I'm old. Skinny Bob! Skinny Bob! What's up, Skinny?
Morning, guys.
How are you, man?
Great show.
Thank you.
I'm doing really good. Evan, good to see you in the seat. You don't scream at Steiny like Guru does.
Give it time.
I have to take my responsibility too.
Give it time.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm calling because you guys call it like it is. 2 + 2 is 4, and there's another group that says 2 + 2 is 5, and I like straight talk, always have, and there's basically your audience is a great audience. We get all kinds of views, and we know the 2 + 2, 5 guys, and it's funny because everybody has their opinion, and like you said, their agenda. I just enjoy the station, and, it's entertaining, it's informative, and I learned stuff about it, and I couldn't be happier with the Warriors. I think this year they're going to really kick butt, and I agree with Clay. He can't wait to get that pass from Chris Paul, and I'm glad to see Poole gone. So,
all right. Hey, Skinny, thank you so much. I'm going to say thank you once again because I will be taking some of your golf balls to Ireland with me on Saturday. I'm going on a golfing trip for 9 days.
Wow.
I got so many golf balls, Steiny. You should get a hold of me.
I will
tell Guru. He's got two boys. I got a couple of complimentary sets of clubs. My boy doesn't play anymore.
Okay.
But if he needs a couple of beginner sets, they're actually Cleveland clubs. He's more than welcome to get his boys involved. Does his boys golf?
I don't know, but I do know they're both about 6'4", so they may need a extend, a bigger set. But Bob, you're the best.
My son's 6'3", so if you guys ever get out here, we'll check it out. Also, I got garbage cans full of balls. I got 150 yesterday at the course.
Man.
Let me know when you need some.
I'm going to need some after Ireland.
Your brother-in-law golfs.
All right. Hey, Skinny. Skinny, thank you so much as always. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch. El Montera, right?
El Granada.
El Granada.
Skinny Bob's got good genes. That his kid's 6'3". Damn.
He's the best. Skinny Bob. He's absolutely the best. John Miller, the Giants announcer, left Baltimore too. And the story is that John Miller said that the owner of the Orioles, who was Peter Angelos, the father of the owner now, said he wanted John Miller to be more of an advocate for the team. And the next thing you know, he ended up in San Francisco. Because John Miller said that would impact my integrity, and I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and especially as someone that I think it's also like you probably have this perspective because you weren't born and raised in the Bay Area, but John Miller he's not from Baltimore,
right.
So he's also more of a traditional old school broadcaster in which there's a heavy emphasis placed on not being biased. So when you enter another market, your goal is yes, you want to be the home broadcaster, you want to call it like you see it. But you're not going to favor or sway the audience in a way that's disingenuous. And I think this is another part of it, too, is some of the details that have been dug up about the ownership group in Baltimore and the Angeloses has to do with John Miller, but also the fact that apparently they've discussed with prior broadcasters because since Kevin Brown came in 2019, they've had kind of a rotating door of play-by-play, but also color analysts, and they've moved on from longtime figures. And some of that might be because they've asked their broadcasters to, for example, not mention players from those 100-loss teams, to not discuss things that happened during the downtimes, and to essentially sweep under the rug some of the uglier years that they have had. And that, especially when you have quite a few of them, is really hard to do, and it just limits you. And I think it's got to be probably pretty off-putting. If one of the reasons I do think Bob Fitzgerald is so passionate and emotional about the Golden State Warriors is because of what a caller mentioned, what Fimo Mike mentioned, was he's seen them be not very good for decades. So the fact that they are now dynastic and championship winning, yeah, he's probably going to feel a little more passionate about that because he's watched so many years of bad basketball.
Exactly. I mean, I think that's well said. You know, the one thing I was thinking about, and like, let's just say hypothetical, because I do think there's something about being grandfathered in or guys who are older like me. And I've thought about this. What if just hypothetically, here's the listener knows now that I'll use hypotheticals on everybody, even myself. What if just hypothetically I got a job at the Sacramento Kings flagship?
Hypotheticals.
Tomorrow or heading into the season.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not crazy about the Kings' future. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? The Kings have just broken through. They've made the playoffs for the first time in 15 years. They got Sabonis. But if I'd be there, like, my first day, I'd be like, hey, Steiny, how do you think the Kings are going to do this year? I think it's going to be tough for them to win 48 games like they did last year. Like, that's what I believe. So maybe it wouldn't go over well in Sacramento.
I think that would probably be a tough way to introduce yourself to a lot of people that may not have heard of you. And there might be the question of then, why is this guy on the air?
But, like, hypothetically, do you think are the Kings going to be better or worse than last year? Do you think? They were third in the West.
I mean, I think they can win 50 games if they build on what they did last year. Like, I mean, they have the same pieces.
Right.
Ideally, the young pieces grow and get better. I mean, if they won 45 games, that wouldn't shock me. I think if they won 50, that wouldn't shock me either. I'm kind of with you there. I wouldn't take that for a team that's going to make the jump as far as, okay, now they can win a championship. But as far as the regular season is concerned, yeah, I mean, I think they're probably a 48-win team right now.
Diane's in San Jose. Hey, Diane, how are you?
Doing great. Love the show.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are on every time I'm in the car, all around the clock. So
love that.
I'm just calling in to say that, hey, I love the home team, and I love the guys like Fitz, who's been there, seen it all, and you can feel the love with everything he says. But I appreciate the balance that comes through as well with Barnett and now Kalina of, okay, let me just break that down for you for a minute, where we didn't perform the way we hoped to, and here's the reason why it didn't work. And I don't think it takes anything away from the broadcaster or the team of broadcasters in any way, because for those of us who've never played but still love the sport and love the team, we learn something, and we value that. Same as we learn something from you guys every day.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. And, like, to me, Jim Barnett. Everybody knows Jim Barnett wants the Warriors to win and wanted the Warriors to win. But if you ask me, hey, Steiny, is Jim Barnett a homer? No.
Don't talk about that.
Well, I will, Jim. You're not a homer. And to me, that's why Jim, like, if you can walk that's why Jim Barnett is an elevated analyst in the Bay Area. Because for 25, 30 years, we all knew he was a Warrior guy. He did the Warriors when they were terrible. He did the Warriors when they were champions. And you know what? Jim was basically the same announcer. Didn't mean he enjoyed watching them win 19 games and lose 63. But, like, if you can pull that off, to me, that makes you the top, like, the head of your field. The head of your field.
Yeah, and I think that's a tough balance to strike. And it also demands someone of a certain background with a certain resume to have the cachet to do that, which I think there are less of nowadays because, you know, those fixtures that are set, those are the ones that generally people will go to. Like Krug and Kuiper are a great example. I think for the Giants, they do a really good job of, like, clearly they lean the Giants' way. They want them to win, but they're also not afraid to be critical of a player that makes a wrong decision. Like, for example, in last night's game, A.J. Pollock, recent trade acquisition, slips because he's trying to get back on a ball, falls over, ball goes over his head, leads to a go-ahead run for the other team. If they were homers, they might just say, try and come up with an excuse and, I don't know, maybe the grass is soggy. I don't know. But just some excuse for that happening. But instead it's, oh, that's a mistake that can't happen in that situation, but he's new to the team. I'm sure he'll improve. Like, there are ways that you can kind of soothe a critical statement, and I think Jim Barnett's a great example of that because he's not afraid to push people on their opinions, but it comes from a place of emotion, and it comes from a place of allegiance, I think, most importantly.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see some calls lining up. We'll get to you on the other side. By the way, as long as we're talking about this, I think we got an interesting guest coming up at 12:30. 12:30. Yeah. Nestor Aparicio. He's a sports talk host in Baltimore, and he's obviously familiar with what's happened with Kevin Brown, but also Nestor's got a little history himself with Peter Angelos, who is John Angelos' father, who used to run the Baltimore Orioles and tried to have Nestor's credential revoked when he was working on radio in Baltimore. And I'm really interested in getting into some nuts and bolts with Nestor about what he ostensibly owes to the team, what he doesn't. But here's the bottom line. What do you like in your play-by-play announcers? Do you want a guy who's a homer? Do you want a guy who is for your team but isn't a homer? What do you like from your talk radio host? Do you like a supporter? Do you like your team being supported by the flagship station? Do you like your team being questioned by the flagship station? 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. And we'll be here till 2 o'clock, obviously, and then we'll turn it over to Dan Dibley and Alan Stiles. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to know who you think is good and who you think ain't good. It's all sponsored by Cars.com.
Join Lucky Reward.
fighting.
Please. This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Kevon Looney. Now there's a straight shooter.
No. By the way, did you see in San Ramon there was like a meet and greet with Kevon Looney? I think it was this past weekend.
No.
And I saw a video of the line, like the amount of people lined up to talk and say what's up to Kevon Looney. It was like through an auditorium, out the door. The video was like 45 seconds long. It was someone just following from the very back to the front where Kevon Looney was signing autographs and kissing babies and changing tires, whatever you guys talked to him about.
I was going to say, yeah.
And there was like hundreds of people, it felt like. Kevon Looney is beloved in the Bay Area, man.
Why?
This is Kevon Looney.
Why?
888-957. Why do you love Kevon Looney?
He's a man of the people.
No, I do. I mean,
not above but equal.
We've had a good running bit with Looney on this show. Looney's one of those guys that if you don't like Kevon Looney, you're the problem.
Those are facts.
You're the problem. You're the problem.
Shout out the Orioles.
Yeah. Let's go to City Boy. I got my buddy Glenn texting me. He goes, I love Bill King because he was not a homer. City Boy's got some Bill King info. What's up, City?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Oh, man. Yeah, we're talking about announcers, and Bill King always comes to the front of my mind. And, announcers in sports, especially baseball, they're so key because they paint the picture, and you're spending hours with these guys, and you really do want to like them. So when you got a good one, you should keep them. In Baltimore, I don't know how good that guy was, but they have a history of this. And Bill King, he's my favorite kind of announcer because he was a homer in the sense that he loved the teams that he represented, that he worked for, whether it was the Warriors or the A's or the Raiders, right? He lived and died with these teams, but he was always honest, and Matt, I'll give you credit for this. You were talking about your sports radio host and what you like. I want honesty, I want knowledge, and I want conviction, and I don't want somebody blowing smoke. I don't want a hot take guy. And you guys do a great job of that here. And I want to say Bill King was the best at that because if the A's stunk, he'd tell you, know.
Right.
But this guy's and Matt, you might remember the story. You might even be able to tell it better than me. But didn't he? I think he jumped over the scores table and was trying to fight a ref at a Warriors game one time when he was calling the game.
Yeah.
And I think he got kicked out of the game. So I mean. That's the kind of announcer I want. I mean, Bill King's my favorite of all time. I mean, people love Vin Scully, all these great announcers. I'll take Bill King every day of the week and twice on Sunday. That guy was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Well, so the story is referring to I forget which book. It is by Ken Korak, and of course he was partners with Bill King. The story goes that Bill King was ejected from an NBA game. And it was not for coming over the scores table, but he called the ref an MFer. And allegedly, it was picked up over the air. He turned his mic down, but the crowd mic, was right next to the scores table.
Sure.
So you could hear him over the air call the referee an MFer, and that got him run. But basically, the producer back in the studio, from what I read, went up and literally cut that part of the tape out so that there's no evidence that it ever happened outside of course, oral tradition. But that's why he was ejected. The only play-by-play guy I know that's ever been ejected from a game.
I got warned as a writer.
What? Well, like courtside?
Yeah.
For what?
It wasn't my fault.
Well, of course it wasn't, but what?
Hugh Hollins. First team all D. He was a first team all D. I'm sitting there. This is back when we would be able to sit like at half court as a writer. And there was a play. It was at Oracle Arena, and it was a close call on a goaltend. And he didn't call it a goaltend. So he comes over at a break, and there's a guy sitting next to me. I think it might have been Charles, who's still working there. And he looked, and he goes, is that a goaltend? And I could have sworn he was looking at me. And I said, yeah, I think it was a goaltend, Hugh. And he wasn't looking at me, and he wasn't talking to me either. He was talking to the guy next to me. And he, like, shoots me a look, and he goes, "Who the hell are you? Who asked you?" And I said, "Oh, I thought you were asking me." And he goes, "Why would I ask you anything? Who are you? Why are you even sitting here?" I said, "Well, I sorry, Hugh. I thought you just came over and said, did I miss one?" And why? Who are you? Who are you? Why would I ask you anything? I said, "Okay, hey, I made a mistake." And I said, JC. I said, Jesus. I said, "Okay, sorry." And he walks away. And then I sat on it for the rest of the game. And I started to get more and more upset because I thought he was unfair. And it was a misunderstanding, and he, like, kind of humiliated me. And I don't like to be humiliated.
You don't know Matt Steinmetz.
So I waited for him after the game.
What was who was the players like? "I'll see you at the bus." You meet the referee at the bus.
That was Chris Mills. But I just waited outside the room, and he comes out he had a couple security guards, and I just was like, "Hey, that wasn't right what you did to me out there, Hugh." And he's like, his eyes lit up, and he goes, "Who do what? Who are you?" I'm like, "You just don't treat people like that, Hugh." I was like, kind of under control, and I was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't treat people like that." I said it was an honest mistake. I thought you came over and asked why would I ask you? Who are you? He kept doing it. I said, "Hey, it's Hugh. Hey, listen, just start treating people better, Hugh. You just shouldn't have treated. It's okay. You just and he was yelling his whole way out of the arena. And, like, he kind of wanted to come back, and the security guards were like, "Just get out of here," like, to him. I was like, "Yeah, it just wasn't right, Hugh. It's just not right what you did. I think you know it." I baited him a little.
So he didn't just warn you.
Shack off. Couldn't stand that guy.
He undressed you at center court.
He did. He did. And, in fact, it was one of those, you ever have one of those things where, like, somebody comes down your road and your heart starts, like, right off the bat.
Yeah.
Like, my heart just starts racing, and I'm like I didn't, after he said, "Why would I ask you?" I wasn't, like, in his face. I kind of got quiet. I was scared. Like, I thought he might run me. And I was like, I do not want to have to pick up my computer right now during a stoppage and be escorted out of the old Warriors.
Yeah, hell of a story, though. Because you never got ejected from a game, right?
As a player?
Yeah.
No. One technical foul in my entire career.
Gutless.
It was in a summer league game, too. Doesn't count.
Donnie, you know what? You're nosy.
What? Why would...
Never got ejected. Almost got into a fight with a guy, though.
You did? Did you ever throw at a guy?
No, we just push each other. People broke it up. What do you mean throw it again? Oh, hit a guy on purpose?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Ever up high? You ever throw at a guy's head?
No.
Don't be afraid to admit the truth if you did now, because it's...
Well, I would buzz the tower. Like, I wasn't trying to hit him in the helmet, but, you go high and tight. I didn't throw as hard as Nolan Ryan, so it wasn't as intimidating, but, yeah, if, like, I wanted to come back with a breaking ball, yeah, I'd throw at somebody's chin.
Anybody charge him out on you?
No, because I never hit anyone up. Well, one, I didn't throw hard enough. Number two, I never tried to hit anybody unfairly. Like, I want to say that everyone that I hit knew that they were going to get hit, and you hit them in the right place. Like, you either hit them, in the ass, or you hit them in the back, right between the numbers, and I had good enough control that I could just do that, and then they'd be okay with it and walk to first. Yeah.
You probably were like the pitcher who threw to Albert Bell, hit him, and the guy said, "I don't even want to take first.
Probably.
I want to keep hitting."
They're like, was that a changeup?
Steiny was about to throw down. No, I can't. I'm not a fighter. I can weasel out of a fight. Oh, by the way, since Goo's not here, I'll do it. Hashtag random.
Hit me.
I was thinking about
not literally.
I use the word weasel because I can weasel out of a fight. I had Sal Castaneda over at the house yesterday. And of course, he's made his bones in traffic. And I said, I'll tell you what would be a good story. Good little story for you, Sal, is come up with a list of the five places in the Bay Area where weasel drivers get away with murder. For example, when you're coming up 101 toward the Bay Bridge and the last two exits are on the right. Let me guess, Spadoni. You stay in the right, don't you? You stay in the right the whole way up to third, and then you cut over, don't you?
Yeah, but I always wait for a spot. Like, see, there's different. No. Hey, no.
You're dead to me.
No.
There's a difference if you're cutting over to the left, right? And there's a space. I pick and choose my spots. If it's stop and go, and then I'm like stopped, and so is the car next to me, and then I have to really weasel my way in, that's where I draw the line.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about on 101, right?
Yes.
There's the first exit. I think is it 7th?
Yeah, the last one is 4th Street, right?
4th or 3rd, but that's the one with the 2 lanes that go into the city.
Yeah, so you can
be
around.
A real horses behind, stay in the right, then cut over. And of course, what does that encourage? That encourages the people who are in line the right way to not want to let you come over. It's all bad. So I'd like to get rid of the weasel. That's one of the biggest weasel driving areas in the Bay.
You want to know my number one?
Yeah, sure. That's what 888-957-9570.
It's definitely, it's got to be either Sir Francis Drake Boulevard up the 101 in Marin, or if you go a little bit further up to where, like I forget which 80 it is, but it connects to Marin. So basically, there's only 2 exits, and if you're going to the East Bay, you have to go over the Point Richmond Bridge or the San Rafael Bridge, whichever one you call them. So there's only like 2 lanes. It's a small off-ramp. Everyone always in traffic gets backed up, and there's 1 lane to get off the road, either at Sir Francis Drake or a little bit further down when it merges. And so you're basically just sitting there for 20 minutes if you're in the right lane. But what you can do, because if you get off at Sir Francis Drake, there's a left you can make to get back into Marin. You can go around the traffic, get off at the exit, and then just whip your way in back to the line of everyone who's been waiting, which is backed up all the way onto the freeway most times. And it will save you probably, 20, 30 minutes, but it's also why everyone has to wait 20 or 30 minutes, because people will just sit there, whip into the left lane, and then get back on right before the exit. That I have, and I've done it myself. But whenever of course, there's only one way to get to Richmond, unless you want to go all the way up to Vallejo. No one wants to do that.
Boy, does that stuff bother me, except when I'm in a hurry.
See, where you say weasel, I say aggressive.
And then, obviously, going to the Bay Bridge, getting out of the city on Battery. You go Battery, you cross Market. Hey, we get it. You can stay in the right-hand lane and ignore every mandatory right-hand turn, and you can actually go all the way up to the Bay Bridge and then cut over.
That's what I do every single time.
So, under the Transamerica now, the cover, you're in the far right. There's 2 lanes.
You're talking about going up through 2nd Street, which is a straight shot all the way. Correct. I just speed past everyone. Thankfully, I get off of here at 12:30, so it's pretty quick.
So why do you need to do it?
Yeah,
There's no traffic at 12:30.
Yeah, well, I do. There's backed up a little bit. There's semis and stuff like that. I have kids, so I have to get home too.
And this is I love police, but God, sometimes they're a day late and $1 short. Why don't I would ticket your ass so fast for not taking a right-hand turn in a right-hand mandatory lane. I never do that, except if I'm late for a tea time. But I never do it for the most part.
Espinoni just does it every single day because the rules don't apply.
Here's a great cop. Here's the other one. CHP, I saw you started to do this, and then it's almost like you gave up on it. Can we please put the police cars on the east side of the toll plaza as it relates to the carpool lane? I'm sick and tired of coming off 580, getting in the carpool lane, and you get a guy who's in the carpool lane, driving slow, looking to cut back over into the regular lane. And again, guess what? Nobody wants to let that guy in because he's a cheater. So what happens is he's got to stop in the carpool lane with his right-hand turn signal on, and anybody who's in a carpool can't get by him. Listen, I am not an advocate for the death penalty. I won't be, but that's about as close as it gets.
Just slash his tires.
Huh?
Just slash his tires.
He's moving.
If it makes you feel any better, I've gotten a warning from doing the carpool violation. If that makes you feel any better. So I've gotten pulled over and they're like, it's all right, just don't do it again.
Can we finish the task, Highway Patrol? Warning? Those don't work.
They said they tuned into the pregame show Monday through Friday, 5 to 6 a.m. and was like, you know what, Spadone, this time, let you off the hook.
Next time we'll take you to prison.
Death
anyway,
penalty,
so
too.
that would be top 5 Weasel driving moves in the Bay. Couch Potato, he's in New Mexico, but he's got a problem down by Levi Stadium.
The biggest weasel move there is, the biggest weasel move is the folks who try to cut in line at the entrance to the season ticket holder parking lot at Levi.
Thank you.
That's so true.
Weak.
Wait, Evan knows this
And I'm
firsthand?
telling you,
Go ahead, Couch.
no, I'm just saying, there's a mile-long line to get into the season ticket holder parking lot, and you got these clowns who try to come in late from the left and cut in, and I'm telling you right now, folks, no mercy this year. If you come for me, I'm coming for you. You feel me?
Wait, is that the one on the same entrance to the Great America side?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Green lot one, the big lot next to the stadium where everyone tailgates. And it's crazy. It's crazy, let me tell you. No more.
Couch Potato's 100% right, because that's also the entrance
Couch.
to the media lot.
Okay.
So, if you're late, and you're getting there around the same time everyone else is for a game, you're going to get stuck in that line. And the amount of people that I've seen, of course, because they're late, the amount of people that I've seen just whip their way in, because once you actually turn into the entrance for the season ticket lot or the green lot that he's talking about, there's not really a lot of instruction. It's just open lanes, and you can just take off and go wherever you want. So if you see the left lane is a little more open, it's moving faster, you really could just cut across 3 lanes and just make everyone back up, which, of course, is the reason why he's talking about the rest of the people on the actual street adjacent to Levi's Stadium have to wait 30 minutes. So either you get there early, you got to wait in line. Just don't be a jackass that cuts in front of everybody else.
I'm with you. Anyway, get your house in order North 101 near the Bay Bridge. Because let me tell you what I'll also do on a bad day. And I don't have many bad days because I'm like Skinny Bob. But on a bad day, I do sometimes try to not let somebody in when they're being a weasel.
Oh, yeah. No, 100%.
Like Spadone, if I saw you on my right and you're trying to weasel in on the left and you're in that lane you shouldn't be, night-night.
It's funny you're saying this, Tiny, because you have absolutely cut me off before, firsthand experience, and I've called you out on this in the past. You've definitely cut me off on Embarcadero before. So it's funny you're bringing all this up.
I don't cut anybody.
Okay. All right.
I'll tell you what, you can download it on the internet. Download my
I'll go on the web. Yeah.
Driving scouting report, and you'll see that I'm a 4 out of 10, which means I'm more cautious than aggressive. I am.
Some would say you're soft on the roadways.
Yeah, and that's everything that's wrong with our society. Doing the right thing and being courteous is now considered soft and weak.
Technically,
that's where we're at.
But technically, the people, I will defend the people doing this. They are not breaking the law. They are not breaking the law. They are going by the rules of the law, going in the far left lane, and then when it's still dotted lines, putting their turn signal on and trying to move over. That is legal.
That's fine. But when it says right lane must exit, when you see that sign, you owe it to yourself and everybody to start getting left. It doesn't mean, well, let's try to weasel as much as we can, go as far as we can, and then cross the solid line.
Okay, solid line. So let's make the distinction here. Okay, solid line crossing.
And that's what you do.
But also being in the carpool lane on the freeway, you're not legally allowed to be in there if you're just by yourself. So moving over to the carpool lane to then get back in, that is illegal.
Correct.
But as far as the one on Battery that we're talking about, getting out of the city,
that's violation.
You better hang a right
violation.
on Howard or a right on Harrison.
You bet. You should have to. I'd like to see a cop there saying, you know what? You want to play that game? Now you have to go right. I'm telling you. It's such a microcosm of our society, the way people drive. It's a nightmare. It is.
So on
try to do the right thing.
Harrison Street, for example, going up there. So that's the one you go up the big hill. You go all the way down on Barcadero. You go up that big hill.
Yes.
And then the right lane can only go straight at the light to the Bay Bridge. But sometimes I drive all the way up on the right, and then when it's dotted right at the light, swoop it on the left, which is legal. Totally illegal.
You say totally illegal?
Totally legal.
Oh, illegal. I got you.
No, it's legal. It's dotted, so I'm still allowed to do that. But people get offended.
Because you know why?
I'm not waiting in line for another 30 minutes when I could just zoom past everyone. Why would I do that? If an 11-month-old I got to get home to. Come on.
That's the reason. Not because you hate waiting in traffic.
She's 9 months. I gave her extra 2 months there. My bad.
Oh, and
I feel like most parents don't want to get home to their screaming toddler.
Well, when the screaming wife is screaming at you instead, I got to get home. Love you, honey.
And you know what? You know how some of the great radio announcers in the past always have a catchphrase like Ralph Barbieri, "Angels fly because they take themselves lightly," and like even Bonte, like at 8 o'clock, he welcomes in all the people that are working. Like they've got signatures. Mine's going to be, and don't forget, if you find yourself in the left-hand lane and you're not passing anybody, get the F out of the left-hand lane. Get out of the left-hand lane if you're not passing somebody. I'll say it one more time. Get out of the left-hand lane unless you're actively passing somebody. It is the number one difference between European driving and our driving, and it makes things so much more efficient. Like, you ever notice somebody will be in the left-hand lane driving 65, you come up behind them because you want to go faster, not necessarily me, but somebody, and they won't move over. It's like some macho thing. Oh, I can't move over. I'm going to drive slowly in the left. Like, they don't do that in Europe. You look in your rearview mirror. Oh, somebody wants to drive faster than me. I'm going to get into the right lane. I'm moving one right.
So what's your strategy with that? Like, do you just pass them in the right and give them a glare stare, or do you like flash the high beams to get them to move over?
I don't flash the high beams. I go in back of them, and I get to the point where my dashboard says that I'm too close. It has a I got the graphic that says you're following too closely at too high a speed.
It tells you you're
It's like
in
a
trouble.
graphic. It has two cars like coming together like it could be an accident. And I'll do that for a short period of time, 5 seconds. Then, of course, if they don't get out, I will then pass them on the right, and then I use my disappointed shake of the head like, what are you doing? And I can honestly say it's never worked. Never worked.
Well, the one that pisses me off is if you do go around on the right and then they speed up to not let you get back in. Like if it's in a 2-lane road, you're headed down I-5 and you're going to Southern California, and then eventually you're going to run into a truck that's on the right side, so it's going to slow things. And then you have someone on the left that's not going above the speed limit or around the speed limit, which no one does on I-5. You're going 15 over minimum. And then you're going around the right, but you only have so much room before a truck impedes your progress. You try and cut back in, but they speed up because they don't want to let you in. Then I'm going to lay on the horn.
Yeah, I hate that.
Anyway, more driving tips from Steiny coming up at 11:30. Coming up in an hour, though, we've got Nestor Aparicio. He works in Baltimore. He's eminently familiar with what happened to Kevin Brown. He's had some back and forth with the Baltimore Orioles over the years, and we're talking about what home team broadcasters owe to the teams that they announce for, if anything. What do you want out of your play-by-play announcer or your analyst? Do you want honesty? Do you want support? Do you want someone who's critical? What are you looking for in a play-by-play announcer? Also, I want to get into some of this Klay Thompson sound and offer a sincere, this is why we like Klay Thompson. I'm going to play some sound that makes it known why we all do like Klay Thompson and why, at the end of the day, he's a pretty cool guy. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Soda! That's right.
telling you right now, folks, no mercy this year. If you come for me, I'm coming for you. You feel me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, couch potato.
People's champ.
That was well said. Hey, 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park on September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities are going to be out there golfing, and we'd love for your company to join us. There's going to be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to sfautismsociety.org for more details. That's sfautismsociety.org. Great golf, great cause. Mm-hmm.
No doubt.
Hey, Klay Thompson. Everybody's favorite Merv Griffin impersonator, Paul George. I'll tell you what, he gets people to open up.
Podcast P.
Yeah, Klay Thompson.
I think he's found his calling, Steiny.
He might have. He might have.
He's a decent basketball player.
By the way, how about that? I bet you I can get Spadoni to laugh here, too, and Lucan. Can somebody explain to me the phenomenon of Graham Benzinger?
So
Graham Benzinger,
he's really good.
But the guests this guy gets are unbelievable. Where did he come from?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, he's made a career out of one-on-one exclusive interviews with some of the most high-profile athletes and entertainers in the world. And the only reason I know about him is because someone told me I looked like him when I was a kid. And then I started looking. I was like, I've never heard of this guy before in my life. And he's sitting down with Joe Montana, and he's sitting down with Reddy Jackson. And I'm like, who is your booking agent? I've never heard him before in my life.
It's incredible. It's like, if you see Graham Benzinger, he's got Barry Bonds. He's got Charles Barkley. He's got Pat Mahomes. He's got Tom Brady. He's got Dr. J. Larry Bird. He's got Jordan. Everybody.
Evan does look like him. The face.
Does he?
Yes, you do. And your cadence and your pace. You do kind of remind me of Graham. It's a compliment.
But Benzinger's got that little thing where he
put you on the couch,
kind of go
Matt.
a little bit with a
his mouth is a little more closed than Evan's
exactly.
is. Yes, exactly. Evan's much more polished as a broadcaster than Graham is as an interviewer, I would say.
Can I do my Benzinger impression?
Of course.
All right. Matthew, I want to talk about some of the shortcomings in your career. You've had a 3-decade-long run in this market, very successful. People believe that you offer insight as well as entertainment. But where did you go wrong last year with the Warriors? It's like he tries to butter people up and then just drops a bomb on them. And if I'm sitting in the chair, like, who is it? Who are you?
John Daly was on.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Hi, John. How you doing? Hey, Graham. How you doing? So, you have a reputation as being quite a drinker. How many beers would you have, let's say, on a Saturday if you're out playing golf? How many beers could you drink in a day? Daly goes, about case and a half. And then what would you do after that? And he goes, whiskey.
I didn't know this. As a junior in high school, he interviewed O.J. Simpson. As a junior in high school. He's only 36. I thought he was like in his mid-40s.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
really?
He's pretty young.
Wow.
Anyway, his producer needs to his producer needs a raise. Unless Benzi's making the calls himself. Maybe Benzi's got a Rolodex.
Maybe he does. If he's doing it since high school?
Yeah, exactly.
You should reach out. You should get him on.
You know what? I would see that's the kind of stuff I'd love to do. I'd love to get Benzinger on here. Of course, people would be like, who is this guy? Well, he's one of the most famous interviewers. I haven't heard of him. They talk about Roy Firestone. By the way, he surfaced a lot on the Wilt Chamberlain doc. I forgot Wilt Chamberlain went on with Firestone all the time. Wilt didn't like Wilt the Stilt. He did not like the nickname Wilt the Stilt. He preferred the Big Dipper. and his friends and family called him Dippy or Dip or Dipper.
Well, he didn't like, correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't like people basically making fun of how tall he was or how big he was.
That's correct. He
felt self-conscious about it.
He had a little mean streak in him if you said the wrong thing to him about his height.
In the Kareem doc, Kareem said he was in an elevator with Wilt Chamberlain, and someone, of course, made the dumb joke, like, how's the weather up there? And Wilt Chamberlain spit on the guy and said it's raining.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I hear you.
That's an original.
All right. Can I play this Klay Thompson sound as proof why we love Klay Thompson? Check this out. This is remember what happened with Devin Booker when he pointed to his 4 rings
early in the season last year.
Early in the season, Booker was getting the best of him. Klay ended up, I think, getting ejected. This is why I love Klay Thompson. Take a listen.
I know Book. You gave him the.
Yeah, I was in my feelings though,
full
and Book was
time.
busting my ass that day. I was not where I needed to be. Yeah. Stuff doesn't age well, and that didn't age well for me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to be flexing 4 rings, bro. Like, everybody know that. That's on Wikipedia. Like, my game wasn't where it was at, and we all get insecure at times.
Yeah.
I'm not man enough to admit that. I'm man enough to admit that we all have our moments of weakness. So I'm not really proud of that one. Because I see Devin Booker, and I should be like, man, I should be proud of this young man.
Yeah.
Like, the work he's put in, he survived a tough regime in Phoenix where everyone's getting traded. He's playing for a new coach every year, but now he's a franchise player because he just kept working. So I admire the guys who have work ethic like that,
How can you not like Klay Thompson?
It's pretty cool.
That is cool. That's totally cool. Let that be a lesson for all of us. It's okay to say, God, I handled that one terribly. Klay seems like he's in a great frame of mind. This whole interview was really good. You want me to play some more of it? This is playing with.
But before you do, I think.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
But it does confirm, though, what everyone had kind of been talking about at the beginning of the season, which was Klay was in his feelings. Like, Klay was in his head. And that was the reason he was shooting what? He shot like 20% in October from 3 or so. Like, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And everyone was talking about how, he's coming back and didn't work out over the summer, and he's worried about the top 75, something I think he also mentioned throughout the interview. He was focused on himself. And whenever he came to this realization, I imagine it was shortly thereafter the incident, because Klay Thompson's play also got significantly better from that point on. He had the one-on-one conversation, or not one-on-one, but a team meeting with Draymond Green, kind of told him that he thought he was being a little bit selfish or taking shots that he shouldn't. And so Klay Thompson is telling us, like, that moment was something to where, like, he was soft. He was sensitive. And it's one of the reasons why I think everyone loves Klay Thompson, because as much as we don't hear from him a whole lot, he's not someone that is very outgoing and public. Like, he's not doing the publicity tour the way Stephen Curry is throughout this summer. And Steph's not doing it for clout, but that's just not who Klay is. But when he does speak, he's very thoughtful, he's candid, he's genuine, and he also kind of he sounds like a good guy. Like, even when sometimes his play is admittedly selfish and he's taking terrible shots and he's trying to shoot himself out of a slump, at the end of the day, I think we all know Klay Thompson means well as a good person. And so it's another affirmation of that, coming off a really hard season for him, and one in which he finished in arguably his worst playoff shooting performance of all time.
Right. I mean, like, and I'm not, but just think of all the stuff we've heard from Draymond this year, this offseason, about the punch, and, he said something, and I don't want to compare Klay and Draymond, but I'll just say that Klay saying that is one of the reasons why, to me, he's like the most well-loved of the big three. Now, follow me here. Obviously, Steph Curry's got huge fans and is a better player. But, like, I think there's a lot of, like, what I mean is,
like, local love.
Non-Warrior fans. Like, if you, Joe Schmo fan in Chicago, they might not like Curry because he's so great. They might not like Draymond because they kind of think he's a goof. But everybody likes Clay, and that's why right there. That's why everybody likes Klay Thompson. He was on with Paul George. The what's he call it? The podcast?
Podcast P.
Oh, here he is on can they really win another title this year?
But I know, Andrew, Steph, Dre, CP, and I, and the rest of the guys, we're hungry. We're in our group chat right now. We're trying to set up some mini camps for the season, but we're all on the same page. Like, look, we got another ring in us. We at least expect that. We can do it if we just stay the course and not look too far ahead. Take it week by week and just enjoy the process, because that's all you can really do. Mm-hmm. If you focus on a championship, it doesn't really do you nothing. You got to enjoy everything about it, the training camp, the preseason. Mm-hmm. So last year, I definitely have a bad taste in my mouth still, but that's not the worst thing, because now I'm hungrier than ever, and I still want to, I want to get back to that mountaintop. Like, 4 is cool, but why not get as many as you can get?
Exactly.
At least attempt, and then I can walk away from this game saying I gave it everything I had. Exactly. That's all you can do.
Why is Paul George saying exactly?
Well, that's, as a great interviewer, that you kind of have to agree with your interviewee.
You know what? Remember we played the Kyle Juszczyk sound about how you just can't snap your, this is to me the theme of probably both the Warriors and the 49ers seasons, is that they both have aspirations for huge runs, but they got to get through. They got to get through the season. And there's no guarantee they can get through the season and be a great team. But that's the one thing I think we sometimes lose sight of, is how tough it's going to be for the Niners to get back to the NFC Championship game. I mean, it's going to be so hard for them to do that. Do I think they're going to do it? I do. I think they'll be one of the last 2 teams standing in the NFC, but it's not going to be easy.
But the difference in question to me between the Niners and the Warriors, everyone was under this, I don't know if it was a guise or illusion, but everyone kind of operated with the idea that the reason they didn't win last year was because of agendas. It didn't have to do with talent, or it didn't have to do with basketball. Now, that's debatable, because I think there's still some deficiencies with this team on the court. But the majority of the issue with them last year was, well, they're not connected. They're not together. That sound from Klay Thompson sounds to me like he is someone that is, or has had his eyes open to, that needs to be number one on the agenda of things, on the list of things we need to get done. We need to be connected this year, and we all have to be aligned. Whereas the 49ers, I think most of the questions just surround their talent. Are they actually good enough to win a championship and win a Super Bowl? Because they seem to have all the pieces. Now, the Warriors do, but age is maybe why some people they have questions. My question to you, Steiny, would be, with kind of your theme of last year, starting with, of course, the punch, but everything that followed as far as guys wanting this or guys not playing like this, or even someone like Klay Thompson appearing to play a bit more selfishly at the beginning of the season, and even sometimes during the playoffs, do you think that he has, along with the rest of the Warriors, wiped those things clean? Because I'm not exactly sure. That's what we're going to find out if they linger. But it's a very different tone to me this offseason than the last one, to where we just proved all the doubters wrong. We're happy with our 4th championship. It's the most important one because we came back and we did it. And now it's it almost sounds like they're trying to kind of conjure up that same us against the world mentality.
I think so. I think I think what happened was 2 years ago at the beginning of the season, and it's not just the fans and the media, and people go ahead and disagree with me. That's fine. But I really think what happened after the Warriors, as they entered their season, after the 39 and 33 year?
Yeah.
Then they won it, right? Mm-hmm. So they enter 39 and 33.
Lost in the play-in.
At that point, Kuminga's on the team or drafted. Wiseman's on the team or drafted. I believe that the motivation that team used to win a title 2 years ago was created by the fans who counted them out, the media who counted them out, and I'll say it, their own front office, who appeared to want to move off them by the way they drafted during the period of time when after Durant left and after Clay got hurt. I think that when the organization drafted Wiseman, no experience, Kuminga, no experience, Moses Moody, 1 year of experience, I feel like the veterans on the team, and we heard it from Iguodala on the podcast about how they think it's easy. The front office thinks it's easy. Like, people can say that the Warriors were motivated by their doubters. They had doubters in their front office. That's what I firmly believe. And those players are smart enough to see it. And that was one of their motivational tools 2 years ago. And I think they are. And I'm not saying the motivation's the same, but I do think they have a similar type of motivation this year about, okay, now everybody does think we're done. Like, I know they thought it 2 years ago, but now we got to go prove it again. I think that's absolutely fair.
I think also, I don't know how many of these they have this season internally, like you're talking about, but a common thing among dynastic groups are peripheral enemies, like the media or the fans or the doubters, or in the case a couple of years ago, perhaps members of the front office who didn't think they could get it done. I do think that the Warriors are more aligned from top to bottom just based on the moves that they've made. The trade of Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, the re-signing of Draymond Green. I mean, you still have Klay Thompson on the last year of his deal. You still have Steve Kerr on the last year of his deal, so it's not completely, in lockstep from that sense. But there doesn't appear to be as many peripheral enemies for the Warriors now as there were 2 years ago. Now, that could be a good thing because there's less distractions, there's less things you have to kind of navigate on a daily basis. But I wonder if there's also maybe some less added motivation from the outside because, people aren't going to think that they can do it again this year, but it's not necessarily because they're doubting the championship pedigree. I think they're just looking at, well, Stephen Curry's going to be 35, Klay Thompson's going to be 33, 34, Draymond Green's going to be 33, 34. Klay Thompson also mentioned later in the podcast that he thinks he has 4 or 5 years left in him as far as his career. So, they all understand the urgency on this season, whereas 2 years ago, I think they could probably make the case there's we have a runway. Like, if we don't get it done this year, it's not the end of the world because we got probably 2 or 3 beyond good years left in us to make another run.
Right.
It sounds to me like Klay Thompson, along with the sound we've heard from Draymond, what we've heard from Stephen Curry, what we've even heard from Steve Kerr to some extent and Mike Dunleavy Jr., and by the action of adding Chris Paul, this is lining up to be their last best run. And I think we're hearing that from Klay Thompson when he's talking about taking it one day at a time, not looking ahead to a championship, because there is more importance on this season perhaps than the one 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think there's more at stake. More at stake because if they don't get it done this year, how can anyone maintain that they're going to get it done the following year if now we've got 2 years of not getting it done? 805, Steinmetz, is this the same Klay Thompson you've been trying to run out of town? Yeah, and it's funny because we opened the show talking about announcers and homers and play-by-play guy in Baltimore got suspended for essentially saying the Orioles have had a lot of trouble with the Tampa Bay Rays. And this is and 805, this is the point. What do you want? What do you want out of your flagship station? Do you want when people say, oh, Klay Thompson, he had the best 2-month stretch in February and March that he's ever had since he came into the NBA. He may have played the best basketball of his entire career in February and March. Okay, you want me just to sit and not comment on that? It's wrong. It's wrong because basketball's half defense. Klay had the best 2 shooting months of his career. I don't think it was the best 2 months he's ever played. So is that a hater? Is that trying to run him out of town? No, and by the same token, this is what I'm talking about. You can have an opinion that Klay Thompson was a little bit selfish last year, particularly at the beginning of the year. you can have that opinion. And then I can also hear him talk about what happened with Devin Booker and say, you know what, that's why I love Clay. Because nobody's perfect. Like, nobody's perfect. None of these guys are perfect. So, but Klay Thompson seems to be in a really good frame of mind. And let's be honest, he wasn't last year at the start of the season. Was he?
He admitted it. He wasn't. Like, I was in my feelings that night.
Exactly.
I was getting my ass busted by Devin Booker, and I threw up the only thing I know. He also went on to mention, of course, why did I need to do that? Like, it's my resume's on the internet. It's on Wikipedia. Like, you can go look at my 4 championships. I've accomplished a lot in this league, and I was in my feelings about it. Like, he literally said that. You know, talking about Devin Booker, like, we all get insecure. And that's something that athletes probably deal with better than the majority of us because their lives are in the public sphere. But Klay Thompson bringing us into his, I can feel appreciative of it. But it also doesn't mean that last season we can't talk about what he didn't do. Because, again, bringing it back to the announcer conversation, the reason why the Orioles play-by-play man is basically, suspended indefinitely is because he's talking about the downtimes.
Right.
Where we come from and where you and Guru come from, Steiny, the majority of times I'd like to think is, and maybe it's unfair, but you do judge the Warriors based on their better years. Like, we've seen Klay Thompson play fantastic Hall of Fame level basketball. That's why he's going to be in Springfield. That's why Draymond and Stephen Curry are going to be right there with him. We have seen those guys play all-time historic level basketball.
Yep.
So when they don't, it's evident. Like, it's clear. And so for you to come in and not express how you feel about a game that you're used to watching at a certain level and it's not there, that'd be disingenuous. Like, if I listen to you and Guru and you guys mail it in one day, well, I know you mailed it in because I've heard you have fantastic shows.
Yeah.
And it'd be wrong of me not to let you know that you mailed it in that day.
Yeah, and on the YouTube chat, kind of, what's his Nishi Martin kind of making my point for me. How is he selfish? Well, you must not watch a lot of basketball, Nishi. If you're wondering how Klay Thompson was selfish the first couple months of the season, it was all about Klay Thompson. He was defiant on the court. He took bad shots. He took too many shots. He was more concerned about himself and getting himself right, I think, at that point than the team. But again, the reason that I love Klay Thompson is because he can acknowledge that he wasn't quite right last year. He just wasn't. Do you expect Klay Thompson to get better this year? It's a good question. At what point does kind of rehabbing to get back to 100% get mitigated by a player's age? Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to play some more of this Klay Thompson sound on the other side. The Warriors, obviously Chris Paul is going to be a big part of this season. We got Giants to talk about, and we've got Nestor Aparicio at 12:30. He works in Baltimore. Kevin Brown, the play-by-play man for the Baltimore Orioles, has been suspended for God knows what, making it known that the Baltimore Orioles have had trouble with the Tampa Bay Rays over the last few years. Play some more of that sound. Next half hour, we can squeeze you in here on 95.7 The Game.
The best time to get a great...
on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if there's anybody out there with the guts to fire me.
This guy Steinmetz out in Oakland, he's publicly urinating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You mean currently or throughout your life?
Poor, oh, no, I will not get fired again. Ever. I'm going out on my terms. Nishi. I'm going out on my terms, calling Klay Thompson selfish early in the season. Mm-hmm. Then he got it together. Yeah, he got it together.
To have the two best offensive months of his career, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and don't forget, whatever you do, if you're going to mention that Klay led the league in three-pointers made, do not mention that he led the league in three-point attempts either. Do not. It's just not fair. It's not fair to our hometown boys. The Pike.
You think he takes more than 900 threes this year?
Is that how many he took?
Oh, it was a little less. I think it was like 850 or something. Not quite James Harden numbers, but
I like where Klay's at mentally. And let's face it, when it comes to the mental game, we worry about Klay a little more than some of the other players on the Warriors. Could I get fired for that? I don't know. Dave's in Vallejo. My man Dave. He is the one I wanted to talk
Steiny,
to.
my man, I've been listening to you for a long time, man. I really like your show. I miss Drew, and I'm just throwing
me
love.
too.
You asked to get a rating of the best and the worst.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I'm going to blow your mind, Steiny. I think the two best in the industry are Katie Hunter and Kyle Draper. When Mark Jones is not broadcasting with that crew and Katie and Kyle are on, they are by far, Katie is one of the best color analysts in the industry. She is probably going to take over where Doris left off 10 years ago.
She's a pro player, too. She was a pro player. WNBA. I don't hear... go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry. We lost him.
Hang on. Point taken.
I don't listen to a lot of Kings games, but I've heard enough. She's solid. She's solid. Comes in with that player perspective.
Yeah, and I really like Mark Jones, but it sounds like what he's getting at and what's important to a lot of people and their announcers is also the chemistry between them. And so if it sounds like you're working with a friend,
right?
Generally, it's going to sound better than if it sounds like you're working with a coworker because it's, all right, I'm the play-by-play guy. I talk. Now you're the color analyst. You talk. And then you throw back to me and I describe the play, and then you talk about it. Like, no one enjoys that. And it's hard to build chemistry, and it sounds like the crew that he enjoys listening to has it. By the way, some broadcasting news.
Oh!
Kevin
Albert
Brown.
Brooks.
No, I don't know who that is.
Holly Hunter. Does that mean anything to you?
Holly Hunter? Yeah. Yes, not Albert Brooks.
Have you ever seen the movie Broadcast News? It's an old one.
No.
Relatively speaking. It's a great movie. It's about the TV industry. It's good.
Albert Brooks, the voice of Marlin, Nemo's dad in Finding Nemo. There you go.
The more you know. Okay. So, well, you said during the break, right? Kevin Brown has been reinstated for the Baltimore Orioles, and he's going to be back on Friday. So clearly, the outrage or the response from social media and from broadcasters and from fans of the Baltimore Orioles and people apparently all the way across here to the west coast of the Bay Area, the discussion about the wrongdoing of Kevin Brown has gotten him back.
Yeah.
Or it was good enough to send a message to the ownership, which proves our point earlier about talking about objectivity and its place in sports, because I doubt if it had been flooded in the New York Times or the Washington Post or all the... I saw it on CNN, actually, where they were talking about it and how he's done wrong. If that doesn't happen, he's probably not back in the booth on Friday.
Right. No, I agree. And that's why, and I know this comparison may be a stretch, and maybe it's just completely wishful thinking. But, we've talked over the last few weeks about the Oakland A's and what their fans are trying to do. And what their fans are trying to do is bring attention to the fact that the issue isn't with the fan base, it's with the owner. And I've heard a lot over the last couple months of, well, it's not going to do any good. It's not going to do any good. It's not going to do any good. And it might not, and it probably won't. But it's not, like, to me, it's not nothing. And to me, there's two things that could happen with the A's. One is they move. But if they move, the Oakland Athletic fans essentially have created a paper trail of what the real issue is with this team and why the attendance is where it's at. The Oakland Athletic fans have created a paper trail to make it clear and to make it understood that this is not about them. It's about him, John Fisher. And again, I don't think they're gone for sure. Do I have? No, it's a hunch. It's just a hunch. Vegas got no stadium right now. So I don't believe that what the A's fans are attempting to do is worthless or meaningless. I don't know. I think there's still a chance. And I think that by doing what they're doing gives them more of a chance to keep the team, even if it's just a sliver more. You know what I mean? Like, it matters what they're doing, I think. It really does. It's a setting straight of the record by the Oakland A's fans.
Yeah, and look, the purpose of any protest is not, even if it is for the calling of someone's job, or in this case, to sell a franchise, the purpose of protest is always just exposure. Like, you never know if it's going to work, but that's the whole point, is to put people in uncomfortable positions, make them think critically about things that aren't in the public sphere generally. And with the A's, it's about ownership. In this case, with this broadcaster in Baltimore, it was about him doing his job. In both cases, there were wrongdoers, and they just so happened to both be ownership with the A's and with the Orioles. But in this case, with Kevin Brown, the result is him being back and him getting his job back, and he's going to be back on the air, so it's effective. Meanwhile, the protests in Oakland around the sell the team and all that stuff, that is TBD, and that's a far more difficult, kind of obstacle to hurdle. But neither side comes from a place of, this is absolutely 100% going to work. You never know,
right?
But you can't just sit on your ass and do nothing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play the Kevin Brown sound again. Coming up in 20 minutes, we've got Nestor Aparicio. For 25 years, he's been the owner and host at WNST BaltimorePositive.com. He has had a tumultuous relationship with the Orioles, who first suspended Kevin Brown, but now within the last hour, the Orioles have reinstated him. But I'm going to play what he got suspended for, and then I'm going to play something that Giants announcer Dave Fleming had to say on the morning roast. But this got a guy suspended. Take a listen.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
All right. That got him suspended, Kevin Brown. I guess because he brought up the fact that they didn't do well against the Rays over the last few years.
By the way, he had a great final call to that game. Of course, no one cares about it because of what preceded it, but it was something along the lines of the Orioles are back on top at the Trop.
I like it.
It was a great play on words, and it had a fantastic call, and no one cares about it now because he got indefinitely suspended for being a truther. Here's
why we're lucky in the Bay Area. At least here's why a guy like me's lucky, because we got owners that are bigger than that. Joe Lacob knows that when I say Klay Thompson's selfish, I'm telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? What's his name? Robert Johnson knows when Flem says, hey, Brandon Crawford, you're not fielding well anymore. He's telling the truth. And you just got to live with it. Here is Dave Fleming, by the way, among the greats.
So self-defeating for the Orioles. Like, the Orioles are they're the coolest story in the sport right now. And now what are people talking about? Like, how petty and sensitive, and it's also just not the way. If you want talented people working for you, this is definitely not the way to make that happen. It makes me very, very appreciative of what we have with the Giants. We've got a franchise, an ownership group, a front office that lets us be us and lets us tell the story of the team in our own personal way, and never would do something like this to us, and it makes me feel very, very grateful.
Yeah, me too, Dave. Me too. I'm grateful to be out in the Bay, where the owners are soft.
Well, but I do know, and I think it happened on the air.
Actually, the owners are strong. It's the other way around.
Joe Lacob texted you about what was it?
James Wiseman's weight.
Yeah, because you were incorrect.
Well,
he needed to.
I never
set
did
things straight.
He just told me that Wiseman was weighing 245. I never saw him on a scale. I made up those sources.
Yeah, because you said he's probably 6'10", 210. Not actually as imposing physically as some might believe. Just
I have no sources.
Traditional center, and Joe Lacob had to come down your road for a factual error.
Sure. Oh, and I love it. I appreciate it. I appreciate when people and here we go. I guess the guy's not totally useless. This guy Nishi. What did I say? Bob Johnson? It's not. It's Charles Johnson. See, Charles Johnson got it right. Not Bob.
Owner of the Giants.
Yeah, Charles Johnson. There you go. More Clay?
Let's do it.
God, I would love to have sound of Clay saying I was selfish last year. Just to stick it to you guys. This is Clay on Jordan Poole.
To be able to play with someone like Chris is an honor.
And
obviously,
Chris,
it hurts to see Jordan go. That's the nature of the beast that is this business.
Mm-hmm.
JP was homegrown. I saw him put the work in. I saw him go 215 in the game, but then he would be in the dungeon, which we call our practice facility because there's no windows, getting shots up right after the game. And that reminded me of my younger self. Like, I would have a terrible shooting night in Oakland at Oracle. I would drive to the practice facility in downtown Oakland. I would do the same thing my second year. And I'm like, I don't have the energy for that no more. But to see JP follow that same footing, I'm like, man, this kid's going to be special. And we wouldn't have won the championship without him. Like, he was so important to us when Steph went down and we played that series against Denver. I mean, so Jordan is forever going to be cherished in the Warriors lore just for what he did and helped bring us back to where we needed to go. And I know he's going to do great things in Washington. And it felt good seeing him last week. It was weird seeing him in some Wizards gear, but that's like Steph and I's little bro. So to see him go and he's going to flourish out there, I'm happy for him.
Good stuff from Klay Thompson. Now, you got two kinds of, oh boy, everything's going great for the Warriors right now. I mean, Klay's in a good spot. He can't wait to play with Chris Paul. See, if somebody out there is kind of like a hater, let me tell you what I heard.
What'd you hear?
Well, first of all, I heard him say, hey, Joe Lacob, the practice facility you created for us stinks. Get a window. Get a window. So the practice facility is subpar, I heard Klay Thompson say. And then I also heard him stick it to Draymond Green, essentially, by saying Poole's the man. We got so much controversy brewing with the Warriors this year. It's unbelievable. Can't you smell it? Can't you smell it, Evan?
No. No, and look, I didn't hear the part about the practice facility.
The dungeon. That's all you need to hear.
Yeah, but a lot of people, I think, appreciate being in a spot that kind of forces you to lock in, right? There's no distractions. You can't see sunlight. You can't see moonlight. You can only see the rim. That's all you need to see if you're Klay Thompson. But as it relates
that's all he looks at.
Well, that's true. The only thing that I take away from when he's talking about Jordan Poole is
right.
He will live forever in Warriors lore.
Yes.
Do you believe him? Like, you can't tell the story of
Yes,
the
he
fourth
will.
championship without Jordan Poole.
Absolutely.
And you're not going to be able to tell the next iteration of this season or beyond. Like, everything that relates to the Warriors' future, Jordan Poole's attached to it, whether you like it or not. And it doesn't necessarily mean, at least from what the rest of the things that he's uttering, it doesn't mean that Jordan Poole is or was the problem, in my opinion. That's not what I hear from Klay Thompson. I also don't hear him saying that Draymond Green is the problem. I think Jordan Poole is someone that reminds Klay Thompson a lot of himself. And I also think that's why when people are grabbing at, oh, Curry's throwing his mouthpiece because of Jordan Poole down the stretch of a game, Klay Thompson looks pissed at Jordan Poole during a game because he's not passing the ball or he's taking a bagged shot. All of those things are in the moment, but it doesn't actually reflect how those two feel about the self-described younger brother that was Jordan Poole. They're sad to see him go, but they understand the business, and they understand now the task at hand. I think that Klay Thompson is better able to separate those kind of multitude of things more so than we give him credit for.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
Well, and here's my objective thought. All right. Golden State Warriors have won 4 titles in the last, let's say, 11 years. Whatever it is. 4 titles. Let's make a list of the, like, all Warriors dynasty team with importances at the top. Okay. Curry.
No doubt.
Klay and Draymond.
Mm-hmm.
Looney.
Yep.
Iguodala.
Sure.
Durant. And you tell me after that. To me, I got Wiggins/Poole.
Yeah.
Like, I think Jordan Poole, to me, is more important than, like, how many rings did Livingston have? More than one, I think, probably.
I think he's got 2, right?
Okay. But, like, when you talk about Spates and Barbosa and McGee and Livingston, I put Poole ahead of those guys in terms of their importance to winning that title. Now, Livingston may be more loved. Livingston may be more entrenched. But you can't tell me that Livingston was more of an important player during a Warrior championship that he won than Poole was 2 years ago when they won it.
What about your boy?
Who?
Bogut. Andrew Bogut.
Yeah, Bogut's in there.
Like,
yeah,
he'd probably be in a similar level.
Yes.
That echelon.
I would put Bogut, Poole, Wiggins in there for sure. Like, yes. Like, Poole's been disrespected.
I agree. I think his importance to that championship continues to get downplayed. And unfortunately, I think it's going to continue to head in that direction because I don't believe he's in a situation right now that's going to help him win a championship. Maybe not even get to the playoffs. Like, that's kind of the state that the Washington Wizards are in. And so no matter what Jordan Poole does, he could score 35 a game next year. And I think people are going to write it off because they view him more as the Jordan Poole that left the Golden State Warriors than the one that helped them win the championship.
So people on the YouTube text line chiming in. Harrison Barnes. You know what?
He's kind of in the Poole category too, I think.
I agree. I would actually have Poole just a hair higher. Because, like, Poole averaged 20-plus a game.
Barnes was a starter.
I know. On a championship team. Poole started some that year, didn't he? Like,
he started the playoffs.
Barnes is such a better defender, though.
No doubt. I'm just saying, Poole. Like, the thing to me about Poole that I think we've forgotten is there are games that he essentially won for the Warriors, and I get it. Like, to me, if Curry has 35 and Poole had 29, like 35 is what you expect from Curry. Like they needed Poole to win a lot of those games that year they won the title. Like, his 25 a night or his 25-point games kind of ensured victory for the Warriors as long as all the other things were. Yeah, how'd Curry play? Curry was pretty good. How'd Klay play? Klay was okay. He was pretty good. How about Draymond? Draymond was Draymond. But guess what? Poole had 26. You won the game. Like, you won the game. if the big three was good and Poole had 25, you didn't lose those games.
But here's the response I bet you'd get from a lot of fans that are JP detractors is, yes, there were some games that Jordan Poole won. There's also games you can count on your hand that Jordan Poole lost for the Golden State Warriors. Now, I don't know how many of them came in the playoffs because at least this postseason run, he wasn't getting as much burn as he did in the championship postseason push. But people walk in here and tell you Jordan Poole got played off the floor in the Boston series. Like, he hit some big shots, no doubt, especially that end of third quarter buzzer beater from half court in the closeout game in Boston. But he wasn't on the court in crunch time, as opposed to some of the other players and names that we're throwing out there. Andrew Wiggins probably comes to mind the most. Like, Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on the team that won the championship. So, if we're comparing Jordan Poole to players of yesteryear, I do think you would get some pushback just because, yes, he had the ability and influence to win you games, but conversely, he could also hurt you with that.
Yes, he could. But like this kind of what I'm talking about with Steiny will not drop the punch. The guy was a one-dimensional player, Jordan Poole. Max Carlos. Jordan Poole was soft and turnover prone, okay? Livingston, way better than Poole. If only Poole was 5 inches taller, then he'd be a better player. The hell with Poole.
Wouldn't we all?
Get the NBA League Pass if you love Jordan Poole. Poole is a Lil B. Okay. My point is, that's the way you guys choose to look at Jordan Poole, and there's some truth there. But Jordan Poole helped win the Warriors a lot of games, and I'll say it again, and I don't know why you won't acknowledge the fact that they don't win the title 2 years ago without Jordan Poole. They just don't. All right, on the other side, we've got Nestor Aparicio. He's from Baltimore, and he's got all kinds of insight on what happened with Kevin Brown, first suspended, now reinstated. What can an announcer of a team say? What can they not say? What's going to get him suspended and fired? Should be an interesting segment on the other side on 95.7. It's the game.
No, Jordan Poole.
Every business deserves a great deal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, along with Matt Steinmetz, and we've been talking about the situation in Baltimore with Kevin Brown, the Orioles play-by-play announcer. He was suspended. It looks like he's going to be reinstated. That coming in the last hour or two. We've played the sound a lot. I'm not going to play it again because Nestor Aparicio, who our guest is, he's for 25 years been the owner and host at WNST-BaltimorePositive.com. He's got a lot of insight into this situation. Nestor, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, man, I appreciate you guys having me on out in the Bay Area where you're about to lose a baseball team, right? So I guess all this comes to me from doing this all these years where there's no lease here, which is really the biggest story in Baltimore from the citizen standpoint, is that he hasn't signed the lease. Camden Yards was built 31 years ago. They're sort of out of lease. They're going day to day,
Interesting.
So that's a real political hot button here in regard to whether he's trying to get the team to Nashville, which his brother accused him of doing last year in a really nasty lawsuit, that John wrested control of the team from his brother. His mother's still alive. His father, Peter Angelos, who has a famous name for being an awful owner for 3 decades, has fallen into ill health. So John Angelos is the one who controls this. He's sort of the protagonist of the story.
All right, well, let me, with that as a backdrop, Kevin Brown essentially was talking about how the Orioles had not had a lot of success in Tampa Bay, and they had, or in Tampa, and that they had won as many games this year against Tampa as the previous 3 seasons. I mean, what is this par for the course with the Baltimore Orioles? Is it something new? Why do you think this struck such a chord nationally?
Well, I think you have to go back to the history of his father, right? I mean, I would think many of you in the Bay Area have enjoyed the dulcet tones of John Miller over the last 26 years, right? John Miller's only in San Francisco because Peter Angelos threw him out and refused to pay him, and didn't like John. He didn't like that John wore flip-flops and had a Hawaiian shirt. John didn't dress like Chuck Thompson, who was the venerable old 1960s broadcaster who famously had a call here, "Ain't the beer cold?" That was his Oriole victory cheer in the 60s and 70s here when I was a kid. And John Miller was the voice of Oriole baseball, and then Peter bought the team. And listen, man, I mean, you guys have been at this a long time. You're sports fans. If you don't know how badly Peter Angelos has mismanaged this thing, I mean, I've written a book on it. It's called The Peter Principles. You can just Google, literally just hashtag The Peter Principles, and I've written 15 chapters on the whole history of. Chapter 5 was John Miller. That was 1996. I mean, the Orioles had just, went to the playoffs, went to the ALCS. John Miller was his venerable voice, and the owner hated him and kind of threw him out. You guys got him, and we've never really had anything like that here in regard to like a beloved broadcaster because the team hasn't won. I mean, I've owned a radio station for 25 years. The team has been in contention in a race 4 times. This is one of them. In 26 summers now. This team's been in 4 pennant races in 26 summers. They've lost half the market to D.C. 2006, this massive Mid-Atlantic Sports Network was set up by Major League Baseball to fund Peter Angelos and the Orioles to be competitive with the Yankees and the Red Sox. Peter pocketed the money for a period of time, and I mean, you can go check the payroll. They have the lowest payroll around, and this side of the A's, I'd say, and are competing. I mean, the backdrop of this is amazing because they're really good. Right. This is the most exciting baseball. Guys, this is like a freaking movie. I mean, every night they're going out and beating teams. Every night they have these 2 star players, and Adley Rutschman, the catcher, and shortstop Gunnar Henderson, that the fans here are clamoring, give them money, pay them, sort of your latter-day Buster Posey kind of thing where, catcher for life and like all of this stuff. And, this guy, John Angelos, he can't get out of his own way. He's the owner's son. You can Google the lawsuit that he and his brother went through last year, airing all the family's dirty laundry, that their father would have lost his mind had he known that all this became public of their acrimony. And the one brother sort of won the battle. He doesn't really talk to anybody in Major League Baseball at all. The fans here are concerned he's moving the team to Nashville. And, this broadcaster is just the latest guy to sort of get in the way. I mean, anything that's perceived as negative by the Angelos family. I mean, they took my press pass 17 years ago after having a press pass for 21 years. So, the family's very, very thin-skinned. And, John Angelos lives in Nashville. I forgot to tell you that, too. He lives in Nashville. And people are afraid he's trying to take the team to Nashville and doesn't have a lease. So there's, all of that. And the team's great. And he's sitting broadcasters down for reciting facts that he deemed to be unflattering to Orioles teams of past.
Yeah, Nestor, I mean, with that judgment of a specific broadcaster, in this case, Kevin Brown, but it sounds like there's a litany of history with other guys that have represented the Baltimore Orioles on air. I'm curious, as someone that has been in the business for a long time, but specifically in the market of Baltimore, what do you want from your play-by-play announcer? Because it's clear from the actions by the ownership that any representation of the downtimes are not acceptable, and only focusing on the presence, which to your point has been a storybook season so far for Baltimore, is the only thing that should come out of your mouth. Like, what do you personally want? Is it a Kevin Brown? Is it a John Miller? Is it a Chuck Thompson like you're talking about? Because a lot of people out here, I think, are trying to figure out, what kind of representation they want for their sports team. What kind of announcer do you want?
Well, listen, I wrote an open letter to John Angelos today, right? And this is at BaltimorePositive.com. You can go read it. It's a pretty scathing takedown. Ray Ratto would be very proud of me. So I would just say this. I was driving in my car back from a Pat Benatar concert in upstate Pennsylvania in the middle of the day Sunday and was subjected to listening to the game on the radio. Fellas, I'll be honest. I own a radio station, right? I do radio every day. I make pizza. I don't sit and listen to a lot of baseball games on radio, right? Like, it's on TV or it's not, or it's on Apple Plus, and I'm either going to give them money or I'm not. They've been on Sunday night. I mean, I watch them play 6 days a week, but I'm rarely in my car when they're on. And when I am, it kind of sucks, and I'm home in 5 minutes or whatever. I don't know how to judge the broadcast because I don't listen to it enough, but Sunday I listen to it. And my wife's tired of hearing me say these broadcasters suck because Ben McDonald's fantastic. Ben was a 1-1 pitcher who was drafted here to be a savior for the Orioles in 1989. He never turned out to be a savior, but he's a hell of a good guy. He's a great broadcaster, LSU guy. He flies in for the games. He makes the games great. Jim Palmer's been on the air here for 40 years. Jim Palmer's a Hall of Famer, and people love Jim Palmer. And Jim is scathing, biting, honest, glib, snarky. Jim's in the effing Hall of Fame, right? Like, Jim can say anything he wants, but nobody else has that privilege on the broadcast, right? And honestly, when the team's losing, and do the math, 105, 108, 116 games a year, right? And Jim Palmer's calling these lousy games from Yankee Stadium in August, and the team's 50-85, year after year after year. Again, they haven't been competitive in 21 of the 25 years that I've owned. I mean, now, when I say not competitive, I mean out of it in April, not all-star game, fall apart, make some deals. Just awful forever and ever and ever. I'm in the car Sunday. I'm listening to the game, and this is my, and they're first place. I mean, they're beating the Mets. They're beating everybody. They had a huge sellout on Saturday night. I didn't go to the game. Everybody's on the timeline. They gave Eddie Murray bobbleheads away. They honored the '83 Orioles for the 40-year anniversary. Ripken, Eddie Murray, Jim Palmer throwing out the first pitch on Saturday night. Sunday, I'm in the car, and Jorge Mateo hit a ball up in the air, and they're calling the play, and he winds up on third base. And the broadcaster's sort of stumbling through it and saying what they're saying. And my wife's driving, and I looked down on my phone about 10 minutes later, and everybody's on Twitter yelling about Mateo jaking the ball, holding the bat halfway to first base, watching the ball, and being stranded at third base on what should have been an inside-the-park home run, right? I listened to the broadcast. There was nowhere in there where any of that was brought up. It just was a triple. And I'm listening to the game, and I'm not even really getting the game, right? Because these reporters or play-by-play, they're team employees. They're intimidated, threatened, team Baghdad Bobs for the most part. I mean, Ben McDonald and Jim Palmer can get away with more on the television side, but everybody else is shivering for their life and the $250 that they're getting tonight to work. Like, literally, they're all happy to be there, And the broadcasts are awful when I'm in the car and a guy hits something that should have been an inside the park home run and jaked it, and the play-by-play announcer can't say, I don't even know what Mateo was thinking. Mateo was looking at the ball. Just say something that lets me know, like, everybody that watched it with their eyes are going to be outraged, right? You're watching it with your eyes. You're the broadcaster. You have to be trusted, or why am I listening to you? Again, guys, I own a radio station. I employ people. I want them to speak truth. And the obvious is obvious. And with the Orioles, the obvious is what you guys have seen in San Francisco, which is we've been subjected to this for a long time. Fellas, right now, go to the websites in our community. Go to WBAL, they're the team partner. Go to WBAL.com. Go to Fox 45 Baltimore. Go to WMAR Channel 2. Go to their websites. This story's not even on their website.
Huh. Interesting. Well, let me ask you this.
That's how this works, boys. I'm on the phone with you out in San Francisco. New York's calling me today. Boston, Chicago, they're calling me to come on. Michael K's up in arms. Mad Dog's. Everybody's crazy in New York about it. It's the biggest story in the city. And 3 out of the 4 television stations are refusing to report it as a story.
Interesting.
Damn.
Let me ask you this before we let you go. Why do you think it looks like they're going to reinstate him on Friday. Why do you think they're doing that?
I would ask why he's coming back. I don't, and the fan outcry here is crazy. But, this is giving a professional, a human being, a person whose voice you're trying to sell as integrity. You're the voice of the team. There's integrity involved in that. I don't know how he peddles himself back out with an orange cartoon bird on his shirt and acts like nothing's happened. 3/4 of the television media in the city aren't even reporting the story, right? So, did it happen? If the tree falls in the woods, they just go on with this. And the owner hasn't held a press conference. The owner held one press conference in his life. It was Martin Luther King Day 7 months ago. Please go watch it. It would tell you everything you need to know about John Angelos to watch him field a question about the future of his franchise and how he answered Dan Connolly, a trusted reporter, longtime Baltimore Sun athletic reporter here, where he attacked Dan Connolly and then said openly to the mayor was sitting next to him, the mayor of Baltimore, at a Martin Luther King Day press conference, that he was offended that he was asked such a question on such a sacred day when he was writing a check for the community. He told Dan Connolly, come down to the warehouse. I'll open my books for you and all the media so you can see how much money we're making. He said that at a press conference, and nobody here is even holding him accountable to that.
Interesting.
I mean, it's really small town Hickville type of stuff for Baltimore. That this is a story all over the country.
Yeah.
Like you were calling me and saying how and why, and I'm like, have you read the script? It's like Putin, how and why? Come on, you've been watching this. We've been watching it here, and really the difference is the deodorization of winning, right? They're winning. Mike Elias is a baseball genius. They've been so awful for so long that they've had 1-1. They've had 3 1-1s, right? And they brag about it, right? But they had 3-1. They have another one coming up. Matt Holliday's kid is about to come up and become their shortstop and probably move Henderson to third base.
Yeah, Jackson.
They're loaded, boys. They're going to win 100 games for a couple of years here, no matter who their broadcaster is.
Right.
Pretty good baseball team right now. And Mike Elias knows what he's doing.
Hey, Nestor, thank you so much for joining us. Give us some great background and insight on this situation, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you allowing my voice to be heard. Viva Bay Area. Can't wait to get back to you guys, man.
All right. That's Nestor Aparicio for 25 years, owner and host at WNSTBaltimorePositive.com.
Well, one thing that, and look, he did as best he could in, the 15 minutes to air the dirty laundry of the ownership. It does make me feel the way that Dave Fleming feels in a way, which is appreciative that we don't largely have to deal with any of this with the Giants, the 49ers, or the Warriors. None of this stuff comes to the forefront because, to his point, the Baltimore Orioles are having a great season.
Yep.
I know it may not mean much out here on the West Coast, their record, but that also applies to the rest of the country and the baseball fandom of whenever you think about the 2023 Baltimore Orioles, you're not going to think about Adley Rutschman. You're not going to think about how good they've played or going from worst to first in this case. You're going to think about the owner suspending their broadcaster in the middle of a season for doing nothing, essentially. Like, that's going to mar this entire year for them in a season that, to Nestor's point, should be appreciated and celebrated.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Hey, let's get to D. D's in Walnut Creek hanging in there. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I like all this announcement going, because here in the Bay Area, we've had some pretty good ones, and I think you got to bring some of them back, like Jim Barnett, Tom Tolbert, Ray Ratto, Greg Papa. But you know what? You got to have Tom Tolbert come on the radio and describe that 2-0 actual high school basketball game. He is absolutely hilarious. If you guys can find that somewhere, it'd be so much fun to have him on and talk about that game. It was a 2-0. Can you believe it? And another point is, why don't you throw this out to the fans? And no cheating. First base is the easiest base to get to, but what are the 9 ways to get on?
Oh,
I think you asked
this. Yes, you guys can come up with all 9.
Thanks, D. Hey, by the way, D, and thanks for the call. You can hear Tom Tolbert every single Golden State Warrior home game.
Yes, sir.
Working with Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. I've been a little distracted, and it's so funny that.
How come?
I'll tell you why. Hold on one sec.
Okay. So
let me get my pen. All right. We were talking about Jordan Poole, and see this, and we're talking about what you should. I'm just looking at this text line, and this is what it's all about right here. I said they don't win the title without Jordan Poole 2 years ago, and they didn't. Baron Red, and they didn't win it last year because of Poole. Steph Blurry. No, Jordan Poole didn't win the title without the dub. They would have won a title without Jordan Poole. Don't you get it? Draymond Green. JP literally ducked a dude taking a half-court shot. That's all you need to know about the player. Deuces. Let's go to Poole is nothing from Max Carlos. Let's go to he's a turnover machine. Yes, we win the title without him. Let me tell you why you didn't win the title last year. And see, this is where kind of get the crux of the whole thing.
Do you have a running list?
Well, one reason he didn't win a title last year, Warriors fans, was because Steph Curry didn't make threes in the postseason last year. Steph shot 36% from three-point range. He's got to be better than that. So one of the reasons the Warriors didn't win a title last year was because Steph Curry didn't play in the postseason as well as he'd played in postseasons past. Another reason that the Warriors didn't win a title, Evan, is because Klay Thompson shot 38% from the field in the postseason. That's twos included. And three-point shooting was at 36.8%, extremely low for him. So the reason the Warriors didn't win a title this year was because Poole wasn't good enough, your boy Curry wasn't good enough, Klay wasn't good enough. That's the big reason. It's not one guy. It's not one guy. And he didn't have size. Thank you, Devin Smith. By the way, you missed an opportunity yesterday to stick it to me.
Yeah, because I'm a nice guy.
Yeah. How about this?
What about it?
Oh, you Steph Curry. How do you explain this one, Warrior fans? This joke artist. And I don't use, you know it.
I know you don't.
Last 2 years? Explain this one to me, Steph Stans. Last 2 years in the postseason? Steph Curry shot 83% from the line and 84.5% from the line. The last two playoffs, Steph shooting less than 85% from the line? Oh, my. What happened? What happened to Steph's foul shooting? Uh-oh. Is that Jordan Poole's fault? Steph, make a foul shot when the chips are down. Come on now.
Well, Steiny, there's always an excuse. I mean, Steph Curry was playing last year with subluxation,
multiple injuries
in his shoulder. He was having an issue with tibia or fibia, or whatever bones down there. He was having issues, Steiny.
Veggie Delight, Steiny. That was highly disrespectful to Livingston to compare him to Jordan Poole. You're right. When's the last time Livingston scored 20 in a game?
Well, game one of the 2016 NBA Finals, but
how many you have?
22.
Okay. Who the hell are you? Who asked you?
Where's that one come from?
Oh, let's see. Why can't Steph make foul shots in the postseason, Bay Area fans? I don't get it.
I guess he didn't need to in the finals against the Celtics.
Huh? Stop it, Steiny. Don't go there. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm going to pull a Kevin Brown. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Well, actually, I think the issue is Kevin Brown opened his mouth in the first... No. Basically...
We're pool shooting percentages. I know. Let's not examine Steph. We cannot do that. We might find that he's missed a couple shots over the years.
Oh, so you're saying yesterday when I accused Stephen Curry of...
You would have had me.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Steiny, how come you could... But you know what? You don't... And I love you, but you didn't have the guts to do it. Because you would have had it. You're afraid to take on the Steph stance.
I am.
I know.
Like someone on YouTube, 83% ain't horrible. You know that?
It stinks for Curry. It stinks
you
for Steph
shoot
Curry.
Curry 90%.
Let me tell you something. I shot 83.3 my senior year in high school. That's one tick below him. And let me tell you, I had pressure on me. We were playing Moravian on the road. We needed that win.
Did you choke?
No. Never.
Never that.
Never.
Couldn't.
Missed a couple big foul shots.
Warriors did,
That's
though.
not joking, though.
So this year, if Stephen Curry does not shoot above 84%...
Why would he? The chips are going to be down in the postseason.
What are you talking about? He's got receipts, Steiny. He's got bulletin board material courtesy of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny on that... Nishi, Jesus, Steiny. Yeah, I know. I know. Let me get... Hey, you know what, Nishi? Let me guess. I should be fired for simply bringing up Steph Curry's free throw percentage in the postseason.
I mean,
that's fair.
At the least.
That's fair.
Suspended indefinitely.
And here's the other, Matthew Nathy or whatever. Compare Curry to pool shooting now. Uh-oh. Sounds to me like you're lowering the bar. You don't want to have to compare Steph Curry, one of the greatest players of all time, to Jordan Poole. You lost that argument by even suggesting it in the first place.
It's interesting, though, that people do bring that up, and I really think that's the root of many people's issues with Jordan Poole. It's either one, he was crowned too early as a splash brother, or the third splash brother, and even Klay Thompson kind of mentioned like he was one of ours.
By the same fans who now hate him.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And the way that he plays, clearly not to the level, but is a bit reminiscent of Stephen Curry, at least in the beginning of the postseason run to the championship. People automatically compare Jordan Poole with Stephen Curry, and that's where the weight of expectation, in my opinion, killed Jordan Poole last year. Not because he clearly had other stuff going on, beginning with a teammate doing something to him before the year, but also the slander that he was talking about later in the season with our own Bonte Hill on NBC Sports Bay Area was due to the fact that everyone seems to hold him to an unattainable standard, which is that of a borderline top 10 player of all time. He's either on the front end and he's top 10, or he's on the backside and he's top 12. Like, Jordan Poole is unfairly held to that standard by many people. And I think that's why everyone continues to compare his stats to Steph's.
510. I love this. Stop speaking on Steph Curry, bro. This is ridiculous. Steph was not the reason the Warriors didn't win. No, he's one of them. Not the reason. He's one of them. But explain this to me. 888-957-9570. Why has Steph Curry's free throw percentage in the playoffs dropped 10 points in the last 2 years? Oh, my God. He went from 94% 3 years ago to 82.9 and then to 84.5. Do we have a Steph Curry free throw shooting problem? Come on, Steph know-it-alls. What's happened to his free throw shooting in the postseason? I'm worried. No, really, I am. It's all sponsored by Save Mart.
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer night.
Oh no, mosquitoes! Why am I wearing shorts?
Without mosquitoes.
WMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'll talk over it.
No diggity. No doubt.
I'll talk over it, just like
Now, back to
Kevin Brown,
Steiny and
the
Guru on
Thank you.
95.7 The Game.
Thank you. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. By the way, 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park. September 11th, the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from the event go to the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic children and adults, providing activities, information, education. A few of our personalities were going to be there, out there at Harding Park Golfing, so we'd love for you to join us, you and your company. $10,000 hole-in-one, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some golf balls at TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Website to check out more details, sfautismsociety.org. That's sfautismsociety.org. You know what? I was just thinking. We've been talking a lot about Kevin Brown, who got fired for saying, boy.
Suspended.
That's true. Thank you.
Because he's back on Friday.
Thank you. Who got suspended for saying, boy, we don't win a lot in Tampa Bay, but we have a chance to win a lot here. By that standard, this should get me fired. You ready? Hey, Warrior fans, I've been looking at some stats, and I don't know if you know this or not, but in the last two postseasons, Steph Curry's free throw shooting percentage has dropped almost 10 points. He had 2 years before the last 2 years where he shot 94% from the line in the postseason. The last 2 years, he's only shot 84% from the foul line. What's going on with Steph's free throw shooting in the postseason? Hopefully, he'll come back around this upcoming season. Steiny, you're suspended. Why? Well, you can't bring up that Steph didn't shoot free throws as well in the postseason the last 2 years as he has in the previous 8 playoffs he's been to. We're going to have to let you go. Sorry. By the way, who are you? By the way, Warrior fans. Who are you? Why would I ask you anything? By the way, Warrior fans, why can't Steph make a free throw in the postseason anymore? 888-957-9570.
Well, and if I was John Angelos in this situation, the owner that's going to be handing down your indefinite suspension, I'd ask, hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Why are you bringing that up in the first place? Like, what makes your mind go there when we're thinking about the shortcomings of the team, and they tried hard, and Steph had 50 points in a Game 7 on the road, Sonny. Why would you jump to free throw percentages?
Well, I didn't jump there.
Actually, you leapt.
No, I didn't. The reason I went other places is because of the single-minded and ineffectual belief that Jordan Poole was the reason the Warriors lost the postseason. And you know what? Here's another thing. 650. Here's another Steph Curry fan. Can we get an actual topic, or do you guys have nothing relevant to talk? No, hey, I know. Hey, don't talk about Steph Curry's free throw shooting woes in the postseason. Yeah, no, that's not a topic. You're right. It's not a topic in Baltimore.
Well, we got here because Klay Thompson said some things that we thought were pretty interesting, and it eventually leads you back to Steph, and then we were talking about yesterday about how Curry doesn't, can make free throws and this, and that, and so that you brought the percentage up, which was maybe a little bit of a cheap shot. I'll give him that. But it is relevant when we're talking about Jordan Poole in relation to Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, not because we want to keep bringing it up and we want to keep talking about it, but all three members of the Big Three in Golden State continue to discuss it. Whether it's
That's true.
They're putting it behind us, whether it's the reason we didn't win last year, whether it's we love Jordan Poole, we wish him well, everyone seems to continue to keep Jordan Poole's name in their mouths of significance That's the reason why we keep talking about it.
Well, and I mean, the other thing is, it's what I believe. Don't tell me Jordan Poole was the reason the Warriors didn't win a title. It's a sports talk show. If you really, Jordan Poole is the reason the Warriors didn't win a title. Do you have any concept that basketball is a team sport? No, Jordan Poole was not the reason they lost the title last year. He was a reason, along with many other reasons. And the reality is, if you want to pay, you guys who have this thing for Jordan Poole, you're the hater. You're the haters, don't you get it? You are. I said the Warriors don't win a title 2 years ago without Jordan Poole. What's the first response? Well, he's the reason they didn't win it last year. I mean, really? Is that what kind of simpletons that I'm talking to? Jordan Poole. Guy didn't even start. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. And I'm not going to sit here and Jordan Poole. Yeah, Jordan Poole's gone. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Steph Curry was exactly like Steph Curry always was. Klay Thompson was exactly like Klay always was. Everybody was just the same, but this guy Jordan Poole was the reason. Come on, people, as Rick Barry would say.
Well, there's a couple things off that. One, but if you are looking for a singular reason, it is kind of funny to me how, and I don't believe him because I think, to your point, there's a lot of factors at play, but Draymond Green said the punch ruined the season. So isn't, if you're really looking for somebody to blame, you could easily say it's just Draymond Green. I wouldn't solely blame Draymond either. He plays a part in this too, just as Jordan Poole does. Secondly, Stein, you do know where this is going, though, right?
Tell me.
If and when the Warriors this season succeed early.
Mm-hmm. And succeed early. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, who knows? They might not. But if they do win early, if they do look like they're headed back towards the postseason, and they do give us the hope that they could maybe win another championship.
Which is everything that happened last year with Jordan Poole.
What?
Until it didn't.
No. But the season did not get off to a good start. I'm saying if the season does get off to a good start this year because Klay Thompson sounds like he's refocused, Stephen Curry sounds like he's refocused, Draymond Green has got his new money, he's got to be happy. Chris Paul can bring a different pace to the team. Steve Kerr seems like he likes the veteran-laden group more than the rookies that he had to play at the beginning of last year. If all that aligns and they start to play well, we're going to hear that noise about Jordan Poole being the sole reason for last season's failure get much, much louder.
I'll tell you what, Warriors, win a title this year, and then I'll say Jordan Poole was a problem. Win a title, and then I'll say Jordan Poole was a problem.
But you won't believe that, though.
I will more than I believe it now. And I'm serious. Jordan Poole was an issue last year. You know who else was an issue? Andrew Wiggins was an issue. He missed 10 weeks. You know who else was an issue? Klay, at times last year, did not play team basketball. You know who else was an issue at times? Steph Curry, because he missed 26 games, and he's too important. He's got to play more games than that. This blaming of one person is a joke.
But he's low-hanging fruit.
Exactly. And it doesn't matter, but yeah, exactly. And I'm not standing for that. I'm not standing for the low-hanging fruit argument. Jordan Poole. Come on.
But I know, Andrew, Steph, Dre, CP, and I, and the rest of the guys, we're hungry. We're in our group chat right now. We're trying to set up some mini camps for the season, but we're all on the same page. Look, we got another ring in us. We at least expect that. We can do it if we just stay the course and not look too far ahead. Take it week by week and just enjoy the process, because that's all you can really do. Mm-hmm. If you focus on the championship, it doesn't really do you nothing. You got to enjoy everything about it, the training camp, the preseason. Mm-hmm. So last year, I definitely have a bad taste in my mouth still, but that's not the worst thing, because now I'm hungrier than ever, and I still want to, I want to get back to that mountaintop. 4 is cool, but why not get as many as you can get?
Exactly.
At least a 10. Mm-hmm. And then I can walk away from this game saying I gave it everything I had. Exactly. That's all you can do.
That's Klay Thompson talking about this upcoming season.
With Paul George. And the exactly that you kind of pointed out in this segment before. No, it was pretty funny, though. It's like, hey, you want to get as many as you can. Paul George's like, exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Trying to stack championships. I get you. No, Klay Thompson, along with everyone else, seems like there is, and I think it is because of how last season finished, but also just because of last season. Like, last season didn't seem fun for the Golden State Warriors. There was no joy. There was no happiness that was at least able to stick around for more than a week because they didn't, like what? They were neither 4 games above or below 500 for like 3/4 of the season. Like, They didn't know what kind of team they were. It does appear like going into this season, and not just because they got a group chat and they're trying to set up mini camps, but I think just because of the personalities that are on that team and the one that left, Klay Thompson sounds like he's in a much more comfortable mental space than he was heading into last season, which is weird considering he's coming off a championship.
I think he's in a real good space.
So does that sound change the way you feel about the Warriors' chances at getting a 5th title this next season? Or I should say really. the summation of the messaging that we're hearing.
No message could make me change my mind. Like, nothing they can say in the offseason. Now, they get out to an 18-2 start like they did 2 years ago, or they're 15-6, and you start thinking, I'm seeing something. To me, I got to see the first 20, 25 games, but they've got challenges. They've got experience challenges. They've got depth issues. They still aren't the biggest team in the world. But people want to know, like, where this got started, and this is kind of what the whole show has been today. I think there's a big segment of Warrior fans that have blamed Jordan Poole for last year's failures in an outsized way. They have focused on Jordan Poole, and they have made Jordan Poole more of a scapegoat than he deserves to be. That's my feeling. And for everybody's like, oh, Stein, like, you're the haters who can't stand Poole for some reason, and you can't acknowledge that, yes, while he didn't have a good year, he did not have a good year, why are you all taken away from how important he was during the championship year? Like, just some balance. And then, because it's a team sport, look at the rest of the players on the team and ask yourself if they could have done better. And my answer is they all could have done better. There's not one player on the Warriors last year who had a better playoff than they did during the championship series. They all weren't quite as good. And that's why they didn't win the title. Jordan Poole among them, one of 4 or 5 guys. Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Sorry to change the subject, but I want to talk some Niners if possible.
Do whatever you want, man.
So, okay, all right. Hey, so I actually had a question, and it kind of bridges a couple of these subjects regarding the media and what happened to that broadcaster with the Orioles. Yep. I mean, judging by what we saw, that's pretty extreme. I think most people would agree that's pretty extreme. But I started thinking about, like, when would you say is the appropriate time for a sports franchise to get involved with, credentialed media members or people who are involved with the team? Because I think I'm not going to name any names, but I think there's some, people that cover the 49ers who are credentialed media members who spread like false statistics. They make videos that are just purposely made to like divide the fan base. Well, they push narratives. So like when...
Yeah, let's
go ahead, sorry.
We can put the rat on the table, Ryan. I mean, Grant Cohn a couple years ago. I mean, he had an issue with, was it
Javon
Kinlaw? Kinlaw. Yeah. They went back and forth. And then my understanding is Lynch and Shanahan sat down with Cohn and was like, hey, I don't think they told him to stop, but they said, hey, what's going on? So, there's also, he doesn't work for the flagship. He's just a credentialed media guy like everybody else. So,
I think the 49ers also operate in a space that is like between the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors, because we all view them as a contending team. They have a chance to win a title,
yes,
but they haven't done it yet. And so with that comes very conflicting messaging in media and how they're covered, because you're going to have a divided group. Like, it's just the way it works. There's going to be some people that fairly and unfairly just adhere to the messaging of the team because, hey, what's wrong? Like, the team's winning. It's not like they're bad. There's not a whole lot to critique outside of, well, you haven't won the big one. And that is where the other segment of, in this case, he's talking about the media, but I think fans in general do it, and that's where this permeates from, which is you have a segment of the fan base which feels like there has to be something wrong that the 49ers, in this case, have not been able to get over the hump. What is going wrong? Either it's the quarterback, or it's the head coach, or it's the front office. I don't know specifically, but there are all of these different factors at play, and again, they're minute, they're relatively small, but they are a reason in some people's minds why the 49ers have not won a Super Bowl. And I think both sides are fair, but it's hard, and I do it too, it's hard for me to kind of figure out who to listen to, and also at the same time figure out, like, all right, is there an agenda? Are they trying to pick a lane? Are they trying to be truthful? And generally it all lies somewhere in the middle, whereas with the Warriors, right, I think it's easier to trust, I would say, the majority of the media that's covered them, just because the content is laid out for you by the success of the team. Now, this season, and even to some extent last season, I think we began to see the divide, and we're hearing it whether we're talking about Jordan Poole or Curry's free throws. We're hearing that. We're hearing the back and forth in both sides of the argument, because we do not know what is going to happen to the Golden State Warriors. We do not know what is going to happen to the San Francisco 49ers. And that's what makes, albeit sometimes infuriating, it's what makes a lot of people's opinions valid.
Right. This from Niners Warriors. I'd love for you to expand on this on the YouTube chat. Bay Area media is soft on Kyle Shanahan and Steve Kerr. If anything, they need more journalists asking hard questions. All right, let me just tell you where I'm at with both those guys. So Steve Kerr came to the Warriors after Mark Jackson, and everything changed. They completely changed their style of play, and it turned into something that is unbelievably rare at the professional level, the way the Warriors played, their style. They also won 4 titles. Okay, so Niner Warrior, that has to be part of the equation. That Steve Kerr's won 4 titles. Okay, so now, but let's go to Kerr a little more, because I think this is interesting. Okay, so the Warriors have won 4 titles under Kerr. All right, well, something's happened now the last 2 years where they're having trouble. I just want to talk about this generally because I don't want people to get by. Okay, they're having trouble integrating some of their younger players into the championship team. Okay. Well, now Kerr's getting criticism. Hey, how come these young guys can't play? How come these young guys can't play? What's my feeling on it? Well, my feeling on it is, yeah, they're going to have trouble playing the young guys on this particular team going for these championships. It just doesn't work. You know what? I am going to naturally side with Steve Kerr on that one, because I feel like it's really hard to win with young guys playing a lot, and I'm just on Steve Kerr's side. I don't think these young guys have been good enough to play as much as they've wanted to play. So is that being easy on Steve Kerr? Yeah, I guess it is. I guess I could be hammering him game in and game out why Kuminga isn't playing 25 minutes a game, but I feel like I know why Kuminga's not playing 25 minutes a game. Shanahan, similar but different. A lot of success, Evan, over the last 4 years. Has he won the big one? No. But, are we getting to the point where, he's got to get one? Yeah, I get why people feel that way, but I still think 3 NFC championships in 4 years is pretty darn good.
And that's not good enough for people that come from the generation of, well, we got 5. Like, we got 5 champions. No, it hasn't been 30 years or whatever it is. But I think that also is something that gets passed down through generations, the expectation of winning. And that's not for every franchise. Like, we've been talking about the Baltimore Orioles a lot today. They ain't got a history of winning. So when you discuss their successes, you have to, in my opinion, precede that by talking about where they came from. Meanwhile, where the 49ers came from is greatness. Where they came from was a dynasty. Like, they've already had their dynasty. And I love driving in the morning, listening to the Morning Roast, Bonte and Butcher. And they were discussing today about how, I want the quarterback. I want our guy. It's been 7 years, and I still don't know who the franchise quarterback is in San Francisco. Well, all of that comes from a place of, you grew up watching Joe Montana and Steve Young. Like, maybe that was your dynastic quarterback. Like, not every franchise gets one all the time. Maybe you had one. Maybe one is coming. Maybe it's Brock Purdy. Maybe it's Trey Lance. All these things begin to me with your foundation as a sports fan. For the Warriors, it's nothingness.
Right.
Unless you're around in the 70s, I guess.
Well, and
the Niners, they're used to stacking chips.
Well, and listen, I'm not trying to troll 49er fans, but are they? See, when I look at Kyle Shanahan, I don't look at Bill Walsh and George Seifert. I look at Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsula, because that's what he took over. There was the Harbaugh era where he tried to obviously win a Super Bowl and knocked on the door. He didn't get it. Then they went to Tomsula and Chip Kelly, and they fell off the face of the earth. So Kyle Shanahan has now come along and brought back success. Okay, well, now let's see if he can win a title. But I don't compare Kyle to Seifert and Walsh. I kind of compare him to the coaches who preceded him. And if you want to throw Harbaugh in there, we can do that. And then that makes it kind of a more fair conversation in terms of the ability to be critical of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and then and the Giants operate in the space right now of they're evolving. They're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out what kind of team the San Francisco Giants are, because they also have, I think, in a lot of people's minds, an expectation of winning. They've done it more recently than the 49ers. And so that's where a lot of people come from, where they're judging them based on former teams, what they know and what they feel comfortable with, and what made them a fan of the team in the first place. Like, everyone watches their team, and I think, and maybe some people cover the team now because they grew up as fans.
Right.
So you're going to use what you have experience-wise to make those judgments. And so I think that's why you get such a conflicting range of content and media, mainly for football, but for the Warriors also. I mean, there are fans out there that speak their piece about how Jordan Poole is to blame for the entire season, about how, I don't know if you find too many Steinmetzians out there, with Stephen Curry being the issue sometimes, but, some people blame Draymond Green solely. Some people blame Klay Thompson. Some people blame Bob Myers. Like, I don't know. It's just, there's been more ways to express how you feel about a team than ever, and everyone's got a voice.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into this conversation. We got 10, 12 minutes on the other side, and then we go to Styles and Dibley at 2 o'clock. You know the number, 888-957-9570. Feel free to call in and say, Steiny, boy, do you have it nailed on 95.7, The Game.
Every business deserves a great deal.
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Who are you? Who are you? Why would I ask you anything?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Hugh Hollins.
Has Steiny entered the chat?
Oh, yeah.
The YouTube chat?
Yeah, and I'm under my own moniker now.
Twitch and YouTube?
I don't use Willard's.
Well, he's
yeah,
out
I just
this
wanted,
week.
I said, some of you guys out there are doing a lot of chopping, but I still don't have an explanation about why Steph's free throw percentage has fallen in the postseason, and we've got to figure out a way to explain that drop by blaming somebody else.
Well, naturally. I mean, what other conclusion can you come to?
One of the things...
It's not his fault.
You got to remeasure some of those rims. Who the hell are you?
Seriously.
Who asked you?
Did you know that the basketballs they use in the playoffs are slightly larger and heavier than the ones in the regular season?
No way.
No, they're not. But I'm saying that that might be a reason.
I got you. Do you know that prior to 79?
Then no, I don't.
You do realize, I shouldn't say this.
What?
You do realize that if Steph Curry played in the 70s, his shooting percentage would not be as high because the rims were different. It was the hard rim era.
Yeah, they had
There's also no three-point line.
Yeah, but his effective field goal percentage would still be incredible for the time, Steiny.
Let's use another player.
Okay. Klay Thompson?
Like when Larry Bird went to the new rims, it was over. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
So if I looked at Larry Bird's statistics in year 5, or I don't know, whatever it is, but his shooting percentage just jumped.
I actually think he played with soft rims most of his career. I want to say they made the switch in like 78, 79.
That's because your Boston Celtics were rigging everything. I mean, they just the ultimate cheap shots before games at certain teams. Yeah, I've been watching. I've been reading. Red Auerbach used to
he was
steam the locker rooms.
Yes,
he used to sick the fans on opposing teams at their buses. By the way, I did start Winning Time season 2.
Oh, I got to watch that. Okay.
The opening scene is unbelievable. It just is. I cannot imagine what it was like to be a fan of an opposing team in Boston at the time, or if you'd even go. But the bus that the Los Angeles Lakers had to flood the arena to get out of because fans were throwing popcorn and beer at them, true story.
Right.
It was called the White Bus Corporation.
I can't speak to that. And I can't.
The city was unbelievable.
Can't condone it.
Well, still
absolutely
is,
can't condone it. I got to watch it. So what was the first episode, like the theme of it?
Basically how you continue a dynasty, or I should say how you build a dynasty and how you try to repeat, like the difficulties of trying to win back-to-back championships, which did apply to the Golden State Warriors last year. Just
disease of me? Did they get into that?
Yes, agendas, how players, specifically Magic Johnson, because of the way that their first championship culminated with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar missing Game 6 in Philadelphia, Magic having an all-time performance as a rookie, leading Magic Johnson, along with some of the younger contingency of the Lakers, into believing that maybe Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was someone that should be an ancillary part of their offense as opposed to the focal point, and actually bringing that up to the cap.
See, I kind of forgot. I was a Celtics fan, so I wasn't. I mean, I knew what was going on with the Lakers. I don't quite remember that, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Like imagine last season, or I guess now 2 ago, when the Warriors won the championship in the playoffs.
All right.
Jordan Poole starts at the beginning of the Denver series because Steph's coming back from injury.
Right.
Jordan Poole's incredible, right? He has that great historic shooting percentage in the first round. Imagine him going to the team in the locker room and being like, you know what, actually, I think I just don't think we should mess with anything. I mean, we are kicking ass right now. We're taking names. We just pulverized the Denver Nuggets. We got Memphis coming in. Steph, I don't want to say it, but gosh, I mean, you might want to let me handle this one. Imagine.
And see, here's the other thing I'm finding.
And that was a hypothetical. That was a lie. I know a lot of people are going to take that as fact and ammunition to bring down Jordan Poole. So.
And you know what? I know Steph can't make a free throw in the postseason anymore, but in fairness, Jordan Poole didn't shoot free throws well for himself either, so it's okay. People are like, I'm sorry,
No, but this is your wheelhouse, though.
It's my wheelhouse
you
because
feed off of this energy.
It's my wheelhouse because it's so preposterous that there are people that actually can't believe that I get to say his free throw shooting percentage the last 2 playoffs is subpar.
For him, for his standards. Not by league average.
See, you do it too. You just can't look at your superstar like a human being.
No, I can.
Like a regular person.
No,
they walk. Hey, they put their pants on the same way as we do, people.
Well, some are left before right. But the point is, you're judging Stephen Curry on himself. A lot of people don't.
Well, I'd love to be judged by somebody worse than me, their standards. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so now no, I'm just kidding. But
by the way, nobody's been able to answer the question.
Why is he shooting worse?
Why Steph Curry's free throw shooting percentage in the postseason dropped the last 2 years? Does anybody have a theory? Of course they don't. Their feelings are too hurt that I even brought it up.
I don't know, maybe he was hurt. Maybe
fatigue?
Yeah.
Age. Oh, it's not age, right? It can't be age.
Well, but so what was the reason why Stephen Curry was shooting so poorly from 3-point range at the beginning of the championship season? Yes.
See? I'm glad you asked that. I remember
you had a list for him when we talked to him.
I think there's myriad reasons for that. I think the record that he was in pursuit of absolutely had something to do with that. He was not taking the threes. Like, he wanted to just get it out of the way.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was here we go. I don't think his shot selection was as good as it had been for most of his career up until that point. I know he can make every shot. I think defenses were toward the end, particularly. I don't think the teams didn't want to have the record set against them. Remember when he went into the Portland game, I think, and he's like, hey, kind of thinking about 16. I think he needed 16 or something.
Yeah, forget if it was Portland or Indiana, but I remember us having that conversation. Right. And Guru was, I think the chef's going to break it tonight. He's going to break not only the all-time record, but the single game record by making, 15 threes or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. So I think that had something to do with it. I think... also, there was so much. See, this is what I'm talking about. There was so much going on. It can't be one thing.
There's some personal issues
with his mom and dad.
Yeah, they were going through something.
There was also he wasn't in his set rotation either. Remember?
Yeah, Kerr changed it.
Correct. So the rotation had been changed. So I think the ball was different. Now that's the one he said.
The rims were different.
Were they?
No,
No, but there was about 7 things that were legitimate.
It was just a joke because you brought up the ball theory to Steph. And he was like,
that's the one he said no.
I don't know about that one.
Like everyone, he was like, yeah, okay. And then I said the ball, and he goes, no, not the ball. I was like, all right, I'll scratch that off. God,
yeah, so you were 6 for 7, just like Steph at the free throw line in the playoffs.
That's a 5. That's a 5. All right, 888. Oh, no calls. We're not going to let you call in.
Crossover.
And I'll pick and choose what I want to hear you say, and then I'll do. Steiny, it's fatigue. He had to burden more of a load than previous runs, and it showed. No shame admitting it. That as a Warrior fan, I think there's something to that.
Because of Jordan Poole.
See, I love. You know what? Let me tell you something about that 408. And I know we got to go. That 408 is a Warrior fan for decades. Been a Warrior fan for decades, that 408. There's no doubt about it. You know why? Because it's a smarter group of fan. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com.
Who the hell are you? Who asked you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Again, you say you want your freedom. Well,
These the Beatles?
Stop it.
Come on now.
Just stop
What?
it.
Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, and we're going to set you up with a nice little napkin and a kitty fork at the kids' table.
Yeah.
And then maybe you take a playoff, Evan, because it might be time for you to go to the kids' table and learn a little bit from the elders.
Well, me and Alan are on this side of the table.
Yeah, and
Alan's wise beyond his years.
Well, what's funny is Evan was able to get Alan's goat yesterday, so you were gone, and Evan was lingering in the office. And so, sometimes, Steiny, when you and Guru are doing your show, I'll come in like during a break, and I'll either say something pro Steiny or pro Guru, and it's a little bit of an agitation sensation, and Evan will come in and say, dibs 30 seconds, or we're coming back, or whatever. Yesterday, Evan Giddings comes in and intentionally gets the goat of my partner, Alan Stiles, out of nowhere. You had no business. You had no business coming down his road.
So I was listening to the show after the show. I was at the gym. I was going to come back. And so I was going to come back and just
came back all pumped up and like, I'm swole.
Yeah. But I just noticed that Alan looked like he was wearing this old kind of like baseball necklace. They're called fightins, but looked like he was wearing one. And so I came in and I was like, hey, it looks like it's a fight necklace, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, that leads down the road.
It started innocently enough.
It did. I think Alan turned up the heat.
No.
Like, that was definitely on you.
I mean, I'm going to defend my partner because, Alan's in for Mark all week. But you were the one, Evan. You were the one. And I'm a big Evan fan.
Back at you, dude.
I mean, second only to Mark Grandy.
Of course.
And, Lucas and Spadoni and about 5 other people. But
top 10.
You're my
No, this is what happened.
What happened, Alan?
You're my Klay Thompson.
What did I
This is what happened. We came in. You came in. We were talking about fightings, which led us to talk about summer ball, which led us to talk about how
you throw 85
in summer ball. Everybody throws 90. Everybody runs a 6.5, 60. Everybody's just much better.
Yeah.
So once that came out, I said, yeah, I mean, when I go to the fairs or the carnivals or whatever, I'm hitting about 84, 85. And Evan said, no, you're not. And I said, what are you talking about? So then I drop it down to about 81, 82, and he just gives me this look that I just didn't appreciate. And then he just kind of slides away, just slinks away.
Well,
and it was just
he was
unnecessary.
dismissing Alan's
It was
talk
just
about his
unnecessary.
velo, Steiny.
Gotcha.
It was a velo. It was like the old blanking contest, but for these guys, it was velocity.
But my problem was I actually said about 83, 84, and my problem was it's not like I said 95 here.
No, right.
What are we talking about here?
As long as you're saying 83, 84.
No, it actually gets better. Then he goes on to say,
it got ugly.
Then he goes on to say, I've seen you throw. So this guy is at home when he's not getting his pump on, watching YouTube videos of your boy. What's going on here?
Well, no, actually, I did specify these videos are on Twitter because you post a lot of them of yourself. So
I wouldn't say a lot.
I'm watching these videos trickle out, and no, okay. So and then what was the follow up question to your velocity?
I don't remember.
Do you crow hop? Do you run into it?
Yeah, I'm not crow hopping at the Alameda County Fair.
But you didn't say that yesterday. I said, "Are you stand still?" And said, "No." Well, I kind of
I get a little.
So that's not standing
going.
still. That's not
Who
straight up and down.
still?
A pitcher.
Here's the bottom.
No, you're driving.
Here's the bottom line.
Let him go.
What?
Take a playoffs. No.
What do you throw? 83, 84?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's very similar to Steph Curry's free throw percentage the last 2 years
83,
in the
84,
postseason.
yeah.
So have you had a 10 mile an hour or a 10 percentage point drop in velocity like Curry has at
No,
the free
I've been
throw
steady
line?
Eddie. Okay, I've been steady Eddie.
Well, and so my thing is generally your velocity does not stay with you after your playing days. So unless you did throw 90 in college, what?
That's not true.
That you still throw exactly what you threw 10 years ago? Or
Yeah, it
15 years
depends.
ago?
A Tim Lincecum, probably not, because we know the whip that he had and the torque that he created. Your boy didn't have that, so it's a little different. There's less to drop off.
So in 10 years, you're still going to be throwing 83.
Maybe.
And that is where the fish continues to get bigger, in my opinion.
This is a classic case
This
of
is D1 crime on D3, and I won't be here for it.
Well, and this is a pitcher.
I'm punching up.
A pitcher is clashing with an outfielder who's trying to like come down his road because Evan, as a pitcher, was more in tune with velocity.
Actually, Steiny, you make a good point because to me, 83, I think the reason it's bothering me is because 83, you don't have a cannon. Right. But maybe for Evan, 83 is a cannon. But where I'm from, that's not really, that's nothing to write home about.
Let's say it. Where we're from.
Where we're from. And you see, I got on Iverson right now.
It's a different kind of baseball.
You know what I'm talking about.
Philly and then the Puget
But you've already
Sound.
admitted that you don't throw. That you've already admitted that you don't throw cheddar. Like
right, but I don't think 83 is cheddar. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Right.
It's more like Gouda or I would say a Monterey Jack.
You say 80 poo, but it sounds like that you are also afraid to potentially be in the 70 poo crew because as
I'm
a
not
D1
there.
athlete, you could never be there, right?
Look,
God forbid.
Evan, if I threw that, I'd tell you.
No, you wouldn't.
I would. I would. And you know what? Don't let me get healthy, because
it's like Draymond
I'll
Green.
text you. I'll text you. Come out to Alameda
It's the
County
Styles
Fair.
Invitational.
Come out to Alameda County Fair. They got the gun ready.
Yeah,
and it's
got
ready
the
to go.
radar gun
And
ready?
we'll just do it head to head.
I do have a question.
No,
Did
I
you
don't-
guys use
what?
You use the word fighting?
Oh, it's like a necklace.
Yeah.
It's a brand of necklace.
PHITEN.
Not Reading fighting Phil.
That's what they call Redding's
Do you
double
remember
A's,
those
right?
necklaces?
The fight,
and maybe you don't. It was like when these guys were kids and you and I were already in middle age, but they were like the rope necklaces that pro athletes were wearing as sort of like a healing sort of necklace, like Josh Hamilton.
It's supposed to focus you.
Yeah, it had like a big
Look kind of like a rope chain a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it looked like a vitamin, like a big vitamin on it, right? Like a goblin or something.
Yeah.
Like a big sweet tart. Is that what you're talking about?
If that's what it looked like to you,
What is
then
going on here?
I don't know, Grandy. I don't know.
No, anyways.
I don't know.
No, you guys sounded great yesterday.
All
I
right.
apologize I riled you up. I
No,
didn't
you didn't
mean
rile me up.
No, you cracked me up
Oh,
because
okay.
you guys came in, a couple of early 30-somethings talking about velo.
Late 20-somethings.
And whatever. You guys are both on your way to being old men like Steiny and I. And it was just kind of fun to see the hubris of youth clashing D3 against D1.
I was just very confused. I'm just hanging out, enjoying my time.
You were very defensive. You were not confused. You were defensive. Evan came in fresh off a pump, aggressive.
That's what I'm saying.
that was a lot of testosterone.
A lot of endorphins
No,
going.
it was great. He was flowing.
Alan, did you ever think of getting going Division III and actually getting an education in college, or did you always want to go to Temple?
Temple, I mean, no. To begin,
I applied. I wanted to go to Temple. It's a great school. It is.
I saw your shirt yesterday. The Reading Phils.
Yeah.
Reading Terminal Market.
Yeah,
you got to get
In
down
Philly.
there.
Well,
See,
the
they
one
don't
on
know.
today is also a reference to PA, right?
Yes, the Reading Royals before the Reading Phillies. It's throwback, retro.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Steiny, has it been awkward for you at all with the beef that's been happening with our guys, the Morning Roast, and their beef with the Philly crew, right? Where do you fall in that category?
That's a great question.
You mean with their trip to Philly and all that stuff?
Run the tape.
Well, and it's still going on. I mean,
and I, this did get a little. There was some meat to this bone. Let's put it that way. So when those guys went out to Philly and they were kicking up a storm,
Bonte and Joe,
I knew it was going to be trouble.
Right.
And I felt like it was going to be trouble. And so I was of the camp, like, of course this was going to happen. Whatever happened, of course this was going to happen. And then I found out that it was actually pretty bad.
Right.
And then I was like, well, okay. So they went over. But anyway, I'm at went golfing with some buddies back east about 4 months ago, and they're all Philly fans, and they were like, we started talking about that game, and my buddy Pat was like, yeah, I gotta tell you, it was pretty bad. Those fans were, I mean, that was a really bad game if you were a 49er fan. Like,
wow.
It got pretty bad. So I came home.
like they
and said,
threw food at our guys, and they were throwing epithets, and they were throwing beer on them, and all the rest of it. So
I can't condone it.
No.
It was hostile.
Yeah, I wasn't there, so I didn't really know. I thought it was just typical Philly stuff.
Typical Philly stuff.
Where is that line? I'm wondering.
No food. You can't.
No liquids, no solids.
I'm not a big profanity guy.
Yeah.
Either. I don't like people that use profanity loud at a game.
Right.
I feel like as long as there's not any physical contact.
Good-natured banter.
Well, there's
but you can
good-natured
curse,
banter
right.
and there's profanity, but
Yeah.
then there is things that are of a racial nature, and that's
Right.
where you want to talk about the line. If you want to talk about like blank you Niner fans, okay, fine. Yes, we're walking in our jerseys, blank me, blank you, fine. Those are words. Like pouring beer on people and using certain words with starting with certain consonants, that's where it's over the line. And
Definitely.
showering people with food is
Yeah.
over the line. And
That's
that
something else.
Yeah, that goes to every fan base, not just Philly. It's here, it's there, it's everywhere. That's where, to me, the line is crossed.
I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that out here. Bay Area fans are not of that ilk, right?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Oh, they are of that ilk at times. Well, and,
of course
we have had incidents
Yes.
where, things have happened.
I will say this. The one thing where I think fan base was completely misunderstood were the Raiders tailgates, at least at the end. Like everyone's, Raiders, those fans. We went to tailgates for like 2 years.
At least.
All the time. And like, I saw nothing but like good-natured banter.
Shout out to Bartlow.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Somebody wearing a Chiefs shirt. We're going to get you today, but you guys don't have a quarterback. You got no chance. But there was nothing physical, nothing violent.
Right.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Look, every fan base has bad apples, right? So
Yeah.
the question is, how many bad apples does the fan base have?
And how rotten the apple
and
is.
how rotten the apple is. Philly, they dive into it a little bit.
They pride themselves on that.
Right. We throw
Yeah.
snowballs at Santa Claus. We don't care. That's what we do, right? And you got to be careful with that. Got to be careful because they're going to meet up in the season.
Yeah.
And I would say probably in the playoffs too.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Oh, I got to read it. Pierce Evans is paid $5. Is this your buddy? Do you know this guy?
I mean, we shared the same first and last name.
Yes.
I don't know
Congrats
him,
to our Bay Area Panthers for winning the championship. And thank you to the awesome radio broadcast team.
Thanks, Pierce.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
Dave
Mrs.
Lewis and
Giddings.
Steve Papin.
P1.
Two of the best.
Yeah, Mama
doubt.
Giddings.
D-Lou, he goes way back in indoor football, and Steve Papin is an indoor football legend.
Yes.
So I'm glad that P. Lou shouted out the radio team that called the championship broadcast.
Yeah, no, they
No?
were fantastic. I spoke to Dave yesterday. He was very kind, reached out and said something along the same lines as Pierce, which is, this entire broadcast team has been A+, just a class act to work with, and I, for one, agree with him.
And what a great story to go from one win to the championship. You guys must. I mean, you and Grandy, you were there for the one win.
Well, he wasn't. I don't know if you know this. They weren't allowed to talk about last year's one-win season.
Indefinite suspension was coming if we talked about the one-win season.
Stop it.
No, what?
No, you're kidding, I hope.
Of course we are.
In light
kind of
of
what
the
Kevin
Baltimore.
Brown did.
I was going to say Evan Brown, but yeah.
Well, no, what Kevin Brown did was far less than what I'm intimating they should have said, you should have said on your broadcast, because all Kevin did was read a graphic that talked about the fact that they've had trouble in Tampa Bay. And I've heard you guys play it. You played it twice, and I heard it both times, and I've heard nothing in there that would even prompt a phone call from management or ownership in terms of like, whoa, you guys went way over the line in criticizing our team. They didn't criticize. All they did was talk about the history.
Yeah, he read some stats, which, by the way, were provided in the Orioles game notes.
Right. Exactly.
Like the PR staff put it together. And I imagine the production team was like, okay, well, we can use this to set up, how important of a game it is. And they actually won the game. Kevin had a fantastic final call. We're finally on the top at the Trop. And that call does not get pushed out because of the comments that the owner felt like were defamatory. Like, that he felt like were airing dirty laundry, essentially.
Right.
And so this kind of spurred our conversation today about like what you want from your announcer. I mean, if not that, then I really don't know.
It's bizarre.
Do you know how many times Raymond Ritter cut and pasted a paragraph that said, the Golden State Warriors have now lost 15 straight games at San Antonio. Their last win was in 1997, and it represents the longest losing streak a team currently has in any one city in the NBA.
It got to 29,
I know,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And it was every time they would go to San Antonio, he would cut and paste that because, wait for it, it's a fact. Yeah. And it's a fact that you could look at on Basketball Reference or Baseball Reference or all the rest of it. It's like me saying, going into yesterday, well, the Giants have lost 8 straight road games. Oh, my God. I mean, I hope Nahigian doesn't come down here and remove me because I pointed out the fact that they've lost 8 straight road games. It's ridiculous is what it is.
Yeah, and there are a couple ways to look at it. You could look at it, I guess, if you're the owner and saying, hey, we're having a really good season. Why are we talking about where we were? Let's talk about where we are. Or the other way to look at it is look at where we were and now look at where we are. So apparently he looked at it the first way and bullying works. So it was all over social media. So the owner had to eat it. And he's been reinstated starting back Friday, which isn't really a full reinstation.
Right.
Reinstatement.
Well, the thing is, he's been out since July 26th. Like, it just got aired on social media, and I think it was through a Reddit site that someone in Baltimore and a media member confirmed, and then it started going viral because someone went back and actually like grabbed the clip and posted it. Mm-hmm. But this guy hasn't been working for like 2 weeks, and everyone's just been like, "Oh, I wonder where Kevin's at."
Right, and I wonder in terms of what you guys talked about, like, what do you want from your play-by-play broadcaster?
Yeah, we got a lot of good ones around here.
Yeah, we do. And, we have some that are more objective than others, and we have some that maybe lean toward being less than critical of their own team when things don't go well. So it always fascinates me. And I think about it in terms of Bob Fitzgerald with the Warriors, because he is criticized in many circles for being too much of a homer. But now that they're good, nobody says anything about Bob being a homer because they're good. So when the Warriors weren't good and Bob was maybe overly defending of the team and overly critical of the referees, people didn't like it. But now that the team is winning, nobody says anything about Bob at all. So it always makes me wonder about the nature of fans and the broadcasters, because when things are good, nobody has anything to say about anybody in terms of the broadcasters.
Yeah, to me, the broadcasters are like Bill King we talked about. Could there even be a Bill King today? Or did Bill King, when he started, he was just kind of a regular announcer, and then through and over time, because he got better and better and more experience, then he could be more critical, and then by the time he's critical, well, he's been a mainstay for 2 decades. He has a right to be critical, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Evan's first job as a play-by-play guy, he's not going to do that. He's going to have to build up credibility for a long period of time to even get the chance to be that kind of guy.
Well, tell me you never ripped the Panthers when they had 1 win?
No.
You got to bury them last year.
Well, we discussed the facts and the reality of some of those games, which was, for example, one in which I think Mark, I don't know if Granny's available. But like,
no, he's not right now. Okay. Not for this combo.
The one against the Rattlers at home last year, where they went down like 42-7 in the first half. Like that broadcast ain't much happy to talk about. So every time we come back, it's we're resetting, and to the point where even though some things are not, I don't know, fun to talk about, like when I'm listening to an announcer and someone doesn't bring the context necessary for a good or bad situation,
right?
I assume they don't know what they're talking about, because in a sense, you kind of do need to prove to me, until I have an understanding of our audience and announcing relationship, that you are representing the team in its wholeness. And so when Kevin Brown brings the stats of the last 3 years, they haven't won the Tropicana or whatever it is, that shows me that he knows what he's talking about. And he's also been there since 2019. So he is representing, and he's lived through that. And to me, that makes those emotions that when they do win the series, that they are on top of the AL East, that they are destined for October for the first time in a while. It makes me believe that when he says and has a big call and he's excited, he really feels that. And that's what I want as a fan, is that to know that the narration of the team that I love and am invested in emotionally is represented by the voice that's narrating the entire season. And I think that's where I do give Fitz a little bit of a pass as far as kind of the homerish stuff, is because for 20 years he had to call some terrible basketball and gloss over a lot of bad things, to now where he's like, probably just excited that this team is dynastic. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I think it gives context as well, because the game ends, and if he hadn't given that context, and you see the Orioles, or even just him himself calling it and being very excited, if you're just a random fan and you don't understand that context, you're thinking, okay, so what? They won. So he's attempting to do what you just said that they should do, or what a lot of fans want, and he got in trouble for that, which makes absolutely no sense.
No sense.
He back.
Yeah. He's back on Friday, but the fact that he was gone at all is unfortunate, and it speaks to an ownership that is overly sensitive. You're having a great year,
right,
with the third lowest payroll in baseball. Can you get over the fact that maybe your broadcaster, and he wasn't even being critical, he was just pointing out the history. And Steiny, you made a great point about the Warriors in San Antonio, where it had been since February 14th of 97, I think. Every time they went there, they lost. And it was just an absolute guarantee. And then they got KD, and they went there and they won, and it was a real thing. So the fact that
the first time they beat him was in the playoffs, actually.
Yeah.
But the regular season record lived on until the next year.
Yeah, that was after the Kawhi ankle sprain, I believe, right?
Well,
I think that was 2013.
No, they
right in the playoffs.
2017, I thought.
No, it was earlier. You're thinking of when they swept the swept the Spurs.
They took
with
game.
Zaza.
Oh, in the regular season, or
no, this was in the playoffs. In Game 1, the Warriors had a big lead in Game 1, and they blew it in the fourth quarter. And everyone was like, "Oh my God!" And the streak continued.
Yeah, Ginobili.
Then they won Game 2, the Warriors. They ended up losing that series in 6.
They did.
Yeah. It's a good series, though. It was 2-2.
Curry had a great Game 1. He had like 44.
Well, that's when he was making free throws in the postseason.
What's your thing with Curry?
Can we break that down? What do you think's going on with Steph?
With
There's
him?
nothing going on with
What's
Steph.
going on with him?
Curry's
Steph?
gut-
I'm just messing with Warrior fans who, they just don't get it, Alan. They don't get it.
Don't you get it?
I take exception to people say Poole was the reason the Warriors didn't win it last year.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with
Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Steve Kerr, they all had a part.
It's a pie chart. It's a pie chart. How you want to slice it up, that's up to you.
But I am, now that I've stumbled upon it, I am worried about Steph's free throw shooting after April. That's all.
Well, there is a number
Gotta
3
make
and
some
3/4. 3/4 of the pie.
All right, we got to hit it here. But Alan Stiles, Dan Dibley next. And I'll be back with Evan tomorrow. And you're going to want to listen on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny, that's about enough, Steiny. That's about enough. And E-Dog, you're welcome to come back in 2 hours and rile up my partner, because my guy is here. One good leg, 2 good takes, or more. Alan Stiles in the building. What up, my friend?
Dibs, I just want to move forward. I just want to move forward.
I get the feeling that you and Evan have a little bit of a thing. It's not a real thing, like an actual rivalry or discontent or disagreement, but there is I do get a little sense of maybe it's Evan, he's got D1 envy or whatever it is.
We're boys. We're boys. We hang out.
I know you're boys, but there is that little sliver of a something.
But every
there's
good
no reason
friendship
why
has
he came
that.
in.
Every good friendship has that. You know what I mean? Can't be nice all the time. That's not
Steiny
fun.
and I had that, and now we barely speak. But
You can't let it go too far. You go too far.
It might have gone too far, but I done messed it up. But things are good. And man, where do we begin? We can begin with the Giants. We could talk about the Niners closing up shop and getting ready to go to Vegas. Steph Curry's free throw woes. I don't know if that's going to make it on the show today. But what did you make of yesterday and the Giants and the Angels? And man, the way that thing played out, you had AJ Bollocks, as I said on Twitter, which you talk about the word.
Not a 2.
He gave me a 2, but it actually is worth way more when you look up the definition of bollocks.
We know it's just still a 2.
It's if you actually know, if you had a sense of number 2, Great Britain and European sensibility, the way he played that ball in the outfield was absolute bollocks. And the Giants lose that game, but not so fast because the Angels, hold my beer, we are more Giants than you Giants, and we're going to find our own way to lose this game. The Giants get a 6-piece in the 9th and go on to win that game.
Yeah, it was almost as if the game was hot potato. You take the win. No, you take the win. And nobody wanted to take the win. And you had the relay where Luis Matos bobbles it. Then you had him at the plate. Patrick Bailey drops the ball, and you're going this way. Then you have J.D. Davis who hits that home run. And by the way, J.D. Davis, he might have one of the prettiest right-handed swings I've ever seen. Again, I love my lefties, but that's a very pretty right-handed swing. And you have both teams just unable to just put their foot in the ground and say, I'm going to just win this ball game. And ultimately, the Giants do. To me, it's one of those games where, yeah, they scored those runs, but do you think any differently about the Giants' offense after that? Because I don't. Not at all.
Well, yes and no. I mean, no, because you were held down the entire game. But yes, they did come through with some big hits late in that game, including this one.
Moustakas at third is in. He's thinking that Bailey's going to bunt. Hit to left. And it's going to fall! And it goes by the left fielder, Gritchett. 1 run scores! Here comes Davis! He's going to score! And the Giants take the lead. And now you can hear Giants fans.
Dwayne Kuiper, NBC Sports Bay Area with the call. And yes, it was an absolute debacle. It was a debacle from Grichuk in left. Do I dive? Do I not dive? How about I do neither and let the ball bounce by me as I fall to the turf? But that was a nice little piece of hitting from Patrick Bailey to hit a weak flare. He got enough of it to left. And it was a base hit.
Yeah, line drive in the books. Line drive in the books. I just continue to think of these things in the big picture. For me, yes, you have to get the win. You have to beat the team you're supposed to beat. But specifically with Patrick Bailey, you got to get him going. And after the game, he talked about just trying to do less at the plate. He was trying to do too much. He got really hot for a second. And sometimes when that ball is looking like a beach ball, you try to do too much. So he had to take a step back, go the other way, and the baseball gods gave him exactly what he wanted and then some, because apparently the baseball gods hate the Angels. Just hate them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they hate the Angels or if the Angels hate themselves because the way that game unfolded with the Giants giving the Angels the run that gave them the go-ahead lead on their own. So the Angels go up 3-2, and a good baseball team at that point wins the game. You don't allow the other team to come back and put a 6-piece on you.
Yeah, and the Angels, the thing about them, and we're going to talk to Matt Vasgersian later, the thing about them that you do feel for is that they've tried to make moves. They really have. It's such a confusing roster. You got Mike Moustakas, and I'm thinking, from back in the day with the Royals. Then we're still running out Matt Moore, who is having a pretty decent season this year. But I'm thinking we're still running Matt Moore out here. So you have to get these W's. We know what's coming up for the Giants. So I'm happy about it. Do I think any differently of the Giants? I'm happy that they beat a team they're supposed to beat, but it was very ugly, and you can't do that against the Rangers. You can't do that against the Rays, but fortunately, they are not playing the either of those teams right now.
Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard here on 95.7 The Game, and the Giants able to get it done with the best closer in baseball.
Got him, and that's the ball game. Duvall strikes out the side in the ninth, and the ninth inning. Maybe the most exciting ninth inning of the year. The Giants trail going to the ninth. They score 6 times, and this is a nice win.
More Dwayne Kuiper, NBC Sports Bay Area. Doval does not get the save because they were up 8-3, but he does strike out the side in the ninth. And do you get any comfort knowing that the Giants have that luxury at the back of their pen?
I do, and we know he's cool as a cucumber, cool as the other side of the pillow. Where I'm taking this, Dibs, is I like Gabe Kapler. A lot of people don't like Gabe Kapler. I'm not going to speculate as to why they don't like Gabe Kapler. All I know is that I like Gabe Kapler. So what do I see after the game from Giants fans? Why was Doval pitching? Why was he pitching? They were up this many runs. You can't even get a save. Then you have some other Giants fans. Hey, we just want to get this W, right? You had that losing streak on the road, just get the W. And to me, it just gets to a point where if Gabe Kapler says, you should turn left here, and even if you knew it was shorter and Gabe Kapler lived there are Giants fans that say, you know what, I'm just going to go right and see what happens. That's essentially what I'm seeing now. The Giants got the W. Patrick Bailey goes off. He does his thing. You win the game. Doval comes in. He just does what he needs to do. He has not pitched in a while.
Right.
And you still find a way to complain about Gabe Kapler and what he's doing with the ball club. Just be happy for once. What is the problem?
Well, the problem is maybe you're overusing Doval. And if he gets to a spot here in the next 4 to 5 weeks where he gets tired.
But that's roster construction, right? And it's the fact that, okay, he's the main person that you can trust.
But you're up 8-3, Alan. You've got some wiggle room.
But let's just play the game. Yeah, with that offense, with that defense that we've been seeing, you want to take a chance? Div, let's just play the game. Let's just play the game. You don't bring Doval in, and you end up blowing it. Let's just play that game, Div.
Like, how do you blow that? You're going to blow 5 runs? A 5-run lead?
The Angels just gave up all those runs in the top of the ninth.
Well, that's the Angels, and you're not the Angels.
Well, that defense looked pretty similar to me last night.
You had a little bit of a bollocks from A.J. Pollock, and I know Grandy doesn't love that. And I know it's a 2, Grandy.
Even Bailey had a dropped ball at the plate. That guy should have been gunned at home.
All I'll say, Dibs, is if you use the joke again, it's going to be a 1.
Okay, I get that. I get that, Grandy. I'm just trying to bring it home for the people who haven't maybe followed me on Twitter at Dan Dibley, at the _ Alan Stiles, or
at the _ Stiles Files. Stiles with an I.
Yeah, and just the _ I mean, can we?
It was taken.
Stiles Files was taken?
Yeah.
How about Alan Stiles?
How
about Styles Like Us or Styles Make Fights? We're going to work on your Twitter handle.
Everybody tries to chime in and tell me what to do with my name because I have such a cool last name. That's what I want, and that's what I'm sticking with.
Stick with it all you want. And I love your name. And you don't know this, and I don't know if we've had this conversation, but I wanted to name my child Styles.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So it's old news. Anyway, God, all my stuff is retread.
You got it.
Did I mention AJ Bollocks?
Come on,
Number one, exactly. I knew Grandy was going to come with that. My only point is this, Alan, and I wanted to name Quest Styles. I got vetoed. I love the name. I love my partner. I'm a huge fan. You know this. You're up 8-3. You don't need to use your closer when you're up 8-3. You can throw in one of your other pitchers, and if things get a little bit sideways or a little bit wonky,
they got to rush him and put him in anyway.
You don't have to rush him in. He's already ready. You don't have to use them up 8-3. It's unnecessary to use your closer when you're up by 5.
I'm just celebrating the victory. That's where I'm at.
Of course, and I am too. But if we get to September and Doval is looking a little bit fatigued, don't come back to me and say, well, they overused him. This was a spot where they did not need to use him. The Angels were done. You got a 6-piece in the top of the ninth to put that game away. You could have gotten 3 outs with Brandon stinking Crawford on the hill.
Gabe Kapler's job is to get W's, and that's what he did last night. If anything, if we get to September and Doval does look a bit tired, to me that just goes back to roster construction and the ability for other pitchers to execute, or the inability for them to execute. I hear what you're saying, Dibs, and you probably could have put somebody in. All I'm saying is when you're on a losing skid and you're trying to get right and get the momentum back in your favor, you got to do what you got to do. It was a pretty low level ninth inning, right? He didn't have to do too much. It's not like it was high stakes or anything like that. Just get in, get out, get on with your life, and get another W and move forward.
Yeah, and Duvall ultimately gets 3 strikeouts, and he comes on to pitch. And I see you on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Duvall had already gone through his warm-ups from the 6.50. They didn't think they were going to put up that much more. I get that. He had already thrown in the bullpen. That doesn't mean you have to bring him in and let him go out there and pitch for the 52nd time. He's thrown 52 innings, and I just wonder if you get into deep September and maybe October, if you're that good, will Duvall be affected by the fact that he's pitched all these innings?
If that's the feel, it's just very easy to say that after the fact. So after the game ends, we shouldn't have even put him in there. But you put in somebody else, and maybe it doesn't go as swimmingly, and your tone would have been different. So to me, anybody out there that is just huffing and puffing, why are we doing this? It is so easy to just critique based on what has already happened. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I only critique knowing what I know about baseball and the fact that you've got a 5-run lead. And in general, when you have a 5-run lead, you don't tab your closer to come in. Now, I know you were down 3-2 when that inning started, and I guess if they still were down 3-2, would they have brought Duvall in? If the Giants don't score, or maybe they score 1 in the top of the ninth, because if they don't score in the top of the ninth, then he doesn't pitch at all because you lose the game. Right. But if you score 1, does he go to Duvall in a 3-3 game in the bottom of the ninth?
Probably. I mean, look, I'm not even necessarily coming down anybody's road. I don't even disagree with the fact that you didn't need to use Duvall. I'm just saying how upset I saw some fans for using Duvall just speaks more to the fact that you just don't like anything that Gabe Kapler does. It was more to me about that and less about the fact that, sure, did you have to use Duvall? No, but are we really going to spend? I mean, these games, you end pretty late at night. You got to get ready for work in the morning, so you're going to spend the last couple hours you have before you go to bed upset about Gabe Kapler bringing in Duvall when you could have been complaining about another L. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you had to bring him in.
No, I get it, and I'm not saying that I spent the whole night complaining about Camilo Duvall.
You might have.
I actually know, and these games get done so early now that it's not that late into the night.
So plenty of time to complain.
Yeah, well, plenty of time to jump on Twitter and bury Kapler, which I don't do. I think Kapler's done a great job. I just wonder, and I worry a little bit about a team that leads baseball in bullpen innings, and you've got your back of the bullpen closer who might be the best in baseball. Shout out Batista in Baltimore, who's having a slightly better year, but I don't want to get into that argument. We have enough Baltimore talk already on the station. But I think about a closer who didn't need to be in the game last night, yet he had to go out there and throw, and I wonder about how this might affect them come October. We are sponsored by Lucky California. Styles is in for Willard, and we're talking Giants baseball. 888-957-9570. And what do you think about the future of Shohei Ohtani? We've got some interesting comments about Shohei and what he might be down the road as a Major League Baseball player. We'd love to get your calls as well. We are sponsored by Lucky California for the second time. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, back in the building, it's Dibbs and Styles this week, and we are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. If anyone swears, it'll be me, and you'll get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Coming up later in the show, Matt Vasgersian. Yeah, that was me. An innocuous swear, too. There was no reason for me to swear. Mark was saying, whatever, we were going to talk about some list of some. We have the full version. Of course we do, Grandy. Go ahead.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh. So the fact that he was going to do something in alphabetical order,
Yeah.
and I just said, oh, blank.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know why I swore. I was very comfortable. I was in the moment, and I let it fly. Grandy dumped it, and of course he captured it. It's a classic dump and capture, so that now we can replay that heretofore.
And if you were watching on YouTube, then
you heard it, you saw it, and you probably thought, oh, S.
Yeah.
Why would he swear? And I mean, because sometimes, whatever, we get into topics, you're arguing with Evan about velocity and this and that. And, no, it's a real thing. It's a real feud, and I'm going to build it up because I haven't seen that level of hatred in quite some time, since last week from the midday show. But occasionally things get heated, and words get said. And if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you get to see it in all its glory.
There you go.
Yeah, there you have it. So, Shohei Ohtani, good player, great little player, good little hitter.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think his future is, though, as a two-way player? And it's something I want to ask Matt Vasgersian about later today, LA Angels broadcaster, MLB Network, and all the rest of it, because I wonder about Shohei Ohtani and his ability to do what he's doing now for a long time, and how that might affect the Giants or the Dodgers or whoever signs him next year in terms of what they want to pay him, because he's been remarkable as a starting pitcher every 6th day, as a hitter every other day. But might he get to a point where he starts to break down and he has to maybe give up one of the two? And if he gives up one of the two, it's going to be pitching, right?
You would think so, and he's already been dinged up a little bit this season. I think from what we've heard, he really doesn't want to give it up, right? He really does enjoy doing both. Conversations about, well, would he be a closer? It's either going to go a couple different ways, I think. It's going to be Shohei as a pitcher, and he's going to be a starter, and he's done so much in this league. He has earned the right, almost as if you're Derek Jeter as a shortstop, right? Towards his later years, hey, he might not be what he once was as a starter, but he's done so much. We're not just going to pull him. He can pull himself if he wants, but he is a starter, right? That's one way it could go. It also could go the way of, do you start doing relief a little bit, a la be a closer or something like that? Or the third way, which I don't think it would be just a full-on stop. I don't think it would be a stop. I think it would be, all right, you're just going to ride it till the wheels fall off. I don't think he would stop while still somewhat young, I guess is what I'm saying. So he's not going to stop somewhat young. He's either going to ride it till the wheels fall off or turn into a closer. And I think he's earned the right to make that decision, and anybody that signs him would have to understand that going into it.
And you think that it would be his call at that point?
I think so.
It would be. And you mentioned Derek Jeter, which I think is an interesting comp, because I'm looking at his game log right now, and for the first 8 seasons of his pro career, only a shortstop.
Right.
Then he DH'd once, and then once again, and then 5 times, then twice, then 5, then 5, then 10. By the time he got to be 38, he DH'd 25 times, then 4 times as a 39-year-old, and then 15 times. So they started to give him a little bit more of a DH role. For Shohei Ohtani, and I'm looking at the stats right now where he sits, he is 33rd in baseball in innings pitched. He's thrown 124 and 2/3 innings in 21 starts, which is just about a full turn.
Right.
It's a full turn light because he only goes every 6 days, not every 5 days. So you feel like that whatever team gets him would have to completely defer to what he wants to do.
Exactly. And I did a week with Willard a couple weeks back, and we did a lot of Ohtani talk. And we had a lot of people on talking about what Ohtani would want, and that was huge to him, the 6-man rotation. So everybody that's in the mix right now for Ohtani, they know at the very least they're going to have to do that, right? So they know that they're going to have to do that. But then on top of that, then it becomes what else he wants. He's got to have full control of whatever he wants. That's why when you look at who is available, we'll get into this a little bit later. When you look at the teams that you might see him with, I mean, you would think in theory everybody would do what he wants, but the Dodgers, who knows? You know, the Yankees, they want everybody to fall in line. So that's why it might be somebody off that beaten path of the typical suspects in terms of landing him as a big free agent. But look, he's going to be able to do what he wants. It's his choice. And anybody that is lucky enough to have him, to me, Dibs, by the time it's time for Shohei to have a conversation about the pitching aspect, hopefully you got a couple World Series. Hopefully.
Right.
That's what you're hoping.
Well, if you're looking at a 10-year deal, and right now Shohei Ohtani is 28 years old, so a 10-year deal, how far into that deal would you honestly look at it and think, you know what, you might be better off to not pitch every 6th day, and right now he sits 30th in MLB in at-bats. He's 33rd in innings pitched, and he's 30th in at-bats. So that's a lot of wear and tear on one individual because he plays... When he pitches, obviously he hits because you got to have him in the lineup, but he's playing 6 of every 7 games, and he's pitching the other day, and he's also hitting that day. So at what point do you look at him and say, your most productivity will come from you maybe not being a starter, maybe you turn him into like an innings eater or a closer?
Yeah, well, it would have to be closer. I mean, I don't think you can disrespect him being a middle reliever.
Ross Stripling?
Yeah, I don't think he...
Give him the Stripling role?
I don't think he'd do all that.
Manaea?
Well, and let's think about it like this. When he's hitting, it's not as if he's he is a power guy, but he's not just there to hit home runs and jog and trot, and that guy runs.
Yeah.
That guy runs like a deer, right? I mean, you had Luis Matos. Some people were giving Luis Matos grief for how he fielded that ball in center field because Shohei got the double out of it. So not only is it just wear and tear, the fact that he is swinging the bat and the fact that he is pitching the baseball, he gets on the base paths and he wants to make it hurt, right? He's stealing bases. He's taking extra bases. So in every facet of the game, and that's what they say, Dibs, jack of all trades, master of none. Shohei is not that. He's basically a master of all, but the question is for how long can you sustain that?
Right. Right, especially when you're pitching, and pitching requires so much leg movement and so much leg strength, and I wonder if that doesn't sap his ability as a hitter. He is 38th in Major League Baseball in stolen bases. He's got 15 steals. So to your point, he's more than just a power bat. He leads baseball in OPS. He leads in slugging. He leads in OBP. He leads in home runs. I believe he's 2nd or 3rd in runs batted in. He's 4th, actually, behind Olsen, Garcia, and Pete Alonso with 82 runs batted in. So I wonder how much the new team, his next team, will try to balance those factors because, yeah, he's a good pitcher. He might be a great pitcher, but for how much longer? He's an unbelievable hitter. He's the best hitter in the game, and he's probably the, 20th best pitcher, 16th best pitcher, 24th best pitcher, depending on what you look at in terms of the metrics. So how long do you feel like he can sustain both while still being that real threat as a hitter, because that's his difference maker?
Yeah, and I do feel that Shohei has turned it up a notch pitching-wise. A couple years ago, a lot of people would say, well, hitting-wise, he's elite, but we really just like Shohei because he's doing both, but he's not necessarily pitching at an elite level. Well, that's not the case anymore. So when it comes time to have the conversation about Shohei as a pitcher and at what point will that conversation come up with the team, really the conversation, I think if he ends up getting tattooed, then it's a very easy conversation. I think the conversation gets sticky if he's just average, right? Average, maybe below average, not what he is right now as a pitcher, but not terrible. Then you have to have the conversation, hey, Shohei, we know you can still pitch, but do we honestly think that it's helping the team the way that it used to? And I think Shohei being as competitive as he is,
right,
he might, one, feel like I can turn it up, but maybe on the other hand, he might just feel like I get it. I had a good run. I just want to help the team. Maybe we mess around and try some closer stuff. But yeah, sure. Me continuing to be a starting pitcher, I'm not putting up the numbers that I once was, but I can still hit the ball a long ways. Let's do that. So it might take care of itself.
Right.
The question is going to be if it's that middle ground where you're better than a good group of pitchers, but you're not elite anymore.
Right now, it's not that middle ground. Right now, he's still in that elite zone. I'm looking at strikeouts per 9. He's 4th in baseball behind Strider, former Giant Kevin Gausman, who, my partner admits that might be the one that got away.
Yeah.
And Blake Snell of the Padres. Shohei is striking out 11.6 per 9. In terms of whip, walks plus hits divided by innings pitched, he's 8th among qualifying pitchers, and in ERA, he's 14th. So he's right behind Alex Cobb in the ERA, right ahead of Logan Webb. So among starting pitchers, he still is in that elite group in terms of those metrics. I'm just thinking about the future of Shohei Ohtani. So you sign him to a 10-year deal, and I don't know if you can expect him to be a starter and a slugger for 10 years. So how might that work in terms of slowly moving him toward a different spot if he still wants to pitch?
Well, first of all, you don't tell him that. You tell him you can pitch for as long as you want.
Forever.
But realistically, I'm looking at that 5-year mark and thinking, all right, maybe at the again, if he's still pitching at an elite level, sure, why not? But if that's not the case, then it's a conversation between Shohei and the team to say, are you gonna make us? Now, here's the difference between Shohei and Derek Jeter. Now, Derek Jeter only played one side, right? He's not pitching. He's playing shortstop. So it's a lot harder. I guess it's a lot harder to tell Derek Jeter to move from shortstop because that's all he's got than it would be to say, Shohei, why don't we put you at first base or something? Or we can start you trying to close you to just save those innings. And if that doesn't work out, we can go to first base. With Derek Jeter, it's such an obvious thing where it's, and really, you talk about, yesterday we talked about positionless football. It's a lot of positionless baseball too. I mean, they're only premium positions right now if you have premium players. It used to be your best person, like Little League. Your best player is in center field. Your best player is at shortstop. Now it's, hey, that's a premium position because we have an elite shortstop. But we can put somebody else there if we need to. So even though that's changed a bit because it was Derek Jeter and that was his spot, that was his home, you felt like you couldn't move him. With Shohei, you still have hitting. We can still put you in the field somewhere if we really wanted to, but he might not look at it that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's 888-957-9570. We're talking about Shohei Ohtani and a possible Giants fit. How long would you want Shohei to still be a starting pitcher? And the question I have for you, Alan, and for the listeners as well, how big is this series? And we saw it last night. How much of a condemnation sensation is that for the Angels, knowing the way you lost that game? Because Ohtani came in, he did his part, he had a couple of hits, he had a walk, and the Angels were in a spot to win that game. And instead, you completely fall apart. Randall Grichuk, Grandy, you're missing out on a cha-ching, but that's okay. You'll get me, I'm sure, on the other side. But the Angels lose that game, and they find their way now to being 8 games out in the wild card. How big are these games for the Angels in terms of Shohei Ohtani?
It's over.
It's already over.
It's over.
It's over.
What are we talking about?
Was last night the final nail? Was it the straw that broke the camel's back?
I feel that we keep saying that with the Angels. It's just bad loss after bad loss after bad loss. And not just that. On the call, it was, you can hear the Giants fans now. Dibs, I could hear the Giants fans all night. I could hear the Giants fans all night. When the walk happened in the 9th inning, you could hear the Giants fans all night. So I know Shohei likes the West Coast, and I know the weather is beautiful down there, but there's just no way. And sure, they have Mike Trout, he's starting to get close to that.
Do they have Mike Trout?
He's starting to get close to that. Are you starting to be injury prone? What's going on there?
Seriously.
Right? He's missing a lot of games. There's no way if he wants to be competitive, and I believe that the Angels have had a little bit of bad luck because they've tried to make moves, but if he truly wants to be competitive, I just don't see any way that he stays with the Angels. I don't see it. And it doesn't matter. They could win this series. They can do whatever they need to do. But unless they go to the playoff, unless they make the playoffs, so I won't say no way. If they make the playoffs, he probably stays. But there's also no way they're making the playoffs.
Right? I mean, they're 48 games away from the end of the road in this season. They're 8 back of the wild card. And you look at the American League wild card, and you've got Tampa, a team playing 600 ball. They're 3 games back of Baltimore. Tampa Bay was the best team in baseball through May, and they're still a very good team. You've got Toronto playing 561 ball. They're right there. And then you've got a slew of teams chasing Houston, which has a half-game lead over Seattle, 3 back, Boston, 5 back, the Yankees, 5.5 back. Then you get to the Angels, who are 8 back. They've lost 7 in a row. They're 2-8 in their last 10. So if you're Shohei Ohtani and you're sitting at the deadline and you see the upgrades that they made or they tried to make, including Randall Grichuk, who made the big, I guess it wasn't an error because he never touched the ball, but he got eaten by the turf monster out there in left field.
It was a tweener. I got love for outfielders, but yeah, that was a rough
I get that. And you're a former left fielder. You played D1 at Temple. And
it's still rough. It's still a rough go.
Right. And you get to that spot, and I guess you can speak to it more than I can as a perennial right fielder and a second baseman.
There you go.
And I mean, they put me there because they had to play me somewhere.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I found my way to the tennis court. Exactly. Well, A.J. Pollock's error was, I don't even know if that was an error either, but it's one of those spots where you either go for it full out. So if Grichuk dives for that ball and doesn't get it, you can at least say, all right, bad choice, but you went all out. Mm-hmm. What he did was the cardinal sin of baseball, where you go hard and then you pull up and then you maybe and then yes and then no and then you fall down and you turf monster. That has to be like an outfielder's nightmare.
No, he had to make a decision and he didn't. Pollock, he just broke the wrong way. And here's the thing about Pollock. And if we're talking about which one was more egregious, it would be Grichuk to me than Pollock. Because Pollock, I think he also needed a good jump. I think there's also a possibility, even if he doesn't come in, who knows if he gets that baseball. So I think both were tough, but I would give Pollock a smidge more grace. But they both look terrible. Absolutely terrible.
And I appreciate you using the phrase grace because, a little bit of grace, it's very, very religious of you. It's a very Catholic thing. I'm sure other religions too, you give grace, and it's big of you to give that level of grace to an outfielder who makes an error. Not an error. Didn't go down as an error. Matos was credited with the only error in the ball game. But how big was that for the Giants in terms of that win, to pull that one, to rescue a victory from the jaws of defeat in that fashion? How big was that?
Well, big enough that they felt like they should throw Camilo Duvall out there.
Right, with a 5-run lead.
With a 5-1 lead.
Because, they feel like they couldn't have closed it out if they didn't use the best closer in the National League.
Better safe than sorry, Dibs. Better safe than sorry. But it is a big deal for the Giants. And the reason you look at it differently is because they did just lose to the A's. So any given Sunday or any given Monday or Tuesday, you got to get W's when you can. So I'm not going to downplay the fact that they got the W, but the Giants can beat the Angels for the rest of the series, and I'm not gonna be convinced that it's time for the World Series now. And we already know who's coming up next so it's about stacking wins as much as it is of just beating a team that you're better than. You're just better than the Angels.
It's a gauntlet, absolutely, in terms of the Giants and who they have, including, and I'm going to borrow from Mark, and Rangers. Because Mark does an unbelievable Bochy with the grumble and the groans.
I mean, I hear you.
No,
you had to make an attempt.
Right.
I have to, in honor of being in the seat, and Mark Willard will be back on Monday.
E for effort.
Yeah.
Alan, you clowned him. Let's hear yours.
NT for nice try. No, he didn't clown me.
Why is everyone trying to rile me up today?
No, it's Lucas, and quite frankly,
Lucas, it was you first.
You can't do that.
Get him, Alan. Yeah.
Okay, Lucas, you and I off air are going to have a conversation about many things, but I am trying to rile up you and Evan because I think it's a real 30-something rivalry.
He's not even 30 yet.
Whatever. He's an old soul. Honestly,
that I do agree with.
He walks around like he's 47 years old.
That I do agree with.
Yeah. I mean, in Grandy, I give you the same sort of credit. Like Lucas and Grandy and Evan are all about the same age. Lucas is a little bit older, but Lucas is like a high school sophomore.
Evan mistook Fleetwood Mac for the Beatles. Old soul? I don't know.
Fair point. It's a fair point.
But he would probably know old school hip hop, though. That's his
Shout
thing,
out El Cerrito and the EC. You zygotes have no idea in terms of music. And I would say this to anybody on the station in terms of music across all genres, none of you can touch the Dibber in terms of all genres.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, and it just, a guy being around as long as I have. Like Steiny's a little bit older than me. And
I love the young people.
Now is not the time for that, Grandy. I was on a little bit of a roll there. I didn't need to be derailed with your personal attacks. But I don't love the young people. Actually, I am relying on them more and more with an 11-month-old baby, the young people.
Here, I got one for you.
Talk to me.
He's a competitor. How was that?
That's not bad. I'll give you a 2. Yeah, Grandy's also giving you a 2. It's tough when, like Mark Willard, my partner, my normal partner, he and I will be back together, I guess August 21st when I come back and he comes back. He's got like 4 or 5 voices that he does that are without comparison. He does Bochy, he does Kapler, he does, a wide variety.
Can I say something, though? And I love Willard.
Shoot your shot.
Bochy and Kapler, both of those impressions, they're not similar.
Let's cut that. Let's cut that for next week when it's going to be Styles and Willard. Are you in next week with Willard?
I'm with Goo next week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I look forward to that. Well, we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. On the other side, Baltimore Orioles announcer controversy. I want to play the sound and I want to get Alan's thoughts as well because this thing has really caught fire throughout Major League Baseball. That's coming up next here on Willard and Dibs. But first, what's the formula for a happy home life? The perfect temperature, low heating and cooling costs, and attractive features. Architects and designers can easily achieve that formula for their clients at Golden State Window and Door. Your clients can defend against the elements with a variety of options, like triple pane glass that provides a comfortable temperature year-round while delivering energy efficiency. And that adds up to lower energy bills. Get started by taking a virtual tour of Golden State's showrooms. You'll see a great variety of attractive windows and doors in all price categories, from Marvin, Anderson, AG Millworks, True Style, and many others. When inspiration has grabbed you, click Request an Appointment on GoldenStateLumber.com and bring your client in to see and feel what appeals most to them. Golden State strives to keep it simple and save your valuable time. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Did you know? live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
One thing about me, Styles, is I'm not too big to come on the air and admit when I'm wrong and apologize for things that I've said or things that I've done that were wrong. Mm-hmm. So that's just who I am.
Right.
You and I are getting to know each other on and off the air. We both have young children. You're in a spot where you should have a baby. I'm in a spot where, what the absolute what? You have a baby?
Goo, goo.
Yeah, exactly. We both have babies, so we're both kind of in that dad life.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out girl dads, but I need to apologize to you.
Okay.
Before the show, you brought in some Cheez-Its
Right.
that were not your standard Cheez-Its.
No.
They were of an exotic flavor.
Sure.
I'm not even sure what flavor it is.
Hot and spicy.
So you brought in hot and spicy Cheez-Its, and I not only made fun of you, but I disparaged those Cheez-Its as nasty, as completely out of bounds, and I actually judged you for bringing in Cheez-Its of that nature. During the last break, I grabbed a handful of those Cheez-Its, popped them in my mouth.
Interesting.
Yummy, yummy, crunch, 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 and I thought, you know what? These aren't half bad.
They are pretty good.
The only problem is my new radio name will be Hal Atosis going forward because I'm blowing poo sandwiches right now. It's pretty nasty what's
I
coming
keep
out.
the Listerine on me, you know?
Gotcha.
Got to stay strapped.
Back in my day, it was Banaka, the old Banaka blast.
Okay. Yeah.
Give yourself a couple of quick blasts, which would take care of it. Because I can't really chew gum and do what we do. But I just want to apologize. Those cheeses are pretty good.
I didn't even get them, to be honest. My dad came over and brought a bunch of snacks, and it was super random because I don't even eat Cheez-Its. And he brought the Cheez-Its. They were just kind of sitting there, and I said, hot and spicy? I mean, let me see what they're all about. Because I don't really eat normal Cheez-Its, and, you know.
You don't? Yeah. Because I'm from the old school, as you know by now, and to me, the Cheez-It, the classic Cheez-It, is just a good, solid, cheesy square.
I'll eat them.
Better than Goldfish, too, I would say.
Well, I'll eat those snacks, but I don't seek them out, right? I don't seek them out. If he brought them over, I will try them, and I ended up liking them. But even still, even as much as I like them, I don't know that I'm going to go out and buy more. I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, and you're one of these bodies of Temple guys. Shout out Temple University where you went to college, but you're definitely trying to maintain a certain physique and
exactly. Exactly.
Body fat percentage.
I've already eaten too many, and the way Lucas is going back there, I think they'll be gone by the next break anyway.
Yeah, I mean, by the handful, those things are going away.
I'm trying to be disciplined back here. By the way, they are.
You brought them back into the room.
I was sharing.
They were in the main room.
Yeah, sharing with
sharing
Randy
is caring,
and
yeah,
your friend
thank you.
Evan.
Yeah.
Friend, rival. I will say this: the hot and spicy Cheez-It. I think it's I know it's the second best Cheez-It ever made.
Behind
Extra Toasty, arguably the greatest snack ever made. Not just Cheez-It flavor.
All right.
And your take that Goldfish are not as good as Cheez-Its?
Correct.
That's something we're gonna have to put on the poll at 957 the game.
888-957-9570. What's your favorite snack? I mean, if you want to get into like the cracker family, like because I believe that Cheez-Its and Goldfish are of the cracker family. They're not chips. They're certainly not cookies.
Right.
And they're not candy. But like for me, I would take a good solid Triscuit over any Cheez-It that you could offer up.
If I go Triscuit, I'm doing it with hummus or a dip.
You can't just go straight Triscuit.
No.
How about a Wheat Thin or a Ritz cracker?
I actually like Wheat Thins. My grandma would always have Wheat Thins. I like Wheat Thins.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, my grandma would have Triscuits, but she would put tuna fish on them.
Okay.
And I mean, Grandma, rest in peace, Grandma Sue, which, I could probably say this now because she's been gone for, man, it's got to be about 47 years.
Yeah.
Not very nice.
All right.
My mom's mom.
Yeah.
Not known for her bedside manner. Again, we're going to get to the Baltimore Orioles play-by-play controversy here in seconds, but Grandma Sue would make tuna fish with relish chunks in it.
Good.
And one time I said, "Hey, Grandma, maybe you make the tuna fish without the relish."
Yeah.
And the look she gave me, Alan, was basically a mix of shut the front door and don't ever speak to me again.
Wow.
So, yeah. How about extra relish then, Grandma?
Well, I will say that canned tuna in general, there's certain things, Dibs, that they just need better PR. I don't think they're a bad product. They just don't have great PR.
This is a great take.
Right? So, tuna, bad PR.
Canned tuna,
bad PR. Reno, bad PR. I like Reno.
The
bad
city
PR.
of Reno.
The city of Reno, bad PR. I had a buddy tell me, and our boss, Matt Nahigian, is posting videos of grabbing up rats in his back where his trash is. And I had a buddy tell me, hey, my dad used to say the only difference between squirrels and rats is that squirrels have fluffy tails and a better PR team.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, squirrels don't usually invade your house.
That's also
and
true.
Then, it's a defecation sensation is what it is up in your rafters.
Yikes.
And I got a couple of traps set right now. We're going to get to the Orioles play-by-play controversy, but first, Cracker Talk with Howard and El Cerrito. Howard, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's your cracker?
So I got two for you. One is Quest cheese crackers are the best crackers out there.
Okay.
And then that same brand, Quest, the loaded taco tortilla chips.
Loaded taco tortilla chips. Now, and you said this is Quest brand?
Quest brand, yeah. It's kind of like a health conscious, kind of keto conscious brand. They make all kinds of stuff, all kinds of snacks. But by far, the Quest cheese crackers and the loaded taco tortilla chips are the best.
Thank you, Howard. I appreciate that. Man, Cracker Talk here on 95.7
It's
The
hot.
Game.
It's hot. Xfinity Mobile text line 925 Ritz over everything. Got to shout out Ritz. Saw earlier. Where did it go? Club crackers. Club crackers are very underrated.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. But my problem with the Club Cracker, not sturdy enough to sustain any sort of a loaded dip in terms of like if you want to get that thing into a nice crab dip or even like an avocado dip, the Club Cracker will tend to fail anytime you want to load it up.
But then I double it. Then you got a double trouble. Yeah. I double up Ritz. Eat chili, double up the Ritz. It's nice.
Look at you.
My thing with Club
Cheat
is
code.
that my thing with Club crackers is that they almost have a little bit too much flavor. So you get stuck in this middle ground of do I want to eat you by yourself or do I want to put some dip on you?
I didn't know that you had this much cracker knowledge. This is incredible. Let's go to Martial Arts in Richmond. Martial Arts, what's your cracker? Are you there, Arts?
I gotta say, they came out with these new spicy hot Cheetos, and get this, guys, they're flaming hot Asian style, so they're like tangy spicy hot Cheetos. Telling you, best snack I've had, other than just regular cheese popcorn. Love that cheese popcorn.
Thank you, Martial Arts. Appreciate you weighing in from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Top 3 crackers, Dibs, Steiny, and Grandy. I'm not reading that.
You already did.
I'm not reading that, Styles. But that is a text of the day nominee.
It's kind of rude to me.
Because you got left out.
Or kind.
You got left out.
Appreciate that.
Grandy is nonplussed by being in the 3-hole on Mount Crackermoy. From the 510, oyster crackers. From the 650, wheat thins. Oh, yeah. So there you go. 707, JP in Berkeley. You got to put your name on it. I appreciate that. You got to go with old-fashioned saltines.
I'm out.
I'm totally out on saltines.
I'm not sure what to do with them.
You eat it and you immediately look for a glass of water because it's like eating sawdust. So, and that's kind of how I felt about graham crackers growing up. I was in a daycare in the early 70s and our snack was a graham cracker. And it's like, this is basically like glorified cardboard here, lady.
No, but graham cracker, you either load it up, if it's normal, you load it up with peanut butter, or you just get the cinnamon sugar graham cracker.
Right. The graham cracker is like a good number 2 hitter, where if you put it in a s'more, now we've got like a legitimate rally.
Right.
But by itself, with nobody on base, you're just a ground out to second.
Nobody's eating that on purpose. Something's gone wrong there.
Baltimore Orioles controversy coming up on the other side. We got into crackers, and man, keep them coming if you've got thoughts on what's your cracker on the Xfinity Mobile text line at 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by Cars.com. It's Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard with unbelievable snack takes, underrated snack takes from my guy. In for Willard, it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Popped him in my mouth.
right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Good stuff today with Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. A lot of people weighing in on crackers on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Haven't been able to monitor the YouTube feed, but I'll get over there as well. A lot of chicken and a biscuit.
What is that?
Shout outs?
I'm lost. I'm completely lost.
On the YouTube and Twitch feed? Or
Well, no, on Xfinity Mobile, the text line, I don't know what a chicken and a biscuit is.
Chicken and a biscuit is a cracker that tastes a little bit like chicken and biscuits, as luck would have it.
I mean, I would imagine, but where did this... I've never heard of that in my life.
You've never heard of the chicken and a biscuit cracker?
Not a once.
I will try and figure out...
I don't know what the box looks like.
It's blue. It's like a club cracker with some chicken tagged to it.
Let me see this.
Yeah, it's a blue, definitely. It's a blue box, and it's made by Nabisco.
Is this new?
No, it's an old school cracker. It's an old school. I think before even chicken and waffles was a thing.
I've seen this box before, but...
Yeah, chicken in a biscuit. A lot of people weighing in on the text line about chicken in a biscuit, and there was a Montgomery Riverboat Brawl reference as well.
Yeah.
About crackers, which I won't read that either. But yeah, that's people weighing in on crackers and interpreting it in their own way. Alan,
yes, and there's a whole world out there. I'm really glad that basically everybody understands that not chips, and I'm really happy that everybody understands the assignment, and they're just bringing it.
Right.
They're bringing it.
Right, because if we want to talk about Mount Chipmore, that's a whole other thing in terms of
that's a
Mount
different
Rushmore
show.
Of chips.
We're here all week.
And, as we get closer to Halloween, we always do, which is right around the corner, we always do the candy, the candy rankings and the candy Rushmore and all the rest of it. But for now, focusing on crackers in light of Alan Stiles bringing in some exotic Cheez-Its.
Right.
Hot and spicy.
Hot and spicy.
I believe. And my good buddy Dana, who's Steiny's good buddy as well, said he co-signed with your Cheez-It purchase of the hot and spicy.
Yeah, they go crazy.
Yeah. Speaking of hot and spicy, we talked about this yesterday. We're going to get into the Baltimore Orioles broadcasting controversy. But first, I want to play a little bit of sound from over the weekend, courtesy of the Cleveland Guardians radio network. Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson, apparently they don't like each other.
Here it comes. A swing and a smash to first by the diving Vaughn. Down the right field line. Kicks into the corner. Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson.
The Cleveland Guardians radio network. I hadn't heard that call. Incredible call.
Yeah.
First and foremost, but let's start with the actual play itself. Did you think that the Jose Ramirez, and he didn't slide, he dove into the base. Did you think that that was too aggressive or dirty at all?
Well, the reason this boiled over to where it boiled over to is because Jose Ramirez said that Tim Anderson is known for applying a very harsh tag. And he took offense to it. I believe even a couple weeks prior, Tim Anderson got mad about a harsh tag that was applied to him. I'm not sure. I don't believe it was the Guardians. So this had been brewing for a while, and it got brewed. It got brewed real quick. And I didn't think that Tim Anderson, I didn't necessarily see it. It looked like he was there, but even if it was or not, clearly they had something going. Clearly they wanted to get this taken care of.
Right.
And, I'm just sad, Dibbs. I am. I'm sad.
Are you sad for Tim Anderson?
I am.
For eating a knuckle sandwich with a right hook?
I have a Tim Anderson jersey.
Oh, shoot.
I have a Tim Anderson Southside jersey.
Man.
I am a Tim Anderson fan.
Yeah.
He, to me, was one of the pioneers. Now, there are levels of pioneers, right? I think Yasiel Puig was a pioneer. I think Yasiel Puig was before his time. A lot of the stuff that Yasiel Puig got, quote unquote, in trouble for, was judged for, even by our own Madison Bumgarner, it would be fine now. It wouldn't even be that. It wouldn't be.
Well, now it's encouraged.
Right. And Yasiel Puig, at that time, what he was doing, nothing compared to what the players doing now. Now, I'm glad that things have evolved. But Tim Anderson came a little bit later. He did the famous bat flip. People had a lot of words. There's this whole conversation about how Tim Anderson said he felt like Jackie Robinson. And then Josh Donaldson called him Jackie, and that whole thing got twisted. How I interpreted it was Tim Anderson feeling like Jackie Robinson in terms of this new wave of baseball and playing it his way. Would I have compared myself to Jackie Robinson in any capacity? No, but I'm not Tim Anderson. But a lot of people think that a lot of people don't like to read context, and they like to see Tim Anderson compared himself to Jackie Robinson. Well, Josh Donaldson, it was fine. And they don't even bother reading the articles. They don't care. They don't care. So they have this situation he has this situation with the whole thing. Just 2 years ago, he's in the cornfields hitting that walk-off off the Yankees, I believe. So you have that happen. He was a batting champ. The Giants were even looking at him. He played
My own partner, Mark Willard, was very covetous of Tim Anderson, which is kind of how I got to know him as a ball player because, I don't follow every single team and every single player as closely as probably yourself as a baseball head. Yeah. But Mark had his eye on Tim Anderson as a great target for the Giants in trade talks at the deadline. Yeah. Obviously, it didn't happen, and then this all went down.
Right. Mark's not alone. So then you go into this season, Tim Anderson has had some off-field situations. I don't know if you know about that with his family and things like that. So it's been a rough go. He just hit his first home run of the season, so it's been a brutal year. The White Sox, I feel, the whole Tony La Russa thing just didn't make sense. They essentially, in my opinion, missed their window, and a lot of people wanted to get him off the team. I don't know if you saw, but there was also a situation with Tim Anderson and a teammate. Tim Anderson allegedly got slapped in the face after he said something. So you talk about the definition of life comes at you fast, Dibs.
Yeah.
Life comes at you real fast.
And it came really at you fast in terms of Jose Ramirez and a right hand. So one of these weird situations where the play happens and then Anderson immediately goes knuckles up.
Right. That tells me something was... Right. He's already frustrated at the season. Yeah. And two, they probably have gotten into it plenty of times before, playing each other as often as
so he comes up and he goes knuckles up, let's fight.
Put your dukes up.
And Ramirez responds. Anderson throws the first one, which is a swing and a miss. And then Ramirez with a roundhouse right. And Anderson, I don't know if he completely went to sleep.
I mean,
that was a straight up knockdown.
He was stumbling and bumbling on the way out.
Yeah.
Like when he got up. And the worst part is, it was complete luck. Ramirez, he wasn't even looking when he was swinging, but it doesn't matter.
He got him center cut.
He caught him. But I don't even think he was looking at him, but he caught him, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. And now,
it's kind of like when you're at the bat and you run into one where you're guessing fastball and you kind of just swing out of your heels and you get one.
Exactly. So but it's still a home run. Yeah. It's still a home run. So even last year, Tim Anderson had commercials with Bryce Harper and all these things. And now, Tim Anderson, I think at one point, he was in the conversation for face of the league, I'd say. I would say a top 10 conversation. He didn't ever get there, but I'd say he was a top 10 conversation. And now, if he's not careful, because I believe he's over 30, or if not, he's close to 30.
Right.
If he doesn't turn this thing around, he will be remembered for this. And I don't even know if he can turn it around, if I'm being completely honest, because this is one of the best knockouts we've seen in baseball in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think about Robin Ventura, for example, like somebody of your age who maybe isn't familiar with Robin Ventura as a college baseball phenom, and I know you probably are because you're a big-time baseball guy, but college baseball, he was a phenom. He hit, I think, 450 in his final year in college baseball, and he was a good pro, but a lot of people only remember him for the Nolan Ryan brawl, where Nolan gets him in the headlock and gives him a 5-piece.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say that. So there's Jose Bautista.
Yeah.
That was the biggest one since this.
You remember Fernando Vina and Albert Joey Bell, where Albert Bell was just running to second base, and Vina dared to try to tag him out. and Albert Joey Bell just straight clocked him.
Right. But you're not going to get remembered for that.
Right.
But
this one's memorable.
I don't know what's more memorable, this one or Bautista.
I mean, maybe just this one because it's fresh of mind. And also it feels like fighting in baseball is way, way down. And I wanted to ask you about that as a baseball player. Mm-hmm. One, have you been involved at your various levels of JUCO and D1 college? Mm-hmm. Have you been involved in some of these brawls? And also, what do you think about the role of fighting in baseball? Because it feels like fighting in baseball is way, way down.
Well, was it ever... Well, first of all, to answer your first question, I've never been in a brawl.
Because you're a pretty mellow guy. You're pretty low key.
I've never been in a brawl. There's trash talking, but I've never personally been in a brawl.
You've been on teams though where brawls have occurred.
No,
never.
No. I don't even know how close I've gotten to a brawl, to be completely honest with you. But in terms of
De La Salle, we don't do that. So.
Well, I mean, we're too busy beating teams. Why are we going to fight you?
Thank you. Exactly.
We're going to beat you on the field. We're not going to stoop to their level. We are men of integrity.
Thank you.
But in terms of fighting in baseball, I had a buddy who's a big hockey guy. He lives in Canada, and he was juiced. He sent it to me, and we don't talk baseball. Man, would you look at this? And some people were saying this is what baseball needs. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm willing to go there. I'm trying to think when you say that fighting is down, I feel like there's always been a lot of, we're all going to get up and do things. There was the Big Papi thing back in the day, but it never felt like it was happening very often. I just saw the one not too long ago with Amir Garrett, where he tries to take on the whole Pirates team. He runs from the mound. He was on the Reds and tries to take on the whole Pirates team. There's that one where there's actually swinging.
Yeah.
Sure, but as far as I'm concerned, for as long as I've been watching baseball, there was never a lot of swinging. There's a lot of everybody gathering and pushing and shoving, but swinging?
Bench is clear, and, by and large, it turns into a hold me back, please hold me back situation.
You're lucky he's holding me back. Come hold me back.
Yeah, exactly.
So you start getting into the area of swinging. I don't know that that's good for the game. I mean, the game, there's only so much you can do, and I get it. You continue to change the game and try to make it more popular for young kids, but there's got to be a line here, and I'm not gonna sign off on let's just brawl now.
Right, from a fight on the field to a fight, quote unquote, in the broadcast booth, and this is Kevin Brown of the Baltimore Orioles, courtesy MASN, talking about the rivalry with the Tampa Bay Rays, a comment for which he was suspended. Listen to this comment from Kevin Brown, and you tell me what is so offensive about what he says.
For the Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today. It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale June 25th, 2017, the last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete. Already got 3-2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
Alan, anything? Anything in there? Any tone? Any slight? Any jab? Any cut of another man's Achilles tendon? Anything of that nature?
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Nobody gets it.
That's Kevin Brown, courtesy MASN. Kevin Brown, the broadcaster for the Orioles, suspended, and now the word comes out that he will be reinstated on Friday, August 11th, but he will have missed darn near 2 weeks during the interim for mentioning that Baltimore has been the lesser in the head-to-head with Tampa Bay. That's it.
And maybe the owner felt, hey, we're trying to move forward, trying to close a chapter on that. But if that's the case, then it shouldn't be in the game notes. If you don't want to talk about the past, the past shouldn't be in the game notes. So The whole thing was ridiculous. And it's just unfortunate for the Orioles for a couple different reasons. The Orioles are doing some nice things. You got Adley Rutschman, who's hitting switch hitting in the home run derby. The Orioles, a very nice ballpark, by the way, just a ballpark that has been pretty empty because they haven't won in a very long time. So you're finally turning things around. You're having a great season. And then all of a sudden you bring this negative energy to the team, to the environment, because you're salty about what you were doing, not even what you're currently doing. I think that's the weirdest thing for me, Dibs. I think it would make more sense if they were having another rough season. And they were having another rough season. All right, please don't kick us when we're down.
Right.
They're having a good season.
Great season.
This is how you show fans. Maybe it's a fan's first time watching. You just happen to turn it on. Wow, they're really turning things around, right?
Exactly.
So instead of that, and instead of giving fans context, you want to sweep under the rug how bad you've been when you're good now? If you were still bad, that would make more sense to me.
Exactly.
Hey, we've already talked about this. Let's just try to turn things. No, you're good. So you should be able to talk about the turnaround.
You should be less embarrassed about the fact that you have been dominated by Tampa Bay because you're good.
Yeah.
If you were still bad, I still can't see where you would suspend a guy over it.
Either way, no. Either way, it was ridiculous.
But I can see where you'd be a little bit more sensitive. Dave Fleming this morning on the Morning Roast weighed in on the suspension of Kevin Brown.
So self-defeating for the Orioles. The Orioles are they're the coolest story in the sport right now. And now what are people talking about? How petty and sensitive, and it's also just not the way. If you want talented people working for you, this is definitely not the way to make that happen. It makes me very, very appreciative of what we have with the Giants. We've got a franchise, an ownership group, a front office that lets us be us and lets us tell the story of the team in our own personal way, and never would do something like this to us. And it makes me feel very, very grateful.
Yeah, Dave Fleming this morning on the Morning Roast, being appreciative and thankful for the Giants. And you've never heard anything like that. I worked for the Giants flagship radio station for a number of years early in my career, and there was always the sense of, the Giants wanting to, remind us about our partnership, but never so definitive as don't say this or don't say that. There was a certain sense that, you wanted to be a good partner to them, but there was never that level of censorship to where somebody would just straight up get, suspended over reading something that is completely factual. Kevin Brown didn't say anything erroneous or disrespectful about any person or the history. He was just relaying the facts of the history of the matchup.
And when this thing came out yesterday, I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure most people listened twice because you're thinking, hold on, did I miss something? Maybe, did something distract me and I just completely missed what happened?
Exactly.
Then you watch it again and you realize there was nothing. There was absolutely nothing besides an owner who got their feelings hurt. And you don't want people to talk about where you came from and how bad the team has been. What do you want them to talk about? Because you have been bad. You want them to lie?
Right.
Now we're talking about lying. We were talking during the crossover about how Homer-ish should your announcers be. Well, you can't put lipstick on a pig. You can't make a bad team look good. It's impossible. So they're just bad. And if you're a fan, now for Kevin Brown and the rest of his career, now you lose credibility because now fans think, I don't want to listen to this guy. I mean, he tries to make a team that I know is bad because the tickets for $2 and nobody was ever there.
Right.
He's trying to make them sound good, and you don't know that those orders are coming from up top.
And now you do know that.
Now
you do know a certain level of censorship. And for Kevin Brown, I don't know how you go forward being a broadcaster for that team, knowing what they've done, even when you're 70-42. And that's the thing. You have the best record in the American League, second best record in baseball. You're having a wonderful year. You mentioned Adley Rutschman. You've got the best closer in baseball, Felix Bautista. You got a couple of 10-game winners and a good rotation. Nice, solid, young lineup in a team that is going to be in the playoffs, yet this has now become the national story about your team.
Yeah.
It's not the fact that you've been one of the better teams for a long time. You've won 8 of 10. You've won 4 in a row. You got a 3-game lead on Tampa. The Yankees in Boston are the doormats of the AL East. That's the story.
Yeah.
The story is you're winning the East. It's not something that you do very often.
Right. And really, for me, when your team is this good, don't you have something to be doing? Right? Are you just bored? When you have a exec, right, and other jobs, when you have an exec hopping in, just paying attention to something so minuscule. That's always my thought. Don't you have something better to be doing? You're sitting here looking at this thing that really doesn't make a difference, and because you're speaking about it, it's now a huge deal. Don't you have something better to be doing with your time? And now you talk about coming back from this. Now, if I'm the announcer, I'm looking over my shoulder. It will never be the same because is he listening?
Right.
Did I say something wrong? I got to be careful. So you're right, and it's not fair to have that happen, and then you feel like you have to leave. But as we say, the vibes, not immaculate.
No.
Vibes off.
Vibes are completely off. And Gary Cohen of Sportsnet New York, one of the great broadcasters in baseball, weighed in on the Kevin Brown suspension as well.
During a recent game at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Kevin, during his opening, talked about how the Orioles had trouble winning in the past at Tropicana Field, but that they were doing better this year. That was really all he said. And for that, the Baltimore Orioles management decided to suspend Kevin Brown. Let me just say one thing to Baltimore Orioles management. You draped yourself in humiliation when you fired John Miller, and you're doing it again. And if you don't want Kevin Brown, there are 29 other teams who do. It's a horrendous decision by the Orioles. I don't know what they were thinking, but they've gotten exactly the reaction that they deserve. And it's just a shame because the Orioles are playing so well, and now they've diverted attention from that and now made themselves a laughingstock.
It's a great point, and it kind of echoes what you were saying about them being a laughingstock, and it takes away from the tremendous start to the year that they've had. And this is something that's going to follow Baltimore, I'm afraid, for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think it is, and I don't necessarily know. And Evan was even saying that this just came out. He had been. It's not as if it happened yesterday,
right?
And it just got rescinded. He's been suspended, so it's just a bad look. It's just a bad look, and a lot of times when you're an owner, just don't mess things up, right? We know you did whatever you did to get to this position where you can own the team. So we know you're intelligent. We know you understand what it takes to be successful. But sometimes you just have to figure out how to stay out of your own way.
Especially when you're having the year that they're having. And, we mentioned Baltimore 70 and 42. They got a 3-game up lead on Tampa Bay. Tampa's got a 4-game lead in the wild card. So Baltimore is 7 games clear in the wild card. If they were to fall out of first place in the AL East, you're going to be a playoff team. You're probably going to win the American League East if you continue playing the way you've played, which is a thing in and of itself because you don't often have a team. And you mentioned how bad Baltimore's been for the better part of 10 or more years, 20 years. You haven't had a long string of success, yet this is one of those years where you've done well. So shame on you, Baltimore, in the national spotlight for all the wrong reasons. Well, Alan, we've got some big time news, quote unquote. The unofficial 49ers depth chart is out, and there are a couple of interesting conjunctions. Conjunction, junction, what's that function? We'll get into exactly what these conjunctions mean for the 49ers and their unofficial depth chart as they head to Vegas to take on the Raiders. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Styles in for Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Styles in for Willard. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Coming up in about 20 minutes, the disrespect, Alan, for the Golden State Warriors, it continues. I don't know why so many people feel like they need to disrespect this core, this team, championship pedigree. It's the Warriors Invitational. They're a dynasty, but the disrespect knows no bounds, and we will get into that coming up here at about 4:15. And Matt Vasgersian, the pride of Moraga Camp Alindo High School, Los Angeles Angels play-by-play broadcaster, MLB Network, author of the great home run call, Santa Maria. He'll join us at about 5 o'clock, fingers crossed.
Well, the big one that my buddies are texting me about is that he does MLB The Show. So don't forget that one.
Oh, the video game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of out on video games, just based on...
It's not about you, Dibs.
I know. I'm just trying to have a conversation about why I didn't know that he was in MLB The Show.
Mm-hmm.
I actually did the voice for one of the NBA games back in...
Oh, shoot.
Like the halftime. I had a former coworker who got me the gig to do the halftime. I think it was I don't know if it was one of the NBA 2K games or NBA Jams or one of those games, but I did the halftime voice. And so I showed up and they gave me a list of NBA players and I had to read every single player's name over and over and over.
My buddy, he says, announcer from 06 to 2021. That's where I know him from. So, Vasgersian's a big deal for gamers.
No, he's a big deal.
Yeah.
And I guess he's not doing the game anymore.
I don't believe
MLB
so.
The Show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's we'll have to get into that with him, and maybe we'll have to ask him, hey, Matt, other than the video game job, any other job you lost in recent days?
Hey, you can ask that one.
Yeah, I'll save that one for you. It's Styles in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. We're hoping to talk to Matt Vasgersian today at 5 o'clock, and we do this because that's kind of an old school broadcasting Nat sound there. Rise and Shout, the unofficial depth chart is out, Alan, and the 49ers have listed Brock Purdy as QB1. Your reaction to Brock Purdy being the starting quarterback for the Niners unofficially?
Insert the pretends to be shocked meme.
Okay. Which one is that?
It's a girl. She's just like this, like, oh my goodness, with like her hand over her face.
Why's it got to be a girl?
I mean, that's the meme.
Okay. I don't know. Are you a meme guy? Do you send a lot of memes?
I don't know.
Because you and I haven't gotten into too much texting. We've texted, but it's been mostly sentences.
I'm a GIF guy. I'll send a GIF. I like a good GIF.
More GIFs than memes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, so I guess it was a GIF. But I think a GIF can also be a meme. So I think it's the same thing. Like what I just talked about.
It was an emoji. Is what
right.
You talked
No.
about.
I told Grady knows I love emojis too. But yeah, I love a good GIF. So it was a GIF, which I also think is a meme. But
what's your go-to emoji in terms of? And I have other emoji questions, but we'll just start with this. Like, what's your go-to emoji if you're going to send one?
Fire. It's the fire.
Okay.
I overuse.
I actually think you hit me with a fire.
I overuse the fire, and I know I do, but I live my truth.
I have an emoji question.
Yeah, please, because I have like 3 more. Go ahead, Lucas.
Looking at this unofficial depth chart for the 49ers, which emoji would you use to describe it?
Well, before we actually get into that, Lucas, it'd be better if we told the people what's on the depth chart before we then solicited reaction. And 888-957-9570, what's your emoji reaction to the fact that at quarterback, it is Trey Lance listed second, or Sam Darnold, or, Alan, it says Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. Now, there's no Sam Darnold or Brandon Allen, so your QB depth chart, and this is compiled by the Niners football communications staff, Brock Purdy's the 1, Trey Lance or Sam Darnold is the 2, and then Brandon Allen is listed as the 4. What would be your emoji reaction, to borrow from Lucas, about the depth chart?
I think it would probably be a smirk, I guess. Maybe a smirk. I don't know. It's not very surprising. So just like, cool. That's But I will say this. There are people out there right now that are thinking this, Dibs, because this is where we are right now.
Yeah.
For Niner fandom, when it comes to this crazy quarterback situation, there are people out there that will look at this and say, well, I mean, Trey Lance's name is first.
Right.
It is first. So that matters.
It does matter. Normally it would matter, but the fact that there's an or there, and I wonder if they did the Trey Lance first to offset exactly what you're talking about. And again, this is the unofficial Niners depth chart, which is released by the Niners football communications staff, which means that it's not based on nothing, but it's not an official depth chart. And they have Trey Lance listed as QB2, but with an or next to it, or Sam Darnold, meaning that they're both basically QBs too. So why would they put Lance first? Is that to offset some of the conjecture and some of the complaining and haranguing that goes on?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, that was the idea that he would be QB2. Sam Darnold's come in and has done a nice job, but don't want to deal with the drama. They understand that. And I don't know if, media would then ask Kyle Shanahan about it, if you're even able to kind of use this as a reference, but you don't want to give Kyle Shanahan or give any more gas to this fire, right? And say, oh, well, why is it written a certain way? So I think they just, or why is Sam Darnold now first? I think they just played it safe. If that really matters, I mean, you just said it kind of doesn't.
Right, it doesn't, but I do think the one thing that stands out for me is the fact that Brandon Allen is listed fourth and there's no or between Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen. Does that give you some indication that Brandon Allen likely will either be cut or he'll only get the QB3 job if Trey Lance or Sam Darnold somehow were traded?
That is what makes sense to me. And I don't think anybody would be surprised with that. I think Brandon Allen came in and Rich Eisen last week talking about Trey Lance getting cut. Just absurd conversation. So this should at least stop those reports. At least this would stop those reports. You would think, unless everybody just thinks that they're lying.
Well, it won't stop the Trey Lance possibly gets traded reports.
No, absolutely not.
I do agree with you in terms of would they cut Trey Lance? I don't know. And again, this is an unofficial depth chart from the Niners PR staff, but the fact that he's listed as QB2 with an or between he and Sam Darnold at least gives you that sense that he's more in their plans than somebody who would be cut. The other or that's on the board I found to be a little bit of an interesting one in terms of what they might do between now and cut down day. It's at kicker.
Right.
Jake Moody, the rookie kicker out of Michigan, who's got a gigantic leg. Well, both his legs are the same size technically, but he's a really good kicker. He can kick the ball from prodigious distances. Mm-hmm. He's listed as kicker 1 with an or next to Zane Gonzalez, the veteran kicker, former Colt, etc. Do you think that or is there in order to maybe preserve Zane Gonzalez's trade value?
Possibly, because everything I've been hearing about Jake Moody from training camp is that he's been dead red, just on target with everything. So that is a bit surprising, but you could say the same thing about where we just left Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, right? I mean, Sam Darnold, we know that he's played well, but also Trey Lance, hey, it's not that he's QB3, it's that we're still working things out. So a bit surprising. Maybe it could be, Jake Moody. We know how it goes sometimes, Dibs, with these high kicker picks. Maybe just take a little bit of, I think maybe it would take some pressure off, but it doesn't feel like a pressure thing because everything that I've seen is that Jake Moody's been doing his job.
Yeah, he's been fantastic, and I've gotten no indication that there's even a kicker battle, so it just struck me as interesting that there was an or there. Dr. Nirav Pandya joining us here in a few minutes from UCSF Health as we talk about injuries around the Bay Area on our Cleared to Play segment. The rest of the offensive starters, pretty standard. Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel at wide receiver. They only have 2 receivers listed based on their personnel, which is 21 personnel, 2 running backs and 1 tight end. Those 2 running backs, Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback, Christian McCaffrey, the tight end, you've heard of him, George Kittle, and then it's Williams, Banks, Brendel, Burford, and McKivitz across the O-line. Defensively, not listed on the depth chart. Your DPOY from last year, Nick Bosa, he's on the reserve did not report list, which I guess is not a surprise because you can't have him on the depth chart if he hasn't showed up. But that to me was a bit of not a gut punch, but a little bit of an eyebrow raiser.
Well, it's done on purpose, right? And it'll make people pay attention to it and say, wow, this is what the roster looks like without it. So I get that. Aaron Schatz, who we had on yesterday, right? He talked about how the Niners defense was projected around 4th with Nick Bosa and at 7th without Nick Bosa. So to see this roster and not have him on it, you still feel good if you're a Niner fan, but it might make you feel like, all right, let's go ahead and sign that check. Let's get him back in the building.
Yeah, exactly. Get him onto that depth chart, get him back in the building. Drake Jackson listed as the left defensive end. Armstead, Javon Hargrave, Cleveland Ferrell is in that right defensive end spot that would normally be manned by Nick Bosa. The linebackers, no surprise, Warner and Greenlaw. Oren Burks, the youngster, listed as the Sam linebacker, and on this depth chart they list the base defense with the 4 guys in the secondary, Ward, Lenore, Oliver, Gibson Sr., and they even have Hufunga in there, so they do have 5 guys listed in the secondary as well. So more from the Niners depth chart as time goes on, but this gives us at least a little bit of an indication of how they will start the joint practices in Vegas when they get there on Thursday and Friday. Well, let's turn our attention to the phones and to the doctor. It's Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring an associate professor of orthopedic surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how you doing today on this Tuesday?
How are you and Alan doing?
We're doing great, and just enjoying getting into a week full of radio. Before we get into the medical questions, I do need to tell people that they're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's start with Nick Bosa. Not technically an injury per se, but in terms of him being ramped up and cleared to play once he gets healthy, what do you think that lead time will be like when he goes from just working out to being back on the field?
Yeah, you do get a little bit worried as NFL players, even a player like Bosa, who's been obviously probably staying in shape, is obviously quite a physical specimen. But you just can't replicate the intensity of training camp, the explosiveness, the unpredictability of live reps when you're working out on your own. So one of the things we do worry about whenever a player misses training camp or portions of training camp is that you're set up for these soft tissue injuries. And when you look at, you kind of particularly look back at the COVID-sorted season where they really didn't have much training camp, you saw all these injuries stacking up week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4 of the season. Because basically, if you have a normal training camp, you have time for these soft tissue injuries to heal. So one of the things you do worry about is that will Bosa be able to get back in and be very sharp? Absolutely. But in the season, you don't have time for those soft tissue injuries to heal as you would in training camp if he has a little bit of soreness in his hip, a little bit of soreness in his hamstring. So that's the one concern that I have. If you can get him in for 7 to 10 days, usually you can kind of eliminate some of that risk. But as the time goes on, you do worry about him being set up for something like that happening.
Doc, sticking with the Niners, Elijah Mitchell now sidelined with a hip injury. We know he's been injured in the past a good bit as well. Whenever I think hip injury, I think either Kevon Looney or Bo Jackson. Is it time for Niners fans to worry about Elijah Mitchell's sustainability as we look at this unofficial depth chart? And we've heard the good things about the other running backs, but in terms of Elijah Mitchell, is it time to worry about his ability to stay on the field?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that is a concern. And, I think whenever we hear an MCL injury, we think, oh, it's not an ACL, it's not a meniscus, it's not going to be a big deal. But he had 2 significant MCL injuries that kept him out for a long period of time. And, for the everyday athlete, not a big deal. You get back to working out. But for a football player, particularly at the running back position, you have both of those knees compromised. And then you start seeing hip issues, you start seeing groin issues. And then you worry about, is there some compensation? Is there something that's still there that he's dealing with? Because you have one MCL injury, you worry about compensation on the other leg. Now, suddenly you've had both MCLs injured. You're coming into a season where you're doing more explosive stuff. Are you going to see this pattern of basically soft tissue injury here, ankle here, hip here, that's just going to kind of plague him throughout the season? So you definitely do worry about, is any kind of compensation from these injuries going to continue to be a problem for him heading into the season, which is where you don't want to be injured coming in.
Lucas, our producer, and I had a bit of I guess it wasn't that fun, but it was a debate as to the nature of the injury. Is it an adductor or an abductor? And it turned out to be an adductor, ADD. But, Doc, what's the difference between an adductor and an abductor injury?
Yeah, so the adductor is basically on the inside part of the leg, which makes sense for Elijah Mitchell having an adductor injury, because if you injure your MCL, which is on the inside part of the leg, your adductor is going to get more strain. So the way they kind of taught us in med school was adductor basically adds into the body, so it's the muscle that brings the leg in. The abductors take it away. So those are the muscles on the outside part of the hip. So adductor brings the leg back in, adds into your body, groin muscle. Abductors, kind of more your core hip muscles that bring the hips back out. So kind of the easy way to remember them.
Doc, switching sports here to Shohei Ohtani as the Giants do battle with the Angels. We've been talking a lot about Shohei's ability to continue to be a starting pitcher and hit throughout his career. He's been dinged up a little bit this season, but just, small injuries, cramping, finger blisters. What do you think in terms of Shohei Ohtani and his sustainability to continue to be a starting pitcher and hit in this league for a very long time?
Yeah, you absolutely do get worried about that, because obviously we don't have a template of anyone recently doing anything even close to this. And actually, when you hear about the cramping, that's where I actually get a little bit more worried than the blistering, because in baseball players, you don't typically see cramps. I mean, football, basketball, you're exerting yourself. But if you're seeing cramping in a baseball player, that's a key sign that things are starting to wear down. He's starting to get overworked. There's a lot of overuse going on. So that's one of the possibilities. And then you also remember that Shohei, he played 400 to 500 games of baseball even before he reached the MLB. He's taller, which plays a lot more strain across your joints, and he doesn't have those normal rest periods. So I do worry about the sustainability of him doing this consistently. Now, do you potentially see him in a role where he's not starting at pitching and you're bringing him in for 2 to 3 innings later in his career, almost in like an opener or closer type role, and then allowing him to hit more? You may see that evolution over time just to preserve him, because it's a lot of wear and tear. He's exerting himself at a high level night after night, and eventually the body is going to break down unless you're making changes in terms of how he's being utilized.
Anthony DeSclafani's got the elbow strain, and now he has sustained a PRP injection, which will cost him 6 to 8 weeks. Why would a PRP injection maybe set you back a little bit in terms of your ability to come back and be cleared to play?
I think it's a little bit more about, they probably identified that this was an injury that was basically going to take some time to heal. And this injection, in order for a PRP injection to basically have its full effect on, it's going to need at least 4 to 6 weeks. You're basically injecting these platelets in. You want the body to basically heal. Because if you get a PRP injection and you go back and play like a week or two, you're just not allowing that injection time to let things to heal. And part of the reason why they're probably giving it, because it's more severe. And as we kind of talked about a little bit last week, when you do have an issue with that forearm, it can then lead to a UCL injury. So they're like, look, let's nip this in the bud. Let's be aggressive, do the PRP injection, and give this more time to heal, potentially because it's more severe than they thought it was.
Doc, appreciate your time. All the best. And by this time next week, we will have an actual preseason football game to talk about.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Doc. Dr. Narav Pandya, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. You proud of me, Alan? Are you proud of me?
Yeah.
I didn't ask him about your Achilles tendon. You know I wanted to.
I didn't know if we would make it through, but thank you.
Well, I did it for you, partner, because I know that you get a little, I don't know if it's embarrassed, but you do like to be the center of attention, but not for this.
Sure. Well, look, it's a long road back, so we've talked about it.
Yeah.
Everybody, most of our listeners know about it, and we got the road to recovery happening.
Yeah, and I'm really into the medical stuff, which is why I wanted to ask him about the difference between the adductor and the abductor, because Lucas and I did have this debate, and I don't even know if we've gotten a definitive answer as to Elijah Mitchell, if it is the adductor, but the way that Doc broke it down and explained, now I know exactly where each of those muscles is, and now I understand the nature of those injuries a little bit more.
Yeah. And that was the one I was a bit surprised. I know that when he's healthy, right, he is number 2 on the depth chart as a running back. But just simply because of I've also heard Ty Davis-Price has been playing very well, right? So just with that in mind, I wouldn't have been surprised if I saw an there, between Elijah Mitchell and Ty Davis Price? Because the bottom line is this, Dibs. There's nothing that Elijah Mitchell has done these last couple years that shows us that he does have the ability to stay on the football field.
Yeah, and they've got Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price both listed side by side. There's no or there. There's space for both in terms of RB3. It's Christian McCaffrey, and we're looking at the unofficial depth chart here from the 49ers communication staff. McCaffrey's the 1. Mitchell is still listed as the 2, although with the injury questions and the way Kyle Shanahan does his running backs, the way he uses his running backs, is there any spot on this depth chart that means less than running back in terms of the order? Because it feels like Mitchell and TDP and Jordan Mason, they're all going to get a shot at some point.
It's Christian McCaffrey and everybody else. And maybe last year I wouldn't have felt like that, or last season with Elijah Mitchell, but simply because of injury and the leaps that we believe Ty Davis Price and Jordan Mason 2 have made, I'm just putting them all in a bucket and saying who's going to spell Christian McCaffrey this time. We don't really know who the number 2 running back is yet. That's how I feel. We don't know. We will know, but we don't know yet.
And I wonder if it's not Deebo Samuel when it comes time for big-time games and, whether it's TDP or Jordan Mason, they're going to get carries and they're going to get their chance to show what they can do. But if you get into a real tight spot, divisional round, high-leverage game, and you need to pound the rock, if it's not going to be McCaffrey and then even some Deebo Samuel, I wonder how much they're going to use Deebo Samuel in that role. You've got McCaffrey, but you don't want to necessarily wear him out in the run game. You got Jordan Mason, who's a big physical back, TDP, bit of a change of pace. Eli Mitchell, when right, is a speed merchant who can also be physical inside the tackles. I wonder how much they use Deebo this year as that change of pace as well.
We spoke yesterday about Brock Purdy and where he could improve. We know where Trey Lance struggles, about Brock Purdy and where he could improve. And this isn't necessarily about Brock Purdy and where he could improve, but he did have some targets. George Kittle was his guy. But Deebo, George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey for Brock Purdy, those were his guys, right? Deebo was a guy who you get Christian McCaffrey. Now you don't really need him in the backfield. And Brandon Ayuk is continuing to elevate. And you got George Kittle's reemergence as a pass-catching tight end. So Deebo, to me, to your point, Dibs, it might be less about we need Deebo in the backfield and more about we got to get Deebo some touches.
Yeah.
So that could be a reason we see it too.
Interesting way to look at it, because if you're remembering Deebo last year in the contract situation, there was that notion of, don't use me as a running back as much. But now with Brandon Ayuk in the passing offense and, Jawan, third and Jawan Jennings and, other options with George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey is going to get a lot of passes thrown his way. I wonder if Deebo doesn't change his tune in terms of, I want the ball so badly that I'm willing to be a little bit more of a running back, as opposed to, last year when it felt like he wanted to return to be more of a wide receiver. We'll get deeper into the depth chart here on the other side. The unofficial depth chart from the 49ers is out there loading on a plane right now, heading in Vegas for joint practices Thursday and Friday. They'll be off tomorrow, joint practices for 2 days, and then the first preseason game on Sunday. So more from the depth chart coming up, and also the disrespect of a 4-time champion does not end. I'll get Alan's thoughts on the latest diss from a national media outlet. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Matt Vasgersian joins us at the top of the hour, and more from Alan Stiles on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
UCS.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There's no manual, Styles, for parenting. There is no manual. Now, there are books and there's information. You can do all the research you want, but when it comes time to parent, you throw the records out. You just try to do your best out there, kid.
I hear you.
And I'm not really giving you advice. You and I were sharing during the break, and I've got a 22-year-old and a 20-year-old and an 11-month-old, and I'm getting a second go-round.
Yeah.
So all the things I did right the first time, I'm going to try to do again. And the things that maybe I did wrong, I'm going to try to make those adjustments.
Yeah.
Game time adjustments.
Was it... I have a buddy who has a 2.5-year-old, and I was kind of complaining to him about the stuff that we're going through, and he said he couldn't even remember. And I'm thinking, he's only 2.
Yeah.
So how was it for you? Did you forget everything?
Oh, I've forgotten a lot.
Well, I'm just saying 2 years versus 20.
Yeah, 22.
Yeah.
The oldest Quest is now, and many of you out there remember when I would play drops from Quest when he was about 3 years old.
Yeah.
And now he's 22. So that hits all of us, a certain kind of way, because now he's a grown blank man, college graduate, and little man's 20, just went back to UCSB for his junior year. So I do remember some things, but now that I have a baby again, a lot of it, in the moment, it's like, oh, that's right. This is this, and, we should do that. And, But a lot of it is like, I've never done it before.
Well, and technology.
Completely
different.
Yeah. Well, back then you had a book called What to Expect When You're Expecting. It was an actual book. I don't even know if you guys know what books are, where you would have to buy the book and like, baby's got a diaper rash. What do I do? Page 138. Okay. This cream, this salve, whatever.
Right.
Now it's like you pull out your phone, this baby won't stop crying. What do I do? You Google it and you get a bunch of answers now. So it's a lot easier in that way.
It's like having a map in the car.
Correct.
Do you have a map in the car?
I don't anymore, but I lived with a Thomas Guide.
Okay.
A Thomas Guide was the old book of maps where you would have to flip to the page, and then you get to page 670 and the map continues on page 690. And so you'd flip to that page and then continue on with the map.
Huh.
And then the thing came out called MapQuest. I don't know if you remember MapQuest.
Yes, I remember MapQuest. Then you'd print it out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you'd print out directions, which kind of did away with the old Thomas Guide, which replaced the old foldable maps where you would unfold the map, this gigantic map, and you'd have to navigate yourself. But now everything's apps now.
Everything is now.
Anyway. Yes. And much like the old days when we didn't have the depth chart that you could just print off the internet, but we've got now the Niners unofficial depth chart and Warriors disrespect coming up in 10 minutes. Matt Vasgersian going to join us from the MLB Network and the Angels broadcast. That'll be at the top of the hour. We were talking about the defense before. One of the interesting things about this Niner team, to me, Alan, is the depth of this defense. And you could look at Javon Kinlaw and Kerry Hyder Jr. and Kevin Givens. They're all listed as 2s.
Right.
Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, Marcelino McCrary-Ball, Ambry Thomas. These are all legitimate NFL players.
Yeah.
And they're listed as 2s on this defense.
Right. I mean, just from the list you said, those guys could probably be 1s on a number of teams right now in the NFL, and that speaks to what the Niners have been building, what they continue to build, and you got to be excited. We spend so much time talking about the offense because that's what we do. That's what we're going to do. That's what sells the tickets. But defensively, we know that's where a lot of times this Niners bread is buttered, and it's just as important, if not more important, than the offense because it really sets the table for where you're starting on the field, how much you control possession, things like that. So it's an exciting time, and you know that Wilkes and the rest of that coaching staff, they're ready to prove and show that they're still as good as they have been in the past, and they're just going to continue to improve.
It's a sign of a good team that if you look at the all 22, the starting 11 on offense and the starting 11 on defense, you've got no rookies listed as starters. And even as you look deeper and you look at the 2s, you've got Jair Brown, the top pick from this past draft. He's listed as a backup free safety, and he's been showing out very impressively in camp. And Jack Coletto, the backup fullback, they're the only rookies who are listed as 2s on this team. So in terms of that, Alan, how difficult is it going to be for many of these rookies to even make the team?
Yeah, it's a good problem to have if you're not one of these rookies.
Yeah.
Right. Because you don't want to have to put them in situations where you're depending on them in high pressure spots. And it is going to be difficult. But I mean, is that really the job of the fan at this point, Dibs?
It's kind of the job of everybody involved to try to put the best product on the field. But also, if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, you really want to be able to sustain this for many years to come. Right. So in terms of borderline, will you make it or will you not make it roster spots, I think you do have to kind of default to the rookies, not only because they make less money, but you do want to build a little bit for the future. Ronnie Bell, listed as a third-string wide receiver. He's going to make the team. Kick returner and a guy who can be a legitimate pass-catching threat. Cameron Latu is an interesting one at tight end because you've got Charlie Warner and Ross Dwelly backing up George Kittle, and you figure you're going to keep 4 tight ends, Cameron Latu, but also Braden Willis is a rookie, and you'd want to keep him as well. And I wonder how many of these guys, when you get to cut-down day, which I believe is 3 weeks from today, you're going to have some hard choices for the 49ers, knowing that some of these players that you cut won't be around for your practice squad.
No, they won't be. And that's the best part about the draft, Dibs. And I get it, Niners not getting first-round pick. I get all that, but you sit there and everybody breaking down, they should have went here during the draft, or they shouldn't went there for positions that might not see the field all season long. But it doesn't matter. You're still going to pay attention to the draft and complain if it was your guy, or be happy if it was your guy, even if because you know that if all things go well, you're not going to see them on the field. You don't really want to see them on the field, but you still love the draft.
Yeah, you love the draft, and you want to love the future of these players. But honestly, if you look at the defense, and we ran down the names, and all of the players at the top of that depth chart are veterans of some sort, and even the 2s, guys behind him, and I look at the strength of this team, and we haven't even mentioned Nick Bosa, who's not on the depth chart. He's on the reserve, did not report list. He's the only one. You do have Darrell Luter Jr. on the PUP list, but other than that, you're pretty rock solid across this defense with a lot of depth, especially the defensive line.
Right. And looking at the rest of the NFC, where the Niners are going to try to become or get back to the top of that mountain before getting back to the Super Bowl. I mean, what defenses are you picking over the Niners right now?
Buffalo would be one of the few, and we talked to Aaron Schatz yesterday.
NFC.
Gotcha. Maybe Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, even though they lost Javon Hargrave to the 49ers, they still have a tremendous amount of defensive depth, and it was their defense that ultimately swung that game in their favor when they knocked not only Brock Purdy out, but also Josh Johnson. Right. They rendered the 49ers quarterbackless in the biggest game of the season. So I do think you still need to default to Philadelphia in terms of their quality of defense.
And don't forget, if it wasn't for the grass at the Super Bowl, they would have won the whole thing.
Right. And I still am trying to figure that out, because the grass, I believe, was the same grass for both teams that day, and yet Philadelphia is the only team that's really complaining because they lost.
Because they're saying that was where they excelled. So they couldn't excel where they typically do. That's why they're complaining.
Because of the field.
Because of the field.
Because the field was too fast, or it was too slow, it was too slippery.
Too slippery. That's what they're saying. Which is funny because they had just finished, and maybe it was more the fans than the players, but they had just finished saying, hey, no excuses, Niner fans and Niners, no excuses. You get what you get and be happy with it, right? Yeah. And Brock Purdy goes down, Josh Johnson goes down. Sorry for your luck. That's just how it goes. And then they turn around during the Super Bowl when the shoe is on the other foot, no pun intended. Now you have something to say. Now it's, well, if we could have done this, well, you might not have even been there if the Niners had their quarterback. So let's not forget that.
And that's just the nature of all of this, where you have to make the adjustment no matter what the field is, the situations, and we can all complain about the monsoon in Chicago, and my partner Mark Willard was at that game, and it was almost unplayable, but Chicago was able to make a couple of plays in the passing game that swung that game in their favor. So whether it's the field or the conditions or the officials, no matter what it is, you've got to find a way to make the adjustments and not have that be an excuse as to why you lose.
Right. I mean, you can have the excuse, nobody's going to care.
Exactly.
You can say it all you want.
It's Styles and Dibs here. Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. We're breaking down the Niners' unofficial depth chart, which came out today from the Niners football communication staff. The headline item, Brock Purdy's QB1, we know that, but Trey Lance or Sam Darnold listed next on the quarterback list. Matt Barrows talked about just how close the Lance-Darnold matchup is.
It's close between, you asked me who's winning that number 2 quarterback competition. I'll give you a different name from practice to practice because, one day one guy will look good and the other guy will struggle. And I think in recent ones, early in camp, I thought Sam Darnold got out of the gate really well, looked better than all 4 of the quarterbacks. But he's come back down to earth a little bit. And I think with every practice, Trey Lance, while not perfect, looks a little bit more steady, which is what you were expecting or you were hoping if you were the 49ers you were getting from Trey Lance. So the longer camp has gone on, I think the more Trey Lance has started to stand out.
Matt Barrows from The Athletic this morning on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Joe Shasky. How does that make you feel, Alan, a guy who's been a supporter of Trey Lance and in favor of him getting a chance? Matt Barrows saying that the competition for QB2 is actually quite close.
I've thought about this before, Dibs, so I'm curious where you're at on this. And when you look around the league, there are certain teams that decide, I feel that they decide we want our backup QB to be a version of what the starting QB is, right? So the first one that comes top of mind would be Baltimore, Lamar Jackson, Tyler Huntley. So thinking about that and thinking about the Niners situation, it does make me wonder, we talked a little bit about this before, it does make me wonder, does it make sense to go from somebody like a Brock Purdy to Trey Lance as your 1-2 because it feels like they're much different players, right? And if the offense is used to performing a certain way or just, going about things a certain way, it would feel to me that going from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold would be easier. But that also doesn't mean that Sam Darnold is playing better than Trey Lance. So I'm excited for Trey Lance, and I want him to be number 2. It's just a bit of a sidebar that I think about in terms of going from one quarterback to a completely different quarterback. Maybe coaches don't care about that, right?
In terms of the styles,
yeah, exactly.
Pun intended, between the starter and the backup, wanting them to match up in terms of how they play. One thing is clear, and this is from Kyle Shanahan in the post-practice audio, Brock Purdy will not be on the field this weekend.
I doubt Brock plays. Fully decided it yet. I mean, usually when we go scrimmage against guys, I rarely play our starters. That's usually my plan going to it because a little more into the practices and the games. I've changed my mind a couple times too based off how those practices go. So usually that's our plan, but we'll see how those practices go.
Additionally, he talked about whether or not Brock should play at all in the preseason.
Brock need to play at all in the preseason.
I mean, I think it's always good to play. I mean, you don't think he has to. I don't think a lot of guys don't have to, but it usually helps.
Shanahan sounds some fresh Shanny right there. He doesn't have to play. Certainly it helps, although he doesn't expect him to play this weekend. What do you think about that in terms of what we were talking about, the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold battle? Does this help Trey Lance potentially get a leg up on Sam Darnold, knowing that he's going to get more chances in Vegas?
Well, I think it does, but it's what you do with those chances, right? And I'm more so thinking about how we've seen a couple quarterbacks, established quarterbacks in the past, come out sluggish from not playing in the preseason. So I would be surprised if we don't see Brock Purdy at all, because you don't want the first game to be Brock's preseason game. You can't have that. So I'd be very surprised if he doesn't play at all, and I expect to see him play. And I think I think him not playing that much is also good for Trey Lance and I don't know if it's a mental thing or anything like that.
Right.
But early on, it did feel like reports were saying that Trey Lance was playing better on the days where Brock wasn't out there. And look, that's probably much ado about nothing. But there could be something to that. So, hey, Trey, don't worry. And maybe it even helps, to be honest, Dibs, that Kyle Shanahan is just being open about it. There's no more. We all knew, or most people knew, that it was going to be Brock just because what he did during the regular season.
Right.
But now that you have Kyle Shanahan just saying he's a real deal, that's our guy, now Trey can just change his goal and focus on a new goal. And as probably tough as it is for him, now he knows what to focus on, and maybe that takes some pressure off of him. Is there any way I can overtake and get back to QB1? No, not right now.
Exactly.
So just focus on making sure you're QB2 and go from there.
Some clarity, and it definitely gives him some closure in terms of, can I be QB1? I think that's a good point, but also going into the preseason now with the first game Sunday in Vegas against the Raiders, now Trey Lance knows, for the most part, and you heard Kyle Shanahan, the sound I just played, about he doesn't expect Brock to play. He hasn't totally closed the door on that, but that would give Trey Lance certainly a big opportunity, and Sam Darnold a big opportunity, and then Brandon Allen, whatever scraps are left in terms of the actual practice game snaps against the Las Vegas Raiders. But Trey Lance can know that he might be QB1 for Sunday, and then 6 days later, you've got the Broncos back here in Santa Clara for preseason game number 2. We don't know if Brock will play in that game. I'm hearing from Kyle Shanahan a sense that Brock Purdy, even if he plays in the preseason, it won't be a lot.
One series, right? And then, as I just said, you got to get him in there. Then it becomes, well, what is the point of that, right? Did that really help? Just playing one series, so
cobwebs, shake off some of the rust a little bit.
Sure. I guess one is better than nothing, but it's still real football, even though it's not a real game.
Yeah.
So yeah, very curious to see how that goes down. Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, when they get on this field and they're in these preseason games, Dibs, all I want is for people to keep the same energy. I don't necessarily care what your take is in terms of if you care about preseason stats or not, but if you can find it in your heart, I'm talking to everybody now, obviously, not just you.
Preach.
To not just run with whatever narratives fit your guy, that would just be much appreciated for the rest of Niner fans.
So in other words,
how I
if
feel.
you're going to talk about Trey Lance going 5 of 11 with a pick in practice, make sure you also report that Sam Darnold goes 6 of 13 with the pick on another day.
Yes, and I
Keep
would
that
say
same energy.
Keep the same energy. That's all I'm asking. If Trey Lance balls out in one preseason game, and hey, if you're a quote-unquote Trey guy and Trey Lance balls out in one preseason game, oh, wow, he can do some things, and then the next game he sticks up the joint, just admit it. Don't go back now and say, well, it's preseason, because last week Trey was ready to take over the world. And I would say the same with Sam Darnold. So it's just a small ask that I have. I know most fans or a lot of fans aren't able to do it, but that's all I ask. Just keep the same energy
fair.
Regardless.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's the old Rodney Dangerfield line, I think, from Caddyshack. Keep it fair. Keep it fair.
Exactly.
You just want to have it be kept fair. One thing we do know, Nick Bosa will not be out on the field in Vegas. I'm not even sure if he took the flight with the team. I would imagine he probably stayed back to work out. Matt Barrows on the morning roast this morning talked about why the 49ers are actually pleased with giving Nick Bosa a massive deal.
Bosa, you feel confident about because he's been so steady, and not just steady, but steadily ascending. He manages to somehow carve a little bit off of his fat content every year, and he gets a little bit quicker because of that. So, that's what gives them the confidence to really kind of give him this big contract. And they've known forever that this contract was coming. That's why I don't think it's really on their side why it's being held up.
Yeah, it's certainly not a surprise that you've gotten to this point. And, oh, wow, look at that. Nick Bosa needs a new deal. Wow, who could have seen that coming? So I don't think that the holdup is over will they or won't they. It's just a question of how they can structure the money.
Yeah, and another note, Dibs, Nick Bosa coming in at number 4 on the NFL Top 100. That's pretty good last time I checked.
Yeah, really good. And Trent Williams down at like 14, I think.
Yeah.
The Niners did have a good handful of players inside that top 20 or the top 25, which is impressive. But much like any of these lists, whether it's quarterback tiers or the top 100, I know I love it too.
Yeah.
And it's content. And, coming up in the next segment, we're going to talk about a list that has come out about the NBA that we're going to rip into. So I love this content. But first, let's go to Honey Dripper on 280. What's going on, Honey Dripper? How's the traffic on 280?
It's a little tough right now. It's a little tough. But I had a question. I was listening to you guys about maybe an hour and a half ago, maybe an hour ago. I had to run some errands, so I don't know if you guys covered this. Wanted your opinion, a professional opinion. Who's tougher overall, NBA players or MLB players when it comes to the I'm about to fight, hold me back type of deal?
Great question, Honey Dripper. Thank you for that, and best of luck with the traffic down there. Who is tougher? It's a coin toss to me, Alan, because I'm going to give it to baseball players, though, because a lot of times if you're a batter and you get thrown at and you want to charge the mound and you charge the mound, there's no real hold me back about it. It's a 1-on-9 until the cavalry comes. In the NBA, a lot of times it's an immediate square off and it gets broken up a lot faster.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one because obviously, I don't know if it's apples and oranges. It's more like apples and pears. Similar situations. It is pear season. Before I even address this, I'd like to say that the whole flopping thing in the NBA, can we not play dumb about the flopping thing? These guys are playing the game. So when Johnny on my couch says that LeBron is soft because he flops all the time, you sound ridiculous. You sound like you don't know what you're talking about because LeBron is not soft. LeBron is playing the game. And if you truly think LeBron is soft, please find a way to square up with LeBron. I just got to say that first because the idea that these NBA players are actually soft when we know where a lot of these dudes come from is absurd. They're playing the game, right? They're trying to win a basketball game.
The game they're playing is a game of thespianism. They're basically acting. They're embellishing nothing in order to get a call to go their way. So that in and of itself is the act that is soft. It doesn't mean that the player is soft.
But people try.
That's a soft act.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. But LeBron is not soft. That's how I feel about it. So everybody's going to come through because of the flopping, and everybody's going to say it's MLB players, and I don't even know who I'm going to choose, but it's going to be because NBA players flop. That's it. I can guarantee you somebody's typing that right now.
I love it. I'll have to check the Xfinity Mobile text line here on the other side to see if that text actually did come in. Plus, somebody from Bleacher Report agrees with you as it pertains to LeBron James. We'll get into that and how they disrespected the 4-time champion Golden State Warriors. Matt Vasgersian joins us at the top of the hour to talk Shohei Ohtani and Major League Baseball. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. It's Styles and Dibs. Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Every business.
speed, fit. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
My guy Styles in for Willard today, and 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities will be out there golfing, and we want your company to join us. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to sfautismsociety.org for more details. That's sfautismsociety.org. Great golf and a great cause. Any holes in one in your career, Alan Styles?
No.
Anything
no.
close? Anything that you rattled the pin?
Close, sure. On a couple par threes, you end up going birdie, but nothing crazy. I heard when I was on with Willard, he was telling me that you are the Texas wedge champion.
Yes. I don't believe in chipping. I'm actually very, very bad at chipping. It's just something that I've had a hard time with throughout the course of my not so storied golf career.
Well, you don't get better if you don't do it.
Well, I don't play often enough to where I have a chance to do it. So now if I'm in front of the green and there's no obstacle between the hole and myself, I will putt.
Okay.
30 yards off, 50 yards off. I'll even putt as far as 70 yards off the green. I'm putting it.
No, I hear you because I'm a Texas wedge guy too, but the way I do it is depends on who I'm with. If I'm with a group and I'm trying to play well, then I'll go Texas wedge. If I'm trying to work on some things, then I'll still try to chip.
I will chip occasionally, and I'm kind of in the same boat as you in terms of like if it's a meaningful round. Steiny and I play in this tournament every year up in Truckee, and when we get into the tourney, the Cal Pacific, the Cal Pac. This year was the 35th annual.
Okay,
I won the 30th annual, and a lot of Texas wedge that day. This year,
gotta get it done.
This year, I got into a spot where I played so poorly in the opening round, I had no shot to win it. So I actually did chip a little bit more in day two than I normally would have because my race had been run, as they say.
There you go.
Shot a nice little 85 in day two, though.
Wow, look at
110 in the opener.
How did you do with the fans?
There were no fans.
From a couple weeks ago. From the listeners.
Oh, not great. 95. I think Mark shot at 86. I was horrendous early.
Man.
And then got a little bit better on the back nine.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, Lucas can speak to it. He was out there with us. And, my game is unfortunately at a spot where 2 or 3 triples, I'll hit, throw up a triple bogey, maybe a snowman. I'm not as consistent as I used to be.
Yeah.
Usually about 9 holes, I look good, mostly pars and the occasional bogey, and then 9 holes will just be ferocious.
All right.
And so I wind up with a pretty high score.
You're just an everyday golfer.
A little bit more of a broken down old guy on the course, Lucas, would you say?
I wouldn't go that far. Honestly, what I would say is that I was proud of your mental fortitude because myself personally, if I had one or up to 2 really bad holes, which, no shade, but you had 1 or 2 really bad holes in a row.
Yeah, boy.
You were in a rut. And for me, that would ruin the entire day. I wouldn't even be a pleasant person to be around with these listeners who we were given such a great prize for them to be with us. You turned it around. You got yourself out of that rut. You played a little bit better, but you wouldn't let yourself sink to that deep, deep hole, and I was proud of you for that.
Thank you, Lucas, and I appreciate you saying that because your boy can go to the dark side pretty quickly and pretty severely.
There you go.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a temper, Alan, and you haven't seen that side of me, and I'm trying to keep that from you because you and I have gotten along swimmingly here.
I've seen maybe a flash or two.
Oh, sure.
I've seen a flash of what it would be.
Ooh.
Not you actually doing it, but I can imagine. What it would be.
Yeah, your boy can run hot, 0 to 100 real quick.
Well, that's what the baby's for. Teach some patience.
Yeah, and it's It's funny because with the baby, there's no sense of that. Even as I'm trying to diaper her and she's doing like the rollover and the kick and the flip and, everything she's doing to not get this diaper put on her.
Right.
I have unbelievable patience. Now, if I'm, 130 yards out with an 8-iron and I duff one or skull one or fan one into the bunker, I have no patience for that.
I hear you.
But when it comes to raising this beautiful young lady, that's not a problem.
Yeah, I hear you. Dan Dibley, great dad, not so great golfer.
That's pretty good. Go ahead and say that at my funeral, which is right around the corner. Styles in for Willard here, 95.7 The Game. I want to throw this out to the listener, and Matt Vasgersian going to join us here at the top of the hour. So if you get on hold, stay on hold, because we do want to get to you. We were talking about Shohei Ohtani earlier, and how much would you pay Shohei Ohtani if he wasn't a pitcher? And, I know this is not the immediate future, but think about this. Ohtani gets a 10-year deal this offseason for $500 million. Let's say after 3 years, it becomes clear that he's not going to be able to be a starting pitcher anymore. Would you still pony up $50 million a year for just Shohei Ohtani, the hitter? 888-957-9570.
What's Aaron Judge getting a year?
Less than that. I don't even know if he's getting 40.
It has to be less than that.
Yeah, Trout is getting. Well, I just looked at Trout, and he's making 35.45 for the next 7 years. So he's got that's 71. He's got another. He's got another $245 million that they owe him. So, and it's good money if you can get it.
No, that's great money. I mean, to answer your question, I don't even need to hear Aaron Judge per se.
Judge is getting 40, Lucas is saying.
I can't do 50, Shohei. Not to just hit.
For just Shohei the hitter.
I can't do that. I'm sorry. Not if Aaron Judge is getting 40.
Well, Shohei better hitter than Aaron Judge. And it's not even close.
10 mil. Well, Aaron Judge is now.
He's damaged goods, is what he is.
Yeah,
now.
Availability, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's the conversation. The Yankees chose to pay that, and Farhan very smartly decided not to go with Aaron Judge. You know what I mean?
Well, he didn't have a choice. Yeah. You're going to get me started now. You're going to get me angry.
No, Farhan knew. Farhan knew. So I can't do 50 for Shohei, not just hitting. You could maybe get me to do 45, but not 50.
Not 50. Judge last year, in terms of, comparing Judge the hitter to Ohtani the hitter, Ohtani this year, OPS 1,082. Last year, Judge 1111. So Judge slightly better in OPS. Slugging last year, Judge 686. This year, Ohtani 673. So a slight edge to Judge as well. OBP for Judge last year, 425. Ohtani this year, 409. So Judge's best year, his career year, one of the best years in baseball history, by the way, with 62 home runs and 131 batted in, better than what Shohei Ohtani has done this year. Now, will Shohei hit 62 home runs? Probably not. He would need 22 homers over the last 50 games to catch him,
right?
And he would need 29 runs batted in. He might get him in runs batted in. He needs 29 runs batted in over the final 50 to catch Aaron Judge. So Ohtani having an Aaron Judge type season this year, but 50 would be too rich for your blood.
I think so. But here, it's tough because this is what I'm thinking about, Dibs. Aaron Judge, and I know sometimes that offense doesn't produce the way that New Yorkers would like them to and Yankee fans would like them to, but Ohtani's doing this with zero protection. Zero protection. He is the one guy that teams go in saying this guy can't beat us, and he's still beating them. Well, not necessarily beating them, but he is still getting his. So I think if you put him on a team with a better lineup, just imagine what he'd be able to do. But a team with a better lineup, you probably aren't going to be able to pony up 50 mil.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the Giants are a team that doesn't have a better lineup, and so they could pony up 50 mil. So if Judge is getting 40 a year, and if you look at Judge this year, he's only played in 59 games, and that's obviously due to injury. 20 home runs, though, in 254 at-bats, so 1 in every 12. Last year, he had 62 bombs in 570 at-bats, which was 1-9. 1-9 for Judge last year. A
That's
home
insane.
run in every 9, not plate appearances, but at bats.
Yeah.
And Shohei Ohtani this year is 1-10, basically, 1-10.5.
And you're going to make me go there. And I know Aaron Judge hits a lot. He hits a lot of home runs on the road, too, but he does get to play at Boston, who also has a Little League field, talking about the Little League World Series. He gets to play at Boston a lot, and he gets to play at his bandbox a lot in New York. Shohei doesn't get that.
Alan, you said you're okay at 45 for Shohei a year, but out at 50, you're really going to let him walk at $5 million a year?
I wouldn't say I would let him walk.
You're just going to lose out on him? Let him go to the Dodgers? Let him go to the Padres?
I wouldn't say I'd let him walk. I don't think anybody's going to get there, though, for Shohei the hitter. I think I'm setting the market, Lucas.
Well, you're not going to know. He's going to tell teams, I'm sure, this offseason that he wants to do both, but who knows how the next couple years play out, and he's not able to pitch every 6 days still.
Well, and that wasn't the original question. The original question, I believed that this was straight up, we know that he's not going to pitch.
Right.
But if he's teasing pitching, then yes, I have to pay $50 million.
You're right. That wasn't the original question. But my point is you're that stingy on $5 million? I'm wondering if that's that big a sticking point.
Do we have to talk about fantasy, Lucas?
Go on.
Well, I had to just pony up right here during the break, so yeah, I am that stingy.
No, I'm just talking about as an owner. If you were owning the team, not anything personal. Sorry if that came off that way. I didn't mean it that way.
Sure.
I'm saying if you own a baseball team, you would be that. $5 million of your money would be that big a deal.
But I think it depends on the situation. If I am the first team that he's talking to, like if it comes back and it's Shohei or bust, hey, this is my final offer, then no. But am I going in trying to spend $50 million for Shohei the hitter? No, I'm not. But would I let him walk because of it? I'm not sure. You know what? But the thing that I would, if we're still talking about this in terms of we know he's not going to pitch, I mean, it does get to a point where, and we're about to talk to Matt Vasgersian as well. I mean, if the Angels can matter to muck this up, how do we know that a different team couldn't muck it up? Basically, what I'm saying is paying Shohei all that money isn't guaranteeing anything.
Right, and nothing's guaranteed, as we've seen now from Mike Trout, for example, a guy who's making...
They got both of them.
Exactly, and you have Trout and Ohtani, and you've had Pujols, and you've had Rendon and other high-priced guys, but you haven't done anything. Matt Vasgersian, listening to all of this on hold. We'll get to him, but first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's my pleasure to be joined by Matt Vasgersian, Bay Area treasure, play-by-play announcer for the Los Angeles Angels, and obviously, whoa, what a wild game yesterday, Matt. Who lost the game? Did the Angels lose it twice and the Giants lost it once? How did that thing go?
I don't know. I mean, really, if I know people in the Bay Area haven't watched a lot of Angels games other than the matchups with the A's and Giants, but boy, that we've seen that movie too many times with the Angels, where you plug away, take a lead to the late innings, and then somehow it goes south, and that's kind of what happened last night. I'm not on that series, but I do, still stay tuned into what they do when I'm not working, and that was tough one to stomach, and it's when a losing streak in the throes of a pennant race gets into the 4, 5, 6, 7, as it is for the Angels now, you're starting to run out of canvas. So hopefully they can turn things around here soon.
Yeah, Matt, obviously the injury to Mike Trout, one of the best players to ever play the game, doesn't help the situation. But just big picture, what has gone wrong for the Angels? They came out and said, we're not trading Ohtani. We're going to go all in. And they've gone all nothing ever since they said that. Yeah, they tried. I'm telling you, usually the Executive of the Year award does not go to a team that doesn't go very far into the postseason and almost never goes to a team's executive that doesn't get to the postseason. But, I mean, Perry Manassian's going to die trying. He has engineered so many smaller level deals that make good baseball sense that just haven't worked. I mean, Lucas Giolito pitches tonight. It's his Angels Stadium debut after being acquired. He's had 2 road starts, the last of which was disastrous in Atlanta.
I mean, he got 0 swings and misses on his fastball. He threw 12 fastballs and did not get a single swing and miss. Not a good sign. But the deals have been sound. Bullpen problems have been an issue, and has been the case for the past few years. Bench depth. Now, this year they were ready for it. They went out and signed a bunch of veteran role players, knowing that Anthony Rendon gets hurt frequently, knowing that you've got some older players around the diamond. But even those guys got hurt. I mean, the loss of Gio Urshela was catastrophic, and at the time, I think people that are following the Angels closely knew that was a big deal. You don't think of losing a player like that as being such a hurtful thing, but he could play both corners, play both spots up the middle, hit with runners in scoring position. They've tried to replace him, and it's been a struggle. I mean, bad luck, health, bad bullpen problems, and it's been one of those years.
Matt Vasgersian here on 95.7 The Game. The big topic here, as it is in the Southland, as it is across Major League Baseball, is Shohei Ohtani, and he did it again at the bat yesterday, last night, and I know he's going to start on Wednesday. What is the prognosis in terms of Angels fans and keeping Shohei Ohtani?
Well, they're hopeful that the atmosphere that's been created for him will play when he's making his decision at season's end as to where he wants to go. I do think this. It's going to be a West Coast destination, if you ask me. That's a personal opinion. I'm not saying that with any insight. I just think between the Angels, the Dodgers, the Giants, the Mariners, and even the Padres, the right answer is somewhere there. People in Anaheim, people in Southern California, Angels fans, that is, are hopeful that he stays put. It's going to take a pricely sum to keep him. Everybody's aware of that. What he brings in as far as additional revenue from Japanese advertisers, the eyeballs he puts on your brand, all these are reasons, by the way, and part of the calculus why the team decided not to trade him at the deadline. On that day, they were only 3 games out of the final wildcard spot. Why wouldn't you keep him and push and build around him? And they did. It just hasn't worked. And one of the things that I tell people who think they're, GMs and, they should have traded him for prospects. All right, well, you could say that, but think about this. In addition to the fact that there were only 3 out at the deadline, everything he accomplishes from here on out, and there are going to be more things in the next 2 months that he does that make our jaws drop. He's doing it in an Angels uniform with an Angels logo on, and there is value in that. The permanent record is going to reflect these 3 monster seasons that this generational talent has had in that particular uniform. So the idea that you could trade him and make a Herschel Walker deal, a 9-for-1, a 5-for-1, nobody was going to do that for 2 months of a rental player, knowing that the Southern California teams in particular are going to come at him with huge money when he hits free agency.
Matt, not to be disrespectful at all, as you have kind of laid out what the Angels might say, but I'm just thinking to myself, what would, besides the good weather, and it is great down there, what would the pitch be to Shohei as far as the competitive aspect that everybody has said is very important to him? And with that, where does Mike Trout come into play? Is he somebody that the Angels could trust to speak to him as well? Because we're thinking for the Giants, what the pitch would be. What would the Angels pitch be?
I think the pitch would be, you are the Lord and Master here, and he's been able to voice his opinion and get a lot of play as to his comfort level, right? I mean, it's not something that other teams can't necessarily replicate, but he is comfortable with the Angels. It's a smaller media presence team, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, than, say, the Yankees, for sure. I don't know that he wants anything to do with the 5 dozen writers that show up from publications you've never heard of that cover the Yankees that somehow make it credentialed and can make life pretty tough on a player that's underperforming. I mean, that might factor into the calculus for him. The brand association, he's comfortable, and he is a creature comfort guy. He doesn't really seek, he's not a guy that seeks out the big endorsement deals, with the exception of the New Balance contract that he's got. He's not dying to be on Instagram like a lot of players are. I think Southern California and the Angels, Orange County particularly, suits his personality. That would be the pitch the Giants are going to come at him guns a-blazing, as they did with Carlos Correa, with Aaron Judge. And by the way, the Giants, who are playing better than anybody could have imagined on opening day, where would they be had they landed one of those big fish? How would that have changed the calculus of what they do? Would they have been better or not? I say not. I like what they've done. And sometimes overspending for that one big free agent doesn't put you there. Ask the Mets all about that.
Yeah, and we'll send this cut over to Farhan Zaidi, who has received a lot of criticism here locally, Matt, about not doing as much. It's Matt Vasgersian here from the MLB Network here on 95.7 The Game. Let's just talk about the Giants real quick in terms of their viability as a real threat in October. What do you think about this roster and their inaction at the deadline and what they could possibly do down the stretch here?
Well, I think, first of all, it's about getting in at this point. And, the landscape is littered with teams that we didn't think were positioned to make that run that ended up hoisting the Commissioner's Trophy. If you'll recall, as recently as 2019, the Washington Nationals bullpen through July was on pace to be the worst in modern baseball history. And that includes train wrecks like the 96 Tigers, the 04 Cubs. We could keep going with that. They were bad. They fixed their bullpen. Strasburg got red hot, and they won the World Series. Nobody thought the 2003 Marlins, as a wild card team, had a puncher's chance to defeat the Cubs in the NLCS, the famous Bartman game. I mean, they were going back to Wrigley Field, and the Cubs were lined up with Mark Pryor and Kerry Wood, and there's no chance the Cubs were going to lose those two games, and they did. And then the Marlins beat the Yankees in the World Series. Like, you get in and you're hot, and everything's different. The 2010 Giants, the Cody Ross-led 2010 Giants, at no point did somebody look at that team and say they are destined to get to the Fall Classic. But they got hot, and I don't think there's any reason why the Giants couldn't replicate that. I mean, the wild card field is pretty crazy in the National League, right? The Marlins have lost 17 out of 22, including 5 in a row. The Cubs are red hot. Right now, the Marlins and Reds are going to kill each other off because they're head-to-head. It's way too early to handicap any of this because there are 4 teams within 4 games of that final wild card spot in the National League. If the Giants just take care of their own business, they're going to get one of the 3 seats, and I think they'd be dangerous in the postseason.
Matt, conversely, you have the hot teams that are kind of punching above their weight. Who do you think is a little bit of fool's gold? Who's out there that's a good team, but you don't really buy that they'll be able to do anything when it's time for the MLB playoffs?
Well, that's a good question. The Rays got out of the gate so hot, and I really like them, and I like what they do, but they are waiting with bated breath to get medical news on Tyler Glasnow and Shane McClanahan, and if that doesn't go their way, I think they have some trouble ahead of them. The Yankees, the New York Yankees, with that bloated payroll. I mean, boy, we watched the Yankees-Angels series last month, 3 games where the Yankees struck out in 40% of their plate appearances over a 3-day period. It was unbelievable. We did a game last week against the Rays on MLB Network. It was after the Sunday night game against the Orioles where they stunk, and then the Monday against the Rays, they struck out a bunch there too. They struck out 31 times in 2 days, which was a franchise futility record for the most strikeouts over a 2-game span. They have all kinds of holes. In the National League, I think there's just too much parity to say that somebody's fool's gold. I mean, we're all waiting for the Padres to play better baseball. And yesterday we had the Padres-Dodgers game on MLB Network, and they get a 5-0 lead. They whack Tony Gonsolin in the bottom half of inning number 3 or 4. The very next half inning, the Dodgers answer back with 8, and Seth Lugo's out of the game. So I don't know that the Padres are going to find their footing. We keep waiting for it to happen. Maybe they would fit that description. But the National League, there's so much parity there. It's just going to be a great, fun race down the stretch.
You mentioned the Yankees, and I hadn't seen that many strikeouts since I was trying to get a date to junior prom back in '85, Matt.
Ew.
Yeah, thank you.
I know what that one feels like, too.
Yeah, I'm here all week. Matt Vasgersian here on 95.7 The Game. The future of Shohei, and Alan and I were talking about this earlier in the show in terms of, can he really be a starting pitcher for the long term, or is he better suited maybe to be a hitter closer?
Man, the people have suggested that to use him as a closer. I don't know. He's a creature of habit, and that's I think that has to be part of the decision-making process for whoever lands him in free agency. He requires a 6-man rotation, and that doesn't work for everybody, right? I mean, there are pitchers on the Angels that had to make really big adjustments still early in their major league careers. A guy like Patrick Sandoval, Reed Detmers, who's a first-rounder. Those are guys that are used to pitching on 4 days rest. You add that additional day's rest to accommodate Ohtani, and you have to do that, and it changes things. I used to think kind of naively that he was a more valuable hitter than pitcher if I had to pick one. I think as amazing as he is offensively, I don't know that you can say that anymore. It's a coin flip. I mean, the year he won the MVP award, he had a WAR, wins over replacement rating, that was equal to Garrett Cole as a pitcher and Giancarlo Stanton as a hitter. I mean, how do you even monetize that in making a free agent offer? So I think he is going to do both for the foreseeable future, if not forever. It's important to him. I think, whoever buys him is going to land, again, a generational talent, possibly the best player in the history of the sport. I know that sounds firm, but I think that that's appropriate.
Just real quick, though, Matt, can his body withstand that sort of demand to do both?
I think if anybody's can, it's his. He's a freakish athlete. He takes care of himself. He eats right. He doesn't run around at night. He takes conditioning and physiology really seriously. He's a driveline devotee. He has his own protocol before a game where he spends a little bit of time on the field with weighted balls, doing some weird stuff that you might see on YouTube that only he understands. If anybody can pull that off, it's Shohei Ohtani.
Matt Vasgersian, Angels play-by-play, MLB Network, Pride of Camp Lindo. Thank you so much for joining us, Matt.
Good visiting with you guys. You bet.
No doubt. Always good to talk to Matt Vasgersian here on 95.7 The Game. And, man, it struck me, Alan, what he said there toward the tail end about Shohei Ohtani, a mix of Giancarlo Stanton and Garrett Cole. And I guess if you had those two players individually, you would pay them probably more than $50 million.
I would. And don't worry. Me and Lucas have cleared it up.
Okay.
All right.
He called you a cheapskate.
He did.
What he was doing.
He
Chintzy.
did. Well, he tried to lock me into a situation with no context and then flip my words around, but we shall overcome, Dibs.
Yeah, and you did. And I appreciate you toughing that out because nobody wants to see you put into a box.
That's right.
Over $5 million, which would be $50 million if you spread that over the 10-year contract that Shohei Ohtani is likely going to fetch. But Matt seems to think that Ohtani, based on his fitness and his training and the rest of it, would be able to continue to do the pitching and the hitting for some time into the future.
I don't doubt that he can. It's just the level, right? I mean, I think he will always. I think for as long as he'll play, he will never be a bad pitcher. It's just a matter of, does our rotation have a guy who is a better pitcher than Shohei? And does it make more sense in 7 years? Does it make more sense to now go with that pitcher only and have Shohei just hit?
Which, I mean, you could do, but if Shohei Ohtani ultimately wants to do both, then whatever team is going to acquire him is going to have to accommodate that because he's been that dynamic at doing both. By far, best hitter in baseball right now. As a pitcher, you could argue that he's top 8, top 10, maybe top 15, depending on what you look at. If you look at all of the typical metrics, for example, strikeouts, just raw numbers, he's 7th in baseball in strikeouts with 160. Strikeouts per 9 innings, he's 4th at 11.6. His whip, wins plus hits over innings pitched, among qualified pitchers, he's 8th. So you look at all those metrics, and even if you looked at ERA, he's among the leaders. He's been dominant as a pitcher, and as a hitter, he's simply the best hitter in the game. Some are saying he's one of the best hitters of all time already.
Yeah. So 5 years would make him 33. right? So he would still be in his prime. I would say that 5 years feels fair. And then after that, once you get to 34, 35, you would think at that point maybe Shohei would be a team player if the numbers aren't there. Because that's what I'm talking about, Dibs. Let's say you have a ridiculous rotation, which Shohei would hope because he wants to be on a competitor. And Shohei, we could trade for somebody. We might have a kid who's coming up who's supposed to be the next big thing, and you aren't what you once were as a pitcher. This makes sense to us. At that point, it gets sticky because I just don't see Shohei being a guy to say no, right? I think it's
to be that stubborn.
To be that stubborn. Not at that point, not when you're 35 years old. Right now, sure, and you deserve to be. But if you're 35 and the production isn't the same, basically, I guess it's a long-winded way of saying it's going to work itself out.
Yeah, and I think that if it's a 10-year deal, I look at the back end, the back five, the back nine, so to speak, but the back five of the contract when he would be 34. He just turned 29 back on July 5th. Mm-hmm. So right now, legitimate 29 years of age. In 5 years, he'll be 34.
Right.
In 10, he'll be 39. So if you look at those years from 35 to 39, could you justify him just being a hitter? And maybe he's a closer for you. I still think that he has value as a pitcher. And if you look at what he's done in terms of innings, he's only thrown about 470 innings in his major league career. I know he pitched previous to that overseas, but his arm, I know he's had injuries, but he hasn't been used that much to where you would expect him to break down sooner.
Sure, but I just don't see. To me, it's just like any other player. And Shohei isn't any other player, but Father Time is undefeated.
Yeah.
And whenever it is time, it's just going to be a matter of the line to what isn't good enough, right? At some point, it won't be debatable. The question is, when it is debatable, how does that team and how does Shohei react?
Yeah, and I think that his reaction ultimately will be dependent on his situation and the reality of where he is as a pitcher, because right now he's been such a good pitcher throughout his short time in baseball. 15-9 last year, 4th in the Cy Young voting. This year he's 9-5. The ERA is up about a full point, but that's to say it's only at 3.32 instead of 2.33.
Right.
Last year he was so unbelievable. Led baseball in strikeouts per nine at 11.9. So his stuff still appears to be there. He's been touched up a little bit more with the long ball. 18 home runs he's given up this year. But other than that, he's been remarkable. So I can't imagine any team wanting him to step away from pitching at this point in his career.
No. Yeah, at this point, you want both. It's just when will it be a conversation to not? And, I believe that Farhan and Gabe Kapler, when that time comes, they'll take care of him the way he should be taken care of.
Yeah, interesting, though, to see where he might wind up as Shohei Ohtani likely going to test the waters of free agency this offseason, with the Angels continuing to kind of flame out in Titanic fashion as the Angels have lost 8 of 10, and they now find themselves 8 games out in the wild card. And with game 2 of 3 against the Giants tonight, and then Shohei Ohtani on the bump tomorrow, that'll be pretty fun to see.
Oh, yeah? I'm excited to see it. And as all right, as a Giants fan, you want to touch him up almost because you want him to see that competitive side of the Giants, and you're already seeing it.
Yeah.
Same way you saw it with Shohei at the World Baseball Classic. That was a version of Shohei we haven't gotten to see because the Angels just haven't been very good.
All eyes on Shohei tonight, but especially tomorrow as the Giants will face him when he's on the bump. Well, I talked about this before, Alan. I teased it, but the disrespect for the Golden State Warriors has reared its ugly head again. The Bleacher Report, or just Bleacher Report, has come out with their ranking of the best superstar duos right now. And I believe they ranked their top 5 superstar duos, and they added 2 duos to the honorable mention list. Are you ready for Bleacher Report's top 5 duos as they see it in the National Basketball Association?
Very, very ready.
Honorable mention, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, with a great bit of experience together, 6 years and a trip to the NBA Finals. They fall short of cracking the top 5. Also honorably mentioned, Joel Embiid and James Harden, statistically one of the best duos in basketball last year, but they fell short. And also Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. So 3 duos missing out on the top 5. Are you ready for the top 5? Thank you. The top 5 NBA duos according to Bleacher Report. We start with number 5 from the Dallas Mavericks, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. Number 4. You mentioned that he's maybe the softest player in the NBA. Your words, not mine. LeBron James and Anthony Davis come in at number 4.
Number 3.
Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray as a duo, NBA champions.
Number 2.
Giannis Antetokounmpo and Drew Holiday.
Number 1.
Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. No mention, Styles. Not even a mention. Not even a honorable mention. No mention at all of the Splash Brothers who've won 4 championships. Your thoughts on the disrespect?
Well, the emphasis is on right now. And Bleacher Report does not think that they are a superstar duo right now. And I think that's good. I want Clay to read this. And I want Steph to read this.
Bulletin board material?
I'm glad that they're not on the list.
Not even honorable mention?
That's a little nuts to me. I'm really surprised Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are only honorable mention.
Yeah, I agree.
Embiid and Harden, they feel like honorable mention to me. And Kawhi and Paul George, we're all just going to live in this fairyland and just continue to believe that one day they're going to get it, put it all together and be on the court
be healthy at the same time.
And it's just not happening. It's just not happening. Luka and Kyrie, I mean, if you talk about NBA Twitter and just the obsession that people have with Kyrie and Luka, it's just absurd. I mean, the bottom line is that they were in playoff contention when they traded for Kyrie, and then they fell out of playoff contention. Now, I don't know if you've heard the term, people call Kyrie the most skilled point guard ever. That's their little prize for Kyrie, which I don't even know what that means, to be completely honest with you. And I can't talk basketball with people that use terms like that. Luka, everybody continues to want to crown him every single year, and I'm still waiting for him to actually do something. I know he went to the Western Conference Finals, but all right.
And then they got blown out of the gym by the Golden State Warriors, who couldn't even make it on this list.
Exactly. LeBron James and Anthony Davis, fine. I mean, I think people are kind of prisoner of the moment right now because of how well Anthony Davis played in the playoffs for a majority of the playoffs. Jokic and Murray, of course, I have no qualms about that. They just won the championship, and they are dynamic. Giannis and Drew Holiday, that's interesting, I guess. I mean, you would think, I know Middleton was injured for a good bit of this year.
Yep.
So Giannis and Drew Holiday, I guess that's the thing. You're just pairing, a lot of these are just really good players with their counterparts. So to me, this is disrespect to Steph, because Steph deserves to be on here somewhere. If Steph, and all the lists we see, Steph is still a top 5 player. Right. So you must, it's really not disrespectful to Steph as much as it is to Clay, because you're saying that you can't even, Steph is a top 5 player and he can't even get on the list. That's how little you're contributing at this point, Clay. That's how I would read this, because Steph is a top 5 player right now. And LeBron isn't. And neither is AD. Top 5. Neither of them are top 5. AD can get there sometimes, but LeBron's not top 5 anymore. And Drew Holiday's not top 5. Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, sure, why not?
Yeah, and that's kind of how it feels to me when it comes to Drew Holiday, because I don't think that he is worthy of being on this list. Great player, but he's kind of the +1 alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Right.
And that's a little bit how I feel about Luka and Kyrie, because I think Kyrie's best years are behind him. And it's interesting what Bleacher Report wrote underneath their ranking at number 5. Irving should also be happy and motivated after signing a 3-year, $126 million contract, while Doncic looks slimmer than ever heading into year 5. The notion of Kyrie Irving should also be happy and motivated, that to me is hilarious, because as Kyrie is further advanced into his career, happy and motivated are things that have been fickle and passing for him. All it's taken is a couple of bad episodes or a couple of bad breaks in his own career or his situation to go from happy and motivated to unhappy and disgruntled.
There's no way this works, okay, for a couple of reasons. I like Mark Cuban. I watch Shark Tank, okay? I love the show. He didn't have a choice. He had to sign Kyrie. But I believe that they don't know what Luka needs. And they're just going to keep signing players until they figure it out. You had Porzingis, didn't work out. He had to go, and then played pretty darn well in Washington. Now he's in Boston. You had Jalen Brunson. Okay, so the big didn't work. Then you had Jalen Brunson. Okay, that version of a guard didn't work. He goes off and plays very well in New York. And now you have Kyrie. So now let's just grab Kyrie because there's no way it's not going to work. And to your point, Dibs, the coddling is absurd. I mean, you've never had to worry about Steph being happy. You've never had to worry about a lot of these players. So you got James Harden on here, who he's in the fickle club. Kyrie's in the fickle club.
Yep.
Kevin Durant's in the fickle club. All these guys are better served to be on this list than Steph and Clay. And again, it's just a big disrespect to Clay. But if they're saying they're talking about right now, and specifically right now, and they're looking at the stats and saying Clay isn't that right now, I can see where they're coming from. As a Warriors fan, I'm not happy about it.
Right.
But to be completely honest with you, it's a little bit of the, hey, you can talk bad about my younger sibling, or I can talk bad about my younger sibling, but you can't. That's what it feels like to me. And I'm sure if you broke down the numbers, it would make sense. But I don't care about the numbers right now.
Right.
I don't care.
Well, the numbers they used are net rating together. And this is where the list for me is a little curious because Kevin Durant and Devin Booker come in at number 1, but they only played 8 games together during the regular season. Yeah. So their net rating was a plus 18.4, which was the best in the association among just 2-player combos. And so you look at Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and you think, yeah, if they're both healthy and playing at their best, they might be the best combo. Those are 2 of the best, you could say 10 players in the association, I think safely. But the injury thing is a curiosity. LeBron and AD at number 4 is also curious. Now, Anthony Davis just got paid. He got a massive $60+ million a year Supermax extension, and LeBron James is going to be 40 years old. So, again, that's another combo who I don't know how much they're actually going to play together. Luka and Kyrie, I'm with you. I'm selling that combo. Giannis and Drew Holiday, I don't think are that daunting of a pairing. And I agree with you about Jalen and Jason with Boston. Those 2 for me should have been maybe number 2 or maybe number 3. I would put Jokic and Murray at number 1. These guys are coming off a title.
Right.
And then Jason and Jalen, to me, in Boston, that's a dynamic duo. And now that Jaylen Brown got paid, I think that he comes in ready to show the world that he's worth every penny.
Yeah, and the reason the ring conversation, I'm not going to get hung up on that part of it, is simply because in 2022, it wasn't what we saw with the Nuggets, where it was Jokic and Murray and bing, bang, boom, right? When they won in 2022, it was Steph, but it was a little bit of Clay and maybe more of Jordan Poole and a good bit of Andrew Wiggins. That's the question, actually, now that we think about it. And it is right now because it is right now, so this wouldn't happen. I'm not trying to disrespect Clay at all, but is it more, if this was from last year, from 2022, and let's say Wiggins had a comparable year to 2022, wouldn't we be talking about that duo being Steph and Wiggins?
Well, it was for a couple of weeks, and then that's about it. But I don't think Andrew Wiggins has played consistently enough to earn his spot as the other member of that duo. And
in 2022,
for a while, I mean, 2022 he was an all-star in May and June.
He was an all-star that year.
He was an all-star. Fine.
And then was a huge reason they won.
What happened between the all-star game and the end of the year? He was not a consistently dominant player.
Right.
And before that, he certainly wasn't. And then last year,
last year takes him out of that. Last year takes him out of it.
And last year, and you can put you can take the personal reasons and put that aside if you want. But he also had an illness that was reportedly a non-COVID significant illness. he had an injury, and then he had the personal issue that took him out for more than half the season.
Yeah.
So because of his inability to be available, and also for me, what he did in 2021, which was largely not impactful for the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, in the championship year, he played great, especially in the playoffs and in the finals. He was unbelievable.
Sure.
And it makes you wonder why you can't get that Andrew Wiggins more often. But I guess it's just not the way he's cut. He's not cut from that cloth. So he hasn't earned that spot to be their number 2. I don't think.
Either.
And it's Clay by default.
All right.
And, Clay, at this point in his career, he should be, I think, in this conversation. But, last year he had a bit of an up and down year. He led the association in three-pointers made, also in three-pointers attempted. But I'm surprised that the Warriors didn't at least get an honorable mention based on the fact that you got Steph Curry. And Steph was top 10 in the NBA last year in MVP voting, as was Jimmy Butler, another guy who didn't get...
Jimmy and Bam, maybe?
Jimmy and Bam, exactly. So...
Yeah.
Just a little bit curious for me the way this list shook out. And they only had 8 combos on there. 8 duos, rather.
Yeah, Jimmy and Bam is a weird one. For Steph to not be on it just when you know Steph is still widely seen as a top 5 player, that just says they don't have any belief in Klay Thompson or Andrew. He's not on the list, so it doesn't really matter who they would pair him up with because nobody's there. So I still think it's a good thing. They were very open. The Warriors were after they won in 2022 that they do read all this stuff. So I hope
the Petty Kings.
So I hope Klay's reading it. I hope Steph is reading it, and it's all good because none of this matters. I mean, how many lists have the Clippers won? How many lists did the Brooklyn Nets win?
Yeah.
And they haven't done absolutely anything. They've done nothing. Yeah,
and even Phoenix, to that same point, Phoenix has been unable to get itself over the line. And so you're right in terms of these lists. They don't have any bearing on NBA games or NBA seeding. I do think it's an interesting conversation, though, in terms of one person's opinion about duos and the Warriors. And I wonder if, many around the league are starting to sleep on the Warriors and put them more into the History Channel than part of the future.
They think the Warriors are done this time. Everybody feels that 2022 was a mulligan in some way. And all right, they got us. They got us once, but now they're done. They're not. People don't call it a fluke because you can't. That'd be disrespectful. But all right, that's all the Warriors had left. And the way the Warriors acted after that, sure, I could see why a non-Warriors fan would think, the way the Nuggets have emerged and the way the Warriors went out. And let's be honest, the Warriors roster isn't much different. They didn't get bigger. They didn't get more athletic. They got less athletic. So I can see why a non-Warriors fan would say, I don't see it. Even with Steph, I don't see it. There's just not enough. There's not enough help there. So I get it. I understand it, but that just helps the Warriors. But I don't necessarily know. The thing is, if we're doing this, I think what you would say, Dibs, is that the LeBron, the Kawhi and Paul George thing, there's 2 that bother me. Kawhi and Paul George and LeBron and AD. Those feel like, hey, they just deserve to be in this conversation. So if they deserve to be in this conversation, Steph and Klay also do. That's my issue.
Yeah. The one that bugs me the most would be Luka and Kyrie. And this from the Xfinity Mobile text line, the 650. Luka is not a winner and will never, all caps, be a winner. And from the 925, didn't Klay lead the league in three-pointers last season? Yes, he did. Three-pointers made and three-pointers attempted. So Klay was able to corner the market on both of those categories.
Right. Hey, if you're going to have one, you're going to have them all. Luka Ball, we've seen this before with Harden, and you could make the argument, and I know Luka's stats are ridiculous, but you can make the argument that even Harden was, I guess, his skill set and what he was doing, it feels like it transferred better. Maybe it was because of D'Antoni and it just made more sense. But it feels like people always say if it wasn't for the Warriors and that team that they had, the Rockets would have won a ring, right? That's not a situation with the Mavs. Even if they had went to the finals, I don't think they would have beat the Celtics. It doesn't matter now. But Luka, they're just they're getting to a crossroads where I think that organization is running out of ideas for how to best utilize Luka. Because similar, Dibs, if we go back to football for a second and we talk about Justin Fields and what he's done, or Josh Allen, these guys that play hero ball, they haven't won the big one. And Justin Fields hasn't got close, but specifically Josh Allen. Now, for as good as Patrick Mahomes is, he doesn't really play hero ball like that, right? And so that's a difference. So then you have guys that are in the top 5 like Steph and even LeBron James, and they don't play hero ball, and they have championships. So I don't know what the Mavericks are going to do, but this idea, people love to crown players so early, and Luka stepped on the floor, and for whatever reason, everybody, I know he's a good player, but this idea that he's going to be the face, he's going to do, maybe he will. I'm just saying I don't know yet.
Yeah.
So the people that are talking like they do know yet sound ridiculous.
Right, and if Luka has improved his body, that's good, because the more you watch him, you realize that he needs to definitely get stronger and get fitter.
They say that every year, though.
But this might be the year. And, it does.
And every year, Ben Simmons was getting a three-pointer.
Right. Well, and, Markelle Fultz is going to learn how to shoot and so many other things that we think about. But if Luka Doncic can improve his body and his fitness and certainly his defense, he's an unbelievably skilled player and still so young that I don't think that you can yet write him off or put him into any sort of a box in terms of the player that he's going to be. We got one more segment on the other side, Styles and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game, and I want to ask Alan about a disturbing trend in the NFL and see if it might change over the next few weeks. We are sponsored by Cars.com. Styles in for Willard on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wrapping up another good show here with my man Alan Stiles on 95.7 The Game. Mark Willard off for the balance of the week. He's back on Monday. I'm out on Monday. Willard and Dibs will return together August 21st, just in time to ramp up for 49er football.
Wow. Yeah, you gotta, time everything out right and be here when the lights get bright.
Yeah, we had an old program director who basically had a company policy of no days off between Labor Day and I think it was Thanksgiving, or even Labor Day and Christmas, because it's football.
That makes sense.
It's the big days, and so you were encouraged to take your days if you could over the course of the summer. And that way, when you hit Labor Day and you get into football, we're going to have all hands on deck, and we're going to all be locked in on, the big part of the year. But now with this Warriors thing that we've had going, it's
different.
Well, yeah, it's different because football still is king, but now you get to December and you get into the holiday, and then you come back in January, and the Niners are probably a playoff team, and so you're going full bore into February, and then you hit February, and the Warriors at that point are, 30-19, hitting the All-Star break, and it's like, all right, now we got to gear up for the Warriors and push them all the way into June. So it's kind of turned into a 12 months a year deal with these teams. It's not a complaint.
Right.
It's actually a good thing, right? To have, and the Giants, what they've been doing has been fun. So we're kind of in a glory period here in the Bay Area sports-wise.
We have been for a while. The only thing that's been missing is the Niners' ability to get that sixth ring. That's all that this era of Bay Area sports has been missing. And if you're a Sharks fan, Sharks get a ring as well.
Yeah, close handful of years ago, but since then, man, it's been some tough times. Well, before we get out, I do want to share this. Grandy passed along from Shams Charania. The Warriors are holding free agent workouts. They've got, I believe, one roster spot still available. And the veterans who are going to be coming in, and you can tell me what you think of this list: Dion Waiters, Tony Snell, Kent Bazemore, former Warrior, Juan Toscano Anderson, former Warrior, Harry Giles, not the singer, and Trey Burke. This will all happen over the next couple of weeks, according to sources who told Shams and Anthony Slater. And Golden State has multiple rounds of workouts to identify signings. Who would you put at the top of that wish list, Alan?
Well, it would probably be JTA. You got to think he's the leader in the clubhouse. He's got familiarity. We know he's from Oakland. We love our guy JTA. And it just makes sense, specifically for what Steph continues to talk about. Just guys that know their role, that aren't going to worry about this or that. That's what I would say about some of the other guys on that list, like a Harry Giles. I've seen some clips of him working out, and he looks like a beast. He looks really good. But is he going to be a guy that wants to show that he can still be a true contributor in this league and maybe not be happy with his time versus a JTA? JTA knows what he's getting into, right? And I would say Kent Bazemore would know that as well. But Kent Bazemore, I mean, I don't really know why you would go with the Kent Bazemore, just because of the size issue that the Warriors already have. So I would put JT at the top of that list. I like Giles. I would just worry about, hey, are you okay with whatever playing time you're going to get? And they'll all say they are, but once it actually comes down to it, there's just such an emphasis with the Warriors about knowing your role and being okay with it. That's why you'd have to really vet that situation, whereas with JTA, you wouldn't really have to vet it like that.
I think Bazemore would come in and know his role, and he can be a bit of a feisty wing defender. My concern about Bazemore, though, is the fact that he didn't play last year. Sacramento signed him and then waived him, and he sat out the year. So Bazemore comes in maybe with a little bit more rust, and he's 34, so I don't know how much he would have left to give. But, we're looking at filling roster spot. I guess it would be roster spot 14 or 15. This player probably would be in a similar spot on the depth chart. You're not looking to bring in this veteran to do much other than, provide some emergency minutes and some fill-in minutes when you're going to have load management.
Yeah, and that's why even though I think Bazemore, I would probably take him offensively over JTA. Hopefully you're not in very many situations where you're thinking, oh, come on, we really need that JTA 3. That hopefully that's not the situation that you find yourself in.
Tony Snell, 31 years of age, 6'6", a little bit of a 2-3 combo, might provide a little bit more length, but just looking at his numbers, he's a pretty good three-point shooter over the course of his career. 43% from the floor, 39% from three. So a guy who can shoot it a little bit, won't demand the ball a lot, averaging 6 points a game for his career. A little bit younger, a little bit more length than Bazemore, probably closer to JTA in terms of what he could provide. So that might be a player who could fit, somebody who could come in maybe and knock down a couple of threes in spots.
Yeah, and the thing about JTA is, you notice it with just other situations in life other than basketball. Because you have that familiarity, it might be easier for the Warriors to, hey, JTA, we brought you in. If they really feel that Snell or anybody else fits better, or Giles or whoever fits better, I think that they wouldn't be afraid to cut JTA or to not sign JTA. Right. So I think even though he's the leader in the clubhouse just because of familiarity, the Warriors are going to take, we've heard Steph, the Warriors are going to take whoever they think can help the most.
Yeah, and help and also fit. I think that the idea of a fit is just as important. You don't want somebody who comes in and either rocks the boat or grumbles if they don't get the playing time, or also maybe doesn't fit in terms of the size that you might need. And this is where Trey Burke, probably the best player on the list.
Yeah.
In terms of accolades and youth. He's only 30.
He just dropped
former lottery pick.
56. Well, he was nasty at Michigan. Just dropped 56 in a pro-am because why not?
6 feet, though. He's a 6-footer. So you've already got a team of Steph and CP3, pretty diminutive in the background, and now you're going to add another smallish guard. I don't know if from a fit standpoint, Trey Burke would be the guy I would go to.
No. It's probably just hey, he's been balling. Let's bring him in.
Yeah.
But, you have 3 point guards already, so I don't see that happening.
Just in terms of a workout. And, the Warrior fan who is dreaming of finding a big or let's bring in a 7-footer, I just don't think that's going to happen. The rookie, Jackson Davis, he'll get the best chance to maybe be that size at 6'9" or 6'10". I don't even know if you would put him up at 6'10", but this Warrior team is going to be without a true big man yet again, but starting to get excited. The schedule should be dropping next week. Last year, the schedule came out on August 17th, and usually the schedule comes out about the same time every year, third week of August, so be looking forward to that. And what do you think? Christmas Day game for the Warriors? Are the Warriors still marquee enough to where they get a Christmas game, and do they get the marquee spot on Christmas Day?
It's the Steph show. Steph is still the best show in the association. Steph is still the best show. So maybe because of a respect thing, they might go with somebody else. The problem is the Warriors, if the Lakers had won the whole thing, because it has to be storylines. The problem is if the Lakers had won the whole thing, it probably would be Lakers, Warriors, but the Nuggets did. And unfortunately for the NBA, the Nuggets don't really have a rival. And I don't think that they would just randomly pick the Warriors.
Phoenix, maybe Phoenix. Phoenix.
Yeah, probably Phoenix.
I think the Lakers and the Warriors would be a great one. Last year, you remember it was Memphis and Golden State.
Oh, yes. But you hold on now. Don't upset the 9-1 Sixers. Don't upset Sacktown because they want they feel like they deserve the Warriors on Christmas.
Yeah, I don't think that they've arrived yet.
Really?
I don't think that game is box office enough for the networks to clamor for that one on Christmas. We'll get into this again tomorrow, Alan. I think there's still some more meat on the Warriors to chew on, and we'll kick around what happens tonight as well. Another 3 shows. You up for it?
I am ready and raring to go.
I love it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's best of the game. An hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy. For the Grandy Man and Lucas, my partner Alan Stiles, I am Dan Dibley. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning with Spadoni at 5 a.m. then Willard and Dibbs, 2-6, right here on 95.7 The Game.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event.